everyone, and welcome to the AWC BFA North American Finals. The top 4 teams from North America from the circuit will be competing for their share of $100,000 today, and by the end of today, we will have our North American champions. My name is Aya. I'll be your host this today, and I am joined by Zico, Enrique, and Subatiz. Are you guys excited? Are you sad? This is the last day of tournaments for BFA.
Kind of excited. I mean, it's going to be good games, so that's always an exciting thing, but it's a bit bittersweet for sure. Were you going to say that?
Bittersweet.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say that exact thing. It really is bittersweet. I'm really excited to see, who is going to be kind of the North American champions, a battle for Azeroth. Yesterday, we got to see the European games. Big congratulations to Wildcard Gaming. It was awesome to see them do so well. They put on quite a performance. And for North America, I mean, there is a lot of teams in the running right now. I would say Cloud9 is probably the team that most people would expect to win, but they have some fierce competition. There's still 4 amazing teams left, and I think it really is anyone's game here today.
Yep, we have some amazing teams today. 4 of the top North American teams. We can look at the bracket and the games that we're going to see play out today. We're going to start off with Cloud9 versus Mystery Org, and then Charlotte Phoenix versus M2KC. Sid, any guess as to how these games are going to play out today?
I mean, Mystery Org has not been able to really figure out Cloud9 for... I feel like it's been so long that I can't even remember how long it's been. Like, this is their toughest matchup easily in North America, and they've got it right off the bat. So it's going to be tough. In my mind, I don't know if I want to see the Windwalker Mage from them, or if I want to see their mains. If they just play like a Demon Hunter Death Knights, that's kind of, in my mind, their strongest option for themselves personally. But the matchup is really hard. Maybe they can take a couple maps off Cloud9, but I would anticipate Cloud9 to take that. Charlotte Phoenix and M2KC. Going to be an interesting one because Sea-Doo actually beat Charlotte Phoenix in the round robin with M2KC's comp, but M2KC didn't beat them. So it's like really weird. Like Sea-Doo just like stole their comp and beat them with it. And now I'm thinking like, if they even can come close to replicate what Sea-Doo did, why would they not also be able to beat Charlotte Phoenix? That one's a little bit closer to call.
It certainly is, and we'll have to see if they do have an answer today. The game is ready. Game number 1 of the North American Championships today. It is Cloud9 versus Mystery Org.
All right, we got the first matchup of the day here. Let's take a look at the comps. Something we saw yesterday here. This is what the European squads were trying to run into Mage Lock teams. Mistweaver, Fire Mage, Windwalker coming out of the Mystery Org. And there, of course, is the man of the hour, Mr. Sea-Doo, on your screen. And then from Cloud9, we got the Mage Lock Paladin with that Frost Mage, their bread and butter comp. So this is the matchup Mystery Org wanted. Let's see if they can execute. Game number 1 is going to be extremely important in this series. If they do go the distance, having a small map in Game 5 against Cloud9, well, it's something that you probably want.
Ooh, this is a great start. Chanimal going down to 10% health immediately. He's going to be using his gateway, but Trill's still all over him. I'm actually playing the hasted Greater Pyroblast spec. This is something we saw Jamili pull off quite nicely when playing with a rogue, and looks like Mystery Org is going to be trying it out themselves. Great pressure so far, already getting the sacrifice out of the way. You can see the Greater Pyroblast just flying out over and over. Significant damage coming in from Samiam, and all that haste really allows him to win these kind of trades with Wealthy Man as well. So this is not a bad start. Let's see what Cloud9 is going to be able to do.
And the nice part about it is Chanimal has to play at a pillar, which means he might stack up with Cubsy and get cleaved down by Trill. So I like the build coming out from Mystery Org here in game number 1. They had an explosive start. Chanimal trying to take control of Trill back here. Wealthman blinking backwards as well. But Samiam secures crowd control. That's a full polymorph. Can they stay on target? Oh, but Cubsy activated Vitality Conduit right before it, totally negating all of the damage on Chanimal. It was a nice read by Cubsy. These polymorphs aren't going to be too valuable. Do they have maybe a leg sweep to follow up? They're not going for it. Cubsy's got Avenging Wrath. Nobody on Cloud9 going to be taking damage here. It's going to be Mystery Org that could be in trouble. Sam's still just lobbing out Pyros, though. Cubsy gets stunned up. Might be a bit of a mistake. They overlap. Big opening there by Mystery Org. And I have to say, it's game 1, but this is looking like an entirely different team when it comes to this matchup. Mystery Org are very impressive.
Mystery Org are actually owning right now, and Shanimal swapped his pet right there to the Felhunter, which means, Cubsy, you are stuck in that Ring of Frost, my friend. Sam I am still losing the trade though, because Sidu was cross CC'd on the opposite end there, so both healers in CC, no DPS are going to have to use any real cooldowns here, since everyone's kind of playing just scared. And right now we see C9 here trying to get some pressure. Shanimal dumping out his Infernal. Sam I am taking massive damage here. One Chaos Bolt comes through. Sidu gets the Life Cocoon there to save the day. And now I am extremely scared here for Chanimal. I think he's in big trouble. Nice preemptive Vitality Conduit there by Cubsy, saving the day here. This was a big attempt here. Touch of Death with the Fort Brew from Trill. No unending resolve, no sacrifice. Could have honestly been the Divine Shield or even the game here if Cubsy didn't get that pre-Vitality Conduit. But Cubsy keeping it cool. Now Sam I am taking a lot of damage here. Might need to Ice Block. Sidu powering through here with the Soothing Mist, but that was a close call. Both of these teams very evenly matched so far.
Yeah, it was a very nice Nether Ward by Chanimal. He reflected a greater Pyroblast, and that's what kind of set up a lot of that burst damage on Samayam. And so far, I mean, it hasn't been looking too bad for Mystery Org. Cloud9 has definitely been able to hold on, still get some pressure of their own. Trill looking across the map, and we're just going to be seeing Chanimal drag across the map over and over, just trying to create as much space as possible, making it difficult for Samayam to kind of abuse a pillar. And he's going to be snared up now, and this is the exact positioning that Cloud9 wants. So at some point, Mystery Org, they're going to have to push in. Samayam looks like he's ready to go. Sidu as well, rolling across the middle of the map. Greater Pyroblast being channeled out, gets feared up, and good denial so far by Wealthy Man and Chanimal with Polymorph, Fear, Counterspell, Spell Lock to really shut down those Greater Pyroblasts. And that's going to be key if Cloud9 wants to stay in this game.
They've pinned Chanimal out of line of sight, but Cubsy manages to pull him back from the brink here. Hammers down onto Sam out in midfield. That can be dangerous when facing Mage Lock. Can Chanimal and Wealthman follow up with any damage? Doesn't look like they have any available. Sidu easily going to top Sam. The dangers here for Mystery Org are, of course, deep dampening. That Mistweaver is likely to run out of mana faster than Cubsy, and the entirety of Mystery Org could be overwhelmed. They really need to get aggressive, and they are. Perfect timing here, interrupting Chanimal and crowd controlling Cubsy at the same time. That's going to net them the medallion, the sacrifice, big push, but now a counter assault by Cloud9. Oh, they're so close to the Cauterize, but that temporal shield perfectly soaks the hits, topping Sam, but a full polymorph lands. Sam's still in trouble. They might kill him 2 health bars over. That's going to be a Cauterize. Oh, he's going to ice block before it. Try and save the Cauterize for later, but Sidu is still crowd controlled. They're swapping to Sidu, trying to really pressure him a bit here, but I don't think they're going to net a kill. But an ice block is still a great point for Cloud9 to hit, pulling themselves back in the game.
Yeah, and Cloud9 right now, they have that wizard formation, so it's not all bad though for Mystery Org, but Sidu getting spell up right now. Samayam might actually get the Cauterize triggered. Sidu needs to do something here. He gets a shield with that Blazing Barrier. Sidu now in a full poly, but he does get the pre-cocoon right there. Samayam now polymorphing up to Cubsy. It's time to go. Chanimal knows it. He's trying to run around the corner. Sidu's going for the Song of Shiji. Can he get it? He gets the leg sweep. Chanimal already across the map. And now Sam is going for Cubsy here, but Trill is not there. So unfortunately, well kited there by Chanimal, and Mystery Org are not going to be able to net themselves any cooldown. And they have, I think, one more attempt here before Cubs is going to have his Gladiator's Medallion coming back up. But if Nazov blesses his fingers, he might get that sacrifice back a little bit before that trinket, and then he could pre-sacrifice a potential crowd control chain. So Mystery Org, they need to try to get a push happening right now because Chanimal just got his unending resolve back. All the cooldowns they forced are coming back up, and now they get the polymorph. Wealthy Man is already trying to shut it down. He spell steals the combustion. Shazam going for the resheep. It gets denied there, has to use it on Wealthy Man. And this was basically the attempt that they would have before Cubsy has all of his cooldowns back. So now you can safely say that C9 are in a pretty big lead, having forced Samayam's Ice Block and having all of their cooldowns back.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I like what Sam's doing now, kind of just looking for greater Pyroblast and who he can hit. I mean, that damage starts really adding up later on, but I think Cloud9, they might have been prepared for this. I mean, this is the only team that beat them in the round robin was Jamili's team, the team that actually used this expedient greater Pyroblast build. So maybe they have practice, because it seems like their denial on Samayam is really strong. Big damage now on Sidu, forced him to trade out the life cocoon in order to survive. Chanimal looking for a big Chaos Bolt on Samayam, going to be taking a huge hit, but a nice temporal shield. Samayam got about 2 minutes left on that ice block. He's getting bursted down once again. Definitely wants to hold on to that Cauterize. Sidu keeps him alive. And with that Vitality Conduit, now a little bit of damage being used out on Chanimal. Samayam finds one Greater Pyroblast on Chanimal. Trill actually portaling away. Right now, Mystery Org, they're completely split up. Look at Trill on the other side of the map. This is not the positioning that they want. Trill's going to use Flying Serpent Kick, get back to target, but Chanimal has had immaculate positioning and kiting in this match so far, making it really difficult for Mystery Org to get anything going.
Yep, that's what you would expect from Cloud9 and their Mage Lock. That's why we consider them the best in the world, in my mind. So Mystery Org have a lot of work ahead of them here. Trill and Samayam and Sea-Doo, of course, BlizzCon champions from a couple years back, playing together in the arena here with a different composition this time around. They're rolling up on top of Chanimal. Sea-Doo's trying to go after Cubsy. Cubsy's ducking around the corner, but he gets caught. Triple crowd control engaged here by Mystery Org. Nice Song of Chi-Ji for follow-up. Greater Pyro in the sky. Big connect. Cubsy respects. Trades the Trinket and the Sacrifice, stabilizing Chanimal at 10% there. Now looking to recover and turn it around. Swap over to Sea-Doo in the Hammer of Justice. Chaos Bolt lobbed out by Chanimal. Shadow Fury for follow-up. Not enough damage. Sea-Doo gonna walk it off back to the pillar. Sam out in midfield looking for Greater Pyro Blasts. Is there another word? There is, reflecting the Greater Pyro back onto Sam right when they polymorph Sea-Doo. Beautiful timing between Chanimal and Wealthy Man. That could just be it. Sam's cauterized about to trigger. He's so dangerously low. How on earth did they not force the cauterize there? Sea-Doo still in a fear. Sam's temporal goes off, but Sea-Doo's out of crowd control. Now Cubsy's the one in crowd control. Sam pulls the trigger on Combust. Wealthy Man strips that off immediately, realizing that's going to be a big threat. Song of Chi-Ji lands from Sea-Doo onto Cubsy. Trill ports right back onto Chanimal's port. Nice positioning. Storm, Earth, and Fire. Trill gets feared for a moment. Cubsy's going to pop out of the crowd control and stabilize the team. They swap to Sea-Doo amidst all the chaos and get Life Cocoon. Then polymorph his Life Cocoon. Switch back to Sam. Cloud9 and Mystery Org really all over each other. Sam going to respect the Dark Soul and trade his Ice Block that just became available, but Sea-Doo is still in crowd control. Trill is as well. Ice Block is going to be fading shortly. Chanimal gets another fear. Big flurry combo by Wealthy Man, unloading all those icicles. Sea-Doo gets out of crowd control. Sam's starting to stabilize, but Infernal's out for Chanimal and a Frozen Orb down. And once again, if Cloud9 can make it into those deep stages of dampening, all of this little poke damage is eventually going to add up.
Yeah, and right now, Sam, he's going to recover behind that pillar. He just got counterspelled, so it's a good time for them to go. He's going to counterspell Chanimal, meaning no Nether Ward. Two Graders are going to connect. Is there a sacrifice? There's not, but there is a Vitality Conduit. Cubsy's going to activate that, and did Sea-Doo break that poly there? I don't see, there's a fell hunter on the map, so I don't know how Cubsy made it. Oh, he might have had a Resolve proc and actually gotten his sacrifice back exactly as he got polyed right there. I think that's what happened, and it's lucky for Cubsy because when that poly was being casted, Sack had 20 seconds left on it. Sam now in a fear, getting counterspelled, and here comes the Chaos Bolt. He's in big trouble here. Sea-Doo activates the Vitality Conduit, activates that immunity to interrupts with that Zen Focus T, and he's going to go ahead and heal Sam a little bit, but he's still kind of low here. Chanimal's still looking for more damage. Sea-Doo thought that fear was going to be on him, so he tried to pre-cocoon the fear right there, and I mean, he eventually did, so not the worst trade there for Mystery Org, but they don't really have much cooldowns left for Samayam, and once again, Chan has Unending Resolve, Cubsy has Trinket and Bubble. They don't have the Sacrifice, but they have Avenging Wrath, so a lot of heals, a lot of defense still on Cloud9, and we see another push here. Song of Chi-Ji going to be casted out. It's going to connect onto Sea-Doo. Wealthy Man, he's trying to peel the situation, but Sam is going to connect here. Big damage onto Chanimal. Still rolling CC, a sheep onto Cubsy. What are you going to do, Chani? Force away. He's taking a lot of damage, and there it is. Overlap from C9, using that wings and that trinket from Cubsy and the Unending Resolve, and now Sam's in trouble, Ben.
Oh, yeah, he's in trouble. He's in the middle of the map. He's still just channeling out Greater Pyroblast. It might be Chanimal that ends up falling, and Cubsy's forced to trade out his sacrifice as well through his Avenging Wrath. I mean, things are becoming really unstable in this matchup so far. Samayam has 2 minutes left on his Ice Block. Cloud9, though, they have to be careful. These Greater Pyroblasts, they start really adding up. If you let 1 or 2 slip by at this point in dampening, Cubsy is really going to struggle to recover. Samayam in the midfield, blinking in right now. Wealthy Man trying to deny him a little bit. 1 Greater Pyroblast gets sheeped up. He really wants to slow down that damage. And Cloud9, at this point, they're going to have to play perfect. Samayam lands 1 Greater Pyroblast. It actually does not get reflected. Song of Chi-Ji on Cubsy, and this could just be it. Chanimal kiting away. Beautiful portal. The Trill is all over him. Nicely done there with his Transcendence. Chanimal getting caught up in a stun. Big Fist of Fury. Touch of Death is rolling right now for Trill. Is there a response? Cubsy just trying to power through with his Divine Shield, but Chanimal takes a huge hit. Down to 10% health. Still, Cubsy barely holding on. Can they take him down? Samai needs to connect a little bit of damage, but it looks like Cloud9 will be able to hold on. But what a close call.
Ooh, full sheep.
Oh, that full sheep. Chanimal's in trouble. Huge damage from Sam. Trill's in a poly. If he connects here, he might be able to close out in game number 1. Light sweep onto Chan. Cubsy's got his Avenging Wrath. He just needs line of sight. He gets the sacrifice up just in time. Chanimal's going to stop taking damage. Now Sam in trouble. Locked down in a stun. Wealthy Man is absolutely blowing him up. Cloud9 turn it around and take game 1.
Wealthy Man is a legend. There at the end, he stops Sam and on the sheep, and he stops Sidu on the Aura Mastery Song of Chi-Ji. He polys Sidu and stops Sam there, and then turns it around as well in that same moment. Absolute carry.
Well done, Cloud9 taking game number 1 here when it was really looking like Mystery Org may have had that for a second. Is that going to be... Do you feel like, though, that they were close enough, Mystery Org, that they could potentially get a game off here in this next game here, Ben?
I mean, that was probably one of the closest games we've seen, honestly, from Mystery Org. That strategy looked not too bad at all.
Look at this. Sheep, he's counterspelled, Song of GG, sheep, win. Because he got the sack there. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it was really good denial there by Wealthy Man. You can just see what a high level all these players are playing at. I mean, Sidu is taking quite, I don't know. I feel like Sidu playing Relentless, he's getting put in a lot of crowd control. There's obviously a lot of value there, but maybe Trinket might be worth it just so during those moments he can trick it out. I don't know. But I definitely think, to answer your question, that didn't look too bad for Mr. Org. I would not be surprised if they tried this exact composition once again, just to kind of see how it goes, because I feel like there was a lot of really close calls in that game. I mean, Chanimal barely held on at like 10% health multiple times, and I think if it just went their way a little bit more, it could have been a different result.
You know, I believe the last time they faced each other, Mystery Org and Cloud9 in the Circuit Series, they played this composition a couple times versus Cloud9 as well. So that clearly they must know something here with this composition and have confidence that it could potentially beat Cloud9 here in this series. Subatiz, what about you? Would you like to see them continue play this?
I think so, but I'm wondering what their blind is going to be, because I feel like they could get countered. I mean, they could just switch if they wanted to. Let's say Sidu's team is probably going to pick a small map, right? And then Chanimal's team could just blind lock Windwalker Mage themselves with Paladin on a small map if they don't want to play this matchup. But they've been playing Mage Lock so often that I don't think they'll change it unless it's like blatantly obvious they're not going to win, even though that last game was close. But on the small map, is Sidu's team going to keep? I think they will. I mean, this seems like it should work. Out of all of the options that I've seen so far from Mystery Org, Windwalker, Mage, Mistweaver, I mean, they're able to get pressure early game. They had a couple of opportunities. They were so close to winning in like those last final seconds of the match that, I mean, this has to be their best bet. I'm just a bit worried when they have to lock blind. Let's say Sidu's team wins this next game and they have to lock blind, that Chanimal's team might have like an even harder counter.
All right, we are going to be going to Hook Point. Cloud9 going to be locking in their composition here. I feel like, Ben, you always have opinions about Hook Point. How are you feeling about this matchup with this map?
I always have opinions. No, I like Hook Point. I just feel like when I play Frost Mage, I always enjoy this map just because it feels like when you're dropping a Blizzard and a Frozen Orb, it's really difficult to avoid that damage. So that's normally what I'm talking about, but it makes sense. I mean, for Mystery Org, I think this small map, maybe they still go with the Hasted Greater Power Blast build. I mean, they could try to lock in a Cleave and kind of test the waters a little bit. Normally it doesn't work out for them, but that might be something that they want to, at least try for today. Just see how it goes. Maybe it's going to be a good day for them. But yeah, I think even on the small map, playing the Hasted Greater Power Blast build isn't too bad. I mean, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Cubsy to avoid Sam-I-Am. And also it's going to be a lot more difficult for Chanimal to actually kite around and get away from Trill. So I do think for either composition, it kind of makes sense that they locked in Hook Point, as normally it's not the best map for Mage Lock.
Did anybody figure out how many gnomes those pillars are?
I stand by 8 gnomes. I think if you take 8 gnomes and you place them all next to each other, you will cover the exact amount of area that the pillar has on one side.
8 by 8 gnomes.
Yeah.
Someone needs to figure that out for us. unit of measurement. The-
Try to
this
go to
official
like a
unit
hardware
of
store
measurement.
and go to a hardware store and ask for like, yeah, I need some wooden planks about 8 gnomes by 8 gnomes and see what they do.
All right, well, about 40 seconds left here, Mystery Orc, to choose their composition. Sticking with that Windwalker Fire Mage Shidu on the Mistweaver here. This is a best of 5 series, double elimination for this competition. Grand Finals is where both of these teams really want to be right now. Winner of this tournament is the winner of the North American region for the AWC BFA circuit. So pressure is on in game number 2 here. They clearly want to tie it up. How do we feel like in terms of length this is going to go? Hook point, is that going to like shorten the length of this at all, this next game, Super T's?
It's a Cloud9 game. I don't. I feel like
Yeah.
that more often than not, like there's no way this is ending before dampening. So
Wait. We need a Zico. We need a Zico analogy
Well, with
for
the
the
dap?
dampening. Yeah. Let's hear it.
Well, it's kind of like my visions, you know. I can't just like I'm not an ATM. I can't just press a button and boom, there's an analogy for you, perfectly fitted. But I mean, if I would have to say something here, I would say we're heading into some shark-infested waters here on Hook Point, and
There we go.
we're probably not going to be having too much fun in the ocean today. I would say it's going to get a little bit chilly pretty quick.
All right, well, you heard it here. It's Cloud9 versus Mystery Orc in game number 2 on Hook Point.
Yeah, and I think the one thing I like about Sam's build, even aside the fact that he's able to get off these greater Pyroblasts, but it also makes it a lot more reasonable for him to get out crowd control. And although he's squishier, I think it doesn't really matter pre-dampening. I think Sidu should be able to heal through, but they're actually going with the Seduce play immediately. Seduce into Polymorph onto Sidu. He's actually switched over to Gladiator's Medallion, so wants to have that emergency kind of trinket so he can get out of crowd control and heal up Sam I Am when he really needs it, instead of the relentless reducing crowd control the entire time, but you don't really have that when you absolutely need it. And I think that's one of the struggles, and I like that adaptation from Mystery Org.
all right, let's see if it pays off here. Crowd control secured on a Cubsy. Nice start, but Sidu as well in a fear. Doesn't look like Mystery Org's taking too much heat though. Channel pops Dark Soul. This could be a big threat. Is he going to find a Chaos Bolt? He's baiting interrupts. He lands the stun. 1 Chaos Bolt. Looking for the second off the back of a fear. Sidu respects it with Life Cocoon. They're going to try and crack it with some Chaos Bolts. They finally get through the absorb, but is the crowd control going to be enough here? They interrupt the fear. Welterman blinks in for another poly. Cubsy tries to get in position, gets intercepted by Sam. Does manage to get removed, and now goes for a Hammer of Justice. Sam is isolated, but he's still lobbing out Greater Pyros. Chanimal on the run, trying to line of sight those Greater Pyros. The biggest threat to Cloud9 is Sam this early on in the game. Later in dampening, Trill becomes more of a pressure point. Ring of Peace, knocking Chanimal out into the open. I think that's going to be very important for Mystery Org. Ring of Peace on these small pillars so that Sam doesn't get line of sighted on his Greater Pyros. That could definitely be a game-winning play at any point.
Yeah, and we're going to see if they can make any of those game-winning plays. He gets a sheep, but it gets singed right away right there. So, unfortunately for Sam, they're not going to have the crowd control. They're going with a DR sheep. Could be enough if they have a stun out, but it doesn't look like it. Sidu's the one in crowd control. Sam is the one in trouble. Sidu trinket renewals right there. Is it going to be enough to keep Sam alive? He does dispel him with that renewal. Heals him through the pillar, because that renewal does go through pillar. So very nice stuff. But I do want to say, Sam, I want to see you go for those sheep novas at the same time, because this is just a free singe right there once again. So Sam is just trying to rely on those 4-second crowd control chains essentially by just letting him singe and then instantly resheeping the singe, and then maybe use a Dragon's Breath if they have big damage. But I think they can do more than that. I think if you blink Nova, you can get that 50-50. Big damage coming in that leg sweep though. And they are going to net themselves the trinket sacrifice there from Cubsy. They already forced out Chance trinket. So next time they have leg sweep, which is in a couple of more seconds on Trill, they could potentially do a paralyze setup, paralyze on Cubsy, and a stun onto Chan, and see what that could lead to. But right now it is Mystery Org on the run here. Sidu, Fear, Sam just trying to get some control of a Wealthy Man, trying to get some greater Pyroblast. And I think that's the smartest move here. You just stay back, and when you get a greater Pyroblast, then you initiate crowd control. And now C9 are making a big push here.
Yeah, Big push. Let's see what happens. I mean, are they going after Cubsy? Cubsy uses Trinket. It wasn't that much damage onto Chanimal. I guess another ward reflected the greater Power Blast, and Samayam is actually the one that's in trouble with a full fear on Sea-Doo. This could easily be the Ice Block or Cauterized from Samayam. Well done by Cloud9, kind of turning the situation on its head. I mean, that's exactly what happened in game number 1. Chanimal was just so low, but eventually Mystery Org, they get caught in crowd control, and Wealthy Man's able to get out a big flurry of damage onto Samayam, and they can turn it around really, really quickly. Polymorph's going out. And once again, Cloud9 is a little bit of crowd control on them. Ceda's going to be pushing forward and landing the Song of Chi-Ji, but it breaks. I'm not sure what actually broke it, but it got singed off there by Chanimal. So a lot of value coming in from this imp so far in this game. And it looks like the full Polymorph will land. Chanimal, once again, using the Nether Ward. Touch of Death from Trill. This is big damage on Chanimal. And it is going to be Cubsy who gets singed out of the Polymorph once again. And Chanimal should be okay, but still, these moments where Samayam's able to get off a few greater Power Blasts are really, really scary for Cloud9.
I've also noticed that Chanimal and the team of Cloud9, if they have Nether Ward, they'll wait to engage crowd control when Chanimal has Nether Ward. They'll reflect a greater Pyro, and that'll start the burst. But right now, they're a bit on the back foot. They do manage to dispel the Polymorph into another one, though. Nice follow-up by Sam. Cubsy respects that, trading his Trinket and Sacrifice. Chanimal stops taking damage during that ultimate sacrifice, redirecting it to Cubsy, and then Cubsy can more easily heal himself. He's not targeted. Nice stun on Sam during the poly on Sea-Doo. Great execution here by Cloud9 in game number 2. Temporal on 10%. Is it going to be enough? They break up the chain. Nice counterspell on Wealthy Man and Polymorphs to shut it down. Sea-Doo recovers the team. Both sides are stable, although the Glider's Medallion out of the way for Cubsy is a big opening as we see Sea-Doo moving up, rolling in for that leg sweep. Song of Chi-Ji dispelled. Is there going to be a follow-up? Any sort of punish? Doesn't look like it. Sam can't. He's shut down by Wealthy Man. Trill the target at the moment here, as Cloud9 are just kind of cleaving 2 targets down, maybe trying to build a mana advantage. Sea-Doo still holding strong in terms of mana. Dampening has just begun. Nice singe on the dispel there. Sea-Doo tries to port. He does manage to get out of the line of sight. Cubsy out of crowd control. This is Dark Soul. Chanimal could be a big threat. 1 Chaos Bolt. Sea-Doo's in a great position, though, just easily healing around the corner here. All that damage is going to be for naught onto Sam, I can imagine. Sam blinking in aggressively. Cubsy trying to reposition in the back line. Sam still pushing forward. Pre-temporal here, trying to anticipate a Hammer of Justice, and then blinks in for a Polyfrost Nova to cover the singe. But it doesn't get lucky, unfortunately. He does manage to land a half Polymorph, though, and a Dragon's Breath. Really trying to push down. Song of Chi-Ji from downtown from Sea-Doo. Snipes Cubsy, but it's on diminishing return. Not going to be too much value. Avenging Wrath up. Cubsy's healing is maxed out here. I feel like it's unlikely that we would see Chanimal die, and now it's Sea-Doo in stuns. Samayam in trouble. He's just going for greater Pyrus. He might get Nether Warded. Chanimal Nether Wards it. Sam fakes out the Nether Ward. Spell steals it away. Blinks in and Polly's Cubsy. Nice read by Sam. Sea-Doo uses Life Cocoon, so Sam is stable. Can they power through Chanimal here during this opening? Do they have enough damage? No. Only 1 second left on the Polymorph. Chanimal recovers, and both sides once again into a neutral position.
Yeah, and that play that he did there with the Blink, Nova, Sheep, that's exactly what Sam needs to do to try to cover this singe. And it's not an easy thing to do because sometimes he needs to know what the DPS. Sometimes Cubsy has a freedom on himself as well because he's anticipating that play to happen. So whenever he thinks he's being polyed, he puts a freedom on himself, removing the Frost Nova from the equation and allowing the singe to have a 100% chance of picking the Sheep since it picks a random debuff. It's kind of a 50-50, but you can make it 100-100. And now Sam just line of sighting here, trying to shut down the CC chain. And here we go. He gets a Sheep, gets singed. No resheep. Now he's going to go for it, but he's not going to be able to find it. And that is unfortunate because if he goes for... Actually, no, they're going to have the Song of Chi-Ji, so could still be good for them. They still have some crowd control. Justigath connects. Big damage on the Chanimal. He's going to use his Trinket in that exchange, and Cubsy used his Trinket sacrifice there as well. So not a bad push there from Mystery Org. Sea-Doo getting a nice Song of Chi-Ji there. Sam... He can find a few poly into a Song of Chi-Ji. That could definitely be a recipe for Mystery Org to win this match. Or if they can get the Sheep Nova combo and get lucky with the Singe. I think those are the 2 openings that you want to try to find if you are in Mystery Org. Paralyze onto Cubsy. Trill's trying to go for a solo mission, but once again, Wealthy Man just denies with Polymorph spam and slows.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, Sea-Doo, his mana not doing super great. We're at about 20% dampening, and Samayam's getting exploded. Trinket Life Cocoon once again coming in from Sea-Doo, but now with no Trinket available, they only need 1 good push on Samayam. He still has Cauterize and Ice Block, but we saw what happened in the last game. They get Sea-Doo in a Polymorph 3 times and a Fear 3 times. That is a lot of crowd control he has to deal with. Let's see what Mystery Aura is going to be able to do. So far, Cloud9's been doing a really good job kind of responding to these greater power blasts. Trill's been also doing a good job creating kind of solo pressure in this game against Channibal, but Sam getting blown up and forced into the Ice Cube. And with, at this point in 21% dampening, I feel like it's extremely unlikely to see an Ice Ball coming in from Sam. So this is exactly where Cloud9 wants Mystery Org. Sam just not getting topped off. The crowd control still coming in, and Sam might just die in this one exchange. Trill doing everything he can, spamming out Vivifies to keep him alive, and they do manage to hold on, but until Sea-Doo has that trinket up in about a minute, Cloud9, they got to be feeling really good. Mystery Org, this is devastating for them.
Full polymorph. Chanimal not in position to do too much damage just yet, getting polymorphed on his way in here. Are they going to go Sea-Doo with no trinket? Full fear out of the polymer. No, Sam in the Hammer of Justice. 3 versus 0. Huge pressure from Chanimal. Chaos Bolt from downtown. Temporal on 1%. Is it going to be enough? No.
Wow.
And Cloud9 take Mystery Org's best map, moving to match point.
That was insane at the end there. Like Sam was full HP, and the first streak was actually kind of ending when Chanimal finally could start playing. I really didn't think he would die there, but that was an insane setup with the hammer, and they got the fear and the Shadow Fury just to allow Chan to get enough time to get another Chaos Bolt, and then the Ray of Frost to finish things off. It was actually really clean. And one thing that's kind of interesting is that Chanimal can cast a Chaos Bolt in a DR Shadow Fury and still get it off in time. We're going to see it right here. So Sheep comes out, Sam's full HP, Wealthy Man is kicked, Sam thinks he's completely fine, Chanimal is not even in the fight yet. It's DR Sheep, Chanimal's still not in the fight. Now triple DR Sheep, there it is. One Fear, look at his Chaos Bolt, and then Shadow Fury. Look how DR that Shadow Fury was. Still gets another Chaos Bolt because he went for the Shadow Fury out of the Hodge, and that's it.
Man, not looking good so far for Mystery Org in this series against Cloud9. Now they're on match point here. Cloud9 only needing to win this next game to win this series and send Mystery Org down to the lower bracket here. Mystery Org chose that last map. Hook Point was their choice here. Magelock still manages to win on these smaller maps. And now the question is, where do they go next, Fen?
Well, they didn't win on the Grand, which is a bigger map. Didn't win on the small map. There was moments where you get the feeling that Mystery Org could win these games, but Cloud9, they were just playing so clean. This is what you would expect from them, especially at this point in this tournament. What were you going to say?
Quick question for Sid. Do you still think Xset's Magelock is as good as that?
On a good day. On a good day, yeah, I think so.
Not even on their best day, bro.
I don't know. I feel like it's getting pretty close.
They have stepped up, that's for sure. But I
Do you
don't
think
know,
it is
man.
Zico?
No, I don't think so.
Do I think Xset would have beat Mystery Org on that map?
Probably, but
Probably,
that's not the metric we're using here to determine it. I'm just like, I think Chan is just too good, Like who else does a?
That's definitely like the main factor, I think. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I think we can both agree there.
I think their win rate is still in like the 90% range for Cloud9 here. They're an insane team. They've been at the top of the North American seeding for this entire season, basically, and it's always the question, like, who can manage to beat these guys? How do you beat Cloud9's Magelock? And it seems like Mystery Org hasn't quite figured it out, but there were like a couple of good setups there, Subtees, from that last game, but none of them just seemed to connect.
That's the hardest part right now, is finishing a target off before dampening. Everybody just lives at 10%, and then there's a Vitality Conduit that just stops all damage. You're going to be okay. A Sacrifice that stops all damage. You need to KO 100-0 before Cubsy can heal, and that it's so hard because they've got an Imp that's dispelling their crowd control in between the chain. They got to run a gamble on that not being dispelled. Let alone even being able to get it to a 50-50, because Sam has to be in melee range of Cubsy, which is really hard to do. He needs to get Greater Pyros off, which is a really slow cast, even with, well, it's not that slow, I guess, with haste, but pretty difficult to get a string of those off in a row. And then Trill's damage isn't really getting too much impact until dampening. So they've decided to go to Ashamanes, and in my mind, this would be their worst map for the matchup. And I say this a lot, where I'm like, I feel like they're picking this to say, like, all right, if we can't beat them on Ashamanes here, when we know their comp, then we're not going to win the series. So just, here we go. Let's put ourselves in the hardest situation right now and get it over with. If we don't win, we know we're not going to win. If we do win, maybe we've got a chance, and we take their best map.
I feel like you're always such a pessimist with these
That's
decisions.
not that pessimistic. The end of it wasn't.
That's kind of is.
If we win, we take their best map. Like, there's some
if they
benefits to it.
Okay.
I kind of wonder what this would look like if C2 was playing Paladin. Like, especially on the smaller map, I feel like you can get away with playing Paladin. He can maneuver in and out. He has more breaks for crowd control. Like, he has Divine Shield as well as the Trinket to save Sam I Am. I mean, the Mistweaver Monk is nice, and I think C2 is a little bit more comfortable, but I think Paladin is really good.
I don't
and you
know.
get extra crowd control, too. You get a full polymorph.
Paladin with
Like, if you get a full
Fire
polymorph and it gets singed, then you can just go Blinding Light and Hammer of Justice. Like, you have a lot more covers.
I don't really agree. I feel like the main reason Sam isn't just falling over every setup is because Jade Statue is healing him while he's running around in circles. I feel like there's no healing going out when C2 gets crowd controlled on a Paladin. And if Cloud9 just get clean setups, then I feel like Sam would die so fast if C2 was a Paladin.
Well, that didn't happen when we saw Jamili's team. They were playing with a Paladin. They didn't just fall over instantly.
They played Rogue Mage though, too. I don't know, but it could definitely work. I like the way C2's playing. I also think getting like the double paralyze is a nice way to get around the Imp Dispel too. Maybe they should consider allocating like one paralyze on the Imp when Sam blinks in, even if it stalls the Dispel for 3 seconds. 3 extra seconds where Cubsy's expecting to be removed from the polymorph and he isn't. Might be enough to catch them off guard.
I mean, this is going to be really tough for them here. The hook point, they went from hook point to Ashamane's fall here. I know you touched on it, Sid, but Zico, do you think that this is a wise choice here with this composition and this map?
I actually think that if you play on the small maps, you want to have a Holy Pal on your team. And if you play on the bigger maps, I think a Mistweaver is the play. So on this map, 100% Mistweaver. But on hook point, I agree with Van. I think they should have played Pally because they actually would have had more lockdown, which seemed to be the missing ingredient. It seemed to me like they needed more offense, and Holy Paladin is going to bring you that on the smaller maps, especially where his weakness essentially, which is getting crowd controlled, is not really going to be as easy to exploit because he's always going to be kind of close to a pillar.
All right, well, it's Cloud9 on match point versus Mystery Org. Loser of this series gets knocked down to the lower bracket.
It's really interesting to me that they picked this map. Like, I wonder why they decided to go with Ashamane's.
I'm telling you, my explanation makes sense. Like, they're picking it. If we can't beat them on Ashamane's here when we know it's coming, they're saying we're not going to win the series. So let's just go into the fray and see what happens.
You know what?
That actually doesn't make sense though, because if you have a better option, wouldn't you want to win on that better option and then win on Ashamane's?
I feel like this is going to be the comps for the whole series, though. I feel like Cloud9's not going to change. I don't think Mystery Org would either, even if Mystery Org won here.
I mean, I've just never heard of a team saying, "Yeah, we're going to throw this game." And just
well, it's not a complete throw. It's like, let's pick the hardest one.
So this is something I like that Sam I Am's doing. Instead of like pushing in and going and getting your polymorph singed and just being a punching bag, literally just sit back and just sling pies. Just bake Greater Pyroblast the entire game. Hit him Wealthy Man, hit Chanimal, tax Cubsy's mana, and when you do find a couple in a row, that's when you potentially make a push. But I don't mind this particular playstyle. Just get out as much damage as you can. Maybe that'll create some opportunities for you, because it seems like when he's forced in the middle of the map, he's getting bullied quite hard by Chanimal and Wealthy Man. I mean, these two are experts at denying crowd control and kind of bullying casters and rotating their crowd control. So I don't mind this from Mystery, or at least feel it out a little bit and see how it works out.
I feel like there's no way Trill volunteered to pick this map. Like, look at him right now. He's just even a Windwalker. He's just waddling around. Like, he made it to a box. Good job, Trill. I don't feel like he's ever going to get to a target. They're just relying on Sam to just be a greater pyro cannon right now. Trill finally making his way in here, but if he line of sights, he's going to get stunned. So he's like, all right, not going around that corner. Going to hit Wealthy Man here. Dropping a bit of damage on Wealthy Man, but then getting feared away. Trill finally connecting to a target, but Sam's interrupted. Yeah, Trill just ports back. Like, Cloud9 midfield, Ashamane's can't be there. Sam, kill them. I mean, Trill's basically a cheerleader, but Sam's 1v2ing Chanimal and Wealthy Man, and it's not going too good for him. He blinks back out of line of sight. Double Shadow Fury from Chanimal around the corner. Sam sneaks in a sheep. Are they going to do anything with the sheep? They can't really. They're pinned at this box with a Blizzard. Chanimal on the right, Wealthy Man on the left. Cubsy straight chilling in the back line. Beautiful triangle position. They do manage to go after Wealthy Man for a moment, but Vitality Conduit stabilizes him. Spam Fear Trill, now Spam Fear Sam, Spam Poly Trill. Cloud9 just have complete crowd control dominance in the matchup, and they're just playing that slow standard game. Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, and now we're going to see a Greater Pyroblast connect and a Paralyze onto Cubsy. And I think this is exactly what you want to do as Mystery Org. Just stay back and sling pies, like Ben said. Just, if you get 2 Pyroblasts in a row on somebody, it's Chanimal into Wealthy Man, you can blink in, get a Paralyze, drop a Meteor with Combust, and it might be enough damage to actually outright kill somebody. Otherwise, you can also do that and force Cubsy. You know, Sam is just baking right now. They actually do get a full sheep here, but I think it was Singed right there, so I don't think this push is going to net too much. Actually, Mystery Org having to use their Cocoon. But I do think if they sit back like that, they can potentially even force Cubsy to actually heal and then win the game maybe at the back of a counterspell on the healer. So I think as long as you're doing damage, you're going to find openings to actually win the game later. And now, Sam is actually not in range of that Vitality Conduit. He's just getting blasted, blinks into range, and he's going to stabilize. And yeah, I don't think either of these teams are going to be finding too many major defensives at this point, considering that's only going to happen really if Mystery Org that pushes in and, you know, risks their positioning.
Yeah, Sam still destroying a Greater Pyroblast. Trill in a position, a very forward position at this point. He's going to be really durable on that Monk with how much versatility and all the defensive cooldowns that he has. But, I mean, I just want everyone to pay attention to Cubsy's positioning in this game. He just stands so far away on the opposite side of the map of Sam constantly. He's just making Sam have to commit double shimmer if he wants to get any attempt at crowd control. And this is the exact type of healer you want when you're playing Mage Warlock. I mean, Cubsy is literally... yeah, he's such an insane healer. Positioning fantastic, and Cloud9 take full advantage of their composition. And right now, once again, Mystery Org, they're going to be forced to rotate back to the pillar. Sam's still just looking for these Greater Pyroblasts. And right now, this doesn't seem like it's working out. It doesn't seem like it's super effective, but at like 20, 30% dampening, all of these Greater Pyroblasts on Wealthy Man, they are going to start adding up. But I do worry that if Trill can't get to a target and he's just getting spam crowd controlled and kited, that I don't know if Mystery Org is going to be able to find the pressure that they need.
Yeah, and then Cedu's going to have to overextend to try and get him out of crowd control. It could be dangerous here on match point. Cedu gets counterspelled. Cubsy's rolling in, looking for a hammer. Hammer's down. Trill is polyed. Sam isolated, but Cubsy gets intercepted. Both healers in a polymorph. I think Sam's more so on the back foot here, trying to retreat around the corner, dropping a Ring of Frost. Trill's helping him out with a couple of Vivifies. Trill can at least support with some heals here if he's never able to actually get to any target. Cedu gets intercepted here, caught in a blizzard, trying to roll back out of line of sight. Sam goes invisible. Frozen Orb down on Cedu and Trill. Ultimate just min-maxing his DPS at this point. Sam gets a Pyro, looks for a second. Is he going to be able to find it? Huge hit on Chanimal. Cubsy's got more than enough cooldowns, and Cubsy's playing really far away. Trill manages to get in range, dropping a Paralyze, so Cubsy pre-Vitality Conduits, and that Dressing Out from Trill is not going to even dent Chanimal.
Yeah, Chanimal actually ported that dress right there, so very nice play there. I actually want to see Trill put his port onto Chan's port, because like you guys said, he's going to struggle with uptime, so I think if he can do that, or potentially even put his port in the middle of the map, and then go behind the pillar with his teammates. So there, right there, Chan dropped his port, and he's standing on top of it. He gets stunned on it. Song of Chi-Ji being casted out by Cedu here. Maybe a reshift coming out of Sam. Let's see, can they land the song? They do. Chan in a lot of trouble here. Trinket Sacrifice coming out here from Cubsy. Very nice. So the patience of Mystery Org does pay off for a little bit, but they don't have Life Cocoon as well. And now let's see what happens here on the back end. Sam activates his Temporal Shield. Cubsy's looking for the hammer from downtown. He gets it. Trill trying to shut down the CC, but Wealthy Man sneaks in with a polymorph. Sam with the defensive Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, still taking a lot of damage. Cedu still in crowd control, finally gonna come out of there. Chanimal now looking for some fears, but not gonna be able to find them. And Trill, you guys see that? Right there where Chanimal's port is, that's where Trill's port is as well. So excellent here for Trill. He's gonna be able to maybe it's Cedu's port, I'm not sure. There's 2 monk ports on top of each other on the other side. So it's one of the monk's ports basically on top of it. So if they want to get there, they can. And I think
50-50.
that it's a 50. It's one of the most. I don't know which one. But if they can actually go now before that sacrifice rotates back up and do a push onto Chan, this is really good for them because he's not going to be able to kite with the way he's positioned right now.
Yeah, Sam finds 2 greater power blasts. They don't even hurt Wealthy, man. It's actually kind of crazy. They have so much versatility. Even greater power blast looks like it doesn't do that much damage. Full polymorph now into Cubsy. Going to be rotated onto Wealthy Man. Greater power blast being channeled out once again. Chanimal ducks out of line of sight. And Sam unfortunately won't be able to find the damage. And now he's being forced away. Shadow Fury onto Sea-Doo. Good burst damage here from Cloud9, forcing Mystery Org back at the pillar once again, and the cooldowns for Cloud9 are rotating back up. Trinket Sacrifice almost available. There's a Blessing of Protection, Divine Shield. Cubsy almost has essentially everything he needs to keep Chanimal alive. And here goes. Paralyzed. Sea-Doo going for a Song of Chi-Ji. Is he going to be able to find it? Leg sweep. Now potentially into a Song of Chi-Ji. Sam not even doing that much damage. It's just Trill on a solo mission on Chanimal, putting out tons of pressure. And they do manage to force out Chanimal Trinket as well as Cubsy's Sacrifice. So great push there. And the Divine Shield. Great push there by Mystery Org. And Sam got basically completely shut down. That was actually insane pressure from Trill.
I feel like Chanimal either needs to relocate his demonic circle or something here, because that's supposed to be his safety net. And right now, Trill and Sea-Doo, I think both can port pretty close to it and chase him. So he's just going to port right now to line of sight a greater Pyroblast. Maybe that's his only use for it. It's Singe on the poly, but Sam gets a follow-up. Chan gates away from Trill. Trill in hot pursuit with a Flying Serpent kick. No more crowd control, though, for Cubs. The Avenging Wrath is up. Huge blast onto Sam. It's match point for Mystery Org. Getting counterspelled, blinking back. Dragon's Breath on Wealthy Man, trying to stall and buy time for Sea-Doo to stabilize. Wealthy Man just going to polymorph Sam. Realizes he's not going to kill him through Sea-Doo's healing. Chanimal repositioning here. I'd almost like to see him reposition his demonic circle back behind this pillar, and then the monks would have to overextend to chase him down, but he's not relocating that demonic circle just yet. Chaos Bolts over onto Trill. He's going to have to duck for cover. Sea-Doo's almost half mana there. Chanimal relocates the demonic circle. Now Sea-Doo and Trill need to decide, all right, we're going to take that pillar and try and reposition on top of Chanimal for a deep dampening push. I mean, look how much distance they're going to have to close with a Frost Mage named Wealthy Man in between them. I mean, this is not going to be an easy task for Mystery Org. They're charging in. Sea-Doo's following him as well. They polymorph Wealthy Man. Good teamwork here by Mystery Org to isolate Chanimal. They've got him in a great spot. They dispel the song, but they leg sweep this spell. Nice play there by Sea-Doo. Huge damage by Mystery Org. Cubsy trinkets. He doesn't have many options in terms of cooldowns, though. They're still putting the pressure. Vitality Conduit going to save him. But it was a great push by Mystery Org. If they can hold on and keep repeating these, they do have opportunities, but that opportunity might be slipping away. Sea-Doo gets counterspelled. Sam gets blasted. Sea-Doo's out of crowd control now. Healing up Sam, holding on to Life Cocoon. Greater Pyro fishing by Sam. Trying to blink in and find it. And Mystery Org are in a good position at this pillar. I feel like Chanimal needs to relocate if he wants to try and avoid them, because right now Mystery Org have taken control.
Cubsy needs to preemptively sacrifice the next attempt, or Chan is just going to die. Oh, he got an enough proc, and he's going to get bubble. So never mind, he can just bubble sack now. We're going to see Cubsy actually doesn't use it. Doesn't use the sacrifice either. He gets singed out. He gets resheeped. Song of GG is being casted out. He's going to connect. No singe. Touch of death on the Chanimal. He's going to use Unending Result immediately here. What are they going to do? Do you have any more CC? Blessing of Protection out of the leg sweep. Should be enough here. Cubsy going for the Divine Fave. Big heal there onto Chan. He could still be in trouble though. Sam actually on the back end here getting Chaos Bolted. Getting destroyed, but Sea-Doo responds with the Life Cocoon. And now another sheep with the Frost Nova, but the Singe wins the 50-50. And C9 can thank their lucky star for that one, because that was a scary sheep right there. Cubsy wouldn't have had his bubble for it before it would end, but now he finally does, and he has his sacrifice. So Cubsy, he has enough cooldowns to even get his trinket back by using those cooldowns in the meantime. So now it's all about Cloud9, and they are looking at Sam here. This could be the ice block. He's trying to hold on to a temporal shield. Cauterize triggers. He does only trigger the cauterize, and he's able to hold on to the ice block. So not too bad here for Sam, but still a victory nonetheless for C9.
Yeah, right now 42% dampening in this game. Sam getting interrupted, getting shut down. Trill still pushing forward to get some pressure rolling on a Chanimal. Sea-Doo caught into a full fear. Wealthy Man getting polymorphed up by Sam. He realizes he's in trouble right now. He needs to be careful. He does have the ice block, but no cauterize. He's not going to have that cheat death, so he's going to have to watch out for a big burst damage coming in from Cloud9. Wealthy Man actually being targeted down. Multiple Greater Power Blast coming into the chest. Wealthy Man almost gets absolutely deleted. That was a great swap by Mystery Org, punishing Wealthy Man. And I think at this point, Samheim, he just needs to Pyroblast anyone he can. He can go after Wealthy Man. He can go after Chanimal. Just do damage. Do as much damage as you can. Cubsy will struggle. And eventually you can find opportunities that way. And I think as long as Mystery Org does that, they're still not looking too bad in this game.
Trill needs to find a way to stay on a target at this point with 2 openings. Mystery Org, this is the best they're looking on what I would argue is like one of their worst maps. So if they could steal Ashamane's Fall away from Cloud9, that would be important to their overall victory in the series. They need to reverse sweep NA's toughest team, Cloud9. That's a tall order here. Trill getting on target. Sam lobbing out Greater Pyros. Sidu probably trying to drink. I feel like his mana could be a problem. Trill can't get to a target, though. He's taking huge fire. Line of sighting here. Sam in the back, just fishing for flame strikes. Cloud9 want to stall. They're waiting for unending resolve. They just want to buy time, but Trill knocks Chanimal out in the open, but he nether wards a Greater Pyro back at Sam. Double Shadow Fury, triple crowd control. Huge Chaos Bolt, gets counterspelled by Sam. Wealthy Man Kona Cold's Trill, trying to get him off of Chanimal at this point. Paralyzed on Chan. Sam goes for another Pyro. Chanimal ports out of line. Wealthy Man gets polyed. Sam tries to Pyro Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man shuts it down with a counterspell. Trill feared out in the open. They're going absolutely crazy after Sam there. Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt. This could be a block. Big connect. Oh my, doesn't block. On match point, another Chaos Bolt. Yeah, Sam's not going to disrespect Chan's Dark Soul in that position. Trading the Ice Block, cancels it, goes for Greater Pyros. Is he going to regret it? Chanimal still trying to find some Chaos Bolts. Sidu is struggling to top the team. And this is the Cloud9 we know and love. Deep dampening, triple threat. All that poke damage is starting to sink in. Look at Sidu's entire team on match point. Barely any cooldowns left, barely any mana left, and they're all just dying, pinned at the pillar. They're being choked out.
I feel like that was a pretty defining moment in the game right there. Sidu, he tried to sit down for a drink there. Sam got reflected on his Greater Pyro, and then they did a setup with that, stopped the drink, and forced out the Ice Block. C9 are just in a chokehold position now, and they were actually the ones behind the pillar, giving out basically the entirety of the map here for Mystery Org. I think Mystery Org should have sat down and drank the moment that happened, and just had Sam on max range, spamming out Graders. But unfortunately for them, that, I think, wrong decision there is going to cost them a lot. And Sam is dropping dangerously low here. Sidu activates the Vitality Conduit, but you can tell this Mistweaver, he does not have a lot of juice left in that mana bar. You can see Trill now ducking for cover here as he had to use his Fort Brew, and that Frost Mage damage, all those little tickles here that Sid likes to call them, are really starting to add up. These are some painful tickles at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, Trill, he's trying to move forward. They realize it's kind of do or die at this point of the game. They have to try to make a push. They are on match point. Trill uses the Karma. They shred through it immediately, and Trill is in a lot of trouble. Diffuse Magic, spamming out Vivifies. I don't know if he's going to be able to run. He does have his portal. He's going to have to use it, but that is not the position you want to be in as Trill. You push out for just a moment. You have to trade out your Karma. You have to trade out your Diffuse. Sam I Am's taking big Chaos Bolts, and this is looking awful for Mystery Org. Cloud9 is looking like they're going to 3-0 them and send them down to the lower bracket. Let's see what Sam is going to be able to do. He's still just tanking all this damage, looking for Greater Power Blast, and he gets sniped and taken down. Once again, Cloud9 showing dominance with their Mage Lock.
Cloud9 3-0ing Mystery Org in the first series of the day. Mystery Org, you know, they've tried this composition against Cloud9 in the past. It looked pretty close here this series. Do we feel like if they were to ever meet again in this tournament, Sid, that they would try that again on the side of Mystery Org, Fire Windwalker?
I think so. I mean, their games looked like they could win, unlike a lot of the other ones that we've seen in this matchup. So with better maps, they can win the Grand and then have the swing match for map advantage. I could see it working out for them. Now, their lower bracket could be really difficult. They might have to. I'm just wondering who's going to win between Charlotte Phoenix and M2KC. That's really the test, because I feel like both those teams could be dangerous for Mystery Org. It would be a rematch for Charlotte Phoenix to try and get revenge against Mystery Org, and then M2KC. They're very similar strategies to Cloud9, not the same composition, but the idea of just dragging the fight on, running laps around on the outside of the map, and just attritioning your opponents. So regardless, this top 4 is really a tough challenge for all these teams. And now with only one more opportunity left, Mystery Org can't afford any more mistakes.
No, they certainly can't. This is a double elimination. Now they are in the lower bracket and they are awaiting their opponent. That's going to be from this next series here, Charlotte Phoenix versus M2KC. So loser of that will face off against Mystery Org. But well done to Cloud9, 3-0ing the first series of the day. We just saw that replay, Zico, but talk us through that a little bit. What was that final setup to finally get Mystery Org down?
I think that was just C9, basically. They've hit the kind of critical mass at that point. At that point, you can basically take your hands off your keyboard if you're on C9. Just keep Rain of Fire up, keep your Frozen Orb and your Blizzard up. C2's everybody's already dying. And I think the biggest thing there was Trail ran out and tried to get aggressive, try to make something happen, because it's 60% dampening. Like if you're just running, you're obviously not going to get anything done. And so he was trying to set something up. They bumped his Karma. He took a whole bunch of damage, and then he ported back. And at that point, Shanimal just dropped his Infernals, and the rest was history.
All right, well done to them. They will be moving forward in the upper bracket. And now we're going to move on to our second series of the day. That's also going to be in the upper bracket, of course, is Charlotte Phoenix versus M2KC. And these teams have played each other in the circuit. Last time, Charlotte Phoenix was the winner of that series. Ben, do we feel like we're going to see a repeat of that, or do we think M2KC has something in the bag for us?
Well, so the last time these teams did meet, it was the Charlotte Phoenix playing Rogue Mage Paladin, and M2KC, that they ended up running the Windwalker Mage Paladin, and Charlotte Phoenix surprisingly did beat them. So they actually won with the Rogue Mage. But after that, they played against Mystery Org, and they ended up getting completely smashed. I think it was a 3-0, and Mystery Org was running the Windwalker Mage Paladin. So what I kind of expect is that we are going to be seeing Windwalker Mage Paladin mirrors. I don't think Charlotte Phoenix is feeling too confident with the Rogue Mage Paladin, and I think it's going to be one of those series where may the better team win. They're going to play the same composition. Whoever plays better is going to end up winning.
All right, well, we're going to go to a break. And when we come back, we will see Charlotte Phoenix face off against M2KC.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament was probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
Is Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% health. What is going on? They actually hit it. Ring. Temporal shield is on there. Warcraft Gaming.
Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Master's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Candy shot on Blizzo. Massive damage and they take down Warcraft Gaming in Arcturus 2019. BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage.
He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hey everyone, welcome back. If you're just tuning in, we are on our second series of the day. That first one was Cloud9 versus Mystery Org. Cloud9 3-0ing Mystery Org. And now we're on our second series. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix versus M2KC. Loser of this series knocked down to the lower bracket. And we talked about it a little bit before the break here. Got some Ven opinions on this series. But Supatis, do you think that there's a team favored in this matchup here? Or are they kind of evenly matched in this one?
I feel like they should be pretty evenly matched. I mean, M2KC are one of the highest teams right now on the ladder. I mean, they've been playing so many games together with that Windwalker Mage Paladin that I feel like they have to be close to the best at it, if not the best at that comp specifically. So unless Charlotte Phoenix have a direct counter, which it seems obscure if there is a direct counter, I think their matchup that they went for last time was Rogue Mage. Mage Lock can work too, although I doubt that's what we'll see. I'm anticipating Rogue Mage Paladin versus Windwalker Mage Paladin in game number 1, but it's something that either side could really take.
And Ven, before we went to the break, when you were talking about this series here, did you say you thought we might see a mirror?
I think we'll only see mirror. Like, my prediction is we see mirror the entire game. Every single game is a mirror, and whoever plays the mirror better will end up winning the series. But I could be wrong about that. Maybe the Charlotte Phoenix wants to try their hand at the Rogue Mage again, but I would be absolutely blown away if we don't see Windwalker Mage Paladin from M2KC. I feel like that's almost a certainty, and I think Charlotte Phoenix, their best option is to just mirror.
Mm-hmm. And if we do see that mirror Zico from Charlotte Phoenix and M2KC, what are the type of setups we're going to be looking for in this first game on the Grand?
It's mostly a mage race, so both mages are kind of just trying to fend themselves, try to take as little damage as they can from the Windwalker. 1 second, let me check my mic. We're chilling. Scarred for life.
You're good?
We're good.
I'd hope so, because you were like the third question, so that...
Yeah, that would have been a record.
No more excuses.
Would have been a record for sure. But I didn't check until I actually started talking. So, but yeah, they want to just drag the Windwalker around, drag them behind the pillar, sheep them there, and then go for, paralyze on the healer, big combust goes on the mage and stuns, and whatever mage can survive better and, connect better in the setups is more likely to, be the one that wins. And for the Windwalkers, it's just disruption and pressure and uptime. That's the name of the game for them.
All right, well, we soon shall see. It sounds like the players are ready to go. It is game number 1 of Charlotte Phoenix versus M2KC.
I'm pretty blown away. I'm pretty blown away by this, to be honest with you. I feel like the one thing about M2KC and the way they play this composition is they they play to win. And what I mean by that is M2KC is not afraid to just hide till 80% dampening and then just go all in on burn. And we've seen them do it in the past. I think they can do it again, but I guess the Charlotte Phoenix, they want to try to get an edge in this matchup instead of playing the mirrors, as I feel like M2KC is probably a little bit more experienced in that regard. And maybe this is one of those things with Jamili playing Frost that they might actually be able to pull it a win. I mean, I can see it working, but I think it's risky.
They've got the full turtle all day strategy, demonic circle, demonic gateway. So they've got the Cloud9 strategy if they want to try and execute on this. It's not what we would say is Charlotte Phoenix's forte. I feel like typically a team that likes to try and look to close games out. So let's see if they've adapted their strategies, if they can handle a deep dampening defensive gameplay, because I think the composition is capable of it, although you're going to be facing a team that is also very comfortable with going into deep dampening as well. So Jamili Byrne posted up in midfield, Jamili edging closer and closer to Brain at that pillar. Drake rolls back to Jamili to force him away, and Drake is playing protection for Brain, just attacking whoever pushes closer between Byrne and Jamili. Now Jamili blinks back and Byrne tries to push forward, so Drake switches to Byrne. That way Brain doesn't have to overextend, and he's never exposed to crowd control. They're going in for a big hit of damage onto Byrne here. Jamili tries to punish by blinking in, but doesn't find crowd control. Byrne has to port back. Now Jamili was left behind. M2KC just constantly swapping back and forth. Korlik pops Avenging Wrath, trying to recover through this split pressure and swaps of M2KC. And M2KC just continue to hold strong in that defensive posture.
Yeah, and if Aya wants an analogy for this game, we are going to the deep end. We might even be drowning at some point here. Fatigue might kick in. We're heading to
Get your scuba mask ready.
Fatigue.
Oh, yeah, you got that. Yeah, thank you. You know, when I was a kid, I thought it was called fatigue.
Yeah, well, that was not right. I'm just kidding.
Trilingual, so.
Yes. One thing I want to point out. Related to the game, they already get an ice block from Jamili. So Ceralium, he's actually put on 4 gushing. So he's playing gushing. Look at him. Ceralium just sitting back. Doesn't really need crowd control. He's just fireballing Jamili, combusting Jamili. Then he starts fireballing Burn. I think what he's literally trying to do is just do as much damage as he can. Like he's in a raid or something like that. Just put out as much pressure as possible. Really burning through Korlik's mana. Look at Korlik's mana already. 60%. Burn taking a little bit of damage. Jamili actually pushing in. He gets Dragon's Breath. Has to be careful. Charlotte Phoenix kind of realized this is not going their way. If Ceralium can just free cast fireballs, put gushing on everyone, Drake can kind of just bounce around and hit whoever they want. It seems like that plays into the favor of M2KC, and I think that Charlotte Phoenix, if they're going to play this composition, they have to try to go for crowd control and try to play to that early game advantage if they can.
I don't know if that works, though. I feel like the Frost Mage Destro with Port, like, it's already 2 ice blocks out of the way here. I mean, they're not even denting M2KC. M2KC are straight chilling in game number 1 right now. They're line-of-sighting Burn on the Dark Soul. They have a mana advantage. This strategy from M2KC looks really good. Going now after Burn, he's the closest caster. If he pulls back, they'll swap over to Jamili. I mean, M2KC need to find a way to penetrate the defense of M2KC at this point. They're just falling more and more behind. Perhaps it should have been Korlik trading cooldowns. Jamili finally getting in there, landing a Polymorph. Who are they going after? Ceralium. He temporals. He's at the pillar. Shouldn't die here. Gets Nether warded on a Poly and heals himself back to full. No pressure found there. Drake's fists flying at Jamili. Temporal trades. Big temporal there from Jamili. Korlik looking to try and recover. This whole team's stable. Jamili, I mean, he's got a tough choice. Like, yeah, maybe he needs to play aggressive and get crowd control to be able to win the game. He doesn't have 2 ice blocks, only 3 minutes and 45 seconds in. So if he tries to go for crowd control right now, the game could just end and they could lose. I mean, maybe they just turtle it out, wait 3 minutes for ice blocks, and that would be a better plan. But Drake's rolling in, paralyzes Korlik, going after Jamili. No ice blocks. Avenging Wrath pops. Big heals in from Korlik. Jamili trying to bait Drake across midfield. Brain saves Dispel for the hammer. Chaos Bolt's flying in from Burn. Drake ports back. It was a nice counter assault from Charlotte Phoenix. I like Jamili's positioning there, really pulling Drake into a unfavorable position. Drake's gonna have to be careful chasing targets like that again. No diffuse, no Fort Brute.
Yeah, we're gonna see another setup here, potentially initiated by Jamili. No, it's a Polymorph onto Ceralium. He gets knocked back into the clutches of Drake. And now Drake looking to potentially set up for the next Fist here. He's got his touch of karma. He's going to have his diffuse magic rotating back up. And the Windwalker, with that Windwalker mage composition, he's basically the bruiser of the comp. He's going to go in, use his defensives early on, and then try to build the pressure for his team, allow them to just sit back and throw out those fireballs. And Brain is actually still on a CC chain here. Drake could be in a little bit of trouble here. He ports to safety, not using diffuse, not using karma, not really using anything here. And once again, these trades are going in favor of M2KC. Brain's going to be out of CC. He's got his wings, should have no problems picking up his teammates. And now Burn is on the back foot. Vitality Conduit is rolling, and he's still taking a decent amount of damage, just trying to counter pressure with some Chaos Bolts. Burn going for Fear into the Chaos Bolt here as well. Drake still taking a decent amount of damage, but Burn is the one losing the exchange here. And you have a Windwalker and a Fireman. Oh, nice blink counterspell by Serrano. That could just be the game. Dress connect, and that is going to be a slapper proccing, and that is going to be game number 1 in favor of Charlotte Phoenix. What an excellent play there by Seralium, just kicking back, waiting, building up the pressure together with Drake, landing the blink counterspell on the heel, and then they just dump all of their damage with the dress, bust, and win.
I don't think I've seen Mage Lock get owned so hard in my entire life. Like, what? Like, that, they got completely owned. There was not any opportunities at all. Did they die before dampening too? It was pretty close,
Yeah.
I think. Like,
My
I've
dampening
never
prediction
seen
is
Mage
not.
Lock get owned so hard.
And this is one of the things I'm saying. I feel like M2KC, they know exactly what to do against every single composition. And Charlotte Phoenix, they're not experienced in this matchup, this is what happens. They get absolutely bullied, and this game was about as one-sided as you can get. And that's why I think the Charlotte Phoenix are going to have to, I really feel like they're going to have to go for that mirror mesh. It's a beautiful blink counterspell by Seralium, and that's what happens when you're putting out so much pressure. Eventually, Corley's going to not have his Avenging Wrath. He's going to have to try to get those casts out, and you can see it on the scoreboard just how much damage Drake and Seralium were doing. I mean, Seralium almost doubled the damage of Jamili in this match, so it is kind of the nature of the matchup, but also it's so much pressure that Corlick has to deal with.
Well done by M2KC, winning this first game of the series here against Charlotte Phoenix. Now Charlotte Phoenix will be choosing their map choice pretty soon here. What was the key difference, do we feel like, Zico, between this game that we just saw and the last series, Cloud9 versus Mystery Org? It was basically the same matchup except for the Holy Paladin on M2KC.
Well, yeah. So M2KC, Mystery Org were playing a full haste build on the mage, and they were basically trying to blink in, get setups, and try to win the game with, a big setup and a big push. And every time they did that, Chanimal had excellent kiting and survived, and then they were able to turn around the pressure with the other team being out of position. But M2KC, they did exactly what we kind of said we wanted to see from Mystery Org, just sit back and spam Greater Pyroblast. But obviously he wasn't playing Greater Pyroblast, he was just playing Gushing instead, and just sat back with those Gushings instead, and basically did the same thing the G-Pie mage would do, just with the Fireball spam. So a nice little talent strategy there, and gear strategy change. And they know if we push in on Mage Lock, we're not really going to win with CC. We're probably going to win with, big damage and then a random incap or a counterspell. And that's, I think, the least risky way to play the matchup.
All right, well, going into game number 2, Van, I think you did touch on it. Now, do you think that you want him to mirror here for game number 2?
Well, I want them to mirror I've always wanted them to mirror. So, the results of this matchup kind of have me double down what I want to see. But Charlotte Phoenix, they're going to go for it again. They're going to play the Mage Lock Paladin. It didn't look as well coordinated as we did see in the last series with Cloud9, but it's kind of hard to be at that level. But Charlotte Phoenix, obviously a phenomenal team, and I've always said that about this team. I feel like with their roster, Corlick, Nick, Burn, Jamili, if they show up and they have good chemistry and they're all playing to their potential, they can beat any team. They've proven it. They're a phenomenal roster. But M2KC, they are so experienced with this composition. You cannot be bringing your B game. You really have to step it up. Otherwise, I think M2KC is going to be walking away with the series.
How's the hair, Zico? Did you get it fixed?
I don't know.
Saw you fixing it before the...
Gonna have to make sure it's looking square. later, and you can fair and square. Unlike this matchup, I don't know about the matchup, but unlike the first game at least.
All right. Well, what do you think about this, Super Tees? Do you think it's unwise for Charlotte Phoenix to continue to play Mage Lock here?
I mean, can they beat them in a mirror? I mean, if we're just measuring up like 1-to-1, right? Let's just do 1-to-1. How do we feel about Drake versus Nick? I feel like Drake is better at Windwalker. I mean, just based on experience and time spent in the comp. I guess the advantage you would have actually is that M2KC, how often do they actually do mirrors? I feel like they're one of the only Mage Lock Paladins on the ladder. So maybe they actually don't have a great amount of experience in mirror. Whereas Mage Lock, they fight that every day, probably like 10 times in an hour. They fight Mage Lock. So like I feel like you're actually more likely to win in a mirror just because maybe they don't have much experience in a mirror. You can kind of win with just intuition at that point. I would like to see Charlotte Phoenix change if they're unable to find a win on Ashamains.
Okay, well, we'll see if they can here. It's M2KC up 1-0 versus Charlotte Phoenix in game number 2.
All right, let's see if M2KC can dominate as hard as they did in the first game. Burn is playing that imp, so very little incentive here for M2KC to push in and try to get something going in terms of CC. Drake actually taking a big hit there. He's going to port away to safety right away. No cooldowns really expended so far. Jamili getting knocked there on his Ray of Frost, and now Burn is the target. Ceralium is in formation. Look at Corlic. He's line of sighting those blink counterspells, putting a pillar between him. So Ceralium, in order to land a counterspell in this position, he would have to use 2 shimmers, and 2 shimmers is going to give Corlic a little bit more time to react to the blink counterspell and potentially fake it. So much more riskier for Ceralium to go for that same game-winning play, but we'll see as the game evolves what kind of positioning these players are going to have. Another nice thing about the map, of course, is going to be that Corlic can just stay very, very far away and just basically play the way Cubsy played against Mystery Org. Just be as far away as possible, just throw out heals, throw out some judges on the Windwalker if you can, and wait for your Mage Lock to do Mage Lock things.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they can do Mage Lock things. Drake right now taking quite a bit of damage. Does seem like Charlotte Phoenix has made some adaptations in this match that is putting it a little bit more in their favor. Full polymorph now secured onto Brain. Hammer of Justice on Drake, but I get the feeling he's going to be able to survive. Fortifying Brew and Diffuse Magic. Drake is running all out maximum versatility as kind of expected. He just really wants to be kind of the bruiser in this match. I don't even think he's playing slappers at all. So literally just the most versatility you could ever run. And that's going to make him very durable during these midfield exchanges. And Brain should be able to top him off at least until deeper in dampening. I feel like for the Charlotte Phoenix, it's unlikely they close out the game, especially with how reluctant they are to push in and get crowd control. I don't think their damage is going to be significant enough to actually take down Ceralium or Drake. As I say that, Ceralium's taking quite a bit of burst of damage, but Brain tops him off. And I don't know. I don't know who dampening favors in this matchup. I think if Charlotte Phoenix are playing this kind of way where they're forcing M2KC back and they bring it later into dampening, I think M2KC is actually going to be able to take full advantage of that with the way Ceralium's playing.
I mean, his damage is very threatening. It looks a lot better so far than the greater pyro attempts we saw from Sam. Corlic and a Paralyzer going for a push here on Burn. Nice leg sweep, Drestigat drop, Whirling Dragon Punch. But not enough damage to force too much from Corlic. No sacrifice or unending resolve. Good attempt nonetheless here. I would like to see Drake maybe switch to Jamili. Jamili's playing way too close to Brain at this point, and Drake's overextended. Trying to roll back to his team here, getting intercepted by Fierce. Surround gets hit hard, but he temporals most of the damage, recovering for now. And so if Drake doesn't have Drestigath or Touch of Death, I feel like pushing to the wizard that's further away is not a good idea. Right now, Jamili went pretty far back, and Drake got blasted, so he's going to port away. Try and recover. Let Ceralium do some work with those fireballs. He's reset his combustion. Where are they going to go with that? Go after Jamili, go after Burn. I mean, they ended up killing Burn last game in a surprise fashion, but I feel like Jamili maybe before dampening is a bit better of a target. He's standing in a tough spot. I love Jamili just goes as far back as possible, and then Drake gets overextended like this. Brain sits down for a drink, making sure that his mana is A-OK deep into dampening, as it is Mage Lock on Ashamain's Fall. It's likely where we're going. I like the positioning from Jamili and Burn right now. Jamili at the bottom of your screen, really far away from the pillar on the outside, and Burn on the opposite end of that. I feel like Drake should be going after Jamili in this position, as he's further away from Corlic, but they are going after Burn, popping the Storm, Earth, and Fire. trying to get some pressure. Burn ports back. Drake switches to Jamili. Good positioning there. Jamili likely to pull back to center left, and he does immediately. Now Drake rolls up to Burn. Brain and Seralim need to decide, are they going to push forward, leave the Pillars defense? It's going to be tough. I mean, this map is definitely working out a lot better for Charlotte Phoenix in terms of exposing their targets.
Yeah, and we're going to see Seralim in a fear right now, trying to get back to the good graces of that pillar. Once again, triangle formation initiated by Charlotte Phoenix. Drake's going to push out. Burn is the target of choice right now, and Burn is taking quite a lot of damage from that Fire Mage, ironically. We're going to see if they can get some paralyze here on the Corlick. It looks like Drake is moving up for it. There it is, paralyzed on the Corlick. Fist of Fury gets feared right away. Combustion gets ripped out. And this setup, I don't think is going to net them really anything unless Corlick makes a big mistake and gets locked or something. But no, Jamili is the one who soaks up the counterspell there on a poly. He blinks the Dragon's Breath, gets a nice sheep here as a result of it. Let's see if Burn can follow up. 1 Chaos Ball, 2 Chaos Ball, any fears from Burn? It doesn't look like it. Nice sheep by Seralim. Nice leg sweep there by Drake, and that's going to break up the chain. No, they do get another sheep here. Jamili, 1 final sheep, but again, shut down on that Shadow School from Burn, on that Shadow Fury, which is the same tree as Fear. So if you kick a Shadow Fury, you will not be able to use that Fear as well, which means Drake is Brain is gonna break out of crowd control. Drake is gonna trade out his Fort Brew right here. Big push coming in. Brain in a full Fear. Who's gonna fall first? Drake trades out the Karma.
Whoa.
Gets ice blocked. They had 2 Blessing of Protection and an Ineffable Pal on their team, but Jamili, trying to play like it was game 1, shoving those ice blocks early on. And we'll see if they can punish that. He's on hypothermia right now. Let's see. Combustion gets ripped out. Jamili's taking massive damage right there, but a big heal, and that sacrifice from Corlick is going to save the day.
Yeah, sacrifice, really good cooldown for saving the day. Jamili's going to be able to survive. It was a big push. I think it was the Drestigath from Drake as well. And now, Drake, he's not going to be feeling too confident for a little bit with no Transcendence. Diffuse Magic's back up, but probably going to be wanting to play a little bit safe. Ooh, nice little interrupt there, but Seralim with his positioning, I feel like it's unlikely. He does go down. Infernals get dropped down. Burn gets interrupted. Nice counterspell there by Seralim. You get a full polymorph. It gets singed off immediately. And it looks like they are going to be going after Jamili. Can they get that second ice block? Temporal Shield will be used. This is the Touch of Death as well. Corlick uses his Trinket and the Blessing of Protection to remove Touch of Death, but Drake's going to be happy with that. 1 less Blessing of Protection he's going to have to deal with his Karma, with his Touch of Death in the future. And M2KC, they're happy with that trade. They're just going to be pulling back to the pillar, getting a little bit of a reset, buying a little bit of time for Drake to get that Karma back up, which now is just a few seconds away.
Whoa.
Now they're making a big push on Jamili. They get the second ice block, and M2KC, they are on fire.
I think Corlick was trying to go for a drink in the back of the room, and Seralim's like, no way, I'm drinking it. I'm blinking in, combustion popped, guns blazing, gets a block. I mean, down 2 blocks, 7.5 minutes in, you're ahead on mana, you have all of your defensive cooldowns. This is a great position for M2KC right now in the matchup. They do pin Seralim in midfield, they're trying to punish him, but immediately recovering with that temporal. Brain in a full fear, perhaps not completely if he isn't able to get out of the line of sight. Burn going toe-to-toe. Seralim blinks on top of him. Dragon's Breath is cast. Gets shut down on the poly by Jamili. Jamili blinks in to follow up with Burn for some damage. Seralim slowly but surely trying to get back to the pillar. Lining up some fireballs, resetting that combustion. Going to be off cooldown. And just a couple more fireballs at this point. Avenging Wrath about to fade for Corlick. No ice blocks for Jamili. Corlick needs to get ready. He's got Divine Shield. He's got Sacrifice. He may need to trade that if he gets in position for a Paralyze from Drake. Corlick needs to stay far away from Drake. If he gets a free Paralyze here, it could be very dangerous, potentially even the game. Jamili's just down to half. Oh, Corlick gets Ring of Peace on his cast. Really trying to catch him off guard there, but now Burn secures a fear. Corlick charging in. Where's the hammer from Corlick? Looking to find a target. Goes after Drake. Immediately removed there. Not going to get any value. Drake hitting the closest wizard, being burned. Burn ports back. Drake probably going to switch to Jamili if he can switch to anybody at the moment. Going back to Jamili. Seralim pops the combustion during that push, but Avenging Wrath up for Corlick. He heals through it easily. Nice port by Drake, porting away from the Frozen Orb. Getting out of that massive cooldown from Jamili. Nice reaction. M2KC with just an all-around solid performance so far.
Yeah, and we're going to see Burn in a Hammer of Justice. I think he singed it off of himself. And I wonder if you can counterspell the Imp. I'm pretty sure if the Imp is casting. So if you counterspell the Imp, you lock it on fire. And I think Singe Magic is actually fire. So I don't know if you want to get really creative. Maybe you can kick it and go for a sheep. But We're going to see Ceralium is not really about those sheeps. He's just going to sit back, pump out those fireballs, stack up that gushing. Jamili is going to have two ice blocks rotating back up in about a minute and a half from now. So if he can hold on a little bit longer, it's going to be good. Ceralium taking a lot of damage here. He gets counterspelled on Arcane. He can't blink to the pillar. Brain was in a fear, but he does break out. Avenging Wrath comes through, and Brain is going to be able to keep his teammates completely safe. Burn porting back to the good graces of the pillar, and now Ceralium feeling a little bit more confident here to just push up in the match and go for a little bit more damage here. And he's just trying to reset that fireball, reset that combustion. Every single time he fireballs, you can see his combustion cooldowns go down by 5 seconds, and if he does it enough times, well, you can maybe get a combustion before Cordic has his sacrifice back up, and they can force some massive cooldowns that way. But right now, Brain sheeped up. Ceralium kind of low. Drake as well, taking a little bit of damage. Brain actually getting feared now by Burn, and now Burn getting sheeped here to try to stop the setup, but he was able to connect that Vitality Conduit, which means that everybody on M2KC is going to be fine, and Brain has his wings as well back, so M2KC not in a bad spot, and this is about the point in the game where Burn is a really exposed target.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Drake's running that Tiger Eye brew. He's going to be able to pierce through a lot of the armor the Destruction Warlock has. Full Hammer of Justice onto Drake. Not a bad setup here. Brain healing through it, not using his Avenging Wrath. Now finally, and that should be able to top off Drake if he can get a big Divine Favor heal. Big burst of damage onto Burn. Paralyzed onto Corlic. Immediate Trinket Sacrifice. And I mean, you can just tell by the way M2KC is playing this, they're not even going for crowd control. They're literally getting Trinket Sacrifice off the back of just a 4-second paralyze from Drake. And that's what makes this composition so scary. It is very explosive. Jamili now pushing in. Ceralium and Drake trying to punish him and force him back. But with 2 ice blocks, Jamili's feeling pretty confident here to start to get some crowd control rolling, because I don't know, I just feel like as dampening gets higher and higher, it's definitely a double-edged sword. It's going to allow Charlotte Phoenix poke damage to start adding up. That blows at that Frozen Orb, but at the same time, I don't know if Corlic's going to be able to handle the pressure Drake and Ceralium are putting out.
His mana is definitely saying it's not. I mean, he's massively behind that of Brain at this point. Cooldowns also fairly behind. Dark Soul Infernal available, though, for Burn. He's going to need to make something happen with that. Touch of Death's going to get bopped off right before the Dragon's Breath. Nice timing by Corlic, but the Polymorph is secured with the Frost Nova. They win the 50-50 on the Dispel. This could be a big opportunity to push for a block on Jamili. Combustion gets popped here. Power play. Tressagat drops. How are they going to trade Divine Favor? Corlic trying to recover without using an ice block here. They managed to stabilize. Drake has to give up the push. Ceralium's trying to abandon the push as well. Making it back to his team. Jamili on the left, Burn on the right, looking to pincer in on M2KC. Drake, you know, the bruiser of the team, full versatility, charges out. Tries to be the kind of the meat shield for the team. Tank a lot of damage with all that versatility. Charging right on top of Burn. Paralyzed. Big push once again here by M2KC. Can they topple Burn? They are so close, but not enough damage. Avenging Wrath, big heals coming in. Drake trades Fort Brew to just stay on target. Maybe dampening is really starting to make it difficult for Corlic here. Drake is not retreating. Ceralium out in midfield. They stop the poly on Brain. They're still just going all out on Burn. Burn down in half. I mean, Corlic's going to use all of his mana to heal through this damage if he keeps having to spam heal. Jamili's getting soloed by Ceralium in midfield. Corlic now has to heal 2 targets with no Avenging Wrath. I don't think he's got the throughput to do it. They're getting overwhelmed. Block from Jamili. Burn could fall. Oh, they're overlapping every single cooldown. The only thing going for Corlic right now, Ineffable Truth just procced. And his Avenging Wrath that ended like 5 seconds ago, it's 5 seconds away from happening again. He just needs to make it to that point. Will he be able to? Now 10 seconds away. Jamili's Temporal about to go off, and this is insane pressure. Plays, defense, just all around. M2KC know exactly what to do at every second of this game. And they're just toying with Charlotte Phoenix at this point. Burn could topple. Avenging Wrath rolling. Big heals from Corlic. Now Jamili gets chomped. He blinks back in to Corlic's side. He's trying to recover the team at 50% dampening, but it's such a tall order. Divine Favor heal. Jamili's recovered. Burn is still falling behind. Meteor comes in from Ceralium. He's going to reset that combustion and one more fireball. He's got combustion, and this combustion could win the game.
We're going to see if they can do it. Right now, Ceralium pops it. Jamili, what are you going to do? Touch of Death is active. So much damage about to explode. He's going to use that ice block right immediately. And we're going to see Burn now on the back foot. Drake's all over him. And right now he's going to roll back to Jamili as he exits the ice block. There's the leg sweep. Big damage. Suralium still just lobbing out these fireballs, just staying at max range, staying on full HP. Korlik has 0 mana left, 0 cooldowns left outside of that Divine Shield, but with no Avenging Wrath to power through with Divine Shield. I'm not sure if he can do it. He pre-vitalities the poly. They get a poly onto Brain. They need to make something happen with this. Drake gets hammered. He trinkets out of it, but it's Jamili on the back foot. Suralium all over him, and I don't know how long Charlotte Phoenix are going to be able to hold on. Their healer is completely tapped at this point, man.
5 seconds on combustion, and that might be the last explosive punch that M2KC does need. Charlotte Phoenix completely out of mana, completely out of cooldowns, and this game is not going in their favor whatsoever. Jamili taking a huge hit once again. Divine Shield sacrificed the last line of defense from Korlik to keep Jamili alive. That was a combustion. That was a meteor. Icy Veins by Jamili. He really wants to turn around this pressure, but there is just no openings. Suralium has his ice block. Brain has every defensive cooldown, and Charlotte Phoenix are slowly but surely unraveling in this match. Paralyzed now onto Korlik. Jamili still in the midfield, eating a Fist of Fury, but Suralium gets feared away. Good defensive plays here, but Korlik gets sniped and taken down, and Korlik did everything he could to keep his team alive, but M2KC, once again, I mean, that game took a lot longer than game number 1, but still, there was basically no scary moments in the match for them. They just looked like they were completely comfortable and completely dominated that game number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, Korlik has no mana left. Dampening is so high. Anybody just even taking a point of damage is pretty much GG. You see Jamili here is getting blasted. Suralium in a fear right now. Jamili is trying to soak up some hits with the temp, but Korlik just dying to basically instant pyros there at the back end of that from Suralium as soon as he comes out of that fear. And I mean, at this point, no one really made like an insane play to like end the match, but I think the big story is, you know, how consistently M2KC played to even get to this point. And if we don't see a Rogue Mage Pally, a Roguelock Pally, or a Windwalker, I don't think we're going to see a Windwalker Mage, but I think if we don't see a Rogue Mage Pally in this next game, then I think we're going to be seeing Charlotte Phoenix in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, any guess as to why they decided to continue to lock in Mage Lock on game number 2 here?
I don't know. I guess they saw the previous match and they thought that they were as good as C9, or that I really don't know. Like on paper, when you do get to dampening, you should be in a pretty good spot. But I feel like this is a matchup that Windwalker Mage is actually kind of okay with. We've seen a lot. Like I feel like Windwalker in general is pretty good into Destrolock, especially late in dampening.
All right, well, I mean, now M2KC here on match point. Charlotte Phoenix struggling a little bit in this series. Charlotte Phoenix, if you look at the history of how they've been playing in the circuit, they are the team that 3-0'd Cloud9. They had an incredible season. This is an amazing team of individuals as a team as well, and now we're seeing them potentially getting knocked down here in the lower bracket in the NA Finals. And I don't know, do you think that they're going to stick with Mage Lock Subatees, or what are they thinking here?
No way. I mean, there's no way. They're going to probably do, I think, small map and Rogue Mage Pally, I think, would be my guess. Rogue Mage Paladin on hook point. After that, then they probably blind lock Mage, Windwalker, Paladin, I think, for the rest of the series. But this next game, I'm imagining they're going to go hook point. That game, they just got completely owned. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. Like, there was no way they were going to win that game. And they got to 61% dampening on their best map, and there's no way they were going to win it. No, they would be throwing, I think, to keep trying this. So I think their next step is going to be Rogue Mage Paladin.
And if they do decide to lock that in, any guesses on map choice here, Zico?
I think Dalaran Sewers. I think that's where they're going to get flushed.
Dollar and Sears. What about you, Subtees?
Wouldn't they have already been flushed? If they're in the sewer. In your pun. Oh, hook point, Rogue Mage. I get a point.
That went right over my head. You get a point.
Yeah. Charlotte Phoenix, Jamili got cold feet, and now he's going to be playing Fire, Rogue, Mage, Paladin on Hook Point. And I mean, this is a matchup Charlotte Phoenix has won before. The last time they played this out, they didn't. Well, thank you, Zico. Appreciate that very much. I was waiting for that one. I thought about it in the last game, and I'm super stoked that I was able to bust it out. But
I get it. Jeez. That took me a second. That was good. That was a good one. That's a delayed reaction from me, but I like it.
It's okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Continue,
you know,
continue.
I don't often crack jokes, so when I do, it's like it comes as a bit of a surprise, you know. But yeah, this is
what it is.
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, Charlotte Phoenix actually beat M2KC the last time they played out this matchup, but I think they lost confidence after they got completely owned by Mystery Org running M2KC's composition. So I think that kind of shook their confidence a little bit, but I'm happy to see that Charlotte Phoenix, they're just going to be sticking to their guns, the Rogue Mage Paladin, and they're just going to try to put their best foot forward and see what they can get done. But backs against the wall, they are one game away from being knocked down to the lower bracket and having to play against Mystery Org once again.
Do we feel like this is their best option though, out of their composition pool, and with this map here? Is this probably the best thing in your mind, Ven, that they could have run?
I mean,
I know
I really wanted to see
the mirror. You want to see the mirror?
Well, yeah, I think mirror is their best option, but they obviously, I mean, Nick, I would say Rogue is probably his main, or Rogue is his main. Although he plays tons of classes at a really high level, it's like it doesn't really do him justice to be like, oh yeah, Windwalkers is alt, you know, or Warriors is alt, because he does play them, and you know he's extremely good at them. So I feel like they could play the mirror match and do okay, but they're opting to go with the Rogue Mage Paladin. Maybe have a little bit more experience with this composition in this matchup, and just hope it goes their way. I mean, it's not a matchup that's impossible to win, for sure. I mean, they definitely can, but I don't think it's completely in their favor. I would say it's probably one of those matchups that's like a 60-40 for the Windwalker Mage Paladin, but we'll see what the Charlotte Phoenix can get done.
We soon shall see. Charlotte Phoenix, real high pressure situation for them here. If they lose this game, they are knocked down to the lower bracket. We will see if RM Palette is the right choice for them. M2KC 2-0 versus Charlotte Phoenix.
I'm not going to say it because I don't want to jinx Brain. I'm not saying it. All right, here we go. One of the main strategies for Rogue Mage, obviously, is to kill the healer. So let's see if this map's going to work out for Charlotte Phoenix. Nick and Stealth sneaking his way towards Brain. Jamili as well. Looking for the tag team. Who's going to open? Not finding a sap just yet. Patiently waiting. Perhaps they got combat. Looks like they're trading combat with Dispel. Dragonsmith on Cerealium, blind on Brain. They're going after the Windwalker. Drake pre-walled. A blind from Stealth. Insane play from Drake. Brain's trying to sit the remainder of the crowd control, but that forward has got so much value. Now Corlick and Apolly blinding light. They're swapping back over to Nick. This might be good night on match point. Where's the damage? Now they switch back over to Jamili, really trying to mix it up and keep Charlotte Phoenix on their toes. Jamili down to half. Drake and a Frost Nova breaks out, connects some big damage. Corlick trinkets. Trinket out of the way without a sacrifice. A bit odd for the Paladin not to pair those cooldowns together. That could be an opening. Brain and a Hammer of Justice. Jamili blinks back. Are they going to get a poly? They're getting shut down. Double blind by Corlick, but Drake's already kited so far away. Double ring. It's 3 versus 1. Drake ports right back to his team right when Nick got there. Nick's in stealth. He just guessed that he was there, but they ultimately do reconnect. Big damage. Edge smoke bomb by Nick. Nice attempt there, but Brain's out of crowd control. Drake looks like he's stabilizing. Now Jamili needs to play defense.
Drake with excellent defense so far this game. You can tell this man still got it. And now he's looking to get aggressive here onto Jamili. Moving forward here. Let's see. Does he have the leg sweep? He's coming up in about 2 seconds. He wants to get it onto Nick. And here we go. I think he's, no, he's going to wait a little bit for that CC to come off cooldown. Brain didn't have his Hammer of Justice just yet, but they are setting up onto the Rogue. There's the disarm onto Nick. Nick knows what's about to happen. He's going to try to pre-feint it, but we'll try to pre-evasion maybe. Maybe they're going after Jamili. No, there it is. Hammer of Justice, Combustion, Trinket, Cloak of Shadows immediately here by Nick. Excellent push here coming out of M2KC. Now it's Charlotte Phoenix's turn. What are they going to do? Corlick looking for the hammer. Pre-Vitality Conduit. Jamili looking for the sheep. Sheep's up Drake. Swaps it over to Brain. Where is the damage though? Cerealium right now looking kind of okay still. Nick going for the resap here into the Garrote Silence. Into the Garrote onto the healer. Any more CC and that's going to be a block. But nope. They do bop out of the blind. Still weird that Brain didn't use his sacrifice in any of this exchange, but he actually does come out ahead on that trade. He just bops very, very late right there and then keeps his mage alive, still has his sacrifice for the next sheep attempt. And now he's going in to push CC here to get a full blind into Ring of Frost onto Corlic. Nixon a leg sweep, big damage coming out, and that is going to be the Divine Shield sacrifice coming out of Corlic. And right now, M2KC are looking charged up.
Yeah, they're going after Brain, but a beautiful grapple weapon from Drake completely shuts down Nick, and now he actually commits his Vanish offensively. A little bit of a scary decision there. I mean, Brain appears to be quite healthy. Divine Favor, Holy Light, and now Nick is just one Vanish down, which is a very important defensive cooldown. He's got no Trinket, no Cloak of Shadows, and no Vanish. So if he gets caught in a stun, it's going to be up to Corlic to keep him alive. Hammer of Justice, big damage from Soralium. This is the combustion as well. Dragon's Breath onto Corlic, but maybe Nick will be able to survive. He gets the feint, he gets the evasion. Polymorph onto Corlic, he does have the trinket, and he manages to connect the Vitality Conduit without having to use anything else. And I would say for Charlotte Phoenix, that's definitely a win in their book. Now, kidney shot onto Soralium as they're looking to go after a new target. Drake actually pre-fortifying Brood once again before going into a full polymorph. Brain still in crowd control. Double Blinding Light comes in, and they might be able to get the ice block. Nicely done here by the Charlotte Phoenix. They're trying to turn around this series and put a point on the board, and they're making a case for themselves so far in this game.
Oh, double blind. Nick's in trouble. Huge hit. Trinket Cloak. Drake's still just hammering down. Fist of Fury. Corlic's in a full poly on his Avenging Wrath. This is devastating for Charlotte Phoenix on match point. Touch of Death about to go off. Where's the bop? He's stuck in a stun. Not able to... He gets the bop off right at the last second, taking that Touch of Death away off from Nick. Nick needs to get something going, but where do you go? You got a Divine Shield Paladin, an Ice Block Mage, and a Karma Diffuse Magic Monk. There's no openings for this Vendetta. They've got Blind at least. That might get Divine Shield out of the way. They need to think about pulling the trigger on it ASAP because Nick's got no Trinket, no Evasion, and no Cloak, and Combustion's available for Soralium. He could just close this series out if they get a clean setup here onto Nick, and Nick knows it. He's running away, trying to maybe potentially find a restealth. Drake's in crowd, so there's the blind play. How are they going to deal with it? Is it going to be a Divine Shield sacrifice? Soralium pre-temporals the kidney, heals himself to full, but the crowd control is endless. Jamili gets a poly. They're still gunning after Soralium, but I don't know if they've got the damage to do it here. Soralium survives, Brains out of crowd control, and now Nick and Corlic, they got to be afraid. Any crowd control engaged here could be lights out. Are they going to blink in for it? They do. Pre-sacrifice. Nice play, but they're swapping to Corlic with no Divine Shield. Big hit over to Corlic. Divine Protection, Vitality Conduit. Corlic doesn't panic and recovers through the swap. That was a nice play by Corlic on Charlotte Phoenix. Now Soralium on the back foot, Brain in a poly, but no damage to be found here. More polymorphs incoming. Corlic in position. Hammers down. Soralium at half. Interrupted by Nick. Jamili connects. Blinding Light follow-up. Nice setup by Charlotte Phoenix. Gunning for the Cauterize. Denied, though, by Soralium. Brains out of crowd control. Holy Avenger. Vitality Conduit. Big recovery. Soralium holds strong. Once again, still no Gliders Medallion on Nick. The hammers are down. Big hit here. Blinding Light on the Corlic. He trinkets. He's got Avenging Wrath, but it's so much damage. Feint on 30%. Corlic powers through with a Divine Favor. Nick's back in the fight. And these teams continue to go toe-to-toe.
Beautiful stuff here coming out of M2KC. That setup forced out Corlic's Trinket, but he does have his bubble coming back up. Sacrifice in about a minute. Soralium is the one in trouble right now in a kidney shot, taking hell of damage. And we're going to see Soralium finally breaking up that CC. Actually, Drake breaking up that CC chain with that leg sweep. And that's going to allow Brain to finally get some time to heal up his mage. Jamili counterspell there on Arcane, but Soralium now getting Shadow Step kick. He's trying to rip out the combustion. Big damage here onto Nick. Touch of Death is rolling as well, but Nick very slippery on that rogue, trying to get away with that kiting maneuver. Corlic is out of CC now, so he's going to be able to keep him alive. And Nick looking to get aggressive on the mage, but he's still quite low there. Finally, big Divine Favor is going to connect. And now Drake looking to turn his pressure here over onto Jamili and Corlic, just cleaving them a little bit behind the pillar. Brain is in a full sheep. There's the grapple weapon. There's the counter spell. Jamili, if he has a Ring of Frost, he can keep the chain going. Doesn't look like it. Corlic gets intercepted now, and Jamili is the one on the back foot. This could be an ice block. If they have follow-up CC, they get the blind here, but they need more. Jamili's super low here. Can they get something? Brain gets the hammer down onto Corlic. No trinket. It's either going to be a Divine Shield or an ice block, but it doesn't look like Drake is going to be able to connect here. And he gets the proc with that big dress connect, but that's going to be all they bang at the end of that CC chain. Corlic's going to recover his teammates. Still a very nice push here once again by M2KC.
Yeah, really nicely done. Really trinkets out of that. 15% dampening at this point of the game. Drake getting a huge hit with that Drestagath. Jamili no longer has his cheat death, and now full polymorph secured onto Korlik. Jamili's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Still no temporal shield. A big blazing barrier. He drags Drake out of line of sight, going for a Dragon's Breath Sheep, but he gets Spearhand striked. And now Jamili, it might be the ice block. And right now, M2KC, they're pulling ahead in this matchup. I mean, Korlik, he still has his Trinket Sacrifice Divine Shield, but Jamili with no cooldowns left. I mean, Korlik gets interrupted. They might be able to just close it out right now. That interrupt from Cerulean was massive. I mean, he had so many cooldowns to work with, but a clutch counterspell negates all of them. And M2KC with a quick 3-0.
Dropping down to the lower bracket, and M2KC moving forward here in the upper bracket. And now, what do we feel like that last game looked like? Was that any closer, Ben?
I mean, it seemed a lot more convincing to me. It seemed like they're a lot more experienced in this matchup. I would say that's the main thing. The Rogue Mage Paladin just seemed like they were kind of firing on all cylinders. Their setups looked clean. They had moments of opportunities to actually burst and win, but I mean, that's what happens when you lock in this composition at the last second. All of a sudden, if you just lose one game, it's kind of over for you. I don't really mind that M2KC, I'm sorry, I don't really mind that the Charlotte Phoenix experimented with the Mage Lock, but I think after game 1 wasn't looking so good. After game 2, I mean, at that point, you basically have no choice but to change with how it was going. I still would have liked to just see them mirror match and just try that, but I'm happy with the Rogue Mage Paladin as well.
Yeah, and we're going to see here, the last couple of seconds, setup happening here. Jamili in the ice block, and here comes the counterspell. Divine Favor, insta-stolen. Cerulean gets the counterspell, and that's going to be the Swifty one-shot there by Drake. We're going to find Charlotte Phoenix in the lower bracket. God's plan.
Yep, now they're going to be dropping down to the lower bracket. They will be facing off against Mystery Org. But how do we feel like M2KC is doing? Do we think that this is something that could carry them all the way to the grand final, Super T's? That was, I mean, pretty solid series from them all around.
Obviously, Charlotte Phoenix Mage Lock is not Cloud9 Mage Lock, but their strat looked good, like in terms of the matchup. So I feel like at least on their map picks, they're going to beat Cloud9, I think, in the matchup. So it could come down to Nagrand, that entire series. And I'm wondering, like, who would have guessed, like, M2KC, they're kind of just the ladder grinders. They've just put in the time together, even though they're only playing one comp. That comp happens to also be really good, Mage Paladin and
extremely
Windwalker,
good.
But like, they've put in thousands of games, I think, on the ladder. Like, they are just grinders. So even though they're not, like, the big names, like you see Snuts and Sea-Doo and Chanimal and Jamilian like that, but they've put in the time, and you can tell.
And then how do we feel like this next series is going to go here? Charlotte Phoenix versus Mystery Org in the lower bracket. This is going to be an elimination round, Zico. Is this going to be a tough series?
I think it's going to be a close one for sure. I think it could come down to, well, I think Mystery Org is going to probably lock in Mage Windwalker. And for Charlotte Phoenix, are we going to see Mage Lock again? To be honest, I don't want to see that. But they did get kind of dumpstered when they played Rogue Mage. So maybe Mage Windwalker Mirror, or maybe a Mage Lock versus a Mage Windwalker in game 1.
And then for what do you think, Ven? What do you want to see in terms of compositions?
Mage, Windwalker, Paladin, Mirrors, every game. Again, that's going to be my prediction. It probably won't happen, but I think that would be the best option for Charlotte Phoenix. But we'll see. Maybe they try the Mage Lock. I mean, they did just see Cloud9 end up beating Mystery Org, so maybe they think their Mage Lock is good enough to take them down. We'll have to wait and see.
I think you're jinxing it a little bit with the mirrors.
I'm not trying. I don't believe in that stuff.
Seems like every time you want a mirror to happen, we don't see it. But yeah, well, we'll see shortly if that is going to be what we're going to be seeing for that next series. But what do we think about this upper bracket that we're going to be, that upper bracket game that just got formed, Cloud9 versus M2KC, Super T's? Do we think M2KC can take Cloud9 down?
I mean, after watching that last series, I think so. I think Charlotte Phoenix could also challenge them, but I wonder if Snuts and Wealthyman are preparing Mage Windwalker at all, or if they're just really banking on Mage Lock to be the kind of go-to, is what I'm wondering, because M2KC have looked the most threatening that I think I've ever seen them look. So I definitely wouldn't be comfortable if I was Cloud9 right now in this position. And I'm wondering what they're going to start with. I mean, I'm wondering, but if there's no way they don't play Frostmage Destro. They're going to. But they must have watched that last game, those last first games with Charlotte Phoenix. Maybe they're just like laughing, like, oh my, look at Charlotte Phoenix Mage Lock. Like, we would never have this happen to us. I'm curious what they were thinking, like watching M2KC against that team.
I'm curious. I'm curious as well. And then, okay, I am also curious what you guys think. You know, we know that Charlotte Phoenix, they were the team to 3-0 Cloud9. If they somehow face each other once again in this tournament, Zico, do we think we might be able to see a repeat of that again? Or is Cloud9 going to kind of do what they do and adjust their strategy and come out with another win?
Well, I think actually, yeah, I think if it comes down to that, I think Charlotte Phoenix is probably the team that's most likely to be able to win a series against C9. But I would also say that M2KC, they have a decent shot. However, I think if M2KC drops down to the lower bracket and maybe knocks Charlotte Phoenix out a little bit later, then I think the C9 are looking pretty good at that point, because I think in general, if Charlotte Phoenix loses their next game, C9 are they're just gonna be buzzing. They're gonna be so happy. Their hardest team is just out of the tournament and they just avoided them completely.
Well, we will see shortly if that happens. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we will go to that Charlotte Phoenix versus Mystery Org series coming up next. everyone, welcome back. We are now on our third series of the day. If you're just tuning in, M2KC just 3-0'd Charlotte Phoenix. Now it's going to be Charlotte Phoenix facing off against Mystery Org. But now you're joined by Peekaboo. How are you doing? Are you excited?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I'm actually pretty nervous right now again. It's kind of reminding me of back when I did this the first time a year ago. Kind of freaked me out being in my room though.
Yeah, you know what? It's your own computer, it's your own room. We're all friends here, and I'm sure people are super excited to see you. And how do you feel as your team? I'm curious of what you guys thought of the round robin format. Did you guys like doing that?
I think the round robin format was actually pretty fun. I thought it was going to be a lot better for us, but we actually had a lot of our hardest matchups first. So it was actually kind of discouraging when we just lost and then lost and then lost and then almost lost again, in a row. But overall, I think it's better for WoW because it gives because you can easily be get bad brackets or kind of get unlucky tournament runs. So this kind of avoids that from happening, which is cool.
Yeah, it is. And looking back on this whole series for you as a team or you as a player in your own experience, what was the most difficult part for you for this season?
I think the most difficult thing was just kind of like the gear difference from the tournament servers to the live servers. It's always just been a kind of a thing in WoW, but I think now more than ever for our team specifically, our classes weren't super insane. So a lot of the things that we would have had to try to play to learn, we didn't really have tools to do it on the live servers. And I think that was kind of our biggest downfall. So it was so difficult to try to play anything besides what we've been playing our whole life. But that, and then also just kind of the atmosphere, it feels like, because of what's been going on and in the world and stuff, it made it feel like it was harder to play WoW a little bit. But I think everyone kind of felt that way though. So who knows how much better people could have gotten if everything was, kind of normal and the mood was all good and stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been an adjustment for all of us and all of you guys as players. I also, real quick, one last question for you, and I'll stop grilling you. I want to know what's your opinion on the European games that you saw yesterday? How did you feel about those games?
That was actually pretty insane. I was really expecting XSET to just take it all because I feel like they've been winning everything and they seem very dominant. So I was very surprised to see it end the way it did. I caught most of the finals games because I was actually asleep for the first portion of it. But after that, I ended up checking some of the games out and just seeing the compositions that are played. It was I wish that NA got to play versus EU, so we could have seen once and for all at the end of BFA where each region was in terms of how good they were. So that's the one thing I looking back is okay, I wish I could have seen that.
That's fair. All right, well, I'm super excited to have you here, and of course, Venruki and Zico are also with us as well, and now we're going to see Charlotte Phoenix versus Mystery Org face off against each other. Then, do you think that there's one team favored in this next matchup?
Well, I feel like for both these teams, it's going to be a matter of if they still have their confidence. I mean, going down to the lower bracket right away, obviously not the position that you want. And I think just the way both of these teams went into the lower bracket as well is something they're going to have to shake off and try to just bring their best foot forward for this next series. The last time these two teams met, it was Mystery Org that ended up winning. I think it was a 3-0, a very convincing win, playing the Windwalker Mage Paladin. Charlotte Phoenix playing the Rogue Mage Paladin. It just didn't seem like that matchup was really going in their favor. So I'm curious to see if Charlotte Phoenix is going to make any adaptations, if they're going to bring in a Windwalker of their own, or if they're going to try to just play a little bit better, play the Rogue Mage Paladin, and just see how it goes.
And Peekaboo, you face off against both of these teams. Which one did you feel like you had the most difficulty against as a team?
Honestly, it's hard to say. It feels like every team can be super hard because everyone has access to the really strong compositions such as a Windwalker Mage or things like that. Most teams that have a Mage on them, it just seems like whoever plays better that day is what it feels like. Sometimes we would go in there and it'd be a very convincing victory for us, and then others we would just instantly lose. So I think it's very, I think everyone is extremely capable of playing at the best level, and it kind of just matters who goes in at the same time. So that's hard for me to say because every team felt really difficult for us because we couldn't really kill anyone really quick. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we do have another question as well from that hashtag Ask AWC that you guys, the viewers, submitted on Twitter at WoW Esports on Twitter. And that question is, what is everyone's favorite comp and what is your least favorite comp? Zico, I'm going to start with you.
Let's see here. My favorite comp, it's gotta be Rogue Mage. I'm a Rogue Mage guy. And my least favorite comp, that's Arcane Rogue Mage, by the way. My least favorite comp, probably like to go up against, I would say, is gotta be either Mage Lock or tank comps.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not a big fan of like the Thug Bear and stuff like that.
I think Sid is a good thing he's not here for this one. All right, Ben, what about you?
So I don't know. It's hard to say. Right now, I think my favorite composition to play is Mage Windwalker because it's insane. You can beat everything. So Mage Windwalker, Rogue Mage. When I play my own Windwalker, I really like playing Windwalker Death Knight. That's a really fun composition. I like compositions that you just can win at any point in the game. You don't have to wait for dampening. You can win in the early stages. You can win in the mid game. You can win in the late game. And I think all those compositions, for the most part, are kind of like that. I would say the composition I don't like playing against the most. Even though they're not that great right now, I personally really don't like playing against Destruction Warlocks. I really don't like playing against Elemental Shamans, especially on my Mage. They just have so much disruption. Mage Lock is another one. I think all of us can kind of agree that playing against Mage Lock it's a bit of a nightmare. So I would say those compositions for the most part.
All right, PKB, what about you?
Right now, my favorite comp to play is definitely going to be the Shadow Priest Rogue. I played that more than anything. I used to really like playing Thug Cleave, but if I ever play it now, I'm losing every single game. So I usually just try to avoid that at all costs now. And then the worst things to fight are absolutely tank compositions, I think. Even though now they're not as good and you can beat them for the most part, just that comp is, I don't know why, it just really rubs me the wrong way. I don't like those comps at all.
Just rubs you the wrong way.
Yeah, it's just an instant tilter.
Are there any compositions from Shadowlands that you guys have been enjoying playing at all?
I played on the beta. I was playing some triple DPS. I was playing Shadow Priest, Rogue, Mage with Zaryu and Wiz, and we were beating like 90% of people. We even fought Carl playing with Smexit and Snuts. Crushed him.
Yeah, I heard about that.
DPS. Yeah, so Carl's already looking washed up in Shadowlands, so I don't know what's gonna happen with that.
I bet you like Thug Cleave in Shadowlands as well. Probably pretty good, right?
Yeah.
I saw the Hunters on Shadowlands, and we got 1v3'd in like 3 seconds, and I was wondering, okay, like, where's our Hunter? We finally, maybe Hunter's gonna be sick, and then Vince can carry us or something. That'd be ideal. Get a game off the bench or something.
Ben, Zika, what about you guys? Anything that looks that's been super fun to play on the beta at all?
I haven't been playing that much on the beta, to be honest with you. Just, a little bit of Rogue Mage, and I mean, it's been like 15 years of Rogue Mage domination. I think it's going to continue, so it looks good.
Yeah. I think one of my favorite compositions is playing like Frost Mage Affliction Warlock. So luckily in Shadowlands, Mage Lock is still a pretty good composition, so we can all look forward to that. And now it's the version which is my favorite, that one where you just snare everyone and rot everyone with dots. So that one's going to be great. Definitely been enjoying that quite a bit. But yeah, mostly just playing a lot of Mage stuff, and then playing my Windwalker with like Shadow Priest and stuff like that is also quite fun.
And I know you guys probably get this question all the time in your streams, so maybe we can just like put it out there right now one final time. Do you guys know like exactly what you're going to play in Shadowlands? I feel like I'm sure I could guess, but maybe any alts that you're excited to play?
I'll start. Yeah, I'm definitely going to start with Rogue. I'm gonna level my Rogue in the first day. The second it comes out, I'm going to go from 50 to 60 in one sitting. Hopefully it's going to take me like 10, 12 hours. I don't know if I can go for much longer than that. That's like the longest I've ever gone in one leveling session. And if Rogue turns out to be not the greatest thing, I'll probably have to go to another melee, which might be a monk. So that's kind of my plans. And after that, then level up the Pika-Pi probably. Get my mage action on, so that'll be good.
Zika,
Pika-Pi.
Anything? Pika-Pi. I like that. That's clever.
Well, I think I'm just going to level up 4 mages on launch and play every spec and see what I like. Try every legendary, every covenant, etc. And we'll see, what sticks. And if I get to pick, I would say Arcane Mage. But I don't know how it's gonna feel, when you have all the legendaries and all the everything unlocked. So if it feels bad, maybe I'll play some Frost Mage, some Fire Mage, and if I don't enjoy Mage at all, probably make a Rogue or a Warlock.
All right. Well, we so should see shortly here. I'm super excited for Shadowlands, but what these teams are getting together, I'm sure you guys have seen the tweets from Sea on Twitter about his current tech issues that he's working through right now. So we're just gonna have a little bit of banter on the desk, answer some questions that you guys had from Twitter. So thank you guys for being patient while we get these two teams ready to go for this next series. We certainly want them to put their best foot forward. So we're just gonna get those guys ready to go. But we have one more question that's from VHell, which is which players are people sleeping on heading into Shadowlands? Zico, I'll start with you again.
Let me think here. I feel like there is new and upcomers. I would say the guys in M2KC, honestly. I think if those guys stick together, I think they can make a sick team in Shadowlands. And over on Europe, I would say... I think, there's a lot of people, they're just really, really good on the ladder, but they don't really compete that often in tournaments. And I feel like those are the people that people sleep on. So I'm thinking guys like Meh over in Europe, for example. I think he's Stylebender right now on the ladder. I think he's literally like 3,600 or something like that. I think there are a lot of people that don't know about him and his Rogue Mage teammates. So, aside from that, I would say probably the guys in Coffin Hands as well. I think people are sleeping on them less, but I think they were insane as well.
All right, answer, Ben?
I feel like in North America, there's quite a few teams right now. I mean, I think Zico is right about teams like M2KC, even teams like Charlotte Phoenix. They have a lot of kind of new names to the scene. And I think going into the next expansion, these rosters are going to do quite well. There's some individual players I'd like to see compete because I think they do really well in North America in particular. I'd like to see Magnus play as Warrior. I think Warriors are going to be really strong. So I think he would be a great addition to a team. Born Good on the Paladin. I'd like to see him compete. Born Good. And I know a lot of people want to see it. I'd like to see Zaryu maybe pick up a team and start competing himself, because he always does quite well on the ladder. He's a veteran of the game, but got to see him in some of these competitions.
Yeah, I feel like every Warcraft stream, it's always like, when's Zaryu competing? When is he competing? But yeah, I would love to see that as well. Peekaboo, what about you?
I think that'd be crazy to see the Czar compete. Man, what a treat that would be. I guarantee he'd put the webcam on too, so we could see the whole workout set up behind him. So he would definitely have the camera on. I don't know. I think a lot of what Zico and Ben said, like M2KC has been one of the most dominant newer. Well, actually, Brain has been around for a while. I don't know too much about Ceralium. I think Drake and Ceralium are kind of newer, but Brain's been around for a really long time. But it's cool to see them having so much success now. So,
Yep. For sure, super cool to see. Well, it's game number 1 here. The game is finally ready as Charlotte Phoenix versus Mystery Org.
Right, and we're going to see the comps here. Windwalker, Mage, Paladin. This is what we wanted to see from the Charlotte Phoenix going up against DK Shaman. And they are playing that Mana Rift. Korlik and Jamilia already taking big damage here. That chill streak is bouncing. Korlik is super low. Jamilia as well. Rips out the combustion and trying to get some pressure going onto Sam. Sam reverses the polymorph. Korlik pops the wings, and he's going to stabilize Jamilia. No one actually ended up using any real cooldowns there aside from that Avenging Wrath and a little small cooldown like Divine Protection, but that's going to be up in about 20. So I think the big name of the game here is going to be those Mana Rifts, and Sam is going to land another one right there. Very nice.
Yeah, super interesting at this point that it is going to be Mystery Org locking in the DK Demon Hunter Shaman. So interesting matchup we have here. I feel like if Mez, Samayam, and Sidu, they're all playing like max versatility, it might be difficult for Charlotte Phoenix to actually get anything going. I think Nick is probably going to have to spend a lot of time going after Sidu in this match, looking for big all-in one-shots. If Jamilia's playing Kleptomania, that can paralyze Sidu into a Kleptomania spell steal, into a leg sweep, into a Hammer of Justice, and try to blow him out of the water. But I think Samayam and Mez are going to be able to put out quite a bit of consistent damage. Dragon's Breath Sheep over onto Sidu. Nice setup coming in from the Charlotte Phoenix. Samayam's going to have to hold on. Blur looks to be enough to keep him alive. and both teams are looking relatively stable at this point.
Yeah. And we're going to see another win share here onto Jamili. Sidhu coming out with some chain heels there. He actually pre-earthen walled that last setup. And Sam and Mez did a counter go. Mez, I love watching this guy on the DK. Every time, he's always so clutch when he plays the Dark Sim, when he goes for these Blinding Sleet setups. And there it is. Another Mana Rift's going to be secured here onto court. Actually, I'm not sure if that one did land. Sidhu now in a Hammer of Justice. Jamili with the Combustion. Mez immediately activates the Wraith Walk, kicks the Polymorph there by Sam I Am. They get the Blinding Light. Ring of Frost is, it's going to connect. Barely there to Sidhu with some lucky pathing, but Sam, regardless, kind of respected. Trade off the reverse magic. And so far, Mystery Org, they haven't really used too many cooldowns. Mez has used most of his stuff, so I guess the next setup here, Sidhu has to try to pre-earthen wall it. If he can't, it's going to be a little bit of trouble here on Mez potentially. Might need to use that anti-magic zone or try to do a counter setup. And here we go, Blinding Sleet, and it's a triple. Let's see the Mana Rift. Do they have a Chaos? But they do. Big damage here. The Chill Streak is bouncing. They get the triple capstone as well. Nice setup there coming out from Mystery Org. He's going to burn even more of Corlic's mana. And Jamili takes a fat dress to the face right there. Corlic is going to have to respond with the wings. Big heals coming out, the Divine Favor. And now Sidhu is getting swapped to. He has his trinket. No, they overlap the trinket and the darkness there. Sam and Sidhu not on the same page, and that's going to be a big win here for the Charlotte Phoenix. They can go after Sidhu now. He is a wide open target, but Maz could save the day with that anti-magic zone if it came to that, so they need to try to cross CCM.
I feel like I'm worried for Sidhu in this matchup. I think he is the most vulnerable target as this game goes on, and he's not playing really much of any defense. I mean, he's playing Vitality Conduit. Both of his trinkets are for, revitalizing Voodoo Totem and the Fangs of Intertwined Essence, so missing out on a lot of key defense, and I think if they go after Sidhu consistently in this match, it's going to be really scary for the Mystery Org. Charlotte Phoenix, so look at this. I mean, Corlic, his mana is not looking good. As Mez can stop the drink, they need to stop the drink. Don't let Corlic get out of combat. It looks like they will manage to find the stun, another Mana Rift into an Imprison. And with the way this game's going, as long as Sidhu can survive, if he's playing far enough away, if he can avoid getting absolutely one-shot, there is opportunities here for the Charlotte Phoenix. But I think if Sidhu stays alive, Charlotte Phoenix, this is going to be kind of a difficult matchup for them.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting situation here. We see Sidhu behind the pillar here trying to drop that Earthen Totem before the go here. Sidhu needs to be careful here because if we look at Nick, he does have that leg sweep available, and the only time... Oh, here it comes right here. In cap onto Sidhu, into the leg sweep, blind onto Mez here. Full stun is so much damage. Combustion pop from Jamili. Mez using that AMZ, doing everything he can to feel for Sidhu, using that Astral Shift and that Vitality Conduit. Should be able to survive this go. That was a good use of defensive cooldowns there. They got to be very careful for the leg sweep because that is pretty much the only stun that Nick can use to actually get some sort of pressure on Sidhu to land a kill on him.
That was a really well-executed setup, and that opening came from the fact that they overlapped that trinket and that darkness a little bit earlier, and now Mez had to use his trinket AMZ to try to save Sidhu. So now Mez could be a little bit of an exposed target here. If they can get a sheep onto Sidhu, a stun onto Mez, they could force out an Icebound Fortitude and then look to take him down. He just entered dampening here at 5 minutes into this match, and now we can see Mystery Org are going for it. They're looking for the Death Grip here. Mez is getting crowd controlled a little bit here. He's running a full gushing build, more or less. So if Mez gets locked down without defensive cooldowns, he is definitely an exposed target. But right now, Nick is going after Sidhu. Sidhu's just tanking it out here in Ghost Wolf, and Corlic is getting soloed by Sam on the opposite side. This is basically a 3 1 versus 1s happening right now at the same time. But there it is, paralyzed onto Sidhu. Double Blinding Light. Can they connect with the damage? Hammer of Justice is ready for Corlic. Sidhu trinkets, gets hammered immediately. Jamili with big damage there with the Nitro as well. Gonna force out the trinket, Spirit Link, and now the triple Blinding Sleep, but they don't have a stun to follow it up with, so they have to use that defensively as well. The only saving grace here for Mystery Org is the fact that they have a fat mana lead on Sidhu.
Yeah, right now, Sidhu... Look at Sidhu's mana, literally full at this point of the game. But here's one of the problems. I mean, for Mez, I believe he's running a bunch of Gushing Wounds, so that's going to increase his single target damage. He's not complete Gushing Wounds, so realizing he could be a target later on in the game, but Death Strike is such a very important part for a Death Knight to survive, and as dampening goes up, that Death Strike is going to be less and less effective, and Mez becomes more and more of a vulnerable target in the match. Corlic still hovering around 20% mana, been able to hold on to that mana for quite some time. Samayam's going to have to start landing those mana rifts, or maybe just keep doing good, consistent damage in the match, and Korlik will just end up healing and burning the rest of his mana. Full Hammer Justice on the CD. They're setting up on a Mez. Big damage on Mez right now. He's got the Icebound Fortitude. He gets so low! Big damage. This is a disaster for Mystery Org. They had the Darkness. They had the Anti-Magic Zone. Yeah, but Mez just exploded. I don't know what that was. It Drestagat, the big Rising Sun kick, or what, but that was definitely a surprising end to that game.
Wow, I was actually not expecting that at all. That looked good. Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I was wondering if that was I thought Mr. Org was on the verge of winning that game soon because Korlik was so low on mana, and I thought Cedo would have been the kill target if anything, but I guess because I think Mez still had the Icebound Fortitude when he died there. I think that was kind of a bit of a miscommunication or just unexpected damage all around is what it looked like.
No, we can see exactly what happened here on the replay. Yeah, and like you mentioned, like they have a lot of cooldowns here. Mez basically has everything he needs. Sam has Darkness, and they both have Trinkets. You get a Hammer and the nice Ring of Peace there on the Anti-Magic Zone. And sadly for Mez, Sam tries to drop the Darkness to save the day, but to no avail right there. And that's going to be game number 1 going in favor of Charlotte Phoenix. I also think it might have been Nick on Charlotte Phoenix running that Maledict trinket. So this is something that they wanted to do. They wanted to get to dampening and then look for a DK kill.
Are you still a big fan of the Maledict trinket, Zico?
Always. I mean, Death Strike is an uncapped ability. So, like, if you basically the way it works is it does a percentage of the damage you've recently taken. So, if you get bursted extremely hard in one time, you can just do a 200k Death Strike. So, Maledict is definitely the play there when you're going after a lot of these classes with self healing. You know, things like Shadow Priest, Pharaoh Druids, DKs, even Demon Hunter.
Just everything. Just all around.
Yeah, pretty much everything.
All right, well, Charlotte Phoenix taking game number 1 here in this series against Mystery Org in this best of 5 series. Peekaboo, what do you want to see Mystery Org do next? Do you think that it'd be wise for them to stick with that DK Demon Hunter composition? Is this something that could beat Charlotte Phoenix in this matchup?
After looking at that game, it seems like they were winning for the most part, but then again, they were able to just lose in a really kind of a random switch to Mez. I think that's like one of the first or second times they decided to attack him, and they actually were able to kill him. So when something like that happens, Mr. Org has to be thinking, is this matchup actually worth trying to do, even though we were surviving the setups on our healer? Or is it maybe was it worth trying to mirror? Because I know that Cedo can play, or Cedo, Samayam, and Trill could also play that exact same composition. I'm not sure if they would try to opt into that. You know how comfortable they are in that mirror matchup, but I'd say the DHGK look good for the most part. I think just they got to try to avoid the random death. They did die through virtually every cooldown. They died through the Anti-Magic Zone and the Darkness at the same time, which is pretty unlucky for that to happen because that's a pretty big radius too, even with the Ring of Peace moving Mez around there. So I'd like to see maybe the same comp or the mirror. Probably.
What about you, Ben? You are always a fan of the mirrors. Do you think they're going to mirror here for game number 2?
I don't know. I feel like Mystery Org, if they were going to mirror, it would have been in game number 1. Like, I don't know why they wouldn't have locked it in. So that makes me feel like that they don't have a better option. Probably going to be sticking with the exact same composition. Charlotte Phoenix, they're probably going to be happy with that result, and they can just lock in the same thing. The Windwalker Mage Paladin, very durable, super strong comp, but Mystery Org, I mean, like Peekaboo was saying, it felt like for a large majority of that game, they were looking really, really solid, and they had a lot of answers, quite frankly. I mean, Mez could have survived. I think he ran out of Darkness. The Ring of Peace on the Anti-Magic Zone, obviously unfortunate, but I think if they had just played it a little bit more calm, cool, and collected, they had the tools in order to survive. There was the Icebound Fortitude, and they were almost at the point where Paladin was out of mana. So Korlik was almost completely out of mana, and if they had gotten to that point, then things start spiraling out of control for the Charlotte Phoenix, and it starts looking like a really one-sided matchup. So I think they can run it again. I think it's likely, with Dalaran Sewers being the map pick, that they will run that, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, I think with these two compositions, either team can win. It's not like one-sided or anything like that.
All right, Mystery Org looking to tie it up here against Charlotte Phoenix in game number 2, best of 5 series here. If they do decide to run that DK Demon Hunter once again, Zigo, what are we going to be looking for in terms of positioning on the side of Mystery Org?
I think for them, it's all about those hit and runs, you know? whenever Sea-Doo's in crowd control or getting swapped to, they need to try to make their way over there, make sure that they have a reverse magic or, disruption, counter ghost, whatever it might be. And then for them, it's all about just allowing Sam, landing those mana rifts, getting those double stun or triple stuns with the shield streaks. And for them, the name of the game is just get Corlix's mana bar to 0 as quickly as possible, purge somebody out, and kill them. And for them, if they can do that, it's all about surviving those setups that Charlotte Phoenix are going to be throwing at them. So I feel like last game was going pretty well. They had, Sea-Doo's Trinket. They had a lot of cooldowns when they died. So a bit of a surprise kill, but I think they should still lock it in again. Oh, never. What? Okay. Wait, this is what we saw them play, right?
Ooh.
But no, this is what we saw. Was it? Wasn't it?
It was
Exit that played
our.
this.
Yes, it was.
But with
It was
Shaman,
Exit.
right? Or was it with Shaman?
No, they played with a Mistweaver.
No, it was with
They played-
Mistweaver. Yeah, you're right.
But it was not the exact same matchup because Wildcard Gaming had a Mistweaver monk. So it was Mistweaver, Windwalker, Fire Mage versus Mistweaver, Windwalker, Death Knight. But the Paladin, I think, makes it a little bit different. I think it gives Jamili a little bit more freedom. And wow, that kind of worked out. It gives him a little bit more freedom in the game in order to survive. So, it's not going to be as oppressive with Chains of Ice, Delirium, Heartstop. You're going to have a little bit more backup from that Holy Paladin. But I definitely like this pick from Mystery Org.
Is that your second Jamili pun of the day?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
I'm not targeting puns at him. It's just worked out so far,
No, they're good. They're good. All right, well, we're going to be going to Dalaran series here. Trill and Mez playing that Windwalker DK. Always a classic composition here into Charlotte Phoenix. Windwalker Mage. What does this change? How does this dynamic, the Dalaran series, how does this change the dynamic of what Charlotte Phoenix is trying to do here against Mystery or Peekaboo?
I think this map is one of the smaller maps in the game, so it could be easier to get their setup, because the thing is, when you're fighting a Windwalker Mage, the setup is instant. It's the instant in-cap from the Windwalker Monk. The Paladin starts to run in to try to get the Hodge, and the Mage is usually sheeping and can just instantly blink onto the target. So when the map is smaller, it's very easy for the Windwalker to get that instant paralysis on one target and the leg sweep on the kill target. So that could be that's one of the main things for that. I believe this was Mystery Org's map pick, right? Since they did lose the first game. So I'm assuming they were probably thinking about playing this cleave setup that they have with the Frost DK, Windwalker, Mistweaver. And I'm looking at this matchup. I'm trying to think about it in my head. This looks like it'd be difficult to play this, unless I'm just totally off base here, because maybe the Frost DK has lots of cooldowns and things like that. That would kind of reduce the mobility of Charlotte Phoenix. But I'm kind of curious to see what happens in who they choose to attack and try to pursue here, because this looks a little rough for Mystery Org with this comp pick, from my eyes at least.
Ven, do you think it looks rough for them? Is it going to be a difficult game for them?
I mean, it definitely could be. When we did see this matchup play out, basically what happened was the Windwalker Death Knight, they just sat on top of the Mage the entire game, limiting his damage, limiting his mobility. And I think the really challenging thing for the Charlotte Phoenix is what does Nick do in this matchup? He can try to exchange blows with Mez and Trill, but he's going to end up taking a lot of cleave damage. He could try to basically solo down CD, but it's not the easiest thing to do. Chasing down a Mistweaver Monk when you're constantly in Chains of Ice. I think that really is the big dilemma, but I think Corlic with the Holy Paladin kind of helps that out a little bit. I mean, he can give freedom to Nick and allow Nick to actually chase down Sea-Doo a lot more effective, or he could also give freedom to Jamili to allow him to maneuver around the map a little bit better, maybe get out some more damage, and really help Nick on his setups on Sea-Doo if that's who they decide to go after.
All right, well, we'll see if it works out for them. It's game number 2, Charlotte Phoenix versus Mystery Org.
All right, let's see here. Dalaran Sewers game number 2. And like we mentioned, when we saw this matchup previously, there was no blessings of freedom going around here. So you're going to see now Nick is going after Sea-Doo, which I think is a pretty smart play. But now it gets gripped in, double, blinding sleep, double leg sweep. There is the Syndra Ghost the Dragon. Sea-Doo's going in for more crowd control. Jamila gets kicked, and the shield streak is bouncing. They force out the Touch of Karma immediately here. And it's a pretty good opener so far for Mystery Org. Sea-Doo's actually playing, I think, Conflict here. He's got that Way of the Crane should he need it, I guess. He's in a blinding light right now, Mez, activating the anti-magic shell very early on. Jamili gets gripped on the polymorph. Seedoo needs to try to avoid it, and it's a DR polymorph anyway, so I don't think Mez is going to be in too much trouble here, but still, chaining continues for a little bit longer. Now Seedoo trying to fake out the counterspell of Jamili. Jamili not really going to use it yet. He's trying to save it for later. And now Nick going to try to set something up here onto Seedoo.
Yeah, and I mean, let's see how this one does play out right now. Nick still chasing after Seedoo. Let's see if Seedoo can get away. See where the portals are. That's very, very important. Actually, Nick getting a nice transcendence portal and interrupt onto Seedoo, but it looks like Seedoo's going to be able to just shrug off that damage. Not really that big of a deal. And now they're initiating crowd control. Double stun going out. Jamili's going to have to trinket. Nick's going to have to trinket. They're just eating all of this damage. Nick playing the healer right now, just spamming out Vivifies, trying to hold on to Jamili's Cauterize. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. Korlik forced to use every man for himself, Divine Favor, and top off Jamili. That was a really good attempt by Mystery Org. And Korlik is slowly working through his mana, slowly working through his cooldowns, and Jamili still is getting struggled to top off.
Wow. Okay, big go from Charlotte Phoenix here onto Mez here. Actually opting for that the disarm talent from Monks here. If we look at Nick, he actually doesn't have the Fortified Brew like Trill does, because I think one of their main targets is going to be Mez with that disarm. Another interesting point is that Seedoo is actually playing Relentless, which means not having a Trinket's a big thing, because that means they could also swap to him in a potential Hodge leg sweep combination and virtually 100 ohm. So we'll always look out for that right there. But hopefully that won't be a problem, because if the teammates control properly, then everything should be okay there. But right now, full sheep onto Seedoo here, lots of damage onto Jamili. Double disorient here into the double leg sweep. Mez and Trill doing all sorts of damage to Charlotte Phoenix here. Nice follow-up hodge by Korlik onto Seedoo. Disarm onto Mez here, trying to kill him through every single button. Luckily, Seedoo was able to actually get the life cocoon in between the polymorphs there. A bit of a mistake by Jamili. They're not able to follow up that CC properly, and it looks like Mystery Org will be able to stabilize her now.
Yeah, I think Seedoo actually ended up using his everyman for himself there, just to give himself time to get that life cocoon out there. So he's not going to have that. And now if he gets swapped to, like you mentioned, Seedoo is going to be in a world of trouble. Mez he does have anti-magic zone, so he could potentially try to bail Seedoo out. But if Nick can ever, maybe land an interrupt or get some good pressure on his own, Seedoo is definitely going to be an exposed target here moving forward. And they realize it. They're chasing after him. Ring of Peace comes out. There's the Paralyzed Corks moving into position. Hammer of Justice is down. Nick gets gripped on the Fist of Fury. Excellent place here by Mez. Jamili ripping through with the combustion, and that is going to be the anti-magic zone being traded out there by Maz. So if they can connect another setup like that onto Seedoo, it is going to be the See Goodnight. I don't know where I was going with that.
See Goodnight. I like it. That was a good one. All right. Just really taking some damage right now. Double Dragon's Breath coming in, looking for a polymorph, and he does find it on Seedoo. But the double blinding sheet into a double leg sweep once again. Korlik pushing in. Is he going to find crowd control? He actually just runs on top of Seedoo. Seedoo looking like he's going to get a paralyzed. Does he have the leg sweep to follow it up? Jamili going to be taking a little bit of damage. But once again, Nick, anytime these setups are happening and Korlik's in crowd control, he's just throwing out the Vivifies, making sure Jamili is nice and healthy until Korlik leaves that crowd control. But once again, I mean, we take a look at the mana. Korlik at around 65%. And Seedoo is completely full, and I don't think Seedoo is going to be using too much mana until a little bit later on in dampening, when he has to, use a little bit more enveloping mist and vivifies, not just completely relying on the renewing mist and Serpent Jade statue. And I think for Mystery Monk, as dampening goes higher and higher, it becomes really, really unstable. Whereas for the Paladin, you're always you're not feeling too bad in dampening, because you do have the sacrifice, you do have the Divine Shield, the Avenging Wrath to really empower your healing. And it just seems like I feel like for Mystery Org, as this game goes on, Mez is going to be becoming more and more of a vulnerable target. Seed is going to struggle to heal, and I could see Charlotte Phoenix winning it as long as Korlik can hold on to his mana.
Yeah, we definitely see Charlotte Phoenix starting to evolve the strategy here. It seems like Mez is absolutely the main kill target, but as we see Nick constantly trying to walk onto Seedoo, because one of the hardest classes for a Mist Superhero to get away from is a Windwalker, because they practically have all the same amount of rolls. They have the same ports, they have the mobility. But right now, full sheep onto Seedoo here, trying to get some damage onto Mez here. Oh, Jamili actually blinking away from the double disoriented leg sweep setup here. That's very, very big. That'll save Korlik some mana and cooldowns here. Opportunity here, leg sweep onto Seedoo here, potentially hammer adjusted out of that. Mez instantly realizing the situation, having used that anti-magic zone here to try to shut the damage down at Seedoo. Looking to get out of the middle. Beautiful port back there. Chooses to trade out a couple heals there, and it looks like he will be just fine.
Yeah, and we're going to see now more pressure coming out now from Mystery Org. They're looking to get some damage here. Mez activating his damage cooldowns, and there it is. Leg sweep connecting. Cedar rolls in. There's the paralyzed, following it up with the leg sweep, presumably here. Then he's going to go back to the pillar here, and the damage has been dealt. Jamili taking a lot of damage right now, but that temporal shield is going to be a fat one. It's going to bounce him back up to full HP, but he's still taking damage, basically dying through 2 health bars. Gets punted off the side there by Trill. Mez wants to go for Corlic. Trill wants to keep going for the mage, but that sacrifice is going to stabilize Charlotte Phoenix regardless in that situation. Mystery Org now going to be on the back foot here for a little bit. It looks like Mez is going to be the target. Sidu should have his every man for himself back up, so I don't think we're going to see him dying anytime soon, and they're going to Ring of Frost him going after Mez here. Mez, though, realizing it as well. Very nice positioning here, trying to line of sight Jamili there and still stay into Sidu's line when he gets out of that crowd control. Sidu does have a life cocoon for him should he need it, but Mez actually activating the anti-magic shell there instead, trying to just get aggressive here onto Jamili. And now Sidu looking to get aggressive here. He gets the paralyze. Big shield streaks are bouncing. Nick using every man for himself. Rolls out to stop the shield streak from bouncing. But the next time around, they're not going to have that. And that could be a big moment to force some cooldowns here. Korlik's not going to have Trinket. Nick's not going to have Trinket. If they can get a stun combo onto Korlik and Nick, they can bounce the shield streak like that. If they shield streak Jamili, however, that's going to be a problem because he can just Trinket Blink.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so important to be rotating those trinkets against the Frost Death Knight. Once again, Sidu rolls in, goes for the leg sweep, and Jamili uses a shimmer to avoid that stun. Really well played by Jamili. As long as he can avoid those setups, those big stun lock combos where Mez is getting the chill streak, it's just going to be so important. But still, I mean, the Charlotte Phoenix, they're burning through a lot of mana. Once again, double leg sweep coming in. Mez getting grapple weaponed in that exchange, but it looks like without crowd control on Sidu, he should be able to heal him up. Jamili just sitting on a counter spell right now. Can he snipe and interrupt on Sidu? Maybe generate a little bit of momentum from that. Doesn't look like it just yet. Sidu in position to get a paralyze. He actually gets a paralyze. Can he find a leg sweep? Korlik actually getting swapped to by Trill, trying to force a divine shield if he can. That would be amazing, but Jamili there to back him up. But the leg sweep comes in. Does he have the burst damage to actually take him down? A big divine favor heal coming in from Korlik. And it looks like he will be fine. I like the attempt there by Trill, but unfortunately just not the damage to follow it up. Interrupt now onto Sidu, but Mez is looking completely healthy.
Great setup here by Mystery Org here. Double disorient here. Is there a leg sweep to follow? Unfortunately, there will not be. Things looking a little rough for Charlotte Phoenix here. Lots of cooldowns being traded out. Mana is looking a little low. We see Mystery Org has virtually all their defensive cooldowns here, but as dampening ramps up, all it's going to take is one good setup to completely swing the game around here. Right now, Jamili taking so much damage. You're locked out. Big dress got there. Can't use that temporal shield. Paralysis onto Sidu here. Disarm onto Mez. Blinding light followed up by Korlik there. Korlik trying to use that sacrifice here. Popping the Avenging Wrath. Doing everything he can to make sure that Jamili's going to be healthy here in order to keep killing Mez. Mez trades out that IBF and the Cocoon from Sidu here. Lots of defensive cooldowns for us in that one setup. And we see that Nick still does have that leg sweep available. So potential swap to Sidu could be happening here, or if they're just going to keep the pressure on Mez here. Trill doing everything he can, spamming the Vivify, making sure he puts that reverse harm on Mez, trying to maximize his DPS and keep his team alive here. Boom, double grip in from Mez, double leg sweep here by Trill, paralysis from Sidu on the corner, so much damage on Jamili here. Forcing out that touch of karma from Nick and Jamili on the back end here. Korlik still caught in the CC with not many big cooldowns to keep his team alive here. Well, let's see what happens.
Yeah, well, what happens is that NF just procced, so I think Korlik is going to have his wings coming back up pretty soon, and it's looking good for Charlotte Phoenix in terms of surviving. In terms of mana, though, and in terms of pressure, it's not looking great. They have the combustion. They need to try to land something here on either Mez or Sidu, and they're running out of time here. Korlik's doing what he can. He activates the wings right here, trying to go for some big heals. He's going to go ahead and potentially top Jamili off here when that Divine Favor comes off cooldown. Blessing of Protection was used in that exchange. Jamili now going for the sheep. He gets bounced on it by Trill. Nice Ring of Peace there. And now Mez is going to connect. Sidu still in crowd control. Korlik on top of him with the blind, but still it is Jamili who's the one taking the brunt end of the damage with that combust rolling. Still just getting destroyed by Trill and Mez. This Windwalker DK is just looking super solid here in game number 2. Sidu paralyzes Korlik. Korlik about 50% HP. Jamili once again getting Ring of Peace, getting kicked like a soccer ball. And you can see Mez and Trill. They smell blood in the water. The Just Gas connect. Jamili, what are you going to do? He's on the run. He's trying to get away. You get nice Frost Nova counterspell there onto Seed, who's going to buy Korlik a little bit of time here to get some heals. He has to trade out the sacrifice. And now Korlik, that was his last cooldown. He has a Blessing of Protection, but that he has wings again in 10 seconds. Never mind. But no mana, though. So not looking good here for Charlotte Phoenix.
I mean, this is the point of the game where things spiral out of control. As soon as Korlik doesn't have mana, the only way you can keep his team alive is by spamming out cooldowns, and those don't last forever, although they do rotate back really quickly. Nick right now taking quite a bit of damage. No karma for another 10 seconds. Can they go after him? He's on the run, crossing the map. Sea-Doo uses Transcendence to get away. Jamili's still the main point of contention in this match, just getting trained down by Trill and Mez the entire game. 37% dampening. Right now, Mystery Org, Sea-Doo's mana looking completely fine. They have tons of defensive cooldowns that they can work with. Jamili still just relentlessly being attacked. And I mean, where are the openings for the Charlotte Phoenix? They're going to have to do some sort of all-in onto Mez, but all of them are just rotting down, and Korlik has no cooldowns. Jamili, this is surely going to be the Ice Block or Cauterize. Cauterize does proc. He's trying to run away. He uses the Ice Block and still just using that mobility of the Cauterize to run, but Trill in hot pursuit, trying to tie up this series for his team. Can he do it? Jamili just spamming out the polymorphs, denying all the damage incoming. Nick trying to get some pressure onto Mez, but paralyzed on Korlik and Jamili. I think he's run out of time, using Shimmer to get away. Once again, it gets gripped away from Trill, but now in the clutches of this Windwalker Death Knight. However, Mez still getting bursted down, but I just feel like there's no way Jamili's going to be able to survive, and eventually will fall, and Mystery Org ties up this series at 42% dampening.
All right, 1-1, Charlotte Phoenix versus Mystery Org here in this best of 5 series. Switching to that composition for Mystery Org, that DK Windwalker, it seemed to work out quite a bit better for them, Zico.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think the first game didn't look too bad as well, but this game a lot more convincing here. They never really was in any real danger. There was that one moment where Sea-Doo might have died, but Maz with the quick finger threw out the anti-magic zone, able to save him. Trill, good peels as well during one of those setups. And aside from those moments when Sea-Doo didn't have his trinket, it was just all about the Mystery Org finding these setups and eventually running Korlik out of mana here. And I mean, Sea-Doo, he still had full mana, he still had every cooldown here for his team. And yeah, this was a dominating victory, but I'm not sure if this is something that you can blind lock, because, you know, I feel like there is a lock on the other side that might want to play if you do.
Yeah, it's going to be the map choice here for Charlotte Phoenix, and now it's like, where do they go from here? Mystery Org winning game number 2 here, so it's going to be their map choice. They're on the back foot here just a little bit in this game number 3. Do you expect them to continue running this composition, Peekaboo, or is there something else they might change, or do you think they're just going to stick to what they're doing?
Definitely after that game, I was not expecting that matchup to go to the way it did. I'm sure Charlotte Phoenix is thinking that that was a horrible game for them. It seems like they were losing virtually the entire time, and looking at, I'm sure they're seeing how Sea-Doo virtually ends the game with almost a full mana bar, has cooldowns the entire time. So I hope that they would switch comps, that they would not play that again. I'm not sure what their best option might be. Like Zico's saying, they do have Burn X on the team, you know, one of the best death shows in the game. So maybe they could bring him out and potentially try to mix things up there. I'm not sure if they stay with the Windwalker there, that or they play the Mage Lock, or they could even bring the Rogue in. But hopefully they don't play the Mage Windwalker again, because that looked pretty one-sided in Mystery Org's direction for them. So
You don't think it would do better on this larger map here in Ashamains?
With the way that was going, not really. It seems like a lot of their setups anyways on this smaller map, they weren't able to get a ton of cooldowns, and it seemed really hard to get a chain that was long enough to have any very impactful moments in the game. There was never any real point where, like I was saying earlier, how they could just swing the game at any second. They never really just did it, just 80% damage in one go or anything like that. It seemed like they were just losing from the second the gates opened. So probably the map wouldn't make too much of a difference on that, I don't think.
All right, well, Mystery Org locking in their composition here. About 20 seconds left to choose what their composition is here for this next map, or this next game on Ashamains Fall. Charlotte Phoenix then will respond with their comp. What about you, Ven? Any guess? I mean, there's only 10 seconds left on the board, so I guess we could just wait out the timer here for them to pick their comp, but I guess we shall see what they decide to do going into this next game.
Windwalker match, by the way.
I would like them to play Windwalker Mage.
Oh,
they're good.
that's a
Look
sticker.
at that! Look at that!
That's a
Oh,
sticker.
come on. That
want
is
a
not.
sticker.
You can't just make up the rules. All right, Charlotte Phoenix,
is it a
they
sticker?
are going to run. Here we go. Charlotte Phoenix, I bet they're going to run a mirror match. And this is for at least 2 stickers. All right, so if they run a mirror, then...
That's
Oh,
one
there it
sticker
is.
each.
There's
that was a
2.
quick
Wow.
quick lock
That's
on that.
one sticker.
That was
Each.
such a quick lock-in as well from Charlotte Phoenix. They are not shying away from this mirror at all, Ven.
This is actually really exciting because there was some words exchanged after the last time these 2 teams met. Jamili was definitely not happy with the result, and there was some shots fired. But yeah, I think Mystery Org in this particular matchup, they were looking really good on the Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin, especially in these kind of like Mage Paladin mirrors. I feel like Samayam has been really stepping it up. Trill's been able to put out a lot of pressure, and Sea-Doo backing them up very nicely. On Asilo. They seemed on point. So I think if Mystery Org can play as well in this series, in this match, as they have been, they're going to be looking really good. But on the flip side, I mean, Charlotte, Phoenix, Jamili, Nick, Corlick, these guys have been practicing so much. They're such a phenomenal team that I really do feel like these teams are super evenly matched. And I think it's going to be, who kind of rises to the occasion on Ashmane's Fall.
And with these teams, like you were saying, Charlotte Phoenix pretty well versed on this composition here going into this game on Ashmane's, and now M2KC locking in the same one as well. What do we feel like we're going to see in terms of the play style of these 2 different teams, Peekaboo, when we see these 2 teams mirror each other? Is there really any key differences in between the way these 2 teams play this composition?
From what I can tell here, so me personally, I've played this comp about 1 time at about 2300 rating. So me looking at this, I'd say they could try to focus on maybe doing setups on the mage. They could also try to train the monk. They could potentially try healer swaps. I've never actually seen this mirror be played out. So considering how strong and effable Holy Paladins are and how much burst damage the Windwalker monk and the mage classes have combined, it seems like anyone could really die at any second, especially if someone's caught out with maybe no trinket or maybe they stack cooldowns. So hopefully we see lots of swapping and people capitalizing on certain opportunities. But to start, I would assume people would sit on the mages, I think, and then kind of base it off there. And they'll try to feel out the game from there, because I'm sure they don't have a set strategy. And it might be something that evolves throughout the game, so we'll have to find out.
Yeah.
This is
Both,
so random.
Charlotte
Do you have ski
Phoenix.
poles behind you, Peekaboo?
What?
What is that? Ski poles? What are hiking poles?
These are golf
Yeah.
clubs.
Oh, golf
They're golf clubs.
That's my new thing.
Well,
Yeah.
that's got so
I
much-
can't play in the arena, so now I'm washed up and I play golf now. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
I was like, that was gonna bother me all day if I didn't ask what those were. So it looks like the game here is ready. Charlotte Phoenix and Mystery Org tied up 1-1 going into game number 3 on this mirror match. It is Charlotte Phoenix versus Mystery Org.
And they both have a perfect 5-7 win record here on Ashmane's Fall.
Perfect, huh?
It's perfect. 5 out of 7. We're gonna see here mirror match, and the stakes cannot be higher here. Let me tell you guys. First of all, there's gonna be trash talk on Twitter after this game, 100%. Second of all, this is a lower bracket match, swing match. So if Mystery Org wins here, they're going to be pretty likely to have that counter pick in game number 5. And whoever loses here is going to be eliminated from the tournament. The game is started. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, big start, or very early on. Jamili trading out as every man for himself to get the interrupt on Samayam, deny the crowd control at the same time. Jamili pushing forward, trying to find crowd control of his own. He gets Ring of Peace away. Sea-Doo, what is he going to be able to do? Gets behind the pillar, avoids the crowd control. And now the Windwalkers and Mages exchanging blows in the midfield. No crowd control initiated early on, but that was a sacrifice coming in from Sea-Doo. So I would say that Charlotte Phoenix pull slightly ahead in the opener.
And lots of action very quickly here. Right now, both mages sitting in the middle of the map. The positioning is almost mirrored on each side here. It looks like, boom, Charlotte Phoenix pushing in here. Dragon's Breath on to Sea-Doo. Great in cap by Trill to stop that sheep setup there. And likewise, on the other side, Corlick actually caught that full sheep Samayam. Combustion popped onto Jamili. So much damage here. Trading out that Battle Master's big dressing off from Trill. Touch of Death has been activated. Bubble Sack has been used by Corlick here. Instantly, Mystery Org taking a huge cooldown advantage very early here.
Yeah, this is a big opener for Mystery Org, but now it is Charlotte's Phoenix turn to pounce. Let's see what they can get done. Jamili getting kicked on his polymorph right now. Both of these mages just standing in midfield. Sam trying to get his combustion, rotating back up. He blinks in for the Dragon's Breath Sheep. Can he get it? He gets Ring of Peace there. Excellently stopped there by Nick. Now it's Jaws' turn to go for that same play potentially here. He goes for the counterspell onto Sam I Am. Temporal Shield's active. He gets kicked on the polymorph. After that, Sam's going to have a counterspell for him. Sam's just getting bursted here without CC on the Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo just free healing through it. And Sam now once again pushing in, getting very aggressive here. He gets incapped on the setup. Sam, though, he's going to be able to maybe follow up from that Hammer of Justice. Sea-Doo gets it in time, but he gets sniped with a polymorph. Vitality Conduit coming out from Corley. They need to try to stop the Reese here. Well, this could be Sam I Am in trouble. Big heals coming out there from Sam. And now Sam has a free polymorph here. No Vitality Conduit. Corley's can't do anything about this one. And this could straight up be an ice block here from Jamili if they have more CC. They need to interrupt Nick. He's spam healing. Sam gets a counterspell. One more sheep comes out. Sea-Doo, what do you have? Blinding Light, motorbike from downtown. Can they get the car rise Ice Cube? They're pushing for it. DR Dragon's Breath. So much damage coming out. Jamili just trying to gamble here big time, and it's going to pay off. That sacrifice, that blessing of N'Zoth is going to come through and save the day here. But it's looking like Mystery Org are just on fire in this match as Sea-Doo gets counterspelled.
Yeah, Sea-Doo gets counterspelled. Dragon's about to follow it up. Leg sweep on Sam I Am. Do they have the burst damage? Motorcycle comes in. But Sam I Am manages to just shrug it off. And right now, there is quite a nice lead here for Mystery Org. Sam I Am, though, getting pressured down, still getting a little bit low. Big damage coming in from Nick and Jamili. One Meteor does drop. Double leg sweep coming in. Nicely done there by Trill. And Sea-Doo's pushing in for crowd control. He manages to find the Hammer of Justice, but a preemptive Vitality Conduit. Sam I Am trying to find the Polymorph. Can he get it? Nice denial there by Jamili. He counterspells the Polymorph. Dragon's Breath's a Ring of Frost. And now getting counter engagement on Sam I Am. Divine Shield from Sea-Doo, just trading out his cooldowns, and we'll see Paladins do this. They just trade out their own cooldowns, as with Ineffable Truth, they rotate back up so quickly, and that way Jamili and Sam I Am can hold on to their ice blocks, hold on to the Cauterize for as long as possible.
Wow, the matchup just completely evened out. Korlik also trading out that Divine Shield Blessing of Protection as well here. Right now, both teams waiting for the right moment to strike here. Who's going to go first? It's all okay. Boom, there it is right now. Mystery Org instantly under pressure right now. Full sheep onto Sea-Doo, leg sweep onto Chill. Sam I Am under pressure, instantly turning around. Full sheep onto Korlik. Jamili locked out once again. Both monks doing so much off healing here right now in the downtime. Currently, Joss still under pressure in the middle of the map right now. Everyone right now, I feel like at this moment, Mystery Org has been very aggressive the entire time, but right now, Charlotte Phoenix seems to have restabilized. And things you see here, here's a full blinding light onto Sea-Doo here. Sam I Am under so much pressure, trying to spam those sheeps out. Actually opting to trade out the ice block to save that Cauterize there. Interesting choice there, considering Sea-Doo has the ability to ineffable back cooldowns, but I guess they value his cooldowns more than the block there. But unfortunately, Korlik still sheeped once again here. Jamili doing everything they can to peel here, trying to do so much DPS. But right now, things have stabilized. And I'm kind of worried about that ice block trade-off from Sam I Am, but considering he still has Cauterize, I think they might be okay for a while.
Korlik has 15 seconds on his third bubble of the game, 4 minutes in. I think Korlik has been getting pretty lucky so far with the Ineffables. Let's see if he can keep that up. And we're going to see now big damage here as both of these mages are trading out in the open. But it's actually going in favor of Sam I Am here because he just reset his combustion, whereas Jamili already had it. Small victory there. Korlik's going to activate the wings. There's a counterspell. Sam I Am is looking for the blink. Dragon's Breath gets it. Nick is in position, trying to stop him. He gets the leg sweep. He gets faked on his kick too, but it doesn't matter there. Sam I Am now caught up behind the pillar. Sea-Doo in a Hammer of Justice. Whoa. This could be the Cauterize. Big temporal shield. Sea-Doo still in crowd control. Hasn't even gotten his second bubble yet. What is going on? Is he just not running Ineffables or something? Sea-Doo looking now finally for some crowd control as Sam I Am stabilizes from that Vitality Conduit. Korlik is in Sam's line of sight. Sam I Am gets counterspelled, goes for the Ring of Frost, gets interrupted there as well. Sea-Doo, where's the Blinding Light? He doesn't have it. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to land any CC. Nice Ring of Peace there on Sea-Doo's big Divine Favor heal. Sam I Am in trouble, but finally Sea-Doo does connect with that big heal, and now Ja is in trouble. Motorbike from downtown, combustion, Jamili ice blocks, and Korlik uses his third bubble on the game, overlap. Now Mystery Org is in the lead.
Yeah, definitely bubble trouble at this point. I mean, Corlick, he's going to have to get a bunch of ineffable truths to get his cooldowns back. Sidu getting interrupted into a full Dragon Smash Sheep. This is big. Jamili, can they get anything else from Samheim? Can they get the Cauterize? It would be so massive. A big Temporal Shield. Sidu, Divine Shield, Avenging Wrath. He has enough healing, it looks like, to keep Samheim nice and healthy and in the fight, but both these teams are running out of cooldowns really quickly. The next setup could just be the game, and this could be it. Jamili forced to trinket out. But a full polymorph secured onto Corlick. Jamili getting low. He's trying to run away, but that is it. Not enough time. Big drastic outlands from Trill. That's the swing match. And Mystery Org right now, they're up 2-1 in Charlotte Phoenix. They're on match point. If they lose again, they are out of this tournament.
Well, considering how this started off for Mystery Org, this is looking pretty good so far for them here in this matchup. Now Charlotte Phoenix on the back foot. They weren't able to win the game on their map choice, and it's just, I don't know, it's not looking too good for them, Ben.
Well, I would say that match, I mean, it was very back and forth. That's about as close as you can get. It came down to just who got the last setup first. So I definitely wouldn't count out Charlotte Phoenix at this point in the game. I mean, you could just take a look. I mean, Zico can walk us through it at this point. But, I mean, look, no one has any cooldowns left to really work with at this point.
Yeah, the only thing is Sam has Cauterize still, but they do get the nice double leg sweep there. Sidu gets the Hammer of Justice. They follow it up with a clean sheep. Jaw here has his counterspell, so Sam not going to be even going for the read there, just casting more damage, letting Sidu follow it up with the blind, and that's it. At that point, I honestly, I'm going to say Mystery Org played this matchup better. Like, I feel like they did, because I think Sam got more CC on Corlick, but Corlick had way more breakers than Sidu. Actually, it says Sidu. Well, the CC received stat is a bit skewed, because if you, for example, blink Dragon's Breath and you get the poly, it will count that as 2 CCs. But if you get stopped, it will still count the Dragon's Breath as 1 CC. And if you Dragon's Breath at DPS, it's still going to count that as a CC. So I don't know. I do feel like Sam, at least in the start of the game, had like 3 back-to-back setups.
All right, well, going into this next game here, they are on match point here on the side of Mystery Org. Now Charlotte Phoenix map choice. Any guess as to what they can do next year? I mean, they did just lose the swing match peekaboo. So at this point, well, I guess we are going to be going to Tiger's Peak here, but what do they need to do if they want to try and recover this series on their side?
That's got to be a rough loss for him. That's definitely a mental block there. That's brutal. They literally, because they've been playing that the whole time, and then they tried to force the mirror and ended up losing it. But like everyone's been saying, it was pretty back and forth. It wasn't completely one-sided. At the start, it was a little rough, but they really brought it back because they started getting their stops a bit better and were playing better as a team. But it seems like, I don't know if they would play that again. It might be worth playing because it was close. They were able to force out Bubble multiple times. They were able to force Samheim's Ice Block as well. So by no means at all, it was not one-sided or completely unwinnable. So if they were to play the mirror, it'd be a very sketchy and stressful pick, I think. But it might be one that you need to do unless they think they have a better option, which I'm not sure if they would, considering Windwalker Mage is just so solid all around. I guess we'll have to see if Mystery Org chooses to play the same thing, because Mystery Org has always been known to switch composition after winning as well. So let's see.
What is a solid counter for this composition right here? Holy Paladin, Fire Windwalker.
Well, the only thing we've seen so far. So here's the thing. This composition overall is really well-rounded, and the only thing we've seen from teams that has looked relatively convincing, surprisingly enough, is Frost, Death Knight, Windwalker. So Frost, Death Knight, Windwalker, Mistweaver, it just seems like it's kind of difficult for them to get anything going. I mean, the Windwalker doesn't have great targets. He has to basically chase around a Mistweaver monk, which isn't easy to do, especially when in Chains of Ice. And if he decides to go after, the Windwalker or the Death Knight, then he's getting cleaved down. So far, in all the tournaments and all the regions, that's the only composition we've seen that straight up just looks like it's a winning matchup, is the Windwalker, Death Knight, Mistweaver. But obviously the Charlotte Phoenix, they do not have that available. Their best option is to just mirror match, and that's why we're seeing this locked in again. And Charlotte Phoenix, they have to win this. This is their last chance. If they don't win this, then they're out. And even if they do win this, they have to win again. So definitely a tall order, but you can never count out the Charlotte Phoenix. This is a phenomenal team. And if there's any team that's going to rise to the occasion, it would be them. But Mystery Org is definitely looking solid so far in this series.
Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix really in a tough spot here. If they lose this next game, they're knocked out of the tournament. This is an elimination round. We are in the lower bracket for this North American Finals tournament right now. Mystery are on match point here on Tigers Peak. We are seeing another mirror match here on this next game. What do we want to see Charlotte Phoenix maybe change up from the last game that we saw here, Zico, if they want to turn this game around, do you think?
I feel like if they play the way they did towards the end, they're gonna have it's gonna be, kind of a toss-up who wins. It's just gonna come down to, micro decisions and, who can get the upper edge first. But one thing that I think both of these paladins are doing that's a mistake is the fact that none of them is playing Trinket. I think if you play Trinket Sack, it just gives you an extra, basically you can Trinket Sack, and then you can Bubble Sack, and then if you're lucky, you can Trinket Sack again. So it seems pretty good. The other thing I would say is that it's going to be about who can control these Windwalkers a little bit more. I feel like both Windwalkers were pretty free for the most part of the game. Usually when we see these mirrors, it's a bit more defensive, people just drag the Windwalker behind a pillar, sheep him there, and then they go for setups. But here, they try to stack the Windwalker with the Mage and then double leg sweep them and then blink Dragon's Breath. So it's a bit more risky setup, but I guess it works out. I just feel like it can go either way if you play it like that. So you can be a little bit more safe about it. And then the other thing, the last piece of criticism I have for Charlotte Phoenix was that one time when they overlapped, I think it was Ice Block and Corlic's Bubble Sack. I think that was a really big point in the game. I think it actually could have won last game if they didn't do that.
All right, well, we'll see if Charlotte Phoenix can turn it around here, tie it up 2-2. It's Tigers Peak Mystery Org on match point versus Charlotte Phoenix.
All right.
Well, let's see how this one plays out. 5 seconds away. Charlotte Phoenix tournament lives on the line. Mystery Org just one away from sending them out of this tournament. Mirror match. This is exactly what I wanted to see. And these two teams are so evenly matched. Like Zico said, it's going to be one of those games that just comes down to little micro decisions, little outplays, little overlaps, and those compound over time. And eventually someone ends up winning. Both Windwalker Monks attacking the mages in the midfield. Let's see who decides to engage for crowd control first. Jamili looking like he will use a shimmer, but unfortunately not able to find the polymorph cast. Good positioning here by Cedo. At the same time, Sam I Am hasn't been able to find a polymorph. Paralyze on Nick. Great job. Paralyzed sets up Sam I Am to go for the Dragon's Breath Sheep, and now Jamili's going to be the one that gets bursted down. Is there any more crowd control? Unfortunately not, and Corlic should be able to easily top off Jamili.
Sidu pushing in for that Hodge onto Corlic here, trying to follow it up. Jamili actually choosing to get that combustion right now. Full sheep onto Sidu. Sam I Am under heavy pressure right now. Trill getting locked out on the Vivify. Sam I Am trying to peel, spam, polymorphing Nick, trying to survive here. Switching it to Jamili. Still Sam I Am solo. Sidu caught into that full blinding light right now. Could be a potential cauterize here if a big Dress Goth crit comes in. But luckily, Sidu is able to trade out that Avenging Wrath. And now I believe that Mystery Org is looking to get aggressive very, very soon here. Sidu positioning closer to Corlic here, looking for potentially that Hammer of Justice stun. Jamili once again getting locked on that polemark. Full blinding light on the Corlic here. Does actually use that Blessing of Sacrifice before that. Well done by him, stopping that setup there and stopping that potential dangerous go here.
Very, very nice play there by Corlic. And now Sam's in trouble. Jamili secures a poly, gets the re here. Motorbike from downtown gets a big chunk of damage here onto Sam, but Sidu is going to stabilize with the Vitality Conduit right there. And now Sidu has his Hammer of Justice. No blinding light though. There it is. Double leg sweep. Hammer of Justice gets trinketed by Corlic, and he uses the, I think, Blessing of Protection as well as the Vitality Conduit. Jamili ripping through with the combustion right now, doing a lot of damage here onto Sam I Am. Sidu in a Hammer of Justice. They shut down the polymorph attempt by Jaw. Sam sheeps him on it as well to try to deny a potential Ring of Frost there. Very nicely done by Sam. And now it is going to be Mystery Org's turn to get aggressive, but they don't have any of their paladins to initiate the crowd control, so they're going to have to go for a Dragon's Breath play, and Jamili gets Dragon's Breath on his Dragon's Breath sheep right there because he doesn't have a counterspell Sam. Well, he does now, so he can potentially stop the resheep with that. He gets counterspelled on Arcane, so he's not going to be able to do that. Double leg sweep coming in. Sam is just getting blasted right now, but still, they are going to be able to hold on. They're going to be able to survive. And now, finally, Mystery Org having a chance to breathe here, looking to get aggressive. What can they do? Trill is getting dragged behind the pillar, and this is exactly what I want to see. Now, Sidu pushing in, Hammer of Justice, Sheep, and onto Nick, into a swapped Sheep onto Korlik. Korlik instantly using his bubble, spamming out the heals, blinds out Sidu, and now if you're Sam, you just got to kite and try to survive that situation because you got the bubble. That was the objective. Now just survive.
Yeah, I mean, Sidu gets interrupted, overlapped with the blinding light there, and he managed to get away without really having to use too much. Dragon's Breath now. Jamili looking for a polymorph. Can he find it? Beautiful Ring of Peace from Trill. Denies that crowd control. Sam I Am shutting down Nick just a little bit. And let's see, I mean, Korlik with great positioning so far in this game. It's been really difficult for Sam I Am to nail the sheeps that we did see in that last game. So I think Korlik, he's really stepping it up. He's always in a position where Sam I Am has to use multiple shimmers in order to get any crowd control. Interrupt on Sidu once again. Big Drestigath. Sam I Am, can he hold on? I don't know how he's alive. I mean, big Battle Masters or something. Looks like Ring Frost will be channeled out there by Jamili. Gets interrupted. Still both Windwalker monks going in. But these counter spells from Jamili, they're dangerous. I mean, you interrupt Sidu, but it is risky because if it doesn't pay off and you don't get any cooldowns, then Samayam's going to be a lot more free to push in and get crowd control. But Samayam just hasn't been able to do so far in the game. Hammer of Justice secured. Nick actually getting swapped to, forced to use his Touch of Karma. At the same time, Blessing and Protection out onto Samayam. Nick's in a lot of trouble. They use the Blessing and Protection on the Touch of Karma. Nick's getting low, using Fist of Fury, dancing around the map, just trying to survive. He gets paralyzed on the Fist of Fury. Korlik's still in crowd control. Fortifying Brew, Touch of Karma, Diffuse Magic, everything trades from Nick. And he does manage to hold on, but now, moving forward for the next minute, Nick is definitely an exposed target.
Nick instantly going for the double sweep onto Samayam. Sidu caught into that full blinding light. Jamili locked on fire here. Spam sheeping. Samayam cauterized has been procced here. So low. Sidu holding the block. Oh my goodness. It's a 1% ice block. That would have been so tragic to die there. Sidu trading out the Avenging Wrath, trying to restabilize here. They're looking to get aggressive right now. The Drestigoths are on cooldown. There are no leg sweeps. Sidu unfortunately caught into another full polymorph here still. Mr. Org been on the back foot for the last 30 plus seconds here, looking to get aggressive, but unfortunately they just cannot get the positioning for it right now. Right now, Trill just sitting on Jamili. Dragon's Breath onto Korlik. Samayam getting that full polymorph. Unfortunately gets locked on it. Hammer of Justice from Sidu onto Korlik, keeping it going. Jamili using that temporal shield. Great Ring of Peace there to stop the CC. Double blinding light from Sidu as well, trying to get the pressure, but Jamili just full HP. Now finally starting to take some damage here. Will Sam get the resheep? Unfortunately gets locked out by Nick. Good job by him, spamming out those Vivifies, trying to keep his team top up here, trying to get aggressive once again. Korlik deciding to use that Blessing and Protection here. Lots of cooldowns being traded. We need to start seeing damage coming out on the side of Charlotte Phoenix here.
I would have loved to see that last setup happen onto Nick because right now they are losing the mage race pretty hard. Now another setup about to land, but Jamili getting polyed on his combustion right there. And Sidu actually still using his bubble there. I'm not sure if that was the right play, but I guess Sam is completely exposed with no cooldown, so better safe than sorry. But a counterspell sneaks in onto Korlik. Do they have the damage here to force an ice block? They're trying. Big damage coming in. Paralyzed onto Trill here by Nick. Excellently done there, making sure that his mage is going to be able to survive during that lockout. But these mages with their counterspells just popping a random combust is very, very deadly. It's an excellent way to try to close out the match. And now Samayam defensive Dragon's Breath into the sheep, and they get the paralyzed Hammer of Justice onto Korlik, but Jamili not going to be taking any damage due to that preemptive sack, and that's something Korlik's been doing a great job with this entire game, just positioning out of line of sight, and right before he's about to get crowd control, he ducks in and throws a sack, a Vitality Conduit, and it's a big reason why Jamili just hasn't needed to use anything so far. So excellent defense here so far by Charlotte Phoenix. They need one more setup here, potentially. If they can land it in the next 20 seconds, there's going to be no breakers on the side of Mystery Org. And here we go. Nick already getting polymorph spammed on the setup. Triple Dragon's Breath coming out. Sam reverses it. Big damage coming out on Jamili. Temporal Shield is active. Do they have a Maledict or a Spell Steal? Doesn't look like it. Sidu charging in here. Gets the Hammer of Justice. Does he have the Blinding Light? He does. He gets it on the Trinket of Korlik, but the yard from the Dragon's Breath. And now Sam is really in big trouble. But Sidu, preemptive sacrifice there as well. But I think Cedar's actually playing the small sacrifice here. Sam is just dying through it. I think that's a mistake in terms of talents, but Sam is going to be able to hold on for now. Very, very risky there. Cedar should have his bubble coming back up, hopefully for them, before the next time they're in trouble. If that happens, they're going to also get the bubble, the block. But now Cedar in a polymorph, big trouble onto Sam.
Yeah, Samayam still running. Musky protection does come in from Sea. Dragon's Breath over on the Nick into potentially a full polymorph. Unable to find it. Nice interrupt there by Jamili. And really just getting all this pressure, all this momentum, and making it extremely difficult for Mystery Org to get anything going. Charlotte Phoenix, they've really stepped up. You can tell they do not want to be out of this tournament just yet. I mean, this is their last opportunity, and they're definitely making Mystery Org work for it. Sea charging in. There's a full polymorph onto Corlick. Is there any more crowd control? There is. Sacrifice trades out from Corlick immediately. Every man for himself. The sacrifice. Jamili holds on to the ice block. He holds on to the cauterize, and now it's going to be up to the Charlotte Phoenix to strike back.
Jamili using that double shimmer there, unable to get the sheep onto Sidu here still. Charlotte Phoenix here has a slight cooldown advantage here with the ice block available, so Mr. Org really looking to try to get a solid setup here and try to get some cooldowns in, try to get back in control of this game here. Things very back and forth here. Both teams right now waiting, trying to rebuild those combustions out. Wow, Ring of Peace into the full Ring of Frost. Sidu forcing out that bubble there. Samurai in lots of trouble here. Wow, that was a huge swing in the game right there. That is very, very big. Without virtually using any setup right now. Sidu pushing in, trying to get aggressive onto Corlick here, trying to get that stun. Full leg sweep onto Jamili, sheep onto Nick here. So much damage, and they need to get the ice block. Corlick trading out that divine shield as well. Instantly restabilizing here. Mr. Org needs to be very careful right now. Things can get very ugly very quick.
Corlick's in a full shape. Jamili's still in trouble here. Temporal Shield activates. Sam gets the re. Sidu has follow-up blind, I do believe, and there it is. Jamili, do they have the damage? Sure, it's finally going to connect. They need a dress or a bike. There it is. Corlick activates the wings, and he should be having no problems here stabilizing Jamili, but it's a scary situation. Jamili moving in. Offensive blink. He gets it onto Sidu. Samayam triggers the leg sweep. Trill spamming out the Vivifies. Corlick's pushing in. This is the blinding light here, and Samayam has his ice block rotated back up. 15 more seconds for Cauterize. He can't greet it too much. Vitality Conduit coming through from Sidu. Corlick's in a sheep. This is match point for Charlotte Phoenix. If they can extend the chain long enough, they could potentially take them out here or force out some big cooldowns. Corlick has no bubble. The next setup has to be an ice block from Jamili if they can hold on for a longer time here on the side of Charlotte Phoenix. They're going to have that sacrifice. Corlick can get that out before Jamili needs to use his ice block. That would be insane, but no! Big counterspell snuck through by Samayam. Spell stealing the big divine favor there and landing the CS, but they don't have the damage there, sadly, to push Jamili over the edge, and now they have no counterspell to stop the next setup. Samayam is in trouble.
I mean, definitely. But with that ice block back available, I feel like Mystery Org, they bought enough time, potentially. Let's see if Samayam can hold on. Jamili at the same time, he's got to hold on. Full leg sweep does land on Samayam. Do they have the damage to actually take him down? Full Hammer of Justice now onto Sidu. Jamili does find the Ring of Frost. Big combustion as well. Samayam with a beautifully timed Temporal Shield bounces his health back up. Polymorph over on Nick. The Blinding Light, the crowd control. It's just not over yet. Trill, he goes for a Paralyze on Jamili just to buy a little bit more time for Sidu to exit crowd control. Divine Favor, unfortunately not topping off Samayam, but Jamili trinkets out. He uses Temporal Shield as Mystery Org is looking to strike back, but Jamili is completely healthy. The Hammer of Justice does land onto Corlick. Is there any more damage? Samayam still falling further and further behind. Sidu may have overextended himself. Now being caught into crowd control, he's going to have to use Sacrifice onto Samayam, but Jamili at the same time, Corlick trading out Sacrifice. Both these teams are just so evenly matched. Cooldowns being traded out at the exact same time, and it is still anyone's game.
Man, so many ineffable procs on for Corlick here. Oh my goodness, this man is getting so many resets at the perfect moments ever. Right now, still Samayam under heavy fire right now. Jamili trying to look in to get that sheep on Sidu. Gets in cap by Trill. Well done by him. Full sheep on a Corlick. Jamili locked out, lots of damage. Instantly opting to use that Divine Shield once again and the Avenging Wrath. Instantly running at Sidu. Full stun on the Sidu. Jamili locked out. Samayam caught in a leg sweep here. So much damage on both sides here. Combustion used by Jamili, doing everything they can, trying to force the ice block out. And once again, Sidu opting to use that Divine Shield as well. Both Paladins just trading bubbles the second they come up on these aggressive goes here. Things could get very dangerous now. Both heroes, Sidu actually caught in the first sheep here. Trill spamming Vivifies out onto Samayam, trying to save him here. Nice Ring of Peace. Double leg sweep here. Instantly getting aggressive again. Sidu pushing into Core to get that stun on him. Gets it. Jamili instantly getting hit by that motorcycle straight to the dome. Temporal Shield has been used. Trill all over Jamili right now. Nick all over Samayam. Back to back. So even all around right now. Everyone just waiting. A potential counterspell could just change everything. Samayam actually cauterized Proctor from a massive dress they got there from Nick. Instantly taking spell stealing the bop from Korlik actually as well. So Cedo has a bop available in the next 20 seconds. Korlik opted to use his right there. Lots of things happen very quick here. Very dangerous situation for Sam I am now.
Yeah, both of these teams are running on fumes as well. Korlik doesn't have too much mana left in the tank, and Sidu's going to have his sacrifice rotating back up. He pops the Avenging Wrath right there. Right before, though, he gets paralyzed, and he bumps the paralyze and then sacks Samayam. Trinkets out of the stun to stun Korlik. They do not get the Ring of Frost. Jamili taking huge damage right there. Can't believe he didn't proc the Cauterize, but they might get it right here. Sacrifice again in the nick of time. They can't believe it. Jamili basically died through 2 health bars right there. And Sidu, he's in a blinding light. Sam is in trouble. He does have his ice block. He might need to use it right now. He's polymorphing Jamili. Trin is spamming out the Vivifies, but at 47% dampening, anybody could fall. And if it is going to be Charlotte Phoenix, then it's gonna be a KO. They will be eliminated, as this is the lower bracket finals here. Korlik's in a Hammer of Justice. Trill swapping to him. Sam's right there behind him. No Hammer of Justice though, and I don't think that swap is gonna be able to do too much here. Trill kind of wasting his leg sweep a little bit there, and now I think it's all about the mages. Which one of these mages is gonna fall first? Korlik, barely any mana left whatsoever. I think at this point, just try to avoid damage and do damage. It's not even worth CCing these healers. Let's see what they can get done. They'll see who's pushing in. Hammer of Justice comes out. He gets paralyzed. Nick spamming out the Vivifies. Full Ring of Frost secured. Big damage here onto Jamili. Trill gets sheeped. They're swapping over to Sidu. He has no bubble. He does have bubble, actually. Ineffable Truth. It resets the cooldown once again, and Mystery Org will hang on.
Yep, Sidu does manage to hold on. Jamili now taking a huge hit of damage, 53% dampening. Windwalkers and Mages just putting out insane pressure in this match, and both these Paladins are basically tapped on mana. Korlik almost completely Ineffable Truth procs once again, but it is going to be Samheim. He has to be very careful. Nick has Drestagath rotating back up, and there is no Cauterize. He needs to be careful, and he does respect the damage. He will be using that Ice Block, but now Mystery Warrior, there's really not too many cooldowns left. Keep in mind, Sidu not playing the ultimate sacrifice. Samheim could just die through that cooldown. But look at Korlik's mana. There's really nothing. There's nothing left for the Charlotte Phoenix. Hammer of Justice does land. Leg sweep over onto Jamili. The sacrifice comes in. Divine Shield as well. Those are the last cooldowns, the last line of defense. But it looks like Samayam might just fall down to 10% health. He's trying to peel. He gets interrupted on the polymorph and taken down. Charlotte Phoenix strike back. They tie it up. They do not want to be out of this tournament.
All right, now 2-2. Charlotte Phoenix here tying it up in that last game, and what a turnaround on the side of Charlotte Phoenix, Peekaboo.
Yeah, that was really chaotic. Oh my goodness, it seemed like a lot of the most impactful moments of the game are when both the Paladins ran directly into each other, and everyone was pressing bubble and trading out their sacrifices and having Avenging Wrath up at the same time, and everyone was just all on top of each other. Everything's resetting. I'd like to see how many ineffable procs were up. That'd be a cool thing to check out. I'm not sure, but wow, Charlotte Phoenix, very impressive game there. Coming back from a defeat just in the previous game in the same matchup, to be able to swing it around in something that was just so back and forth, that's got to feel good for him. I was wondering at the very end of the game there if Sidu actually had his sacrifice available that he could have used on Sam. Not sure if that was actually up or not, or if that was a potential UI error, but maybe that could have saved him. I'm not sure, but that really came down to the wire. It seems like it couldn't really get any closer than that.
Yeah, definitely. And here at the very, very end, I think, why even go for CC? The healer is literally They just risk their own position with these offensive blinks. And of course, at this point, Sidu, he did have his sacrifice. He should have tried to trade it out right away, but he's not playing that ultimate sacrifice regardless. So I don't like that, by the way. I think he should play ultimate sacrifice in this matchup. It's such a chaotic, bursty matchup.
He's playing two bops.
Truth.
I think he has two bops, and Korlik has just the one bob, I think.
I'm pretty sure that's correct. I think, you go Light's Grace, Divine Favor, and then Ultimate Sacrifice, or you go double bob. Blessed Hands.
Yeah, hard to say how useful that is because of the spell steals from the mages, so.
If you guys are watching from home and you want to check out what they are running, you can go to awc.gcd.tv and you can see what we are looking at as well on our side, the gear and the talents and all the corruption that they are choosing to play here in this game. Charlotte Phoenix tied 2-2 against Mystery Org, and now it's anyone's game really going to game number 5. Mystery Org, we're gonna get the map choice pretty soon here. Do we think we're gonna see another mirror event?
No, actually.
No.
I think Charlotte Phoenix is going to be locking in Windwalker Mage Paladin, and I think Mystery Org is going to cleave them. I think they're going to lock in the cleave once again. They're going to play that Windwalker Death Knight, Mistweaver Monk, that composition I was talking about. The only composition we've seen really kind of have an edge against Windwalker Mage, and I think that it was just such an important game on Ashamanes where Mystery Org was able to win that swing match and put Game 5 in their favor, because I feel like the series might just come down to, well, it is going to come down to this game, but just the fact that they're going to be able to pick a counter. Although,
What?
Mugambala.
Oh,
So I'm pretty sure statistically this is the least picked map.
I think that's probably true. You know what else? You know, Robodrome never gets picked, but I think it gets picked more than
He gets picked
Mugambala.
more than this. Yeah.
I actually like Robodrome a lot. Just a random little tidbit. It's a great map, I think. But yeah, a lot of teams not opting to go with it. Mugambala, definitely an interesting choice. I think the thing about Mugambala, which is really nice, is Mystery Org is likely trying to set up their cleave matchup if they can. And this map is basically a playground for Mistweaver Monks. I think Sea is going to be able to roll and Chi Torpedo and Portal, up on top of the stairs, behind that massive pillar, into the room. There's lots of space for him to kind of maneuver and stay away from Jamili. So I think that's kind of the idea of this pick.
And do you feel like this is more favored than towards Mystery Org then?
I don't know. It depends what Charlotte Phoenix does. I feel like if it is going to be the Windwalker Mage Paladin, which I would makes the most logical sense. I mean, maybe Charlotte Phoenix, they're just going to try something else, because they're kind of, I feel like they're sealing their own fate if they are, they're just going to go with it. So they're going with the Windwalker Mage Paladin. If Mystery Org plays Windwalker Death Knight, Mistweaver, I do think it plays into their favor. I think Trill and Sea2 are going to be extremely mobile. It's going to be difficult for Jamili to actually connect to a target for an extended period of time. And I think this is exactly what Mystery Org wanted to set up. I'd be super surprised if they don't play that comp.
And back here on this map choice, Mugambala, this was Mystery Org's map pick here, so that's going to be where we're going for game number 5. Peekaboo, why is this a map that's really not picked that often?
This map is virtually never picked because it's just so awkward. The pillar in the middle is the biggest pillar in the entire game. And if you're a class with less mobility than something like a monk or something, it's very easy to be kited. It's very easy to have horrible positioning with your healer, especially if you go up the stairs there. The Z-axis completely changes everything. It just makes classes like monks. Monks can actually port up and down. Like if you look at the floor, like say that's level 1, they can go to level 2 and back and forth very easily with just their mobility. And it's just hard to play anywhere. And it's so random, and no one really has too much practice on this map where it's like, thinking it's going to be a good win for him. But we generally always see Mystery Org like to pick maps like this, and also Robodrome. I think they're one of the few teams that ever picks those maps. And for a lot of the compositions that they like to play, these types of maps are generally always pretty good for them, because they're already playing compositions that are so hard to do anything versus. So add a crazy map that nobody likes, and it just becomes even harder for teams to get proper setups and just have any chance of winning.
How many gnomes do you think the pillar is, Zico?
The middle one?
Yeah.
It's at least a full rate of gnomes. I think
it's Nomergon. Like, you literally have to stack them all up.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. The thing about Mugambala is, like, yeah, you can play in the middle, or you can just go up the stairs and play on that part, or you can even play in the room. Like, it's like the map has like 5 different maps inside of it. And this is the prophecy, though. Game 5 Mugambala. We've been saying it for a long time, and this is where it's gonna happen. Yeah, it was before your time, Aya. It was before your time.
Okay. All right.
This is
okay.
Yeah,
is that old prophecy?
It's been foretold for quite some time.
We need a Sid pun, a fitting final, I don't know, something equivalent of this for Mugambala. But it looks like Mr. We don't need to encourage that. No encouragement for CTs.
He can have Ruins of Lordaeron, but Mugambala, that's all about
Stay
prophecy.
Away. Okay. Well, it looks like Mr. locking in Mistweaver, Windwalker, DK once again here. All right, now that we've got both compositions and we've got Mugambala for our map choice, Peekaboo, any guesses as to how this is going to go? Any setups that we might be looking to see here?
Considering what happened the last time this matchup was played, I think Mystery Org will just try to be shutting down Charlotte Phoenix as much as possible on their goes and trade out their defensive cooldowns accordingly in a nice fashion and not overlapping. I'm curious to see where Sea-Doo and Trill will decide to put their ports. They could choose to put them in the starting room so they could run up the stairs and actually port back into the main room. They might try to play the middle pillar. They might try to play the middle of the upper staircase. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to see if Charlotte Phoenix wants to try to run into them or where they want to try to take the game, wherever they feel comfortable. But I think if Mystery Org is able to play it, nice and slow and not overlap defensives, that they should eventually be able to win with just the nature of how much damage they do and the Frost DK reducing all the cooldowns.
Yeah, we actually have that nice stat down below us. This is the third time Mugen Bala has been picked this season, so clearly not a very popular choice amongst our players here competing in the AWC. Do we feel like then that Charlotte Phoenix, given the nature of the comp that Mystery Org is running, are going to have a hard time having uptime against Mystery Org?
Yeah, I really do. I feel like Jamili is going to struggle. His mobility is going to be basically crippled with Delirium and Heartstop Aura. It's a lot of interrupts that he has to deal with. They're constantly going to be, under fire and under siege from these grip double blinding sheet, double leg sweep or triple leg sweeps if they can find it. And I just think the main thing for the Charlotte Phoenix that they need to focus on is just finding isolated targets that they can go after. Like, they really have to have clean setups on Sea-Doo if they want to take him down, but not an easy thing to do. I think Maledict and going after Mez is also a decent option, where you basically are just going to have Korlik push in and get crowd control onto Sea-Doo by himself, and then they can go after Mez with Maledict plays and try to reduce that Death Strike healing. I think those are good options, but it's definitely not that easy to pull off.
Did you guys see that? The lower third?
Yeah, they added the little long boy there.
They slowly added one dinosaur each time. In long boys, is that what you think those represent, Zico?
It's 100% the long boy.
Do you have?
I would know. I'm a black marketeer, Aya. Being a black market entrepreneur. I think I helped Pika with it at some point, actually. It might have been Wiz. I don't know. Somebody.
Yeah, that's bad. Wiz. I have nothing from the black market auction house.
Wait, really?
I got no long boy.
I
I'm
got
not
the
even
connects,
close.
bro. Bro, I
You gotta let me know. I need that tier 3.
Brazil, dude. I got you, bro. I'll hit you up.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you want? Druid tier 3?
I need the rogue tier 3.
Rogue set?
Yeah, I don't even see. No one even uses it anymore. That's how rare it is. It's gone.
But they're adding a toy actually in Shadowlands for that.
Oh yeah, they are.
Well,
all right. Well,
game number 5 here: Charlotte Phoenix versus Mystery Org. Loser of this game knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, stakes really are the highest they can possibly be between Charlotte Phoenix and Mystery Org right now. These two teams, they have a lot of history, and I just think this is it's such an important matchup because, as we said, I mean, the team that loses this, they're done. Their season is over. They're knocked out of the tournament. This is their last chance for both of these teams, and may the better team win.
Yeah, may the better team win here. We're going to see what positioning are these teams going to opt for. Looks like Charlotte Phoenix wants to play the upper portion of the map. And actually, I think if you're on Mystery Org, this is something that you want to play up here. I don't think it's a bad space. Playing a mage here, especially when you're targeted, is extremely annoying. You don't have much space to move around. If you try to kite back, you're going to stack everyone on top of your healer. It makes it really annoying. So Mystery Org, though, they're just going to go back.
Jamil, he's on a mission right now. Mission Impossible.
Oh, he's
trying
in
to find the
stealth.
polymorph. Yeah. You did it. You found it.
Oh,
Spite! Uh-oh. Sea-Doo, his corruption is getting overloaded right now. And they have the Hammer of Justice big. Combustion gets used. Sea-Doo might just get one shot. He's forced to trade out the Everman for himself as well as a Life Cocoon. And Charlotte Phoenix, Korlik and Jamili both traded out their trinket, but Sea-Doo, he does not have another break for crowd control for quite some time. So Jamili, Korlik, Nick, they're going to have another option. And guess what? Touch of Doubt's available. If Jamili can reset his combustion, I think Charlotte Phoenix is going to be able to walk away with the win.
That 100% caught Mystery Org off guard. I think that caught all of us off guard. Jesus. One more setup like that onto Sea-Doo and he's 100% going to die. There's no way. He had so many corruption stacks. I think Mystery Org realizing that they're trying to be as aggressive as possible, so they got to make the setup hard to get. Sidu needs to position as far away as he can from all three of them so he doesn't get triple spited. And Trill and Mez need to have a constant pressure on Jamili, so he can't just sit there and try to free keep Sidu. Right now, lots of damage onto Jamili here. Is there going to be any kind of paralysis on a core potential? Here they go. Jamili is looking to try to get back to Sidu here. Mez doing a great job right on top of him, knowing that if Corlick and Jamili are able to get there, it could be the end of the world for Sidu here. So Sidu trying to kite away Nick here. We're going to see Nick probably sit on Sidu the rest of the game here. There's no real point for him to try to help Jamili unless they want to try to do a swap onto potentially Mez again, because I think they realize that Mez is very tanky. And if Nick is able to potentially land a kick on the Sidu, maybe get him in a touch of death into a paralysis leg sweep combo, they could just blow him up. Here they're looking right now. Full paralysis right there on Nick. Sidu actually running away here, knowing he needs to move. Ports back. He's 100 yards away from everyone. This is Nick actually right on top of him still. Sidu able to kite away. Nick was unable to get that hamstring slowing him. Sidu now paralysis here. Spikes are being cast. Okay, bubble on a Corlick going in. Full blinding light. Sidu in a lot of trouble here. The spikes are stacking. I don't know if it's all three, might just be two. Full hammer does so much damage.
That's it.
Combustion pop. So much damage here. Anti-magic zone. Sidu so low. Oh my. So close. Wow, maybe one more second on the anti-magic zone. Just half a second earlier. Wow, that's the spites, man. The spites are ridiculous.
All right, Charlotte Phoenix taking that series 3-2 all the way to a game 5. In the end, Spite Trinket is what won the game for them on that very last game for Charlotte Phoenix. And I mean, like you guys were saying during that game, it just looked like Mystery Org was not at all prepared for that, Zico.
Definitely. No, I feel like that was, to quote Pika, that's something that caught us all by surprise, especially Sidu. In that first go, they got his every man for himself, and here they waited for their claws. And in this go, when you have a claw as well, Corlic's bubbling just to get that blind in time, Maledict, everything coming out here. Jamili with the combustion, DR leg sweep, and look at that, he dies like right at the end of that leg sweep. I don't know if Trill could have done like a paralyze onto Nick to kind of interrupt the fist, or if they could have just reduced any point of damage there a little bit sooner, maybe earlier AMZ, anything like that, then Sidu gets the cocoon off, and he's gonna have his trinket for that next big claw attempt. But I think Mystery Org are eliminated.
I think it was just one of those things where Trill and Mez, they tried so desperately to just stop the spite from even happening at all that they had no tools for when it actually happened. I mean, there was no paralyze available for Trill. If he had a paralyze on Nick, he might have been able to live. They used a Ring of Peace on Sidu, maybe he could live, but they had used all of those tools. They exhausted all of their options, and Nick, Jamili, Corlick, I mean, they really caught them off guard. You have to give them props. This is a matchup. I think that's really difficult. I honestly feel like Mystery Org kind of just forgot. Sometimes you just forgot. You forget that Spite is an option. And I think if Trill had been playing Ride the Wind, it would have been a completely different matchup. But good job. Good read there by the Charlotte Phoenix, and they will be advancing. Unfortunately for Mystery Org, that's the end of their run.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. Mystery Org knocked out of the tournament. Charlotte Phoenix will be moving on in the lower bracket here, hopefully, or they're hoping to make it back up to that grand finals position. And correct me if I'm wrong, once again, back onto the Spite Trinket here, Peekaboo, but it just seems like that would have only worked in a Game 5 situation. It seems like every time we see Spite Trinket come out in tournament play, it's really one of those things that just works in sort of a fleeting moment because teams are able to adjust to it.
Yeah, I was not expecting that at all. That was the first setup went so well that if they didn't get all the cooldowns that they did at the start, I mean, there's no way Sidu would have died that fast. Because I think, Spite is something that you can adapt to. There's ways to remove it, like the Ride the Wind and the Sprint and things like that. And there's better ways to adjust for it once you realize what your opponents are planning. Because when a team does decide to play Spite Trinkets, they virtually don't do anything besides try to kill you with Spite. So that's why it becomes easier to be like, okay, we know exactly what they're going to do. They can track the cooldown of these things. It's like, okay, all we got to do is just not die when they spite us. So for them to pull that out in a Game 5 situation was extremely clutch, and it paid off. That was a risky situation because you do lose a huge trinket for doing that, whether you trade out like a Drestigoth or maybe a Battle Master or something like that. So risky, but it paid off for him there. So.
Yeah, it certainly did. Well done to Charlotte Phoenix. Well done to Mystery Org as well. They had an incredible season, and it's definitely cool to see them get this far this season for the AWC. But well done to Charlotte Phoenix. Cloud9 versus M2KC. That's going to be our next series here. This is the upper bracket. So loser of this next series will go down to the lower bracket to face off against Charlotte Phoenix here. Cloud9, always the big story. How do we beat this team? How do we beat Cloud9's Mage Lock? Do we think that M2KC is up to the task, though, Zico?
Honestly, the way they were playing with the gushing fire mage and just not taking risks, going for the counter spells, the way they played it, I mean, I'm not convinced it's going to work against Cloud9 because every time I see a strategy, it looks convincing against Mage Lock, and then they play against Cloud9 and it doesn't work. But I feel like it might work, and that's a scary reality because if M2KC beats Cloud9, the only other team that beat Cloud9 in the round robin is waiting for them in the lower bracket. So there's actually a chance that we would have an M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix finals. Basically, the two kind of underdogs here. If you think about, like a team like C9 or Mystery Org, they've been around for such a long time, previous BlizzCon champions, etc. So this just blew the entire tournament wide open.
Yeah, it certainly did, and that would for sure be an interesting way to end this tournament here. But we're going to go to a break. When we do come back, we'll go to that series, Cloud9 versus M2KC.
from CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud Ride's about to trigger. 4 seconds, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means Blind is also available. I'd love to save just Trinket. Trinkets, he needs to keep his DK in the fight. Dion Blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough Banish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going straight into the gameplay. It is Cloud9 versus M2KC. Winner of this series moves on to the grand finals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the upper bracket final. We got $100,000 being distributed across these 4 teams today. And grabbing that first finalist spot, it's got to be a pretty good feeling. We got the Mage Lock Paladin going up against the Windwalker Mage Paladin. And this is a matchup that Cloud9 dominated when they faced Mystery Org a little bit earlier, but with a different strategy here coming out of M2KC, they were able to best the Charlotte Phoenix playing this Mage Lock. So we don't really know who's favored in this matchup. We're just going to have to see, because these two teams are so good at playing these comps, who will come out on head.
I feel like besting them is like a little bit of an understatement. I feel like they absolutely smashed and destroyed Charlotte Phoenix again on the Mage Warlock. It was so one-sided to the point where I'm actually worried about Cloud9 if M2KC can replicate their performance that we just saw earlier on. Cerulean retreating back to the pillar. He's under fire. Drake now the target as he is out in midfield. I'm curious to see how Wealthy Man and Chanimal coordinate their crowd controls together, those conflagrate routes, trying to hold targets out in the open. And you can see Cloud9's positioning very far back. They don't even move back up into midfield until after Drake is fully retreated back. Whereas I feel like when we watched Burn and Jamili, they would both be playing in the midfield for some time. Right now they've got Wealthy Man kind of baiting, and Chanimal switched his pet to a succubus. He's actually sending it across the middle of the field. It's invisible right now. It's actually even hard to see on the spectator UI, but it's sneaking up on Brain, looking to seduce him and prevent him from healing during the crowd control. So Chanimal's positioned it behind the pillar. It's a really sneaky maneuver by Chanimal.
Yeah, I've never seen Chanimal bring out the succubus pet ever in my life. So this is some next level strategy. Boom, full seduce on the Brain here, trying to get some pressure on Drake here. Drake instantly gonna port back to that pillar, back to safety there. Drake's got to be careful here because when you're fighting Chanimal and Wealthy Man, these two do more damage than any Lock or Mage in the entire game, and it's very quick to be caught off guard because there's so many people casting at once on your screen. So it's very easy to go overwhelmed here. So Drake opted to shoot out that fortifying brew here. Mainly in this matchup here, Chanimal and Wealthy Man are just looking to get as much damage out as possible and put themselves in the safest position to try to avoid just randomly being one-shot or triple stacked on by Brain, Cerulean, and Drake when they run in for a go. But we're probably not going to see M2KC try to push in and get super aggressive for a while until Damping ramps up. But right now, Infernal drop onto Drake here into a Hammer of Justice here, into the opt and a port back again here. You always see Wealthy Man try to stagger his Blizzard and his Orb here on pillars, because if you're actually standing behind the pillar, you can only avoid one of them if they're both there. And he's just doing so much damage, stacking up all these Frost Bolts here, lots of AoE damage. Chanimal actually porting away here too, as Drake tries to get some pressure there. I think Cerulean actually traded out the Combust there too. Nothing too crazy right now. As we see, Cubsy's always going to opt for early drinks here, because you want to make sure that when you're playing versus any kind of team, especially when you're playing the Mage Lock side, that you have as much mana as possible when Dampening ramps up, because that's going to be where most of the game becomes craziest. So right now, once again, Drake trying to push out into the middle, trying to get that Ring of Peace out there onto Wealthy Man, trying to do as much damage as possible here. He wants to make sure Drake, whoever he's attacking, is in line of sight of Cerulean to get as much value as possible while he's out there, because it's always dangerous for Drake to be out there, but it's not as dangerous for Cerulean or Brain to be standing where they are. So Drake's always got to be careful and be aware of where he is, and try to maximize what's going on. And it looks like Drake now once again porting back here, as Chanimal does opt to use that Demon Soul here, just rotating through the cooldowns. Nothing too crazy, no big one-shot potential yet. But slowly we see Cloud9 actually often pushing here. Cubsy getting that full hammer of justice onto Brain here. Wealthy Man trying to get that polymorph, gets locked by Cerulean. Full stun onto Chanimal, instantly turning the pressure on. Once again, gating away. Wow. Chanimal's actually playing Port as well, which means he doesn't have that Mortal Coil. So putting more value on the polymorphs from Wealthy Man as opposed to the health and the minor CC he can get from that, because I guess he values the position more in that sense.
Yeah, and this is something C9 does so well. They're just staying super far back. Cerulean, you want to play the game, you're going to have to come to our side. And this is something that, when we saw Charlotte Phoenix play, they were just standing there kind of tanking damage. This is making it a lot easier to actually deal with Cerulean's damage. He's getting crowd control. Wealthyman is polymorphing him up. And they decide to go on him. Chanimal just pulls even further back there. Now Wealthy Man is the only target, and all of a sudden, Cerulean is, in the middle of the map. And Drake, if he takes too much damage, Brain is going to have to expose his positioning, and that's a situation where C9 can start finding CC on the healer and start setting up these kills. Right now, they're pushing Cerulean out of the midfield here. Chanimal lobs out 2 fat Chaos Bolts. Immediately, Cerulean has to blink back to the safety of that pillar, and now he's just trying to get those fireballs, try to get those gushing procs. Wealthy Man just trying to get a little bit of pressure around that pillar with the Frozen Orb and the Blizzard, just trying to make sure that Brain is getting AoE behind there. Now big push happening here onto Wealthy Man. Trinkets out of the leg sweep. That was the touch of death there from Drake. Drake, he has a lot of defense, but he ups support back after he used that leg sweep and got a trinket for it. I feel like that's a worth trade. Gonna sit back, refocus a little bit, and then look to push in the next time here, Sid.
I feel like both of these teams are playing the most defensive strategies they actually have available in the game to themselves. So likely to be a long match here. I'm curious to see how it plays out deeper into dampening, though. Is the melee range of the Windwalker going to hold back the team potentially and be an exploit for Cloud9? So far, they've made it 5.5 minutes in quite easily against M2KC. So I do imagine that they will be able to extend this deep into dampening, maybe overwhelming Brain. That Succubus strategy, once again, Chanimal sneaking it in across midfield. It does look like it got disrupted by a Dragon's Breath of Cerulean, though, so Cerulean with good awareness there. Now looking to pop off some damage. Wealthy Man blinks back, Drake's in a poly. Chanimal switches to the Imp, so he switches to Succubus, sends it just on a 10-mile hike to Brain, uses Seduce, all right, didn't work, switches back to Imp to make sure that he can dispel crowd control. Chanimal's just trying to min-max every single possible option here for his team to sneak in a win. Cubs is still just max range. Wealthy Man tanking damage right now, though, from Cerulean, and he is running that kind of mixed gushing build, so his pressure is going to be a lot more substantial than we've seen from a lot of other Fire Mage builds, and Cubsy is struggling a bit to heal through it. Wealthy Man isn't entirely comfortable. Chanimal gets interrupted. Cerulean blinds the Chaos Bolt. Drake gets polymorphed for a moment. Wealthy Man sets up with a Blizzard on the pillar, looking to try and cleave Cerulean and Brain with poke damage, moving deeper into dampening. We see Drake and Brain and Cerulean moving forward. No, Drake pulls back. Cerulean's much more forward than we've seen him the entire game, just out in midfield. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to blink back. Seemed a bit odd that he was the only one out there. Maybe he's baiting them, like, hey, look at me, I'm a mage, I'm out here, come and hit me. But Cloud9 are not going to fall for such an obvious bait. Chanimal just relaying his gateway and his demonic circle, making sure that the timers don't fade on those, as this could be a long one.
Yeah, interesting by Chanimal. I've never seen him, like I said this earlier, with the Succubus pet, because when you summon a Succubus pet, you give up the ability to have either a Fell Hunter, which has a counterspell option, so a kick and interrupt on maybe a Fireball or a Polymorph, or maybe even a heal, like an offensive play. And then I think Chanimal right now has the Imp out, because the Imp can also dispel certain CCs if they hit it all. So right now, Drake just out here in the open once again, just trying to tank out Wealthy Man and Chanimal. Funny thing to note is look at the matchup difference here. Anyone else that's fought when M2KC was fighting Charlotte Phoenix, I believe, as this same exact matchup, Charlotte Phoenix was on the run the entire time. It felt like they couldn't get any pressure, and they were just losing from the second they moved. But here we see how much more damage Cloud9 do. Wow, instant blink counterspell onto Brain there from Wealthy Man as well. Lots of damage onto Drake and Cerulean. They got him back on the pillar here. Cerulean actually a little out in the open here, eating some Chaos Bolts here. So this is kind of where Cloud9 is beginning to ramp up their damage here. We're going to see Cubsy, we can't even see him on the screen right now because he's sitting there trying to drink already. Yep, there he is right there. Chanimal gets touched death, instantly porting back to safety here. And this is where things are starting to get scary. Dampening at almost 20% now, so all damage is going to become much more important. So all these little blizzards, all the immolate dots, anything at all that might be happening, it all adds up.
Oh, the little succubus is out. Look at him. He's going on the hike. Wait, he gets dispel on the succubus for the immolate, so he can stealth. And now he's sneaking in. There it is. He's invisible.
Like a
Surround him.
frost
He sees it. He AoEs. It's one thing to AoE a rogue out of stealth, but AoEing out the succubus out of stealth. What? Look
Oh,
at
the
Wealthy
orb.
Man's
Oh, the
orb.
orb.
What was? I think Wealthy Man is definitely.
that is like super Zarya orb right there. What is that?
Well, I don't think Wealthy Man is playing with the Zaryu cam. You have to be really zoomed out to even be able to do that orb right there. And they get a full seduce here onto Brain, followed up by the sheep, and now all of a sudden Drake Ceralium covering for their lives behind the pillar in C9. They are in excellent situation here to go after the healer. Infernal Stun comes in. No Mortal Coil here though, but they might still be able to. What? Did Brain DC there? Or
Did he? What?
did his Brain DC or did Brain?
I didn't
actually-
even say he was the hardest paladin to kill. I didn't even say it. I didn't even say he was the hardest paladin to kill. Why?
It looked like he DC'd, to be honest with you.
All right, well, unfortunate way to start off that game. Cloud9 taking the first victory here, though. But let's talk about that game before that moment here. Was it looking pretty, like, who was it favored towards, do you think, Sid, in that game?
It was much harder to tell than the Charlotte Phoenix game, and it's mostly because Cloud9 are just not afraid to stand as far away as possible and do nothing. Whereas I feel like Jamili and Byrne thought that they should be poking, and while they were poking, they were just kind of getting smacked around. So this time around, Cloud9 just avoided it entirely. And in the replay, we're going to see Brain. So he could use Divine Shield at any point during this. It's Infernals. You got double stunned.
He actually he used Vitality there.
He pressed
didn't DC.
Vitality, yeah, and he
Yeah.
walled. And he walled.
Yeah, he was just greedy.
didn't
He got
realize-
greedy.
Probably didn't see anyone near him for the Vitality to work.
Yeah, his teammates were behind the pillar, I think.
Unlucky.
All right, well.
I mean, they didn't even need Frozen Orb for that, so.
Yeah, that's a rough one. They got to focus up after that. They got to
Straight
focus up.
PM there, dude. Just orb the pillar, orb the roof, and then just kill the healer. No problem.
All right, well, Cloud9 taking game one victory here. Now M2KC on the back foot to choose their map. Well, they will be choosing their map pretty shortly here. Do we expect them to change anything from game number one, or would we like to see them change anything?
Probably too early to see if anything changes. I think they just got to run that back. It was too early to tell. The game was just starting to get into dampening, and that was a really cheesy kill on Brain there. I mean, yeah, he just like didn't press anything. I could have probably survived there by pressing bubble too. So, you know, that was just a bit unlucky situation. It happens. You know, sometimes you zone out after the game, so you just got to refocus, relock in. Because obviously the matchup is still winnable on either end. It wasn't looking like one team was dominating the other in any regard. And if any team can take out Cloud9 in this matchup, it's going to be M2KC. So we'll have to see what happens with Hook Point. Different map here, a bit smaller map. So we'll have to see here.
Yeah, that is M2KC's map choice. Pretty quickly chosen on their part as well so far. The draft has been pretty short. Cloud9, 40 seconds now to choose their composition here. Now that we're going to a pretty small comp, if they still decide to run Mage Windwalker, Zico, do you think that would be a good move here, or is that going to be hard for them?
I think M2KC, they're just probably going to run Mage Windwalker this entire series. I mean, they could run like a... Actually... How come we never, ever, ever in a billion years see Roasties play?
Do they even play with Roasties on the ladder?
Because the Monk's way better than the Rogue, I think.
But,
like, always way better.
But Charlotte Phoenix beat them with the Rogue Mage Pally. They 3-0'd C9 with the Rogue Mage Pally.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like that's not a consistent win, right? Like, that's like one of the few times Cloud9 like lost that badly to Mage Rogue. It's still like a hard matchup, right? Like, I don't think it's a guaranteed win. And I think since they play so much more Monk Mage, they might just be better off as that anyways, because I don't know how much Rogue Mage they've been playing, but it seems like they can beat everything as Mage Monk. They can like always adapt their play at least some way by either pillaring and maybe it's better in damping, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't disagree that Windwalker, you know, is better than Rogue. I was just wondering, we quite literally almost never see them bring him in. But we are going to see one little adaptation here, and that is Wealthy Man is going to be swapping over to that Fire Mage here. So they're going to be fighting fire with fire.
Why do you think they opted to do that here, Super Cheese? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm actually wondering why. I felt like Frost was pretty important to this matchup, whereas the Windwalker is going to have a lot easier of a time kind of getting around, and you lose the poke damage. Are they just going to kill Brain with Fire Mage and just crowd control Drake and Cyril and just blink in and kill Brain? Is that what they're planning with this? This is maybe they're experimenting.
In the upper bracket of the final.
Yeah, I don't. Well, they're gonna fight Mage Windwalker a lot today, I think. So, taking an opportunity to be like, hey, yeah, Frost worked, but that was not really like in anyone's favor until the Brain kind of just had a brain fart and just fell over. So, I think that last game could have maybe gone M2KC's way. So they want to see what Fire can get done. Fire's probably better for killing the Holy Paladin, and also probably better for killing Drake. You're just going to lose control. So, and that's not something that Cloud9 normally does. They don't like losing control. They like getting full control of the game. So this is maybe a risky maneuver by Cloud9.
All right, well, game number 2, Cloud9 already up 1-0 versus M2KC.
All right. And this is going to be M2KC's map choice. This is not an elimination match. We are in the upper bracket right now. The winner of the series will be advancing to the grand finals. This is a best of 5, and we are going to see Wealthy Man. He's playing Greater Pyroblast, Versa build, and here we go. Brain already is going to be the target of choice. You know, it might be Drake here, actually. Wealthy Man is getting stunned up on his setup, and he's going to go ahead and pull back here. C9 happy with their push there. They didn't really force any big cooldowns, but I think they're not really going to be able to force it too much here. Actually, one Greater Pyroblast onto Brain. He uses the Vitality Conduit. Wealthy Man actually getting counterspelled here. They're looking like they're going after Brain. Channel is also playing Mortal Coil here and no Demonic Circle. So big push here. Greater Pyroblast going to connect. Wealthy Man, nice stun there by Channel, but big heals here by the most unkillable Paladin in the game.
You
and
jinxed
it looks
him.
like M2KC is going to stay alive. And yes, I did, Sid. I jinxed hard.
I guess he already died without it being said, so it's his fault, right? So Cubsy's moving in, Brain's into fear. Cloud9 look to engage. Blinding Light used on Chanimal there. Brain's desperate, trying to reposition. Cubsy's just chasing him down on his charger. Not able to connect just yet. Actually getting caught by Brain's hammer. Cubsy breaks out to go after Brain. Wealthy Man on the left, Chanimal on the right, looking to close in on Brain. How much damage can they get out here? Chanimal not even getting close to line of sight. Wealthy Man has to solo him. Well, I mean, maybe he can. Dragon's Breath defensively. Chaos pulled in from Chanimal. Brain Vitality Conduits. Are we going to see Cubsy targeted here from M2KC? No, Ring of Frost going to land. Wealthy Man the target. Temporal Shield Vitality Conduit. He is A-OK throughout this assault, but that's only if the crowd control stops coming. It's still more. Cubsy has to trinket and trade sacrifice for that massive Dress to Gap hit from Drake.
Man, this is a crazy sight to see. It's rare you see Cloud9 running on top of people, but it seems like they're being way more aggressive than normal. when Cloud9's running at you and you're getting CC'd, yeah, okay, yeah. M2KC is finally starting to retreat back here. Cloud9 looking to get aggressive here, just taking all sides of the pillar here potentially. Channel also opting to play that Mortal Coil once again since Wealthy Man went back to Fire because he's going to be doing less polymorph. So I'm assuming that Paladin kill seems much more realistic since they have a potential Cubsy pushing in for that hammer just here. Fear onto Sorayam, trying to get some pressure onto Brain here. Big Chaos Bolt, Mortal Coil off the hodge. So that into an Infernal Stun. Multiple Chaos Bolts, Dragon's Breath. Wall has been used on by Brain here, trading out that Vitality Conduit and the Avenging Wrath there. He should be okay here. M2KC looking to get aggressive on the Wealthy Man here. They've got to shut down the G-Pies. They've got to stop the Chaos Bolts. Wealthy Man's actually getting 2 G-Pies onto Sorayam here. Potentially could do something about that. Nope. Brain able to top him. Full sheep by Wealthy Man onto Brain here. Trying to get aggressive on Sorayam. Nice double Shadow Free. Bolts are flying in from Chanimal. Is there any follow-up from the sheep? It looks like there is not a half sheep into a full hammer of justice here. Sorayam still under pressure. Double leg sweep from M2KC. Reversing it onto Wealthy Man here. Wow, Sorayam's still just on behind the pillar here. Brain just getting mage locked right now. Cannot move off the pillar. G-Pies on the Paladin now. So much damage all around from Cloud9 here. Very scary situation for M2KC.
Big push. Sorayam is still low. Brain, he's just not even healing him. He's going for CC right now, and here we go. Cheap on Chanimal. Hodge onto Cubsy. Sorayam not going to be able to find the polymorphs here. Wealthy Man denies him, and that's going to give Cubsy enough time here potentially. Nope, they do land the Ring of Frost through the Blinding Light, and Wealthy Man uses the Healthstone right there. Still trying to survive here. Trying to counter-aggress, actually. Didn't get any crowd control onto Brain. Wealthy Man is in position for it. Chanimal needs to try to get to the other side here, potentially. See see if he can get a fear on him. And he's trying to pincer Brain here. Cubsy, I think he has Hammer of Justice here. Might be able to push in for it. He's going to look for it. And he's waiting to see if Brain might pre-vitality or something. There it is. Full Hammer of Justice. Big damage here coming in. Shadow Fury to follow it up. Do they have the Mortal Coil as well? Chanimal's looking for it. Can't find it. And the setup is going to be over. Once again, it looks like M2KC are looking to get aggressive here. They find the sheep, though. Onto Brain. Multi-Man gets kicked on the Greater Pyroblast. Goes for the Ring of Frost. Cubsy now getting singed on the 50-50 there with that Nova sheep. Nicely done by Ceralium, but a little unlucky there. Chanimal coming out ahead there. Triple Dragon's Breath coming through. Cubsy still in CC. Wealthy Man needs to be careful. Taking huge damage here. That Tempora Shield is going to be a fat one. But that was scary. And now Ceralium is on the back foot. Hodge onto Brain. Can they get a fear? Can they get a sheep? Chaos Bolt gets interrupted. Brain, he has sacrifice. He might need to trade. He doesn't trade. And Ceralium has to use Ice Block as a result of that greed. They keep the chain going. Can they get more? Can they get fears? They're actually looking to swap onto Brain here potentially. Might not find a fear there. And it looks like Brain should be able to stabilize Ceralium with that big divine power. Whoa!
Massive hit there. Hammer of Justice, Ceralium getting blasted again. Brain gets swapped to triple Shadow Fury. Nice play by Channel. Greater Pyro's coming in straight to Brain, but Avenging Wrath's up now. Wealthy Man potentially on the back foot here. Drake is tearing in. Interrupted on Arcane. Cubs got Avenging Wrath. Both sides going to stabilize here. I love this from Cloud9. More like Aggro 9 here, just taking the map into their own hands. And I don't know if M2KC were ready for Cloud9 to run at them like this, but they are absolutely tearing them apart right now. Triple crowd control once again. Chaos Bolt off to the side by Chanimal, blasting down Ceralium. He's out of line of sight, blinking barely in time for a sacrifice to connect, trying to retreat, but just feared up by Chanimal, man. They're absolutely getting bullied and bodied in game number 2.
Man, this is a brutal situation for M2KC. They gotta recover. They gotta stabilize here. Things can get very bad very quick when you're fighting Mage Lock, especially when multiple people on your team are dying here. Wealthy Man full sheep onto Brain there. So I am still in trouble. These people have been dying the last minute and a half straight here. Chanimal popping that Demon Soul, trying to get some Chaos Bolts. Vitality Condo traded out there. Drake doing everything he can to shut down Wealthy Man and Chanimal. Nice double legacy there. Turn the pressure. Lots of damage on the Wealthy Man here. Prowls on the Cubsy. Almost cauterized proc from Wealthy Man here. Gotta be careful. Full stun on the Cubsy. Potential maybe switch to Cubsy here. Nope. Cubsy trading out that Everyman for himself. Gets sheeped half as well. Wealthy Man into a full double blinding light. Wealthy Man 3v1 situation here. Brain caught in that sheep as well. Ceralium getting so aggressive on the bear. Block and sack overlap. Very scary situation for Cloud9 here. Bit of a panic reaction. This could cost them very soon.
Yeah, they were so far ahead, but now the game is wide open. They only have that Blessing of Protection and that bubble on Cubsy right now to rely on. Wealthy Man has 0 cooldowns, and he is the target of choice here. Also, the Blink, Greater Pyro gets kicked on his Blink. Sheeps up Drake, though, on his Fist as well, and they are looking at Brain here. Can they find him? They're looking for him. He pre-Vitality Conduits the Hodge, and the Hodge is actually, I think, DR'd right there, so Brain is not going to be in any trouble, and now it's going to be Wealthy Man on the back foot. They need to try to shut down Drake's damage. They need to try to shut down Ceralium's damage. And now they get an Infernal stun into a Ring of Frost. How is that ring not break? I think Channel actually instantly canceled his Infernals there just for the stun lock. Excellent play here once again by C9. And Ceralium, he is facing some turbulence here as that cauterized procs and that bubble is forced out. The game is completely even at this point.
Nicely done by M2KC, battling it back, not flinching in the face of Cloud9. Currently 1 up in this. M2KC really can't afford to lose on their map pick. Wealthy Man blinks in, gets double blinded by Brain. Nice interception, however, ends prematurely. Cubsy now in Hammer Justice. Wealthy Man's in trouble. Big Dressigat drop. Vitality Conduit and Temporal not enough. Cubsy trades Trinket and Sacrifice. Wealthy Man recovers now. Cloud9 need to get aggressive. Chanimal switching over to the Imp to remove crowd control in the future. Realizing that's going to be a problem for Cubsy. Ceralium retreats behind the fence there to the left. Drake maybe getting swapped to with these Greater Pyros. Wealthy Man's trying to fish for one. Drake line of sights. They are exploiting the map effectively here. All 3 members of M2KC are split up. It's hard for Cloud9 to close in on any one of the 3. Looks like they're trying to go after Brain here with no Divine Shield. They catch him in a Mortal Coil. Do they have a follow-up stun? Cubsy's there. There's the hammer down. Ceralium's in a ring. Wealthy Man gets the Dragon's Breath. Ceralium turns it around and polymorphs Cubsy. Cubsy breaks out of the polymorph thanks to the Singe magic of Chanimal. Great pet swapping by Chanimal to stop that chain. M2KC's opportunity to strike is now removed. Drake getting back on target here, waiting for that Dressigat. He's going to Fort Bruce so he can stay on target. They bait out the Vitality Conduit of Cubsy. waiting for crowd control. They need a stunner, a poly on the trinket, but in the meantime, Weltyman blinks in aggressively, gets a poly on Brain, hammers down on Ceralium. No block for 2 more seconds, but they get intercepted by Drake. Beautiful denial with that leg, so Drake is absolutely owning right now. M2KC take game 2.
Jeez.
My goodness, Cloud9 and M2KC now tied up. M2KC exploding in that last game here. Peekaboo, break down those final moments for us.
Man, that was ridiculous. It looked like Cloud9 was on just leading the charge there at the end, but just Drake, massive double leg sweep there, got the entire Fist of Fury combo with the pets out into the whirling Dragon Punch and decimated Wealthy, man. He tried to blink away at the very end there, but unfortunately, Cubsy had no immediate cooldowns to save him because they just forced the bop with the touch of death like 20 seconds earlier or so. So, damn, kind of a miscommunication too from Cloud9 potentially, because it looks like Cubsy might have had Avenging Wrath available. I just don't think they expected Welkyman to take nearly that much damage. So here it starts right here. Cubsy's pushing in, gets the Hodge on Sorayam. He has the wings available, and then Welkyman literally gets 80 to 0'd virtually in a span of 2 globals. It seemed like that was, and then even with the Sheeps and Fears, he still died that fast. So that was kind of an unexpected death, and that was probably a lot of big crits there, is what it looked like.
All right, well, now these two teams are tied up in this best of 5 series here, and Cloud9, it's now their map choice, likely to be continuing to play that mage lock, go to a larger map here. Zico, is M2KC gonna have a harder time winning game number 3, do you think?
Well, yeah, I think this is one of those series where it's going to go a little bit back and forth there on the maps. And honestly, M2KC, for them, they weren't even in the worst spot there. Like, they had Ice Block back up on their mage, and they had a big mana lead. Like, Cubsy was down to very low mana. So I think that win condition will be removed on a larger map. And I don't know, I think they can avoid having to kind of play that aggro style and just go back to the Frost mage if they play on a big map.
So do you feel like this game then, Zico, or this series is going to go to game 5?
It could. I feel like that last game could have went in C9's favor as well, though. So it could. I think C9 wins the series, but could be a 3-1 or could be a 3-2.
I will surely find out. These guys are certainly putting up a good fight here against Cloud9. Always the most difficult team to beat here on the North American side of things. They're just so consistent on that mage lock. Cloud9 locking in Tolvaron Arena, not much of a surprise there. I'm pretty sure this is their most picked map. Both of these teams almost instantly locking in their composition here. M2KC and Cloud9 playing the same compositions that we saw for this last game here. Any thoughts on this, Supatias, now that we can see both comps on the board and Tolvaron Arena will be our map choice? Any setups that we're going to be looking to see here from either of these teams?
Wolfman went back Frost, so their plan is to dampen on the big maps. Right. And then on the small maps, they're going to go fire and try and run them down because they're already not expected to be favored on the small map. So they can go fire, play aggressive, and then maybe they just cheese out a kill, I think is their main plan. And then they go back to the normal dampen Cloud9 strategy with Frost on big maps. So it makes a lot of sense. And it also makes M2KC maybe a little bit off footing because they're expecting a dampening game every time, and Cloud9 is going to mix it up game to game to game, and M2KC need to adapt to that. So they're going to be in a long haul here. Nice to see them able to tie it up though and take a game off Cloud9 so far in the series. They're showing a lot of potential.
And if what Supatias is saying is correct, Peekaboo, if we do end up going to this deep dampening here on Tolvaron, which team do you think starts to fall apart quicker once we go deeper and deeper into dampening?
I think definitely Cloud9 should have an advantage the deeper into dampening it goes, but M2KC, with how strong Paladin cooldowns are and how much damage they're capable of doing, as we can see last game, it's hard to say. I think it just depends on what situations the teams put themselves in and how many cooldowns they have going in, how much mana they have left, how many defenses are there, and how much kill potential there is. So the only way to find out is to see, and I guess we're about to find out soon.
That was a stat right there, 8-1, 89% win rate here on this map for C9. I don't remember who that one loss might have been against. I think it was maybe someone here on the desk. I'm not sure. We're gonna see here though, since that person is on the desk and not actually in the game, it's looking like this one could be in C9's favor. This is the upper bracket finals. We're tied up 1-1, and right now this is C9's match and composition pick. Take it away, Sid.
All right, the succubus strategy from Chanimal, sneaking that demon in onto enemy territory, but not finding a kill. It's actually Cubsy on the back foot, having to trade sacrifice here to that Drestigath of Drake. Australian and Wealthy Man meeting head-to-head in midfield there, headbutting for a moment with Dragon's Breath. Chanimal just loading up Immolate, switching back to the Imp. I love that Chanimal is always aware of what pet he's on, in what situation it's best to have it, relaying his circle and his gateway as well if the fight manages to maneuver itself into an awkward position. Definitely some high-level awareness there. Never going to be caught off guard. Australian and Drake, they're actually able to cast on Wealthy Man. Australian finally getting pushed back here. Blinks out of the Frozen Orb. Nice blink timing there, but they've left Drake behind. Look at Drake. I mean, he's in a polymorph and probably a fear pretty soon. Looks like he's trying to roll out of the fight, but moving very slowly with the whole frost snares, managing to get out of line of sight. They see the Succubus. It's moving in at midfield. Is Chanimal gonna wait for the dots to fade on it, get it into stealth, and then move it in? He's repositioning it into the corner. He's actually sending the Succubus into enemy territory so his teammates don't need to overextend, but it's not invisible. They're actually just hitting the Succubus, actually resetting combustion too, potentially with that. So Chanimal's gonna have to be careful with the way he maneuvers it in the future. He's choosing to send it in again. I would imagine Ceralium has some breakers to stop it, like the Dragon's Breath, so as long as Ceralium's near the Succubus, he should be able to assist Brain. Chanimal's literally microing the Succubus like back and forth while he's attacking Drake, maybe just trying to like throw M2KC off with it, porting back, resummoning it, as it did actually end up dying. Frozen Orb, man, that was a high value Frozen Orb, cleaving Ceralium and Brain, and Drake's actually low. Oh, porting away 10% and recovering. Now Chanimal has a Succubus that's actually in stealth, so he's getting that right behind the enemy team. And let's see, is Cloud9 going to jump in and engage with the Succubus? Maybe an Infernal Stun in 7 seconds? They go for an all-in?
Looks kind of sketchy. I feel like they're just playing it a bit slower right now since they are back on the Frost Mage. Right now, full Succubus on the Brain. Shout out for you, Honest Ryan. Sheep off of that. Drake taking so much damage. Full Hammer Adjuster. Is there any follow-up? Chaos Bolts are flying in. Nice polymorph by Wealthy Man to follow up that crowd control there. Looking to do as much damage as possible. Now they have an opportunity here to potentially attack Brain. I'm not sure yet. Chaos Bolt's Infernal onto Brain here. Frost Bolt's coming in. Nice counter spell by Ceralium. Peeling some of the damage away here, realizing the situation. M2KC will try to retreat behind the pillar. Great Frozen Orb once again by both men. Blizzard's the other side. They're both trapped in now. Infernal's killing him. Blizzard is killing him. They can't walk backwards because of the orb. And just under a lot of fire right now through all these cooldowns here. Just another Blizzard Wealthy Man really kind of pushing a little bit. Wealthy Man has the ability to be a lot more aggressive on a map like this because of how much more room he has to kite around and how big the pillars are. And Drake has to run so far away like he is right now, running back into the open, and the Chanimal just starts teeing off on him. Seduce there on the Brain here. It gets kicked by Ceralium or DD'd or something there, Dragon's Breath, to stop that one. Interesting decision with the... I've never seen a Succubus. I want to see something that would just be a crazy game-changing play because of it. That'd be awesome to see. And Chanimal once again also playing that the port instead of the Mortal Coil, opting to put it in the middle of the pillars back there, making sure he's gonna always have a way to get out just in case Drake does decide to leap out on him and sweep him up and Ceralium leaps in. But right now, just once again sitting behind the box here, trying to stabilize. They want to make sure that they use as little mana and as little cooldowns as possible when they're not actually attacking, because those are technically wasted cooldowns if that does happen. So right now, Drake here, once again, trying to push into Chanimal. Chanimal instantly retreating. Cubs are using that freedom to make sure Chanimal can kite away swiftly there. Right now, dampening is coming in fairly soon here. Chanimal's Infernals come up in about 40 seconds, so we probably won't see any big all-ins until that happens. Right now, Wealthy Man caught that Hodge here. 50% HP on him using that Temporal Shield here. Really trying to get aggressive here. So we're going to see Wealthy Man on the left side of the pillar here, and Chanimal might try to cross on the other side here so they can actually attack him from both sides. But right now, Wealthy Man's still taking a decent amount of damage here. Drake trying to do as much as he can, be as high value as possible. Full Sheep on the Brain here. Wealthy Man actually getting aggressive here with these blinks. Counterspell on Ceralium as well here. Actually, Succubus on Ceralium as well off that. We're going to Drake Full Sheep. Everyone's getting triple CC. Brain caught to the Hammer of Justice. Opt to use that human trinket out of that. He will be safe here. Wow, that was a nice setup there with the Succubus right there. Triple CC again.
This is hilarious. So Chanimal, you see, if you look at the succubus, it has like a little fire dot on it. Ceruleum's trying to keep ignite on it so it doesn't get those restelves. And Chanimal just microing the pet back and forth, trying to seduce Brain and fear Ceruleum at the same time. Now Chanimal has snuck in his pet behind the pillar, and Ceruleum, he's going to be ready to try to CC it. The Chanimal's trying to set up a cross CC of his own. And look, Sheep on Ceruleum, they're trying to go for the Seduce there. They don't want Ceruleum to be able to stop the Seduce because that's going to allow them to move in freely and get a clean setup. That is what the Succubus is there for. And now it is in stealth, so this could be the play here. If they can get some CC. There it is. Cross CC, Fear, and Seduce. Ceruleum blinks over, gets the Dragon's Breath, and there it is. He gets the pre-Vitality Conduit because of the fact that Ceruleum Dragon's Breath to Seduce. But if they can do that, get in a little bit quicker, that's what they're trying to play for right now on C9, waiting for M2KC to leave this pillar.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off. I mean, if anything, it's keeping M2KC on the back foot and getting the game into deep dampening where this poke damage is going to be very relevant. So aggressively and defensively, it's going to work out for them. They've got Ceruleum isolated, but not long enough that they're going to take him down here, I think, with Brain's big heal coming in there on the Divine Favor. Drake's charging in towards Chanimal. Ceruleum attacking. Wealthy Man. Is Cloud9 going to just choose to retreat, or are they going to stay here at this pillar and let Ceruleum get those free casted fireballs out? Has Ceruleum changed his build? No, he's still running 4 Gushing Wounds, so getting a bit more instant cast damage with his build in this particular matchup. I think Cubsy, has he changed his honor talents maybe around to try and get the shadow resistance aura? No, he hasn't, so Gushing Wounds is going to get some nice value here. Ceruleum still just casting fireballs. Drake's trying to push in, but this is a dangerous map to go into enemy territory like this. He's very far forward at the moment. Combustion from Ceruleum. Rotational combust. They pop the paralyzed Drestigath, looking for a surprise kill, stunning up Cubsy on his trinket. Nice play here by Drake, but can they get enough damage to close out? No, Vitality Conduit comes in. Chanimal is going to stabilize. Ceruleum needs to pull away from the fight, but Drake got left behind. He's in poly after poly, potentially fear into fear as well in the near future. Brain gets polymorphed. Wealthy Man getting aggressive. Cubsy's pushing in. I think they want to go after Brain, though, on this assault if they can get there in time. Not able to. Ring of Peace stopped Cubsy's assault. He's still going in for it, though. Hammers down on Brain. Everyone's in crowd control. Divine Protection. Is it going to be enough here for a Chaos Bolt into a Shadow Fury Cataclysm? Brain down at half. Want to have any going down moments like we saw in game number 1 here. So managing to stay alive throughout that swap. But you can tell that Cloud9 are unafraid, really able to feel out multiple targets in this matchup. And at any moment, M2KC need to be ready to get hit hard.
Yeah, dampening finally starting to ramp up here. What about 19% going on 20 here? This is where Cloud9 really starts to begin to rot the health bars of the NP. But right now, Wealthman lots of damage here. 40% here. Could die to a big Drestigath cooldown here. Paralysis onto Cubsy. Drake very in right now. Probably is going to replace the port on the pillar, which I think he might here. If they do readjust here, they're either going to send the push in right now. Nice double leg sweep here on the Chanimal and Wealthy Man. Combustion has been used by Ceruleum. Chanimal's opting to trinket port away from that. Great choice by him. Able to save that unending resolve, which is the most important cooldown as time ramps on here. So Drake, hammer adjusts on him. He does opt to use that human trinket out, trading out that fortifying brew. Sheep onto Brain, Ceruleum counterspelled, locked out. Fear from Chanimal onto Brain once again. You're still lots of damage now. Chanimal teeing off on every single member of M2KC back here. Major frozen orb, Shadow Fury as well. Drake and Ceruleum pushing out to save their healer here, trying to get aggressive once again and get some pressure in their favor. Right now, things have restabilized. Middle of the map, Drake and Chanimal trading blows. Right now, Chanimal actually taking a lot of damage here, moving back towards the gateway. Demon Soul has been traded out here. Wealthy Man in the middle of that, trying to protect Chanimal, realizing the danger here, porting back. Chanimal not getting too much value out of that Demon Soul, unable to find any Chaos Bolts on any targets there. Everyone is waiting. It's always good to sit back, especially as dampening rounds up, because any damage you take now is very important because it matters in 5 more minutes or 3 more minutes in the future. So right now, Chanimal just waiting for those big cooldowns to come back before they really go for another aggressive push. Drake in the middle of the map, eating that hammer of justice here. No fortifying brew available. Does have the diffuse magic and touch of karma. Not sure if he wants to use it here. Right now, Chanimal Wolfman still crushing him. Ceruleum and Brain both sitting here at the pillar. The Chanimal still does have the imp pet out. We can see it in the middle there as well. Always ready to dispel any potential CCs that might hit his healer. Maybe even his teammate right now to play a little aggressive. We'll see. Once again, Wealthy Man always there with the frozen orbs on the pillar, trying to get those blizzards out, trying to keep the pressure rolling, making Brain have to constantly spend mana and worry about what's going on.
And now Cubsy is in a paralyzed. Chanimal's in a leg sweep. Cubsy, you're going to use the sacrifice. He trades out the Vitality Conduit. Is going to be enough. Looks like it will be here. Cubs is free healing here in the back. A little bit risky positioning here from M2KC. They're finally committing. Brain is going to get sheeped. They get another sheep here. Ceralium, though, is going to try to shut it down with a sheep onto Wealthy Man. Now, Wealthy Man is actually going after the healer, just CCing the DPS, leaving Drake on his own with Channel and Cubsy. And this is a fantastic situation. This was the touch of death setup coming out from M2KC, and they haven't forced a single thing yet. Cubsy could just easily throw out his sacrifice and his trinket at any point he needs to. And right now, it is time to duck for cover. Chanimal is angry, and he is looking for a few Chaos Bolts. One connects onto Drake. That's going to be an immediate touch of karma, and we're going to see Cubsy is actually going to choose to not use that Blessing of Protection to remove that touch of karma. He only has the one, so that means he is playing the ultimate sacrifice, and he wants to really hold on to it for a special occasion, maybe even defensively, if I know Cubsy right in that situation. And now, once again, MTKC going to duck back, wait for their cooldowns, wait for their leg sweep. They have it all up, and then they're going to wait and try to get in. Drake, though, he only has the diffuse magic. He needs to be the tank of the team, and he doesn't have too many tanky abilities right now, especially at the 39% dampening. I'm not sure what they can do to counterspell Channel. Here we go. Brain is pushing in, looking for the CC, but I think he's going to get polyed. No, Wealthy Man actually gets shut down there. Very nice job by Ceralium. Now, Ceralium looking for a sheep here onto Cubsy, but Cubsy, Vitality Conduit, he has a sacrifice as well. Drake is the one losing this exchange. He has to trade out the diffuse magic. No touch of karma. He just stuck in midfield. How is he going to survive? Brain, one more second on the sheep. Might need to trade out the sacrifice. He's trying to greet it, but he trades out the Vitality Conduit. Wings coming out as well. That should be enough here to keep him alive. He gets counterspelled. Big plays here coming out of Wealthy Man. He's going after Brain, though, instead of Drake. I think he could have killed Drake there.
That was definite. I mean, maybe he just outright kills Brain still, but yeah, that Ray of Frost on Drake, it would have killed Drake with the counter spell. So maybe a miscommunication on the targeting. Maybe Wealthy Man thought he had more damage than he actually did, but a kill opportunity going to slip away for Cloud9 there. Now, they're still in a commanding position. As long as that Ineffable Truth procs for Cubsy, that sacrifice is going to be coming off cooldown pretty quickly. Cubsy anticipating an attack here, going for Avenging Wrath, bringing in a poly. Drake in trouble again on the run. Big flurry snipe around the corner. Drake line of sighting. Cubsy rolls up for a Hammer of Justice. Ceralium's now out in midfield. Channel tries to go for a fear, gets shut down by a counterspell. Blizzard on the pillar, cleaving down the team here. Brain is really going to struggle deep in the damp, and he gets dispelled on his Divine Favor. Double leg sweep by Drake, though. Nice punish. Can they turn it around? Cubsy still has Avenging Wrath up for a couple more seconds, so he should be able to sustain Chanimal. Cloud9 pull back in that defensive posture, looking for poke damage. Drake has to retreat. Now they've got the entirety of M2KC on the pillar. Blizzard's going to cleave in here on the left. Rain of Fire likely on the right in the near future as well, and that damage is really going to start to sink in. Double Shadow Fury setting up for a Chaos Bolt. Rain's got Avenging Wrath. He's recovering. Drake's trying to push out. His defensives are up. They've got an opportunity here with Fort Brew, Diffuse, and Karma to try and make a power play. Drake's going to pop that Fort Brew to stay on target here. Try and take down Chanimal, but Cubsy's Avenging Wrath comes up in 2. Brain's in a full poly on his. Drake could be in trouble. Chaos Bolt's flying in. There's the Karma traded for Drake. Is Wealthy Man going to block it off? Would be pretty aggressive for him to do it, but Cubsy's in a stun here. He might have to block anyways. Combustion popped off there and did a ton of damage. Temporal down at half. Cubsy finally out of crowd control. Brain now in a fear. Ceralium getting blasted back, trying to get out of the line of sight of the Chaos Bolts. Temporal hit both of them, healing himself back up to full. But Cloud9 once again have that choke hold position here. Porting back. Drake has to switch over to Wealthy Man, likely having to retreat. Chaos Bolt in the sky. Drake line of sight's barely in time. Oh no, but Brain gets counterspelled by Wealthy Man. Diffuse magic from Drake, trying to stabilize. You don't want to pop Diffuse when you're at the pillar like this, though. He's going to lose all ability to play aggressive as a result of that.
Wow, very, very scary situation for M2KC right now. Dampening 55%. This is where the problem comes in. Dampening keeps getting higher and higher, and the longer M2KC waits to get an aggressive push, the more cooldowns that Cloud9 will have for when they try to push out the pillar. Once again, Chanimal opting for the Succubus pet here, moving it way back into their starting gates here. Right behind Brain, potentially looking for a Succubus onto the Hero. Drake running into Chanimal here. Locks him on the Fear Cast there. Can do something legacy. Chanimal cannot wall for 1 second here. Unable resolved. Cubsy opting to Trinket Sacrifice there on the Polymorph and Blind. Massive value there. Brain caught into a full Succubus. Instantly stopped by Ceralium. Well done by him. Chanimal going back to the Impure. Playing careful. So that was a very good push by M2KC. They were able to force Cubsy's Trinket and the Hand of Sacrifice as well. And they did it when Chanimal had no Infernal as well. So Good push right there. Still got to get the pressure going. Wealthy Man realizing that they might be falling slightly behind when that happens, trying to get as much damage as possible into all three players. Full sheep onto Brain here. So I am caught in the middle of the map here. Chanimal and Wealthy Man going to town on him here. Wealthy Man once again in the resheep follow-up there. Is there anything off that? Potentially a fear. Chanimal in the middle. Drake pushing way away from the pillar here. This is a very scary situation. Brain pushing in a paralysis onto Cubs here. Will he get the hammer just to follow it up? Brain looking for it. Gets it. Full duration. Wealthy Man locked here. Chanimal gating away, trying to kite, using that spell reflection there. Cubsy instantly opting to trade out the Divine Shield here. Lots of cooldowns being forced right now by M2KC here. This is very, very good. Instantly retreating back to the pillar. Striam still no ice block for the next 25 seconds or so. Drake, with virtually every single cooldown except that Fortifying Brew here, needs to get away from this Frozen Orb. This is a very good situation here. M2KC needs to get a solid setup here. They need to get crowd control into Cubsy. They've got to stop Wilkman, and they have to get back to Chanimal. Especially in deep dampening, it's always a bait to go mage. You want to always be going on the Warlock.
Yeah, I don't know if Cubsy actually had to use his bubble right there. Chanimal ported out of the fist and then gated to safety, and then he was spamming out fears on the Windwalker as well. So I feel like Chanimal was actually kind of safe in that situation due to his kiting, but now they have no outs, and Cubsy's getting swamped too. Big damage. Drake's not even there. If Drake just goes there and presses dress, he's dead. But Drake going after Chanimal, and that is what could have been a sure kill, slips through the fingers of the Mew Kitty Cat. And now, once again, this game is wide open. Cubsy has no trinket, no bubble. He does have a trinket coming up, and he's going to have a blessing of protection. He's got his wings right now, and it's all about Wealthy Man. This guy has to create pressure on his own right now. If he can't do it, then the next time they push in over to Chanimal, it's going to be an unending resolve, or maybe Cubsy's cooldown, so he needs to try to be aggressive. He has both of his ice blocks right now, and that's why you're seeing Wealthy Man being kind of the front liner here for his team. Nice interrupt there on the Flying Serpent kick. The fears are coming out. They're trying to get good pressure here. Blessing of Protection comes out immediately onto the Karma here, but that's exactly what Drake wanted. He wants to use that Touch of Death with that Ford Brew, and I think he's going to go for it right now as that Karma hands. There it is. Big trouble for Chanimal. They need to deal with Drake right now. He ports away to safety. He gets punted back by the Ring of Peace, and he uses Unending Resolve immediately on full HP. Full CC onto Ceralium, but can they get something onto Cubsy? If they do, it could just be the game here for C9. Drestigath connects. Big damage still onto Chanimal. Cubsy trinkets out of the Paralyze, and that's going to be the push over here. Now they need to force something here on Ceralium. No, Chanimal just in massive trouble. You might just die here to the sheer pressure. No CDs left, and C9, they're going to have 2 losses on Tolvir Arena, and this series, it is wide open.
Wow, Cloud9 now on the back foot here. M2KC on match point 2-1 here. They managed to beat Cloud9 on Tolvaron. I believe they had an 89% win rate on that map, and now they are certainly feeling the pressure here on the side of Cloud9, potentially dropping down to the lower bracket. And what exactly happened there, Zico? How did M2KC beat Cloud9 on their map choice?
Honestly, there was just, I don't say this a lot about C9, but there was a couple of sloppy moments there. I really think Cubsy completely wasted his last bubble when he really didn't need to. And I think also, if Wealthman just pressed Ray of Frost on Drake, I think Drake was actually dead in that situation. They had a full counterspell, and then he brought Brain to like 20%, and Drake got, dropped to like 20%. If they focused their fire at the same target, I think that could have been what they needed. And of course, that Blessing of Protection as well at the end. Like, I'm sorry, Cubsy, but that Blessing of Protection was he was baiting hard with Karma.
That was bad. I think that was a really big throw there for that.
You just threw it out offensively when he was next to a pillar, and he was like, okay, Ford Brew Touch of Death, excellent. Let's go and win the game, boys.
All right, well then I guess at this point, do we just expect Cloud9 to choose another big comp or big map, play Mage Lock again, and maybe just clean up their gameplay a little bit, Peekaboo? Is that the move? Oh, that was not on purpose. That was not on purpose. I swear to God, that was not on purpose.
I think that might be. I'm sure they're definitely. I think there were some things that happened earlier in the game that weren't that great, but I think the thing that they're talking about right now is that Blessing of Protection on the Touch of Karma. At almost 70% dampening, it's such an irrelevant spell at that point, and they weren't going to kill him. They were in no position. There was no damage. You could easily hide away. If they had that Blessing of Protection 10 seconds later for the Touch Death, it would have been a totally different game, and they probably would have beat them because At that point, Drake would be so far in, and the Blessed Protection takes time to remove, first of all, and then Drake would be stuck out there. And then I think if that last 30 seconds went a little different for Cloud9, that they could have left winning that game. But now they're in a rough spot, and I don't think they'll switch their composition because that game was literally came down to that last 30 seconds, that play there. So I think they just got to tighten up and clean it up and lock in, and they can keep this series moving.
I mean, they're in a really scary spot here, Cloud9. If they lose this next game, they drop down in the lower bracket. They face off against Charlotte Phoenix, and that's the team that they got 3-0'd by earlier, Zico. And they must be a little bit scared right now, which I'm sure Cloud9 is not used to feeling.
I think the mentality that C9 has is probably, well, we got to beat everybody anyway. So, but yeah, I mean, they should be kind of scared because of two reasons. Number one, they can play Mage Windwalker as well down there. And number two, they lost to their Rogue Mage Pally as well. So it's definitely a team that can beat them, Charlotte Phoenix. So C9, I don't know what they're going to do here for this next game. Are they going to play Mage Lock again, Asher Main's Fall? And then after that, well, what do you do in Game 5? Do you go back to the Fire Mage Lock? Do you bring in Snuts, X Factor? Maybe you play Rogue Mage? Maybe you play Windwalker Mage Pally Mirror for the final game potentially? I'm not sure what you even do if you win that next match. And it looks like we're setting up Asher Mains for a Frost Mage Lock Paladin for C9. But even if they win this, I'm like, they're going to have to do something crazy on a small map to actually win the series here.
I hope we see Snuts. I'd love to see him play today in the finals.
Game 5 Snuts.
Yeah.
Coming in
It's
clutch.
definitely not happening here. There's no way. It's
Mirror matchup Snuts. I mean, they play this comp a little bit. I mean, they got one of the best mages in the world. They got one of the best healers, and they got one of the best monk players. So I mean, a mirror matchup, come in clutch, throw him a curveball. Not sure if M2KC plays a lot of mirrors or anything, but I don't think that'd be an option. But that'd be crazy if they pulled that out and won. That'd be like a hero story. So.
It would definitely be cool to see here in this game. Cloud9 versus M2KC. We're going to be seeing Mage Lock once again with Wealthy Men sticking to Frost Mage, Cubsy on that Holy Paladin as well. And we're on Asher Mains. But yeah, I mean, the question really is here, if they win this next game on Asher Mains, there's not really much more they can do. Zico touched on it a little bit. Super Tees, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Where do they go from here if Cloud9 does manage to pull off this next victory? What do we expect to see from them?
I feel like it's probably Dalaran for M2KC. For the last map pick, definitely not Runes, even though I would like that. That would make me happy. It's definitely not. Maybe Tigers too. Tigers or Dalaran, pretty safe overall for their comp. They're not switching off Windwalker Mage, that's for sure. M2KC are playing that the entire time, so they can pick a map that's not favorable for Mage Lock, and they'll be in a good spot, I think.
So I'm curious as well, in a live ladder situation here, Peekaboo, how do these two matchups, how does this matchup typically go? Fire Windwalker versus Mage Lock. Is it just kind of Mage Lock dominating this composition on live?
It's probably pretty similar because Cloud9 and M2KC, both these players actually got 495 eye level. They've got every socket in the game. They've got all the best trinkets. They've got all the essence. They've got everything you could possibly want. So it's probably a pretty similar matchup. They just might not be taking it as serious because it's more of a ladder game. So hard to say. Probably either team wins on the ladder, but here seems like it just comes down to the wire every time, and it's anyone's game.
Yep, certainly is. Cloud9 here looking to tie it up, but M2KC on match point.
All right, and let's see what they decide to do here. Wealthyman blinks in aggressively, trying to get a polymorph. He finds it. Ceralium, the target of choice. He clept the temporal shield. Hodge on Ceralium is going to force out his trinket early on, so not a bad start here for C9, but what are they going to have to pay for it? Is that a Seduce that just came out onto Brain? I think it was a Seduce and he got immediately a Ring of Beast or something, because I saw him enter some kind of CC, but it was just gone immediately. So nicely done there by Drake. And it looks like C9, they're just going to get Ceralium's every man for himself ratio. It's a 3-minute the CD trinket, kind of just get that for free essentially here. They don't really have to do anything. Just use wings, and I mean, let's be honest, wings doesn't really have a cooldown. Cubsy's got them in 10 seconds again. They vanish freer into a sheep, and here we go. Big push on the Seralium, and there's the overlap coming out. Bubble sacrifice and ice block. M2KC shaking in their boots.
All right, Cloud9 there with a big right hook, pulling multiple cooldowns out from M2KC. If they get more assaults like that, I mean, they're going to close this out pretty quickly, and they're kind of just bodying M2KC here at the pillar. Wealthy Man is just standing right on top of them, blasting Seralium. Brain has to Vitality Conduit. They polymorph Brain. Oh, nice. Actually ends up breaking to damage there. Might have been the Infernal. It was pretty close by. Temporal Shield still from Seralium, soaking up some hits here. Wealthy Man's Icy Veins is active. He's going to be a big threat, but his healer's in a polymorph. Luckily, Cubsy did Vitality Conduit prior to it, so Wealthy Man heals up to full. He's blasting away at Seralium, man. He wants to take this to a Game 5 right now. They're swapping to Brain out in midfield, catching him in a Hammer of Justice, no Divine Shield. He's way out in midfield, getting absolutely shredded. Is he going to go down on 10% with Avenging Wrath? Ring of Peace interrupts Chaos Bolt for a moment. Brain is struggling to recover as he's trying to make his way back to a pillar and out of line of sight, man. Cloud9 looking for lethal, and anybody on this team.
Wow, that was insane. I thought the game was about to end right there. That was like the worst possible situation M2KC could have been in here. But right now they're turning around the pressure on the channel here. Lots of damage. Got him about 50% HP. Cubsy trying to top him up from the back end here, doing a good job as well. Still, though, on the side of M2KC, they're missing their Ice Block, they're missing their Divine Shield, they're missing their Avenging Wrath. Like, I want to see Cloud9 push in right now, double Blinding Light right there, trying to peel it away. Brain caught into a full Hammer just as well. Channel fearing up, surrounding right there. Big Chaos Bolts are landing here. Wealthy Man all over him, not letting them get away here. Polymorph on Seralium stuck in the middle of the map here. Cloud9 been in absolute control of this game here. It seems like they're doing way more damage than normal, and they're just moving through them right now. It seems like M2KC is a little off with their positioning here. They kind of keep getting caught 45 yards away from each other just like this. Drake sheeped across the map, Brain having to push out the Dispel, and it puts all of them in a bad situation where they get teed off on by Cloud9. And right now, Wealthy Man on the other side, Channel on the other side of the pillar as well. They got both angles of attack right now. Seralium trying to peel the damage away. Spam sheeping Wealthy Man here, realizing they need to get out of here. They need to stabilize. Right now, Drake shutting down Channel, trying to stop some of these fears, trying to slow them down. Instantly, Brain switching pillars here. They're just trying to get away. I think with the hectic start that they had, they've got to just slow the game down. They've got to restart. They've got to get back to where they're comfortable. They don't want to randomly get killed without Ice Block. They don't want to die without a bubble. So they've just got to try to peel until those cooldowns in. But right now, Cubsy running in full Hammer Justice on the Brain here. Solo Shadow Fury off that. No bubble over 2 seconds. Oh my goodness. 2 seconds! What? Triple Dragon's Breath. Or Master Gaze used triple sweep from Drake. Wow. Very, very close there.
Unbelievable. That Brain is living up to his name here. The most unkillable paladin in the game. Does it again. Has a couple of seconds left on his bubble, and then he's like, you know what? I'm just going to save it in case Seralium might need it later. I'm just going to walk out of that one. Basically staring death in the face right there. Cannibal now, still, it's not often we see C9 basically running at a team like a bunch of Terminators here. They're going to go after Brain again. They don't know. Brain has a surprise waiting for them in his pocket, and it's Divine Protection and Divine Shield just ready for him. Isn't Divine Protection a 60 seconds hit? He literally just pressed it. That thing is going to be back in no time for him, and I don't think Brain is going to be very killable right now. I think the pushes that they did on Seralium, that was the play here. Chanimal taking a lot of damage, but they do break out the chain, get the sacrifice out in the nick of time, and I think this is what they're doing right here is exactly what they need to do. Wealthy Man going after Seralium, gets a sheep here onto Brain. Nice temporal shield there, and now they want to go after Brain here. Let's see, he gets counterspelled on a Blizzard, which is actually nice for them if they can keep the CC chain going here. I think they're going to go after Seralium here. Blink and Sheep. He loses the 50-50 Singe there, gets the Sheep and not the Frost Nova. And now once again, game is looking kind of even. Both teams just kind of run back here, wait for their cooldown. Seralium just got his block back. Brain has all of his cooldowns back, and C9 have all of their cooldowns back. The game literally just started.
Yep, Dampening has entered the arena, reducing healing over time. Cubsy crowd controlled. Chanimal the target. He ports back really far away. Drake in hot pursuit. Really going after him here. Blinding Light, Cubsy trinkets. He's got Avenging Wrath, big heals. Chanimal's going to be fine. Seralium and Brain reposition out of line of sight of Chanimal and Wealthy Man. Drake still leading the charge. just kind of being a damage sponge with full versatility, while Cerulean with some gushing wounds mixed in tries to get some damage out. Wealthy Man slips in, finds a poly. Cerulean pre-temporals the assault. They're waiting for the temporal. Now they are going to lay in. 3 seconds left on the fear. Will they get a cauterize and a block here? Triple infernal stun. They could swap to Brain as well, cleaving them down with the frozen orb, but Avenging Wrath's up for Brain. His team is not even going to get dented through that powerful cooldown, and effectively has no cooldown with Ineffable Truth reducing it periodically. So Drake is Brain's going to more than easily heal through his assault. However, in a polymorph he can't. Nice find by Wealthy Man. Drake the target. He Fort Bruce. He's going to be taking reduced damage. They could swap to Cerulean. He's in midfield. Not finding it. The crowd control's over. Double leg sweep. Are they going to swap to Cubsy? Looks like they want to go after Chanimal. Cubsy into another stun. Chanimal going to trade Unending Resolve here. A major push there for M2KC, as Unending Resolve does not get reduced by Ineffable Truth. Chanimal is not running that, so that is a very important cooldown to get. But Brain out in midfield, being blasted down. Can they find his Divine Shield here? He's gambling a lot here. Okay, he's not going to risk it. Divine Shield trades out. Brain stays alive.
Man, yeah, kind of an early time for Chanimal to press that Unending Resolve there. That is a massive cooldown, but I think he wants to try to get more value because he most likely will get more uses out of that spell if he does opt to use it a little early there. Luckily, they were able to force the Divine Shield out of Brain there. Maybe a counterspell could have ended the game there. Right now, M2KC looking to try to get back aggressive for Chanimal, kiting right back to the middle of the map. So Wealthy Man has as much time as possible to try to do as much damage as he can. Full sheep on a Brain here, trying to do damage on the Drake here. Full Hammer of Justice right there behind the box. So far from Brain. Resheep from Wealthy Man. Great job by him. Cerulean trying to peel away, trying to spam Polymorph Wealthy Man to stop the damage here. Drake opting to use that diffuse magic there. Looking to cut away. He's got a line of sight these Chaos Bolts right now. He doesn't want to die to Wealthy Man. Incy, back him up. Nice double leg sweep once again on the Chanimal and Wealthy Man here. Any CC on the Cubsy would be good. Looks like they're not able to get any follow-up there. Chanimal getting locked out there, opting to port away. Wealthy Man once again caught into the open here now in a 2v1 situation. Chanimal slowly getting back to him. Another sheep on the Drake here, getting a reset. Full fear on the Drake, no dispel. That's the thing about Mage Lock. You're getting sheeped, you get dispelled, you get full feared, and then you get sheeped again, and you get feared again, and it's brutal. And right now, full sheep on Cerulean, switches it to Brain. Cloud9 getting aggressive, pushing here, maybe looking for the Hammer of Justice on either Brain or Drake here. Let's see. Counterspell on the Chanimal, paralysis on Cubsy. Triple CC from M2KC, completely like steamrolling Cloud9 as they run here. This is very, very good, shutting down that defensive push by them. Brain slowly stabilizing behind the box here. Wealthy Man is right in their face right now. He is on top of the Paladin, on top of the Mage. Everything is rotting. Brain is in no line of sight to dispel Drake. Drake is caught in CC for the next 10 plus seconds if Brain cannot get to him here. Full Hammer of Justice on the Brain. Pre-Vitality Conduit. Well done, Cerulean. Playing it safe here. Drake porting back in here, using that, so he now has no way to get out if they do start attacking him here. Double Shadow Free by Chanimal. Half a sheep. Full fear on the Brain. Lots of damage here. Cloud9 trying to keep the pressure going on Cerulean, potentially forcing that cauterize here. Double Infernal Stun. Is there any CC on the Brain? DR Fear. Cerulean still half HP. Avenging Wrath has been used by Brain, trying to counteract all the pressure going out. Drake also using low sleep on the Chanimal here, trying to slow him down, trying to stop him. Cerulean just taking so much damage, retreating by the pillar here. Wealthy Man blinking in. Cubsy running on the other side here, looking to get a full Hammer of Justice on the Brain here. Any polymorph to follow it up. Anything at all here. Still so much pressure going out.
Ooh, that was a nice... You see how Wealthy Man cancels his poly right there? And right after, Chanimal dismissed his Infernal that was on top of Brain right there. So Wealthy Man realizing, hey, there's an Infernal about to break my poly. I'm going to cancel it. Chanimal dismiss it. Gets the poly. Fortunately, they didn't really net themselves any real cooldowns at the back end of that, but this is the type of synergy that they have on Cloud9. They are just pixel perfect in their setups. And once again, now Drake getting blasted here. He's going to trade out the Fort Brew, try to buy himself a little bit of uptime, but he's forced to port out to safety here. And now, once again, they're pincered behind the pillar. And Cubsy, this is a great time for him to drink, and that's going to force Drake out in the open. He gets sheep on his leg sweep. Chanimal actually just trinkets and porch away there. Doesn't want to mess around with Cerulean's combustion right there. And I think it's a pretty fair trade. But now, there's an opening for C9 to get aggressive. What are they going to do? Wealthy Man looking for the sheep. He gets it. Cerulean temp shields the first Chaos Ball right there. No more CC though. It doesn't look like Wealthy Man trying to find the poly. He gets it late. Cubsy breaks out of the Ring of Frost with that Singe magic. And now they're going after Brain here potentially. No, they get a Fear follow-up. Getting one Chaos Ball there on Cerulean, but no avail there with that defensive positioning that Cerulean has. And now once again, it's going to be Chanimal on the back foot.
All right, let's see if they can keep him on the back foot. Drake trying to retreat at the moment here. Cubsy gets counterspelled. Could be an opportunity, but they're not in a position to get any damage out. Ceruleum's getting blasted. Drake rolls up. He's trying to reconnect. They interrupt Chanimal for a moment, but Avenging Wrath is up. Cubsy should power through here. Dark Soul. Chanimal's a big threat. Fear and a massive Chaos Bolt onto Drake. He karmas it. Is Cubsy going to fall for the bait here on the Karma? Last time it cost Chanimal's life. He's not going to be using that blessing of protection on Karma anytime soon, only for the touch of death and deep dampening, I believe, to stop that massive, overwhelming amount of damage that we saw outdo them in Tolvaron Arena. Now, double leg sweep. Drake rolls up for a paralyze. Beautiful setup for the combustion here, trying to power through. Chanimal still is just porting out. Drake ports out. Both teams in a neutral position. Mana about even between these teams, not really going to be a problem. Holy Paladin's not usually struggling with mana. The Divine Revelations Azerite trait always granting the mana back. So deeper into dampening we go here. Wealthy Man's interrupted. Cubsy's got Avenging Wrath up again, so he's chilling. Infernal's called in. Drake pre-Fort Brews it. Nice play by Drake here. Fist of Fury flying, going after Wealthy Man, the closer wizard. Not able to play out in the deep end with Cloud9 there too much. Needs a scuba suit to make sure he doesn't end up drowning. Pulling out for a moment. Chanimal down to half. Cubsy looks like he might be drinking just in case, I guess. Mana's a problem, but he might regret it. Huge damage onto Chanimal. It's match point for M2KC. Cubsy's in crowd control. How are they going to respond? He's being greedy, not trinketing. He gets the Vitality Conduit up. That's going to stabilize with Fears onto Drake. Greed is good in this position. And Cloud9 do secure the fact that they will not be losing on mana now.
Man, that goodbye Chanimal holding on to that unending resolve. Almost died to that big Jurassic off by Drake there in the Reaping Flame from Ceruleum. Very, very close there. But now Chanimal starting to pull back, dampening almost at 50%. Brain pushing in full stun onto Chanimal here. Wealthman locked out. Cubsy full blinded. He is so low. The trinket sacrifice has been used there. Is it going to be enough? They're swapping to Cubsy. So much damage on him. Maybe forced out Divine Protection. We'll see here. Wealthy Man doing everything he can to peel Chanimal, trying to stop the bleeding here. M2KC just running over Cloud9 right now. Cubsy has a lot of work to do. There's a lot of kicks available here. Cubsy slowly starting to cast up here. Chanimal has that big demon so available. Drake taking a lot of damage too on the back end here. Brain trading out that Avenging Wrath here, trying to stabilize his team here. They want to stay aggressive. They want to push right now. They know that Cloud9 is on the back foot. They're running out of peels for DRs here. They got to keep the pressure up here. Drake getting full Hodge right here. Chanimal gating away. Great timing on that. Cubsy helping Chanimal once again get away there. Drake with lots of cooldowns available to use here. The Fort Brew, the Karma, they can go very aggressive, Ring of Peace, and they really want to keep pushing here. So and Drake both middle of the map here. This is where Cloud9 can maybe turn the tables on him here. Right now, fearing up Drake, trading out that Fort Brew, so I'm stuck in the middle. Sheeps and Fears all over everybody here. Slowing him down with that Frozen Orb here. Cubsy does have that Bubble Sacrifice available. That's one of their main defensive cooldowns left. And Chanimal right now using that Demon Soul, looking to force some cooldowns here. Brain pushing out to the lap. Does Chanimal get a fear? Full fear onto Brain here. They need to get pressure onto Drake or Brain. Something right now. Full Sheep onto Brain to follow it up. Drake trading out the Touch of Karma here. They actually use the offensive bop on the Touch of Karma. They really want to get aggressive, forcing that to fuse magic as well. Maybe a potential swap to Brain here since he is next to everybody here. Chanimal right now, yep, attacking Brain. Drake pushing back in. Maybe a massive leg sweep here. Drake has it here. Great for by Chanimal denying that. Double leg sweep is dangerous here. Shadow Fury has been used here. Infernals as well. Big Chaos Bolts coming in. Great counter for Ceruleum. Stopping all the damage. Brain still trying to recover here with the Avenging Wrath. Double sweep once again onto Chanimal. Welcome Man Cubsy caught in the Dragon Breath. Full Ring of Frost here. Chanimal instant porting away. Drake is on top of him. Great position by him. Ring of Peace back. Cubsy and Chanimal so scared right now. Cubsy has cooldowns to use it. Is he going to use them? Hopefully he's going to hold on to it. We'll see. Slowly stabilizing right now.
Nicely greeted there once again by Cubsy. And that drink that he got earlier is paying its weight in, mana mostly. Brain right now on a mana deficit here. And here we go. Here's the setup. Drake has no Touch of Karma, nothing here. Brain, what are you going to do? Drake rolls away, gets into line of sight of Brain, and Brain is going to be able to top him up. But here at 58% dampening, things are not getting easy. And Cubsy immediately takes this situation to sit down and drink. He's going to top himself. He's going to top his teammates. And at this point, he's going to drink very, very closely here so he can immediately try to press a Vitality Conduit or a sacrifice here if he needs to. He's sitting down. He's getting a lot of ticks here. And Cubs is going to basically be at full mana. C9 have secured themselves the late game. The only way they lose is if Chanimal gets randomly blasted at 22 seconds on that unending resolve. Drake gets polyed there on his Touch of Death. It does nothing. And now Cubs needs to be quick here with the sacrifice. He gets interrupted on the heal with the paralyze. They get the Hammer of Justice. He trinkets out of it and he drops the sacrifice there. No overlaps here from C9. Excellently played, but still no offense. They get a sheep on the Brain, but Nobody's taking damage. Surround's on one side behind the pillar. Drake is on the other side behind the pillar. Now the sacrifice is over on Chanimal. They're getting back onto target. And believe it or not, mana or not, this is not looking good for C9. They have only 1 damage reduction cooldown right now, which is that unending resolve. Outside of that, they have nothing. And that is a great Ring of Peace. Full sheep onto Cubs. He gets singed. Re-sheep comes out from Cerealium. Combustion gets ripped out. Bubble comes through. Big Drestigath connect. Drown gets Spear Chanimal. Trying to hold on. The Vitality Conduit comes through. Big Divine Favor from Cubsy. He's going to be able to stabilize Chanimal, but that was literally the entire spellbook. C9 needs to make something happen right now, or M2KC are going to knock them down to the lower bracket.
Are they actually going to do it? Brain just needs to use Sacrifice, Divine Shield Sacrifice, and kill Chanimal. It's over. It's game over. Cloud9 have been beaten. M2KC are going to the Grand Finals.
What an incredible series by M2KC. This is a place we do not often see Cloud9 heading to, and that is in the lower bracket, and they're going to have to fight so hard to get back into that Grand Finals position if they want to be there. M2KC, well done by them, and they are just, this team is looking so good right now, Peekaboo.
Wow, that was an insane ending there. All the cooldowns traded perfectly, everyone fully committing every button possible there. And M2KC, wow, just kept the pressure up there, used everything at the right moment, didn't freak out, perfectly baited out the sack, the bop, and waited for the right moment, and they execute on it, and that's why they won the series. So very impressive by them.
Yeah, very impressed by them as well. Really well done by them. It's not something that people have very often done, is beating Cloud9. Here's the replay, Super Tees.
Yeah, so basically right here, Chanimal trades his last cooldown, that Unending Resolve, the red glowing icon that reduces damage, and Drake trades his Diffuse and Karma, but Brain still has Sacrifice. You see on the top that his red cooldown below Brain's health frame, he has Divine Shield to escape crowd control. This is checkmate. Cubsy has no healing cooldowns. He's crowd control on top of that, not having any cooldowns, and all Brain has to do is immune Drake to damage with Sacrifice here. Cubsy's in a poly. Even if he wasn't, it was over, but they made sure that it was over with crowd control and that blinding light. Just great execution, weaving between offense and defense, taking Cloud9 on their best maps. I mean, their win rates on Ashamain and Tolvaron are absolutely insane. So for M2KC to win both of those from Cloud9 is quite impressive. And now, if I'm Cloud9, I'm not comfortable. I mean, they've lost to Charlotte Phoenix in the past, and it could just well happen again. So this is the first time really we see Cloud9 stressed out.
Absolutely, and with the way that M2KC played that series there, Zico, do you think this is a team that could win this entire tournament today?
I think so, yeah. Why not? M2KC, if they beat Charlotte Phoenix in the head-to-head, I mean, that's most likely going to be a Mage Windwalker mirror. I think they can win it 100%. I mean, it's their main comp, so it all depends on what happens in that lower bracket finals. Somebody's going home. Either it's going to be Charlotte, either it's going to be C9. If C9 wins, I mean, it's going to be tough for M2KC, but they're going to have to beat them again, in a best of 7. So I really don't know. I think for C9, though, if it comes to that, maybe they need to bring in Snuts, the X Factor.
Yeah, we shall see. The rest of the series from here on out are going to be super intense. We are going to Cloud9 versus Charlotte Phoenix up next. We've talked about it before, but this is the team. Charlotte Phoenix has already beaten Cloud9 as well. They 3-0'd them last time we saw them play against each other in the Circuit Series here. Peekaboo, I feel like this is going to be an extremely intense matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big match here. This is very important. Everyone's trying to fight for their tournament lives on the line. Everyone wants to do well. This is the very last chance to prove yourself in BFA before it's all gone. So, and everyone knows each other in these games. It's kind of a grudge match as well. So everyone wants to bring their best to the table and come out on top.
All right, Super Tees, who are you rooting for in this next game?
I feel like I say that I root for the underdog, so I feel like I'm not keeping to my word if I don't say I'm rooting for Charlotte Phoenix, because I feel like Cloud9 have been just absolutely dominating North America for a really long time. But I don't know. At the same time, are either of these teams really underdogs? They're both playing Mage Pally. They're both playing kind of meta comps. So this is so hard. I'm going for Charlotte Phoenix just because it makes things interesting. I feel like Cloud9 has been dominating for so long, so I'm a little bit on the side of Charlotte Phoenix here.
All right, well, I think interesting is a very good way to put it, Super Tees. We were going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to go to Cloud9 versus Charlotte Phoenix. Winner of that next series moves on to the grand finals. Loser drops out of the tournament. We'll be right back.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
Is the Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% health. What is going on? They actually hit it. Ring. Temporal shield. Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb dropped. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage and they take down Wildcard Gaming and Arctic 2019 BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1 starter, 2 starter.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Loss and Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect 1 more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
No way.
Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back, everyone. It is Cloud9 versus Charlotte Phoenix in the lower finals. Loser of this series knocked out of the tournament. Winner goes on to the grand finals.
That's not what I thought I was going to see Snuts come in on. I thought maybe we'd see Snuts, but Rogue Lock into Rogue Mage? I feel like that's not very good for the Rogue Lock.
Well, oh, that's unfortunate. We're gonna give Zico just a moment to fix his mic, and I'll take over for a
Come
sec.
on, man.
This is actually this is an interesting matchup, and this is something you wouldn't normally expect. But this is a composition that Cloud9 has been practicing. I would say I feel like they've been practicing this composition more than even their Mage Lock. Like they play this all the time on the ladder. And they're absolutely phenomenal at it. So what I think Cloud9 was kind of expecting was a Windwalker Mage Paladin from the Charlotte Phoenix, but this is definitely going to be a really explosive match. They're going after Cubsy very early on. Cheap shot into cheap shot. Looks like Cubsy might be able to hold on. Nick getting punished quite a bit. Already forced a trinket. That was a great counterattack there by Cloud9.
See if they can keep it going here. Cubsy gets dispelled out of the polymorph. Snuts trying to tear in. Death from above. Pre-evasion. Nice read here. Infernal's called in. Chanimal's trying to ramp up. Could they be going after Nick? Yeah, it's stunned with no trinket. Corlic immediately using sacrifice here for the cooldowns of Snuts. Cubsy and a hammer dispelled instantly. Now he pre-sacrifices the blinding light. Oh man, the play between Corlic and Cubsy right now is at its highest level.
Yeah, and Snuts pre-fainted there as well, and now he's looking to get aggressive here. Blind onto Corlic, stun onto Nick here, Repentance onto Jamili. They don't get the stun just yet. Snuts is looking for it. He saps up Corlic, and there's a Garrote into the kidney onto Chanimal, kidney onto Nick here as well. Corlic gonna leave CC, drop the Blessing of Protection, and now this game is wide open here. They got a KO situation here coming up here, and Cubsy trinkets out of the blind. No CDs here, no immediate breakers, out of danger here for Nick, and Snuts has that smoke bomb, so Nick has to stack up here with his healer. If they pull the trigger here we go. Kidney and the Hammer of Justice into the Repentance. Do they have anything out here for Nick? They have Mortal Coil Chanimal going for the Chaos Ball. Big damage just to get connect, but that's going to be the bubble. C9 in checkmate position, only 2 minutes into the game.
Ooh, Cubsy in a kidney shot into a cheap shot. Is he going to have to use the Divine Shield? He gets the Battle Master off. No, is the Hellstone still getting low, though? Really greeting it out. Divine Favor, Holy Light. Cubsy manages to hold on now. Big counter kidney shot here. Cubsy going for Repentance. Is he going to be able to find it? Corlic manages to dodge, and there's just not enough damage. Unfortunately, Chanimal was shut down, but that counter kidney shot was good, and that allowed Cubsy to hold on to his Divine Shield as well as his Blessing of Protection and keep himself alive. And in the fight, But definitely a really explosive match here so far. Nick does have the Gladiators Medallion back and available. So unfortunately for Cloud9, that opportunity of just one-shotting Nick without him being able to trinket, not available for now. They're going to have to work through that cooldown once again.
You can tell that Snuts wants to come in for the team here, having realized that their mage lock is not working for what is the first time, I think, ever in the past 2 years. So Snuts is really going to try and carry. Triple crowd control. Beautiful setup by Cloud9. Going after Nick here. Frolix out of the Repentance. Garrote from Snuts for follow-up. Nick intercepts with a cheap shot. Shadow stepping over to Chanimal. Kidney shotting him. Totally shutting down Cloud9 in their tracks. Nice Singe magic on the Polymorph, but Jamili finds a follow-up. Corlix in position. Hammers down. Nick is tearing into Chanimal. Unending Resolve is available. What are they going to trade in this position? It's a tough decision. Is it Divine Shield sack? Is it Unending Resolve? They choose Unending Resolve. Snuts peels off Nick for a moment on the kidney shot. Cubsy's finally out of crowd control, but again, Ineffable Truth not going to reset Unending Resolve. Not available for 3 minutes. Smoke Bomb gets dropped here in a power play by Nick. Really trying to take out Chanimal, but Cubsy repositions. Chanimal starts to recover. Corlick gets sapped up by Snuts. Snuts leading the charge. Does he have a cheap shot here potentially for Nick on the evasion? Not going to be able to. Evasion dodging all of Snuts' attack, but the crowd control is endless here. On to Corlick with a Hammer of Justice. Nick stuns up Chanimal. Cubsy's in a polymorph. Charlotte Phoenix look to counterattack, but Nick gets intercepted in the kidney shot. Both teams under immense pressure.
Nice stun there by Snuts, but it's going to be answered with the sacrifice. And now Chanimal in trouble. No Singe magic just yet. He gets it there on the polymorph. Snuts gets hammered behind the pillar, gets dispelled, and now Nick could be in trouble here. Snuts is looking for the kidney shot. If Nick goes behind the pillar, he might get shadow step kidney here by Snuts. Snuts is looking for it. Nick knows it. He's just kiting Snuts here with that poison dagger, with that crippling poison onto Snuts. Kidney shot onto Chanimal. Nick now behind enemy lines here. Actually, Corlick is with him right there, so he's going to be able to keep him alive here in that kidney shot. Nice polymorph by Jamili, trying to peel for his rogue, and now he's trying to swap the CC here onto Cubsy. Big damage coming in. Do they have a Hammer of Justice though? Corlick still not going to have it just yet. Snuts now going after Corlick here behind the pillar. Corlick faking out the kicks here from Snuts, potentially trying to at least. Now Snuts in a kidney shot. Cubsy's on the opposite end of the map here. He might need to trade out his sacrifice, trying to greet it here, trying to power through with some healings with that Avenging Wrath. And it looks like Snuts is going to survive. Corlick in a full fear. Nick is in a full kidney shot. Where's the Repentance? Hammer of Justice comes down. Nick trinkets. Repentance comes out. Big play here. 7 seconds on the bubble. Can they get it off in time? Or is C9 going to take the first game here? Corlick breaks out of the big CC chain there. He's still in a Garrote though, into another Garrote, into a double blind, and now Chanimal, the one on the back foot here.
Yeah, I mean, what is Chanimal going to be able to do? Sacrifice comes in from Cubsy, not the ultimate sacrifice, still taking a little bit of damage, but they're going after Corlick. Corlick, that might be the Divine Shield. One Chaos Bolt does land. Snuts is getting peeled, but he gets dispelled into a Hammer of Justice, and that should be enough time for Corlick to be okay. Keep in mind, Jamili has no trinket and no ice block. This is something Cloud9 might look to exploit. He ice blocked out of crowd control earlier on in the match. It's super unlikely they go after him, but it is a possibility. Kidney shot now into Nick once again. Corlick going to be using the Blessing of Protection and the Ultimate Sacrifice, and Nick will be able to hold on, but still so vulnerable. No Cloak of Shadows, no trinket, but they're turning around the pressure on the Cubsy. Jamili in a fear, though, not able to get out any damage. Double Mortal Coil coming in from Chanimal. Sick plays, and that's going to allow Cubsy to top off, be completely fine, and now Cloud9 is going to be looking to strike back.
Snuts protected Cubsy with a smoke bomb. Jamili and Corlick couldn't participate any damage. Nice Shadow Step Kidney on the evasion. Beautiful play by Snuts here. Really trying to power down Nick, but Corlick's got huge heals in the backline. Nick's back to full health. Good recovery. A Repentance slips through by Cubsy. Cheeky play if they can chain this into any more crowd control. Snuts pre-evasions to get aggressive. He saps out of the Repentance. They need a fear. Can they enable Chanimal? They use Bob to try and get a fear. They haven't landed it just yet. Nice. Snuts sets him up with a cheap shot. Snuts is chasing down Nick. No cloak, no evasion, no trinket, full kidney. He pre-feints it. Corlick needs to get in line of sight here. Powering through with the Avenging Wrath and stabilizing. Man, Snuts is playing out of his mind here on that rogue. You can tell he wasn't just a bench warmer for the team, keeping those skills razor sharp and ready for the team when needed.
Yeah, but right now, Nick has recovered. He's going to have his trinket back up. He's still taking a lot of damage, though. Corlick, if he can recover Nick in this situation, they're going to be in a pretty okay spot here. Still losing on mana, though, Charlotte's Phoenix. They have, you know, all of the CDs left on C9, so no one on C9 is really scared right now, and it's Corlick actually getting swapped to here. Divine Protection comes out. Is going to be enough. Cheap Shot comes out. Jamili with a nice Dragon's Breath Sheep here behind the pillar. Doesn't actually get it there. Snuts able to dodge that one. Now finally going to get caught up in the Sheep. Cubs dispels it, but now Cubs is in a full Sheep. Shanimal could be in trouble here. The more dampening stacks up, the more juicier the Shanimal becomes here for Charlotte Phoenix. Nick now in a Kidney Shot on his own Vendetta. Cubs is still in a Sheep though. Snuts now looking for Corlick here, trying to punish that sacrificed redirect damage here, trying to build up more than one target to pressure Snuts in a blinding light. Corlick just trying to keep his teammates aggressive here. Cubs now getting swapped to big damage. Justigath connect, Meteor connect. Can they force out the Divine Shield though? That is the question. Garrote to follow it up. Battlemaster comes through. Cubsy trying to greet it, but he's gonna have to respect the damage here. Trade out the big Divine Shield right there, and now Charlotte Phoenix, they're finding their stride in this matchup as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really back and forth game. Corlick is behind on mana, though. Nick moving forward, gets caught into a fear. Snuts actually using the Cloak of Shadows, looking to reconnect. I think he wants to land the Kidney Shot. Does he have a Smoke Bomb? Is there any damage from Chanimal? He goes for the Netherward Fear, ends up finding it onto Corlick, but it breaks. And Nick now, with his Death from Above, will be looking to intercept Cubsy, but it's not going to be easy. Snuts is not allowing Nick to just sit on Cubsy anymore. He's going to be sitting all over him, getting those Kidney Shots when he needs to. Death from Above lands once again, but that allows Jamili to go for a Dragon's Breath Sheep. Is he going to be able to find it? Singe immediately. Diminishing return Polymorph immediately there by Jamili. Kidney Shot onto Nick, though. In the meantime, right now, blind onto Corlick. He has no trinket. He might have to Divine Shield here, but Nick is just going to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Still a few tools left, but at this point, as dampening gets higher and higher, Jamili and Nick are going to have immense pressure onto Chanimal. Good crowd control, though, by Snuts. Sap followed up from the blind into a Garrote Silence onto Corlick, and Nick is a little bit on the run. He's a little bit scared, wants to be back with his Paladin, make sure he has at least some cooldowns to work with. I mean, right now, he's got a trinket. Ooh. No real emergency cooldowns, no Cloak of Shadows. Snuts in the meantime under fire. Needs to definitely be a little bit careful in this match, but Cubsy's been doing a great job maintaining his mana, and that is definitely the position you want to be at this point in dampening.
Oh, Jamili and a Poly. Corlick into Fear, setting up beautifully here for Repentance. Mortal Coil on Nick. He pre-feints it. Is it going to be enough of a defense here? 1 second left on Repentance into a half Fear. Nick dipping lower and lower in game number 1. Corlick finally out of crowd control. Avenging Wrath is up, powering through. Cubsy in the blind. Is he going to trinket? Chanimal gets interrupted. Chanimal's isolated. Cubsy respects that chain, trinketing out. Now he gets Polymorph. Where's the Singe? Immediate Singe magic by Chanimal. He's been on fire with these. But a hammer on the Singe, and Chanimal's interrupted. Big power play by Jamili. Combustion popped, stripping through the unending resolve of Chanimal, but it trades just in time, and it gets a 2-for-1 value on Vendetta and Combustion. Now Chanimal's a big threat. Nick feints the Chaos Bolt, trying to stay on target, which is the Warlock. Snuts is trying to protect Chanimal, going after Nick. Now switching over to Jamili for a moment. Bop on the Kidney Shot here from Cubsy, trying to get Chanimal ahead of the curve. They've got Corlick out of mana. They just need to just ram a ton of damage straight down Charlotte Phoenix at this point. If they can keep up the pressure, they could just win with raw throughput. Immediate Singe on Cubsy's Poly. Chanimal is not letting this tournament slip away. Full Fear off the Repentance. Corlick Divine Shields. Where's the sacrifice? Is he going to trade? He's gambling it. Pretty risky gamble at 33% dampening here. Jamili gets interrupted. Corlick's powering through. Divine Favor. Jamili back to half. Blasted down to 30 by the Chaos Bolt. Chanimal just tearing in. Jamili blinks in for a Polymorph despite being at half health. Looking to try and find it. Cubsy pre-sacrifices. Jamili baits the pre-sacrifice. They could swap to Cubsy. Nick's in stealth. There's the Kidney Shot. They're trying to go after Cubsy. Divine Protection trades. Jamili on the back foot. Corlick caught in a blind into a sap. Beautiful setup here by Snuts. Excellent execution. Jamili almost going down. Corlick saves the day, but with what mana? What is he going to keep healing this damage with?
I'm not sure how Corlick's going to do it. He gets a big Divine Favor. Jamili has the Cauterize. He gets the full Sheep here, and Snuts could be in trouble here. He's going after Corlick, actually, and takes him down with that redirected sacrifice damage. And this was such a close game, back and forth all over the place here, but it's going to be C9 that takes game number 1, has the Roguelike Paladin. I don't know if you could have asked for a better series than that.
Yeah, incredible first game from both sides. Like you were saying, Zico, super close there for both of those teams. And given how we just saw that first game play out, Socrates, is this going to be just another Game 5 series?
I wonder if Jamili... I thought Rogue Mage would be favored, but the way they played that was so aggressive. I mean, Snuts just kept going and going. He used evasion so many times just to avoid getting kidney shot and to do more damage. I don't know with the UI if he actually managed to nail like a pre-evasion on any kidneys in that game, but he was trying to read it. Look, he just maxed out his damage. He went in there to play, and they were able to just win with raw pressure, mixing in damage and healing. That was a well-played game from both sides, but Cloud9 definitely edged ahead. Now, Nick and Burn have also played Rogue Lock if they wanted to mirror, if they felt that Rogue Mage wasn't working. So either their options are play the same matchup, and maybe we just see this matchup the entire series. That's likely what I think will happen. Or they try and mirror them. Or they try and go to Tolvaron and Mage Lock the Rogue Lock, which is possible. But I feel like I don't want to see Mage Lock, honestly, from Korlik, Jamili, and Burn. I would rather see Rogue Lock and Rogue Mage from them for this matchup, I think.
So you think Cloud9's going to continue to play this comp?
I mean, maybe not if they lock in Tolvaron. If Charlotte Phoenix decide, all right, Tolvaron, then maybe not. Maybe they won't play Rogue. They'll play Mage Lock.
All right, we're going to see here the last couple of seconds of that game. And you can see
I don't think this is the right game.
I don't think this is...
this is...
this is not the right game.
This is BM to Brain. This is BM to Brain.
All right.
Brain, remember the time you died without bubbling?
This is what could happen if we see C9 Lock in the Mage Warlock in that next game. Little prediction here from the replay ops. Put a sticker on that.
All right, well, since we didn't get to see the replay from that last game, Zio, can you give us a description for what exactly happened in the final moments of that last game?
Well, Korlik was out of mana. He got Hammer of Justice. He was able to sneak out a sacrifice right before. Jamili had already used his Ice Block to save his Rogue and his Trinket, so he was taking a lot of damage. And then Snuts just decided to swap to the healer that was taking a lot of damage from that sacrifice and just soloed him pretty much.
All right, well, the draft process should be starting shortly here. Charlotte Phoenix is picking their map choice, going to Hook Point here. Is this indicative of maybe Charlotte Phoenix wanting the same matchup, Venricky?
I think so. I don't think they mind the matchup. I think Cloud9 is just sick of fighting against Mage Paladin melee as their Mage Lock, and now they have a bit of a surprise. Like I said, this is a composition they play a lot. They're really strong at it. I mean, Snuts practices. A lot of people kind of forget that Snuts is on this team, which is kind of surprising. I was reading the chat and people are like, well, Snuts is okay at Rogue. No, Snuts is really, really good at Rogue. He's as good as any other Rogue in North America. So, I mean, they looked well polished with the Rogue Destro Paladin, and I think it's a fair shot into basically anything Charlotte Phoenix can run. What would interest me, though, is if Charlotte Phoenix ever locked in a big map, and then maybe they could... I wonder if Charlotte Phoenix would ever lock in a big map, and then if Cloud9 decided to go with the Warlock Rogue, they play Mage Lock. Can you imagine that? Charlotte Phoenix playing Mage Lock into Cloud9? It'd be interesting. A little dynamic that could happen.
I'd like to see it. That'd be interesting for sure.
I want to see a mirror. I think Charlotte Phoenix can mirror. I feel like Jamili was talking all about the Rogue Lock. Like at the start of this tournament, Jamili was supposed to be the fourth of the team, and Burn and Nick were supposed to kind of be the main team duo. So I'm actually a bit surprised that they're not gonna go for the mirror. Although I think compositionally they should be favored. Jamili really hyped up moving into this competition that Burn and Nick had synergy. So I would like to see the Rogue Lock mirror at some point if it doesn't end up working for them at some point in this series.
All right, well, we're going to Hook Point. Both compositions locked in here, Ven.
I was gonna say, it's so easy to say in hindsight because Jamili ended up going down, but sometimes I feel like the ice blocks Jamili's using, they're not necessarily needed, and especially that latent dampening. Like it's difficult to. It's a really risky maneuver to just throw your ice block to get out of like a DR Fear or Reflected Poly or something like that. Like your team really has to be in trouble for you to do that. I mean, obviously Jamili felt like they were, but I think Cloud9, one of the main reasons they were able to win that last game is because there was that vulnerability where Jamili did throw away his defense. So maybe not do that in this game. We'll definitely have to see. It's something Jamili does quite often, though, and it's part of his really, really aggressive playstyle. We'll see how it does work out. Cloud9, the one thing that is nice for them is not a lot of people play this composition. Like when you're playing on the ladder and tournaments and stuff like that, I mean, when is the last time we saw Rogue, Warlock, Paladin really be played? It has been a while. Fire Mages have definitely kind of been the flavor recently.
What is it that Cloud9 sees in this composition, Zico, and why is it that we don't really see it that often in the tournament or as well as the ladder?
I feel like, well, you have a Warlock and he's not going to be super mobile. I think that's a kind of a big weakness. And also having a Warlock that's not going to have like super big peels, aka, you know, like a Frost Mage, basically you can spam sheet the melees that are on you, essentially peeling, you know, a DPS off of your DPS is a form of, you know, saving him. For those who don't know, because I saw somebody asked about it. Yeah, you basically have a lot of pressure, you have a lot of aggression, you have a lot of one-shot potential, but it's kind of a high-risk, high-reward composition to play, and it's not something that we typically associate C9 with. They are usually the guys who want to be playing it safe, but the game is starting here. We're going to see Shanimal get Spelllocked on his Demonic Gateway. He's going to still be able to relay that one. And now they're looking to get aggressive here. Let's see who can get the first CC. Looks like Cubsy is actually going to be the target of choice here. Big punish here. No actually, Combustion does get pulled out here from Jamili. And Cubsy, he's going to have to trade out the Divine Protection and then get back to the pillar here. So that CC chain really didn't do anything. And I think an excellent thing about this map is that you can punish the Paladin a lot more, especially when the Warlock is running that Imp. It's much harder to crowd control the Paladin, so you can just go for raw pressure instead and try to kill him.
Double Shadow Fury. Smoke Bomb edged here by Snuts, targeting down Nick. Cheap shot out of the Shadow Fury. Snuts really tearing in for death from above, but with the Smoke Bomb subsided, Corlick should pick him up. Jamili blinks on top of Cubsy. Cubsy line of sights him at the fence. Snuts pulls back towards Jamili to try and stall his assault towards Cubsy. Cubsy with great positioning right now, but Corlick's getting closer. Which Paladin's going to pull the trigger first here? Double Dragon's Breath. Jamili fishing for Polymorphs and dispels on it. Cubsy slips through for the dispel. Instant kidney shot on the re-polymorph. Good teamwork. Chaos Bolt flies through for Chanimal. Snuts getting his bleeds up onto Nick and Jamili, maintaining the opportunity to switch targets at any time, really min-maxing the pressure here. Jamili looks for a polymorph, blinks in, finds Cubsy with the Frost Nova, loses the 50-50. Re-polys the Singe though, really trying to power through. Hammers down, double blind. Beautiful timing by Corlick. Chanimal isolated here and taking a ton of damage from Charlotte Phoenix. Hammers to follow it up. Excellent crowd control chain, but even despite that, are they going to get unending resolve? 1 second away with that Dragon's Breath, so dangerously low. Bit of a risky gamble here by Cubsy, but is he going to pull him back? No Avenging Wrath, not a lot of throughput. I'm a bit surprised here to not see any cooldown. Smoke Bomb gets dropped, bop immediately there on that Drestagath. Jamili looking to try and strip it off potentially, finding it now off Chanimal with the Spell Steal. Cubsy praying to ineffable truth gods for that Avenging Wrath, but they survive. Cubsy's charging in, hammers down, Nick and a kidney, getting blasted. Cubsy in a blind, both the others crowd controlled. Nick trades Cloak. Is Cloak going to be enough though? Jamili blinks in for Polymorph on the follow-up. Where's the Singe? I think he might have lost the 50-50 on the Frost Nova there. That's devastating for Cloud9 right here. Will they be able to pull it back? Now sapped out of it. Cubsy's respects it with a bubble, but it's not enough.
Whoa.
They get absolutely shredded. Charlotte Phoenix came to play in game 2.
I mean, that was a super short game as well. Not something we're used to seeing with any series that Cloud9 is involved in. Charlotte Phoenix now tying it up 1-1. Is that really what we thought was going to happen there in that game, Venriky?
Well, I mean, the nature of these two compositions definitely makes for quicker games. There's no question about it. I mean, Charlotte Phoenix, they looked a lot better in this game. I don't know if it's because it was a smaller map or it was more well coordinated, but definitely their assaults were strong. Their crowd control was on point. Jamili was getting a lot of polymorphs covered with a Frost Nova. There was tons of damage coming in from Nick onto Chanimal as well. It was just these consistent setups throughout the game that eventually allowed them to take down Chanimal. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Cloud9 can afford to play this matchup again, because it seems like Charlotte Phoenix is just getting more and more comfortable with it and getting a little bit better. That might have just been a bad game for them. But yeah, that was a fairly one-sided game.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looked that way. Charlotte Phoenix now tied up best of 5 series here. Loser of this series goes knocked out of the tournament. Winner moves on to the grand finals here. Pressure certainly on here. Jamili even tweeted before this series here that they need to beat Cloud9 in this series. So I'm sure they have their eyes on the prize here, $100,000 in shared prize pool here for this competition. And these guys are really battling it out here in this lower bracket finals here. And Supatis, what would you like to see them do then? What do we think? I know, I guess you already answered, so I'll ask you this, Ben. Then what do you want to see Cloud9 do? Do they go back to the Mage Lock, their bread and butter composition? Is this not the right answer here?
It is interesting. I mean, maybe they could go to a big map. I mean, maybe Cloud9 is going to be feeling confident in a big map, but keep in mind, in the round robin, it was the Charlotte Phoenix that was the only team that beat Cloud9. So playing the hasted Greater Power Blast Rogue Mage Paladin, it just seems like Rogue Mage Paladin, when the Charlotte Phoenix play it with the different strategies they kind of adapted, kind of had Cloud9's number. And I mean, at worst, Cloud9 could mirror them. Like, we could see a world where Cloud9 goes into Rogue Mage Paladin mirrors. I don't know how confident they'd be in that, but I mean, you have Wealthy Man, Snuts, and Cubsy. Definitely not a bad roster. I mean, that's worst case scenario. If they really aren't confident in their Mage Lock and the Rogue Lock isn't feeling confident for them as well, then the worst thing that can happen is they go into a mirror match. I don't know if that's what we're going to see, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be telling depending on what map we go to. If we go to a big map, I think they're likely going to be setting up for some Mage Lock action.
And if we do go to a mirror here, they're locking in Tiger's Peak. But Zico, if we were to go to a mirror in this series, who do you think would have the advantage there?
Probably Charlotte Phoenix, if I had to guess. I think the mirror is very unlikely. I think in this match, there's 3 comps that Cloud9 can run. It's either Windwalker Fire Mage, Mage Lock, or Rogue Lock. And I feel like Mage Lock is unlikely. If they were going to go Mage Lock, they would have picked Asher mains. So we're probably not going to see the Mage Lock. So it's either Rogue Lock or Windwalker Mage. If they mirror them, they're legitimately insane. Because I don't think C9 plays a lot of Rogue Mage Paladin mirrors. I know that they play a lot of that Snuts plays a lot of Windwalker, plays a lot of Rogue Lock, and obviously a lot of Mage Lock, but I don't think they actually play a lot of Rogue Mage.
I expect Windwalker Mage. Maybe Mage Lock. Oh, they're doing it again, man.
I think if they lose this, they go Windwalker Mage or Windwalker Lock, maybe even.
It's not that crazy. I mean, they're 1-1 with this composition.
Windwalker Lock.
They played
Do you really think it's that crazy that they'd lock in this composition again? I mean, they're 1-1. No, it's not that weird.
I feel like Charlotte Phoenix have been struggling with Windwalker Mage all the time. Snuts is great at Windwalker, Wealthy Man's great at Mage, Cubsy's great at Paladin. I feel like it would make sense, right? I mean, Sea-Doo beat Charlotte Phoenix with Windwalker Mage Paladin too.
Even
I'm just saying that, like, you can play the
It's doable.
Windwalker Mage and Charlotte Phoenix is going to struggle with it. Like, that's what they've been struggling with. So why not play the comp that they've struggled the most with?
All right, so then do we not like this choice here from Cloud9?
I think it's fine. But if they lose here, I want to see Windwalker Fire Mage. I think that's like Rogue Mage mirror could be good too, but Windwalker
You're starting to sound
Fire
like me.
Mage,
Every game, you just want to see Windwalker Fire Mage.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's a pretty solid comp, and even Mystery Org could beat Charlotte Phoenix playing it. So
yeah. Well, didn't they? They pulled it out of nowhere. They've been playing DHDK all year, and it seemed like they pulled that out of nowhere and then beat Charlotte Phoenix. So I'm just saying that the comp is really good into Charlotte
I knew what
Phoenix.
you meant.
So why
Don't
not?
worry, Supatis. Don't let these guys pick on you. All right. Well, it's game number 3 here. Cloud9 tied up against Charlotte Phoenix.
Whew.
all right.
This is intense. I mean, at this point, one of these teams is getting knocked out of the tournament. The other will be making it to the grand final. So there's a ton on the line. We have to keep in mind how much practice, how much effort, how much time has been put in by both these teams to get to this very moment. And it's all going to come down to these next potentially 3 games. We'll see if Cloud9 can bounce back. They did win game number 1. So if they can win this on their map pick and their composition pick, that would put them on a good trajectory for the rest of the series. But it's not going to be easy. Charlotte Phoenix looked absolutely fantastic in that last game. And if they can have a repeat performance, I think Cloud9's going to struggle.
All right, Cubsy and crowd control. Oh, they're going after Cubsy here. Charlotte Phoenix getting aggressive and heated up in game number 3. Is Divine Protection going to be enough? Snuts peels away Nick with a cheap shot. Fine time for Cubsy. Avenging Wrath's up. Cubsy's going to be fine. Now counter assault on Jamili. Jamili blinks back to Corlick. Snuts is pushing in. Cubsy's following him. Chanimal taking control of Nick, blasting Nick away, trying to make it difficult for Corlick to anticipate. Blind Hammer Justice dispelled instantly. And it looks like Snuts is actually going after Corlick a little bit there, just trying to dot up multiple targets and really mix things up. Chanimal a bit on the back foot, but a double Mortal Coil will stall. Hammer's down, maybe not. Chanimal is interrupted. 2 more seconds left on that Hammer of Justice. Down to half. Battlemaster Trinket pops for Chanimal. Big boost of health. Buying enough time for Cubsy to stabilize. However, they did get the Gladiator's Medallion from Cubsy. Slight lead now for Charlotte Phoenix.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Jamil is pushing back to his pillar here, and we see Repentance here onto Nick. Corlick's gonna maybe go out for a Dispel. If he does, though, there could be a risk that Nick gets feared or something else goes wrong here. Nick is gonna get stunned up here, but not gonna be taking too much damage. Cubsy actually gonna just be sitting back here, trying to avoid the polymorph spam of Jamili. He gets Nova here. He doesn't have freedom for it. He might get sheep with the Nova. He dispels the Nova right before the sheep to allow the Singe to have that 100% chance of dispelling, but doesn't even go for it right there. Now Jamili in a Blessing of Protection. Nick's getting aggressive here onto Chanimal. Snuts in a polymorph. Snuts getting resheep, but he's using that Death from Above to immune the cast right there. But now finally he's going to get some uptime here, looking for the kidney shot. Is it going to be on Jamili? Is it going to be on Nick? And more importantly, are they going to find some crowd control onto Corlick? I think they want a kidney and then potentially go for a gate fear here onto Corlick. It looks like Chanimal's trying to set up for it, but Corlick's putting the trigger first here, gets the Hammer of Justice onto Cubsy into the blinding light here, but Jamili is getting shut down. Nice dress there by Snuts, trying to put up the pressure here. Cubsy's in a full sheep. Chanimal could be in trouble here. If Jamili can get more CC, he gets Mortal Coiled on it. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to find it. And now Corlick is the one in crowd control. Cubs is going to be able to duck out of that one, go for the full Repentance cast here, but Corlick does sneak through with the Vitality Conduit. But Jamili blinks away with it, which means Nick is not getting the benefit of it, has to activate his Cloak of Shadows, and that's going to be a nice cooldown trade here in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, Darkstool still rolling here for Chanimal. Here's an Infernal Stun. Nick going to take a huge hit of damage. 1 Chaos Bolt does land. Unfortunately, no feint going to be available for Nick, but luckily Corlick's in a good position to just throw some heals. But you can see Charlotte Phoenix are all kind of rotting down. They have to buy a few more seconds. Kidney shot into cheap shot. Jamili, this could be his cauterized. Can they force it? Snuts, unfortunately, is unable to. Just not enough damage. And now Corlick has Avenging Wrath and will be able to top off his team. And now they push forward too. Cubsy trinkets into a polymorph. And with Corlick there, actually sitting a blind. Good denial there by Snuts. Full kidney shot onto Nick. Can they take him down? Do they have enough pressure? Corlick will use his Divine Shield, and that should be enough with his Avenging Wrath. Nick will be nice and healthy, but Cloud9 slowly but surely forcing cooldowns. Nice preemptive sacrifice there by Cubsy as well on the Blinding Light. That should keep Chanimal alive in this situation, and if there's no more crowd control on Cubsy, I think Cloud9 is going to stabilize. They're going to be looking to strike back and continue slowly working through Corlick's cooldowns.
Cubsy's chasing down Corlick, trying to find a Repentance. Jamili blinks in to punish. Snuts shadow steps over to deny the punish. Both these teams completely all over each other. Jamili and Corlick pulled back to the ramp here. Snuts goes after Nick in midfield. Cubsy sitting in the back line out of line of sight of Jamili. Is he going to blink in for a poly? Nick gets stunned up. Jamili edges closer and closer. Huge damage on Nick right now. Cubsy struggling a bit. Holy Avenger active, trying to boost up those casted heals, but Jamili's getting closer and closer. Snuts intercepts for a moment. Jamili tries to fake out the interrupt. Is he going to be able to get through Snuts' kick is the question. He's just casting poly. Fakes out the interrupt of Snuts. Now is Jamili going to take the gamble and blink in while Kidney shots off cooldown? Snuts goes for the kidney out in midfield. Cubsy lays in with a judgment. Corlick's mana not looking great here if Cloud9 can keep up the pressure, but Nick's going in. Swap over to Cubsy. Divine Protection, will it be enough to stabilize through Vendetta and Combustion? Hammer of Justice immediately out of the kidney shot. Nice follow-up by Corlick into the Garrote, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough here as Cubsy stabilizes with the Avenging Wrath. You were expecting a huge amount of damage there with both Combustion and Vendetta, but not nearly enough damage. Now a double stun lock combo engaged by Cloud9. Nick pre-feints it, but it's not enough. Corlick pre-sacks the Repentance. Nice play by Corlick, breaking out of that chain, totally shutting them down. Now Cubsy gets swapped to again. This time around doesn't have Divine Protection. Divine Shield gets forced. Beautiful swaps to swap by Charlotte Phoenix. If they can keep this up, Cubsy, I'm not sure how much longer he's going to stay alive.
Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix have complete control right now. They have 2-point pressure, which means Cubsy doesn't know, can I just sit back and worry about myself? Do I need to heal my Warlock? Right now, Nick is in a kidney shot, but he's going to get completely top tier. Korg's doing a great job just avoiding CC, keeping Nick in the fight. And now Nick is actually looking for a sap here onto Cubsy potentially, but Chanimal sees it, denies it, and there it is. Nick sprinting in, goes for the blind here onto Cubsy, expecting Cubsy to maybe trinket here, and now he's going to shadow meld there and get the sap as well. Chanimal, though, looking to try to hold on to Cubsy's trinket here, because let's face it, if Cubsy doesn't trinket, it's going to be a big problem for him. Or if Cubsy does trinket, rather, it's going to be a big problem for him. He doesn't have Divine Shield for a couple more seconds at least. He does trade out the sacrifice here to stabilize Chanimal in that situation. Singe Magic MVP there as well on the DR Sheep. It's going to allow Chan to stay alive, not using his unending resolve. Cubsy not using his trinket, but mana looking like it's going to be slightly in favor of C9. So it's still anybody's game here, but I would actually say Charlotte Phoenix are the ones leading right now. And as I say that, they pull Nick's Cloak of Shadows.
Yeah, right now, Nick, you're going to be feeling a little bit exposed without that Cloak of Shadows. Charlotte Phoenix, a little bit, actually, even on mana at this point in the game, 10% dampening. Let's see, Cubsy and Korlik are both they're positioned so far away in the match. It's going to be difficult for Jamili or Chanimal to really land crowd control. We'll see which one of these two teams decides to push for that crowd control first. Fear over on the Korlik. Good snipe there by Chanimal into a kidney shot. Jamili gets interrupted. Still not pushing forward. Cubsy positioned just so far away. Korlik repositioning right now using the Divine Steed to position across the map. Let's see how Cubsy responds. Double Mortal Portal going to be coming in with a kidney shot over onto Jamili. Snuts trying to force out some solo pressure. Smoke Bomb gets dropped. Jamili able to just shimmer out of that one. So a little bit early or a little bit late on that stun. And unfortunately for Snuts, Jamili's not really going to have to use too much to get out of that Smoke Bomb. And Charlotte Phoenix are going to be looking relatively stable. Right now, full kidney shot onto Nick. Still no Cloak of Shadows. He does have a trinket. Can they force it? Maybe Drestigath is available here for Snuts. If he can cause a big burst of damage, it's going to be Vanish from Nick. With a Repentance on Korlik, he's going to have to run and try to stay alive. Big hit here from the Charlotte Phoenix onto Cubsy. They get out the trinket, as well as that Divine Protection. That's a lot of Cubsy's defense, and he has no cooldowns left to work with.
They're just staying on target. Charlotte Phoenix are going to be gunning down Cubsy, likely for the rest of the match. Can Cloud9 peel Cubsy? Jamili gets stunned up along with Nick. Korlik stabilizes with Avenging Wrath. Chanimal needs to pump out a ton of damage right now and burn the rest of Korlik's mana before they get another swap to Cubsy. 19 seconds on the clock to that Divine Shield. This next kidney shot could be lights out for Cubsy. He's line of sighting Nick. Snuts is trying to peel him, but now he's polyed. Jamili's getting poised to blink in. Cubsy runs out in the midfield so Chanimal can help him, but then Cubsy gets clotheslined by a polymorph. They're mixing it up. No, they set up for the kidney, but intercepted with double Mortal Coil into Garrote, into Cheap Shot. Beautiful peels from Snuts and Chanimal during the stun that Cubsy needed the most amount of help. They've stalled to the Divine Shield, and they might just have to press it immediately. They do have to press it immediately as it comes off cooldown. Cubsy now taking a knee, praying to N'Zoth that Ineffable Truth will proc, because he's not going to have Divine Protection. He's no Glaire's Medallion, no Divine Shield, maybe a Bop potentially for the next kidney shot. Korlik is struggling, though. No Avenging Wrath for 17. Nick is kind of low. Korlik's kind of low. Cubsy's in a position to try and bait them and overextend. Snuts Shadow steps in for a blind. They stun up Nick. But the blind looks like it broke. They kidney shot instead. Snuts is on a solo mission. Which paladin will fall first? It's Cubsy, I think, who's in a lot more trouble. Bops out of the kidney. Needs to make sure he cancels it so it's not stolen. It looks like Jamili was able to steal it off. Nick pre-fainting here, as he is quite overextended and down to half. Korlik's mana is almost tapped. Chanimal is doing work right now. He just needs to keep pumping out damage a little bit longer. Cubsy needs to avoid a swap. He's very far away. Good positioning here. Both teams truly being tested in the losers semis. Winner of this goes to the grand finals. Loser goes out in third place, and Korlik is finally tapped on mana. When that Avenging Wrath ends, I don't think it can heal through Chanimal anymore.
We're going to see another kidney shot here on Nick. Nick knows he's got them on the run. He needs to go for a swap here. He's going for Cubsy. Drestigath connects. Cubsy just trinkets out immediately. It's done on the trinket into the Garrote silence. Do we have anything more? Triple DR Hodge here maybe from Korlik. Doesn't look like it. And he's just dead to damage despite the fact that he just trinketed there. Cubsy just getting flopped there to the damage of Jamili and Nick. And that's going to be 2-1 here for Charlotte Phoenix. And that was the swing match here, by the way. So if it goes to a game 5, they're going to be able to pick their map. They're going to be able to pick what comp they want to pick after they already know what Cloud9 wants to do.
That's a very good point here. Charlotte Phoenix looking in a pretty comfy spot here in this series. Only one game away from moving on to the grand finals. How do we feel like Cloud9 did in that second game, Ben? Did it look like they held off any better with that same composition?
Well, that game looked a lot similar to game number 1. Like I feel like Cloud9, they had a good plan in terms of offense and defense. It just wasn't enough. Charlotte Phoenix eventually was able to find that opening onto Cubsy. He was the main pressure point in the match. Those constant swaps on Cubsy, getting a lot of his cooldowns out of the way, and eventually they just had enough damage, enough rinse repeat setups that Cubsy just didn't have an answer, and Charlotte Phoenix is going to pull out a win. And now, I mean, this is where it gets really interesting, because for Cloud9, what are they going to do? That game didn't really play out that bad for them. They just couldn't find an opening for a win condition. I think Nick, Jamili, and Korlek are doing a good job defensively. They're doing a good job setting up offensively, and they've obviously found a great target for them to go after. So I don't know. Cloud9 is definitely in a difficult position. You can see right now, Cubsy's got no trinket, no blessing of protection, no nothing, and he just ends up going down 2 damage at 29% dampening. There's just no tools for him left. If he had just a few more seconds for that Avenging Wrath, maybe he could have stayed alive, but they were at the finish line. I mean, Korlek also was just completely tapped on mana, so it wasn't a one-sided game by any means. But if you're Cloud9, are you feeling confident? You know, the fact that you're down 1 and 2 with this matchup, are you going to switch it up, or are you going to try to outplay if you can? And I don't know. I wouldn't want to make that call.
Neither would I, Ben. Let's talk about Charlotte Phoenix on this composition here. They're not swapping off of it, or not likely to at least. Fire Rogue here, Holy Paladin for Charlotte Phoenix. Zico, what is it about them? I mean, they look very comfy on this comp. They look pretty well practiced with it. What are they doing well? What are some of those setups that we're seeing here from Charlotte Phoenix?
Well, I think it's just they're doing a great job swapping between Chanimal and between the Paladin. And in the end, you build up enough pressure on one of those targets, you're going to be able to take it down. And I mean, they're really dragging it to the wire too. C9 is playing really, really well, trying to shut down a lot of these attempts. But there in the end, they just had that clean, isolated target. I think that's a big thing in general. When the healer's getting swapped to, if you're C9, if there's not a player on top of the healer when he's getting swapped to, Dressed is going to do full damage, Meteor is going to do full damage. All these abilities are abilities that you can essentially soak. And that's what happened in that last game. Cubsy was just taking full damage from all of those abilities, and Gushing was proccing, and that was it. That's all they needed. So I think for Charlotte, they just want to keep doing what they're doing. Try to get those sheeps with the Nova on the healer, go after Chan, get some blinds on the Cubsy, and then look for swaps. Maybe on the sacrifice, maybe after Trinkets a blind, and that's what's going to set them up.
All right, well, Ashmane's Fall has been locked in by Cloud9. Charlotte Phoenix going with that same composition that we've seen throughout this series. Now Cloud9, about a minute left to choose their composition here. Now that we see the map choice, Super T's, do we have any ideas maybe to what they're planning going into this next game?
I think they're going to mage lock to at least get this to a game 5. Game 5 on a small map, I feel like it's unlikely. Maybe Windwalker mage too. They might be trying that, but this kind of tells. Oh, we're really gonna do it again. They are banking on Snuts hard right now. They're banking on that Snuts Rogue hard right now. I mean, he's playing great. They're getting tons of damage. They oomed Korlek. Yeah. Maybe if Cubsy was stunned next to the gateway, if he had been able to trinket gate, and that was his pre-planned move, he would have survived that. So I feel like he could have been in a slightly better position there and then been able to escape. So if Cubsy's just like completely out of his mind, Snuts and Chanimal keep playing the same game that they played, they can win the matchup, but it's not looking comfortable. And that's you don't often say that about Cloud9. I feel like we were just talking about, yep, Cloud9 is the winner. Cloud9 is the winner. Cup after cup after cup. Like, who's going to beat Cloud9? And now, I mean, they're on match point. They're not even going to make it to the grand finals, potentially.
Yeah, it's definitely weird, Sid. It's a weird way to see this finish out if that's how this goes, if Charlotte Phoenix does manage to win this next game here. Ashmane's Fall, they chose to continue to play that Warlock Rogue composition here on the side of Cloud9. Ben, does this make sense? Does this map choice make the most sense with this composition here? Or would you rather have seen them try something else?
I think it's fine. I think the idea for Cloud9 is they need a large map, and the reason why they need a large map is because Cubsy needs a lot of room to run away. He needs to not be on top of Jamili. Jamili has to overextend when he wants to go for crowd control, and Cubsy has to be able to move the fight in basically a position that fits their team and fits the composition that they're running, which is you don't want to just be trading crowd control as a warlock into a mage. Cubsy just needs to be as far away as possible and just buy time for Chanimal and Snuts to set up and eventually find a win condition, because it does take a long time to get through those cooldowns. And I think if they just go head to head and everyone's just throwing out crowd control, then we're going to see the Charlotte Phoenix come out ahead every single time. So I think Cubsy really has to use the map to his advantage, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here on Ashmains.
And on the side of Charlotte Phoenix Super Tees, what are some of those setups that we're going to be looking for? Is it going to be sort of similar to what we've seen throughout this series, or are they going to be able to repeat those winning games that we've seen in this series on the side of Charlotte Phoenix?
Well, the reason why I think it's favored matchup to Rogue Mage is that you can kill anyone on the side of Cloud9. Deep and dampening, the Warlock's a great target. Early on, if Snuts makes a mistake, missed positions, he's a rogue. Rogues are going to get absolutely obliterated by other rogues, especially with a Fire Mage. Cubsy, a Holy Paladin. The one kind of weakness of the Holy Paladin is a Rogue Mage tunneling you down. Basically, everybody on Cloud9 is fragile. They need to be maxing out their damage while playing perfectly on their positioning. This is going to be a very challenging series for them nonetheless, and they're on match point.
Yeah, super challenging series. You are so right. It is Charlotte Phoenix match point up against Cloud9. Loser of this series knocked out of the tournament.
Let's see, can Charlotte Phoenix close it out and advance to the grand finals? Or are we gonna go to a game number 5? Sheep onto Chanimal, big push here onto Cubsy, and nobody's soaking the dress or the meteor here. Nick hasn't committed the dress just yet, though. He was sidestepping back there to go for it. I think he might have wanted to go for that a little bit sooner. Korlik getting blind sapped here on the flip side, and Nick is getting destroyed. Korlik bumps out of the sap, gets hodged, but he does get the sacrifice out in the nick of time.
Yeah, and Nick will definitely take full advantage of that. I see what you did there. Kidney shot onto Chanimal, kidney shot onto Jamili. Both these rogues just looking to create a little bit of damage with the full blind onto Cubsy. Let's see what happens. Nick, what are you going to do? Chanimal going to be dropping a gateway and repositioning back to Cubsy, trying to defend him from any more crowd control, and it looks like he will be able to do so. Nick actually commits his Vanish to go for a double Garrote. So Garrote silence onto Cubsy, Garrote silence onto Chanimal. Cubsy actually getting interrupted. This is a disaster for Cloud9, but luckily Snuts is there with a kidney shot. Nick could choose to trinket and get aggressive, but it would be a very risky play, so I definitely respect the fact that he was trying to be patient. Shadow Step Kip. Cubsy actually just getting completely destroyed right now by crowd control, by interrupts, and is falling behind as a result. There's a full polymorph. Jamili finds the DR polymorph as well. Chanimal gets interrupted, and Charlotte Phoenix, they're looking to eliminate Cloud9. It's getting so close. Cubsy, he's got Divine Shield. He's got his sacrifice. Is he going to greet it? Looks like he will. Sacrifice does land. What a close call. And Charlotte Phoenix right now, they are on fire.
I think also Cubsy's dropped a lot of Ineffable Truth for versatility as the target. So his healing output without Vitality Conduit, without Ineffable to reset those cooldowns, is dramatically lower than in those past matchups. So they're going to have to readjust to that. Very close call on match point, but Cubsy kept it calm, cool, and collected, valuing that Divine Shield for his own personal defense in the future. Snuts is trying to build up damage on Jamili. Channel's looking for Fear. Pre-death from above on the Fear from Nick, stalling it into a kidney shot. Beautiful stall by Nick. Cubsy gets caught in a polymorph. Korlik's in position. Hammers down. Chanimal's low. Match point. Are they going to force the Divine Shield here? Combustion available. Are they going to pull the trigger? Chanimal in any resolve, and 10% smoke bomb drops. Cubsy gets garroted on his way into the bomb. Chanimal is still at half. Cubsy's finally out of crowd control. Chanimal can start to breathe. Jamili gets feared. Korlik gets stunned up. Nick pre-feints the incoming stun from Snuts. Snuts waits for it patiently. Repentance incoming from Cubsy. Nick the target. Korlik respects the crowd control. Divine Shield sacrifice. Cubsy's patience is still paying off. He's held onto that Divine Shield. Has Bear's Medallion, but he's in a full blind. It's desynced. There's no way. He has to bop the blind, but now he's on Forbearance. They could swap to Cubsy with Combustion. Oh, I'm very worried for Cubsy in the near future.
Yep, Jamili did just use his combustion though, so they're not going to go for that play just now, but Nick is taking a big hit here. Korlik's in the blind, into the full sap here. Nick getting cheap shot at DR here. Snuts gets him out of stealth. Big damage coming in. Do they have any more crowd control? Cubsy's moving in. He's got the Hammer of Justice in 5 more seconds. Can he get there in time? He's looking for it 1 more second, and now Korlik is going to be able to get Nick back to full HP with that big divine favor. Cubsy now stuck in a polymorph. Jamili looking to get aggressive here onto Snuts. He's behind enemy lines. Chanimal now in a kidney shot. Corlix moving in to get the blinding light. Jamili gets clotheslined there on the sheep attempt by Snuts. Kidney shot. And now Snuts looking to get some pressure here onto Nick once again. And Nick, he's looking for Corlic. He's just trying to get back here to the grace of his healer. Cubsy trying to land that repentance, but he's not going to be able to, and that's going to allow Nick potentially to recover in that situation. Chanimal fearing him up now, going after Jamili, but Jamili, he's rocking that full Versa set, so he's not going to be taking too much damage. He's just looking to reset his combustion. 2 more fireballs, and then they could go. Nick now in a kidney shot, taking some damage, but nice sheeps here by Jamili. Now Jamili potentially looking to swap that over to Cubsy and set up the next attack here, man.
There's an opportunity for Cloud9. Snuts has Smoke Bomb, and Nick has no Trinket. Corlic has no cooldowns. They just need one good setup on Nick. That's all they need. 1 kidney shot, 1 crowd control. Snuts moves forward against the kidney shot. Here's the big damage coming in from Cloud9. Mortal Coil to follow it up. Nick, is he going to be able to survive a massive Chaos Bolt? He manages to live. Corlic, he gets the sacrifice onto Nick. Cloud9, they needed that setup, but unfortunately for them, Charlotte Phoenix are going to be able to hold on. Turning around onto Snuts, and he gets smoked. Cloud9 is eliminated. I don't think anyone would have expected this to Charlotte Phoenix. They're going to the grand finals.
Charlotte Phoenix has managed to do the impossible. Cloud9 knocked out of the tournament. They won't even be in the grand finals. Charlotte Phoenix moving on in this bracket to face off. I mean, that's just absolutely insane, Zico.
I don't even know what happened at the end there. Just blinked for a second, and Snuts was just dead, man. And it's C9 are gonna end the year in 3rd place, same as last year, and they won every single cup leading up to the round robin. They won the round robin, and then here they find themselves getting eliminated.
Look how close they were.
It's Nick, if he gets rooted on that coil in the smoke bomb, he doesn't get sacked, but I don't think Chanimal could have done it. I mean, he would have 100% done it if he could, so I don't know. Here they get the sheep, they get a big kidney here onto Nick. Cubsy trinkets, but he gets hammered on his trinket, and Snuts is just getting erased by that Drestigath right there. Cubsy bubbles in that same vein, but not going to be enough there, and that's going to be it. Charlotte Phoenix eliminates them 3-1, advances to the grand final to face off in a rematch against M2KC.
I mean, if you... Go ahead, Ben.
I just can't believe the difference between winning and losing that game was 4% health and a smoke bomb. Like, it actually came down to Nick getting coiled out of the smoke bomb and Corlic being able to get the sacrifice off. It's absolutely insane how close that was.
Yeah, most definitely, Ben. I mean, if you looked back at the beginning of the BFA circuit, I feel like no one would have predicted that this is how this season would end. We have M2KC, Charlotte Phoenix now facing off against each other in the grand finals. But I mean, really, for Cloud9, they did have an incredible series. They were basically in, like you're saying, Zico, in that #1 spot for quite some time. Those guys should definitely be proud of themselves. But they won't be moving on to the grand finals, unfortunately. That's going to be M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix. And what a way to end it, Super Tees.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better series. Snuts played a phenomenal series there, even though he ended up going down right at the very end. So that was definitely valiantly fought by Cloud9. They needed to make some adaptations because obviously teams figured out the mage lock. So they led in there with their secondary best choice. It wasn't enough. Charlotte Phoenix was an impressive showing on that rogue mage. Now, what are they going to bring to the table here for M2KC, though? Is it going to be Windwalker Mage Mirrors? Are they going to take that gamble? Because, I mean, they know what M2KC is going to play. And what are they going to bring to the table? Because last time it wasn't looking too great.
Ben, Zico, any idea here?
We're going to see Rogue Mage Paladin versus Windwalker Mage Paladin, or we're going to see Windwalker Mage Paladin Mirrors.
I think that's very safe to assume. I do agree. I've already said that I want to see them play the Windwalker Mage Mirrors. I really do. I think that's their best shot, and I think it would be an absolutely fantastic way to close out the North American region and BFA with Windwalker Mage Paladin Mirrors. It just makes sense, you know.
Yeah, you play Windwalker, you play Mage. It makes sense.
Well, not just because of that, but it's very much in this composition.
All right, well, we are going to go to a break. Well done to all of the teams competing today, but there are only 2 left, and that's M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix. So this very next series is going to determine who is our North American AWC BFA champion. So we're going to go to a break. We'll be right back. It's going to be M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix.
quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
His Avenging Crusader just pick up the veil, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are one game away.
Blizzo 10% health. What is going on? They actually hit it. Shield Warcraft Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Battlemaster's just gonna fall. Bomb dropped. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. A big takedown. Warcraft Gaming and Art Jordan 2019 BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go one up, one game away from the grand final.
Loss and Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow. In the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
These North American teams have been battling it out all day. We started with 4, 2 have been eliminated, and now only 2 remain. We're in the grand finals. Welcome back, everyone. It is M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix. Zico, is this going to be an intense series? Are these teams going to put their best foot forward here?
I mean, I hope so. There's a lot of money on the line here, so if you're feeling shaky, you're feeling nervous, it's time to shake that off and get going, because this is it. This is what you worked for the entirety of the year. And who would have thought at the start of the year that the little kawaii Mew Mew kitty cats were going to be the favored team in the grand finals when it's all done and dusted? Certainly not me.
Definitely not something I would have predicted either. We can take a look at the games that we've played today so far on this North American side of things. We started off the day with Cloud9 versus Mystery Orc, Charlotte Phoenix versus M2KC. We had 2 3-0s in a row. Looking at the games that we played here, Supatees, biggest upsets besides the obvious ones. I mean, I guess you could talk about the big upsets.
It's big
really all there
upsets
is
that
to
we
mention,
basically
isn't
just
there?
watched. Just watched back to back big upsets. Cloud9 lose 3-1 to M2KC, then 3-1 to Charlotte Phoenix, and now a rematch of the first round where M2KC just slapped Charlotte Phoenix, like just absolutely brutalized them. I don't think Charlotte Phoenix are going to play Mage Lock. I would absolutely protest them play Mage Lock. Like, there's no way. There's no way. M2KC have a strategy that is, like, if Cloud9 couldn't do it, sorry, Charlotte Phoenix, you're not. Bench that comp. It's not happening. No Mage Lock in this. It's either Windwalker, Mage Mirrors, straight down the barrel of a gun, Mirror, or Rogue Mage, and make it work.
Well, we'll have to see shortly here as these two teams get ready, get set up here for this grand finals. Super high pressure situation for both of these teams. What about you, Ven? Do you want to make any predictions as to what comps these guys are going to bring out on the blind pick?
I've been saying it all day since the first time these two teams met. I want to see the Windwalker, Mage, Paladin, Mirrors. I think that's more than likely Charlotte Phoenix's best comp option, but maybe they're not feeling too good about it. The thing is, they did play some Mirrors earlier today, and it didn't look too bad. I mean, they ended up playing up against Mystery Org and winning that series. And at the very least, they're warmed up with that matchup. So definitely something they could end up trying. But yeah, M2KC, they're one of these teams. They basically ran one composition. I think they've actually only played one composition. Maybe a few times they brought in Roasties.
They lost every time they didn't play it. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, yeah. It's really, I mean, this is just one of those stories where a team plays a composition. They played exceptionally well. They just keep playing it over and over and over. Like Subati said, they are like ladder grinders. They're the #1 team on the ladder right now. They're phenomenal at this composition, and it just so happens as the season has gone on and corruption has gotten higher, this composition has also just been getting better and better. So, I mean, you can see their team comps here. Every single time they played Rogue Mage Paladin, they lost. They have a 0% win with that. When they played
The Moonkin actually
Rogue
won.
Windwalker, yeah, they won a few games with the Moonkin. But look at that,
They won 5 games
61
with
games.
the Moonkin. Oh, they played 5 games. 60%.
Dude, what if? Oh my god, what if they lock Moonkin Windwalker blind, expecting Charlotte Phoenix to mirror, and like Windwalker Moonkin counters Mage Windwalker randomly?
I don't think it does, bro.
I don't think it does, and I don't think it's gonna happen. But I'm like going through my what ifs here. Like, this is my like, is there an Affliction Warlock brain happening right now? So they're doing Mage Lock again. What?
Maybe this time they're not gonna just push in and use 2
Oh, they're
ice blocks in the
fire.
opener.
Saying fire.
Okay.
I wonder if he's playing Expedient. We'll see. I mean, Jamili looks like he has a reasonable amount of haste right now. He's going to be pushing forward, but I mean, this is the matchup we saw M2KC beat Cloud9. Charlotte Phoenix is saying they have more confidence in their Mage Lock than they think that they could take a matchup that Cloud9 couldn't. So we'll definitely see how this one plays out. Drake going for the double leg sweep, going after Jamili very early on. I will be checking out Jamili's build here just to see exactly what he's going to be running in this match.
Let's see what they can get done here with a Fire Mage Warlock Holy Paladin set up. They're going after Brain, so much like Cloud9, they wanted to attack Brain, so let's see if Charlotte Phoenix can get in there. Jamili is very aggressively posted up right next to Brain's pillar at the moment. Burn blasting Cerulean, Brain repositioning, but Drake's polyed on the opposite side. Getting dispelled now, looking to reconnect, polyed again. Cerulean taking some heat here, and yeah, Charlotte Phoenix are unafraid. They're not dampening right now as Mage Lock. They are pushing in right on top of M2KC in game #1, best of 7 grand finals to decide North America's champions of 2020. Brain lockdown and crowd control. They're looking for a swap. I think they are. Is he going to drop though? Mortal Coil out for follow-up. Not enough damage. Brain rolling back to safety with that Vitality Conduit, looking to recover, burn the target here for M2KC. Touch of Death available for Drake, but Cerulean on the back foot at the moment.
Yeah, and Drake did a great job actually peeling that setup right there with the Paralyze, with the Ring of Peace, and now he's looking to get aggressive here. Cerulean blinks in for the Dragon's Breath, goes for the Sheep, but Jamili blinks in after him and gets the counter Sheep with all of that haste, and that is going to be enough to keep Burn alive there. He was taking a lot of damage there from that Drestigath, but he is going to sustain himself without having to use anything. Korlik now in a Hammer of Justice. Actually, Brain now getting swapped to here. Jamili doing a lot of damage here. VR, Shadow Fury coming through here from Burn, but it's not going to be enough here to force out any big cooldowns. And now once again, Cerulean is just going to be building up his damage, waiting for the right moment to strike. He gets the Sheep, gets the Nova, but look at that freedom from Korlik. Prevents the Nova from hitting him. Singe Magic is going to take the Sheep, and now Cerulean has to go back here because the Sheep is on the R, and Brain is actually going to be the one in trouble here, potentially getting swapped to. Big damage could come out. Nice Dragon's Breath onto Burn. Nice counterspell by Jamili, but that is going to be both of these setups being stopped. Both of these teams playing excellently so far here in the Grand Finals.
I really like this. This is an interesting thing. I mean, so Charlotte Phoenix are playing Mage Lock, but Jamili's actually just playing regular standard build. He's playing Breath of the Dying as his major, and he's playing full versatility. And I think the one thing I like about this is he's going to have good, consistent damage from his fireballs and the short combustion, but at the same time, he's also going to be able to kind of push in and not allow M2KC to just sit behind the pillar. But Burn is getting absolutely destroyed. Korlik forced to use the Divine Favor, Avenging Wrath, Sacrifice, trading out lots, but in the meantime, Cerulean taking a bit of damage. But as I was saying, I mean, Jamili with this build, he can just push in. He can get crowd control. He's not going to be too worried, and if they go after him, it's going to be a free casting Burn. And Brain getting swapped to right now, they might be able to get the Divine Shield. It's going to be the Divine Protection, and that is more than enough. But I like that Charlotte Phoenix is switching it up, and this build from Jamili, once again, being kind of innovative with these compositions and these different builds to really switch things up and keep the enemy team guessing.
Nice counterspell there on Brain, but it looks like he's going to recover into a poly. Ends up breaking. Jamili and Burn both just dogpiling on top of Windwalker Mage. That could be very dangerous. Drake popping that Fort Brew, trying to get aggressive. Doesn't want to overextend too much, though. Retreats right away. Brain taking a Chaos Bolt. 2 Chaos Bolts. He's going to be fine with Avenging Wrath. Mana even between the teams, about the 4-minute mark. 1 minute away from dampening. Nice punish here by Drake with a double leg sweep. Oh, but a counterspell on Brain. Where's the opportunity? Are they going to swap to Brain here? Corlic's pushing in. Where's the hammer? Corlic sneaking in on that charger. Hammer's down. Are they going to swap? Jamili gets intercepted by Ceralium. Double Ring of Frost Ceralium with insane peels right there. And switching the poly over to Corlic. Where's the Singe? Are they running a Singe? Doesn't look like it. Corlic sitting at full poly. Touch of Death. Big power play by Drake. How much damage is he going to get out? Unending Resolve for Burn to trade to try and soak the hit, but it could be massive. It does look like it's going to be enough. Burn recovers. Regardless, though, Unending Resolve is a pretty important cooldown. Although this early before dampening, will he be punished is going to be the question.
They could potentially snowball some momentum and try to force out some Paladin cooldowns with that cooldown being down, but I'm not sure what happened to the Singe there. Brain now getting swapped to Ceralium, actually using his Ice Block there, trying to save Brain from using his Divine Shield. Brain is going to be able to hold on there, but I'm not sure if that trade is worth it. I guess Ceralium just feels pretty immortal in this matchup, running that Versa, and there it is, Sheep and Nova, and they get the blind here as well, burning a lot of trouble. Corlic Trinket sacrifices there, respecting the damage, so once again, snowballing their lead a little bit there, and any result being down, going to force out the Trinket sacrifice. If they can get a setup like that, it could be the bubble next time, so not looking too bad so far for for M2KC.
Yeah, definitely not. Let's see, they're all stable at this point. Corlic, he's burned through a lot of his defensive cooldowns at this point. Brain actually getting targeted once again in the Hammer of Justice. Forces the every man for himself. Really scary moment, and these consistent swaps with the combustion coming in from Jamili. That wasn't even the combustion from Jamili. A lot of instant cast burst, and if Burn can cast, it's going to be an overwhelming amount of damage that Brain's going to have to trade cooldowns on. You're now onto Brain, Ceralium into Immortal Coil as Charlotte Phoenix looking to continue this push. 1 Chaos Bolt's going to be landing onto Ceralium. 2 Chaos Bolts landing onto Ceralium. Is there any crowd control on Brain? So far, not yet, but this is what I'm talking about. Look at Jamili. He's just running behind the pillar. He's getting crowd control, and I'm sure Drake, Ceralium, and Brain have never played against this build. They've never played against a really durable Warlock and a really durable Mage that can just push in and get crowd control whenever they want. And they can't really force them back, and it's a really, really interesting dynamic in this matchup.
Oh, Jamili's all over him. They're swapping to Brain. Divine Protection. They're not going to be able to penetrate through that defense.
Oh,
but they actually just go for the Dark Soul anyway? What is this Dark Soul combustion? Brain, there was no way Brain was going down. Now we see Burn get intercepted with massive pressure, trying to deflect with the Mortal Coil. Gets ringed on his Chaos Bolt. Nice denial by Drake, but he's getting a follow-up. Big Chaos Bolts. Ceralium's Temporal was perfect, soaking both those hits, healing himself to full. Brain still in the fear, though. Drake at half, Ceralium at half. No block for 2 minutes. Burn get a Chaos Bolt onto Ceralium, no, and Jamili shut down in Poly's. Brain recovers. Brain's pushing towards Corlic off to the right, off screen. He's going to find a Hammer of Justice. Corlic line of sighting him. They're still just playing all-out aggression here, 12% dampening. Slight mana advantage to Charlotte Phoenix at this point in the game. Stun up Drake, they blast him, he trades Karma. I don't think that we're going to see any Blessing of Protections used there onto Karma. It's going to be strictly traded for Touch of Death deeper into dampening. Corlic found in a poly. Where's the Singe? Doesn't look like he's finding it. Now Burn might just drop. Corlic has to Trinket and sacrifice that Drestagath hit, almost closing game 1. Now Drake on the run, getting out of line of sight. Judgment in from Corlic. Not enough damage to take him down. Good retreat by Drake. M2KC with a solid game overall. And Charlotte Phoenix with an interesting, aggressive strategy.
I mean, let's see what happens. Jamili right now getting the Dragon's Breath onto Brain. And it does look like that will be the Mortal Coil. Big damage on Brain, actually. Gets a preemptive Vitality Conduit. That should be enough to keep him alive. Combustion rolling once again here. And let's see what happens. They're actually going after Burn now. Polymorph secured over onto Corlic into a full Hammer of Justice. Can they take him down? There's no break for Corlic. M2KC, they might be able to claim game number 1. Burn getting lower. Unending Resolve gets used. Big Chaos Bolts. Counter damage coming in here from the Charlotte Phoenix. But still, Corlic, no defensive cooldowns. Burn, no defensive cooldowns. M2KC, if they can get one more good offensive push. Drake has Touch of Death coming up in 10 seconds. That might be the final nail in the coffin. If they can get that, they can get the crowd control on Corlic. I think Burn's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, is he playing an Imp? Where is it? I feel like, yeah, he is playing Imp. He needs to get a Singe on one of these polymorphs. It's really the only way I see Burn surviving in the immediate future. M2KC just need one more setup. They should just push for a Divine Shield sack and go for the kill. Brain's in a poly. They're going to be on defense at the moment. Ceralium's out in midfield. He's getting blasted. Block comes up in 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Cauterize triggers, 2 seconds, 1 second. Brain's out of crowd control. Stabilizes Ceralium. Is he really that stable? He's dying to Vitality. Managing now finally to get out of line of sight. Brain comes out of Polymorph. They interrupt Fear.
Still got an opportunity to take down Burn here if they can get the crowd control, but they're just pinned at the pillar. Charlotte Phoenix with endless damage. Steralium's just struggling to even recover and get into a position where he can get aggressive. They're keeping him pushed back. Chaos Bolt's flying in. Brain has to sacrifice. It's not the ultimate sacrifice. Steralium took a huge hit there. Avenging Wrath is up though. Brain should begin to recover. Unfortunately, Charlotte Phoenix have stalled the game with nothing but brute force, just enough for Corlick to get all of his cooldowns back. And Burn should be feeling pretty comfortable now with sacrifice available for him. Whereas Steralium, no cauterize, needs to get ready with that block trigger finger. Dark Soul, Chaos Bolt, #1 on Steralium. He temporals it, line of sights. Jamili's on one side though, chasing him down. Brain in a stun. Burn looks for Mortal Coil. Brain gets feared into ring. Steralium is isolated. They could get a block here or a Divine Shield. I think they're going to have to. Steralium's too low. They get the fear onto Brain. Into a Hammer of Justice. He breaks out on 10%. Vitality Conduit. Is it enough? Chaos Bolt's flying in off to the side. Not enough. Infernal's called in. Triple Shadow Fury. Burn really maxing out the damage and bringing the pain in game one.
Yeah. And once again, it does look like Burn's going to be eating a leg sweep. Blessing of Protection does come in. Fist of Fury here by Drake, just going after Jamilia a little bit here. Fortifying Brew going to be used. Steralium behind the pillar with Drake and Brain at this point. What are they going to be able to do? 32% dampening at this point in the game. Avenging Wrath trades out by Corlick, trying to top off his team. Let's see, we'll be able to do it. This is a really, really tense moment. I mean, Jamili right now, he's in a Dragon's Breath. Mortal Coil comes in. Burn looking to set up, but they're trying to diffuse the situation a little bit. Steralium's still going to be feeling a little bit scared right now. Temporal Shield might be enough to keep him alive. Beautiful Temporal Shield there by Steralium, and he will heal himself up. Corlick now, he gets singed from the Polymorph into a full Hammer of Justice. They're trying to take down Burn. Do they have the damage? Double Blinding Light comes in. Steralium loading up a huge Fireball Pyroblast, and Burn is going to be relatively healthy at around 50% health, but slowly but surely, Charlotte Phoenix are getting back their cooldowns. Burn on any resolve is going to be available, and that is the sacrifice from Corlick as well. But he does have his Divine Shield and Avenging Wrath, so you get the feeling that Charlotte Phoenix is going to be able to hold on for quite some time.
Oh, big damage on Burn, deep into dampening. Is he just going to fall over? Corlick barely stabilizing in time here with the Avenging Wrath. M2KC bounced back into this one with a huge hit. I mean, Burn is still very low, 38% dampening. If Brain can hold on to his mana here, his cooldowns are looking solid, much more healthy than that of Corlick at this point in the game. On any resolve now, Fade, Drake into Fear, Brain into Poly, 3-on-1 on Steralium. He temporals, soaking some hits here. A Chaos Bolt, high value temporal. They stun Jamili behind the pillar, dispelled by Corlick. Nice reposition. Drake charges in on Burn, gets feared on his Flying Serpent kick. Jamili is just all over Steralium right now. But in the midfield, Drake gets a double leg sweep. Big punish by Drake there. Paralyzed for follow-up. Burn intercepts with Mortal Coil and Poly. Buying time, Corlick's out of crowd control. Burn's baiting Drake really far back here. Is Drake going to get blasted? They stun him up. He pre-fort brews. Pre-fort brew looks like it's going to be enough there as both teams stabilize.
Oh! Oh! Wow. I really like what the Charlotte Phoenix did, honestly. I think this was a really good curveball coming into game number one. At least try it out, but M2KC, they managed, although it was a little bit dicey in a few situations, they managed to hold on, just do those consistent setups we know them for, and they're just looking so strong with this Windwalker Mage Paladin. I feel like the Charlotte Phoenix, they once again got to go back to the drawing board, because I'm not sure if this keeps playing out, if their Magelock Paladin is going to be able to win.
All right, well, M2KC taking this first game in this best-of-7 grand finals series up against Charlotte Phoenix. Now they're down 1 point here. And it sounds like, Ven, you don't really think this composition is going to work on the side of Charlotte Phoenix. What do they do next then?
I feel like a broken record at this point, but maybe the mirror match is just completely off the table as well. Honestly, maybe they're not feeling that one at all. But I mean, we could take a look at the last kind of few moments of the game. Burn just no on any resolve. Corlick, no real emergency cooldowns. He did have the Divine Shield, but it's just an overwhelming amount of damage coming in from Steralium. It's his combustion, and Drake's just there interrupting Burn, and potentially, I think it might have been a Drestigath that did come out and close out the game. A nice Ring of Peace on the Divine Favor, and Drake just doing a really good job on that Windwalker Monk. Such a close game.
Yeah, super close indeed, and it just seemed like so many setups were coming from both sides. M2KC, though, coming out on top in the first game here. If they keep up this momentum, I know it was pretty close here for game number 1, though, at Supatees, but do we feel like they could potentially just close this out 4-0 if they keep going like this?
Yeah, I do think it's possible for M2KC to win this 4-0. They've just got everything nailed down. They've just put in the hours, honestly. Like, these aren't big name streamers, so they're just ladder grinders. They just worked behind the scenes. They've put in endless amounts of hours. They've mastered this composition, and they're really giving every other team in North America a masterclass on Windwalker Mage Paladin. So I could confidently say that they can 4-0 this final.
All right, we were having a little bit of some tech issues during that game, but Zico, it sounds like you got everything working again. Break down those final moments, that very last setup during that game, since we missed it because of your tech issues.
Is this thing on?
I think you're good. I think you're good.
My mic just randomly stopped working in the middle of the game. Yeah, I know.
That one wasn't on you, right? That wasn't your fault.
I had to restart all my stuff, but
yeah,
I don't know.
We're back. It happens when we're all working remotely from home, but
it happens. But yeah, right there at the end, they just had that final CC chain. They got the Vitality Conduit out, but Burn was just too far away to actually benefit from it, and he couldn't really do anything at that point. They, worked through the checklist of cooldowns, and they were able to get that last sheep and connect enough damage, take down Burn, and now, I don't know, M2KC, they're happy to lock in the Windwalker Mage again, but what is Charlotte Phoenix going to do here?
Yeah, that blocking.
You think that's what they're going to do, Sid?
I mean, based on the map, what else? I mean, maybe mirror, like a really big map, so they can kind of get comfortable with the mirror, maybe, but M2KC are actually taking their time. Or is the names? I see core like twice. I think so. M2KC need to pick first. What comp are they gonna end up playing here? I mean, they have to lock in Windwalker Mage. There's no reason they would change. Charlotte Phoenix, I don't know, man. Like, how many times do they need to watch Mew Mew Kitty Cat slap silly Mage Lock before they stop playing the matchup?
There we go.
Oh, not sure. I feel like now is the time to lock in the Rogue Mage, but since they locked this map, I don't think we're going to see it.
All right, Charlotte Phoenix, about a minute and a half left here. They decided to lock in Ash Remains Fall here. Clearly, the casters are a little bit stumped on what they want to do next here. But what do you think would be the best option? Not maybe like what they would do here, Supatees, but what do you want to see them do?
I mean, Cloud9 lost on Ash Remains with Mage Lock. Cloud9 lost on Tolvaron with Mage Lock. So if Cloud9 lost on both their best maps the entire year to M2KC on Mage Lock, I don't think your best option is Mage Lock. I think you do the Windwalker Mage Mirror, you do the Macarena with M2KC and try and mirror them. I mean, I don't see anything else working, although that would be really tough too. But at least the one thing you got going for you is, like, not very many people play Mage Windwalker on the ladder, so it's possible that M2KC don't have a lot of practice in the matchup in a mirror. And I feel like Jamili's one of those players who's like really good on his feet as far as like making things up on the fly. So if it comes down to just being kind of flexible, that could work out for them. So I do at some point want to see the mirror, but this map is telling me that they want to do Mage Lock.
And on the side of M2KC, I mean, it seems like them going with Charlotte Phoenix going with Ash Remains Fall. This isn't really even going to put a wrench into M2KC's strategy going into this next game. Charlotte Phoenix locking in Mage Lock here. Ven, how do we feel about this? Is this going to be the downfall for them, or do we like it?
I thought you were going to say down goes.
Is
it going to be the down goes?
I mean, this is it, right? I mean, this is the last series. This is the last tournament series. Quite literally the last one we're going to see for Battle for Azeroth. So, I mean, this is quite a special thing to witness. M2KC with their Windwalker, Fire Mage, Paladin. They're looking quite dominant. Charlotte Phoenix trying to come up with an answer. I mean, we have, you know, some ideas of what we think they should play, but I mean, the Windwalker, Fire Mage, Mirror, I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to happen at this point. I think maybe if it'll be a last-ditch effort for them, but I think they're onto something with Jamili playing this kind of a versatility fire starter build for the Mage Lock Paladin. It's something we don't almost ever see, to be honest with you. Normally, the Fire Mage is in this composition and playing Greater Power Blast or playing you know, a high amount of haste. But with this build in particular, it allows Jamili to not just get completely shut down if they go after him. So he can still get out fireballs, he can still get out crowd control. He's not just going to get one shot because he does have a heavy amount of versatility. Then allows him to just kind of push in behind the pillar, because I think they do have to win in the earlier side of the game, because if the game gets on too long, I think Burn is just too much of an exposed target like we saw in game number 1. So I like the idea that they're on. I definitely think they have a shot, but not an easy matchup, of course.
All right, well, it sounds like the game here is ready on Ashmains. This is a best-of-7 series here for the grand finals. It's game number 2, M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. They were playing an aggressive Fire Mage Lock, though, and that is a pretty major difference between the Cloud9 Mage Lock that we saw with Frost Mage. So maybe it will play out differently. It's not insanity, right? They're not running the same thing. There is a little bit of a slight alteration. I do think it plays into the strengths of Charlotte Phoenix. I feel like aggression is definitely one of their fortes. Brain already in a polymorph. Jamili starting things off feisty.
Let's see what they can get done here with the setup. Corlick now getting paralyzed. It looks like they might want to actually go after Corlick here, get a nice double leg sweep. Who's the target? It's going to be Burn here, but I don't think they have any more crowd control. He's already on diminishing returns. Ja is looking for some polymorphs here. He's trying to just peel for his Warlock. Drake's now caught up in a full fear. They're going after Drake. Ceralium just blinks in and snipes a counterspell and then goes back to that defensive positioning at the pillar. And we already know M2KC, what they want to do is have Drake in the midfield and have Ceralium and Brain on one side just kind of poking damage. But right now they're getting set up on. Brain is taking a lot of damage. There's a claw on him. Drake gets counterspell on the off heals, but the Mortal Coil is completely on diminishing return from those polymorphs. So they're not going to be able to get any more cooldowns there aside from that Divine Protection. Ceralium takes a big hit, but he does activate the Temporal Shield, blinks out of line from that second Chaos Bolt. Dark Soul is going to run out for Burn, and now it looks like M2KC are going to stabilize without really having to use anything for those big Warlock cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Right now, M2KC, they're just positioning behind the pillar. Brain moving forward, getting a double blinding light. Nicely done. Who are they going to be going after? It looks like Burn is going to be the target of choice. Dragon's Breath onto Jamili. Full Ring of Frost on Corlick. Burn's getting absolutely burned down at this point of the game. Corlick, he trinkets, he uses Sacrifice. They're actually just swapping over onto Corlick as well. Big pressure here for M2KC, but at the end of it all, it's just a Sacrifice. Corlick actually gets interrupted. Can M2KC sneak in a win? Corlick finds the healing. It looks like he will be able to survive, but that was a really good push there by M2KC.
Oh, Drake intercepted. Diffuse magic trades here. Brain's still crowd controlled for quite some time. That's a full fear. Drake, where are you going to go? Port's back. Brain is still feared. Look how far away Brain is right now from Drake. How is he going to get in range? Drake rolls up to midfield. Brain is still getting feared. Brain charges in. Is he going to pop Avenging Wrath? I feel like he has to, right? Divine Favor. He's going to hold on to it. Burn now getting hit hard. Corlick Divine Favors, bringing Burn back to full health. Both teams stable in a neutral position here. 2.5 minutes in the grand finals. Best of 7 to decide North America's champion. $100,000 being fought for this weekend. And we see Drake still going after Jamili. Brain gets stunned up. Going to swap to Brain. Big combustion swap by Jamili. Ceralium strips it off. Paralyzed on Jamili, but Burn has follow-up. Infernal stun out of Mortal Coil. Counterspelled instantly by Ceralium. Perfect shutdowns from both sides here. Really making each other look like they're standing still. But now an engagement by M2KC. Triple crowd control. Excellent counter engagement, netting them the unending resolve of Burn.
Yeah, Ceralium now activating the Temporal Shield here. 2 Chaos Bolts going to be soaked up. And now he's going to get back to that defensive positioning again. They're just kind of dragging on the game, waiting for, an opportunity to strike. Jamili now going in for solo CC here, getting a sheep onto Brain here. Drake getting Hammer of Justice here. Let's see what they can get done here. Burn is in position for the fear, for the Chaos Bolt. The sheep actually gets broken out there a little bit prematurely, and now it looks like Burn is just going to try to summon a new gateway. He's going to be in trouble here. Surround goes for the DR Ring of Frost. There is the big combustion. Hammer of Justice trades out, and that is going to be a trinket sacrifice from Corlick. Now they have forced the Unending Resolve, Jamili's trinket, and Corlick's trinket. Next up on the shopping list, Divine Shield.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get the Divine Shield, it's going to be looking good for M2KC, that's for sure. I mean, we're just 4 minutes into the game. Dampening has not even kicked in. And this matchup, it seems like M2KC, they've kind of adapted a little bit more. They're a little bit more comfortable. I think Jamili and his high versatility builds kind of threw them off. But let's see, they're actually going after Brain. Combustion gets stripped off immediately there by Ceralium. It looks like Brain will be able to hold on. And I don't want to say I'm losing faith in this kind of push onto Brain, but it seems really difficult. I mean, Jamili, if his combustion's getting dispelled and Burn is just getting bullied by a Windwalker Monk, I mean, I don't know if they have enough damage to actually take down Brain. It's going to have to be a perfect setup with beautiful cross crowd control. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. Corlick having to use Divine Shield as well. Wait, did he actually just use Divine Shield and now it's a 40-second cooldown? Did I see that right?
It's probably Neville's going to fall off, and it's going to go back to 3. Drake caught in a stun, though. No karma. Fort Brew, 30%. Brain in a full fear. Drake out in midfield. Jamili tearing in. Not able to find enough damage, though. Drake restabilizes. Both Paladins about to meet head-to-head here. Brain charges and gets Frost Nova on his Charger. Nice Frost Nova. Brain breaks out. Corlick trying to run away. Witchhammer is going to go down first between these two Paladins here. 5 minutes in. Dampening has started in game number 2. Corlick repositions, gets caught in midfield in a polymorph by Ceralium. Are they going to go after Corlick? He's got no trinket, no Divine Shield. He's in midfield. They could swap to him if they want to. Drake's out of a polymorph. They're not committing to anyone just now. They're trying to get back to the pillar in line of sight while Brain's in a polymorph, but Ceralium gets feared into midfield. Brain gets stunned up. Jamili, Combustion coming up in 2. Who are they going to go after? Looks like Brain Meteor drops with Infernal. Big combo onto Brain. Mortal Coil for follow-up. Looking to stabilize with Avenging Wrath. He's out of the crowd control. He should be all right here in a moment. Brain recovers. M2KC stay in it. Combustion available for both sides. Ceralium getting a Temporal Shield here as he gets dispelled under the Hammer of Justice. Jamili blinks into midfield to meet Ceralium. Drake still all over Burn. 6% dampening and counting. Corlick and Apolly, big power play here. That's the trinket. That's the sacrifice. Almost gets stunned on his trinket. That was a pretty close call, but now Brain and Apolly. Ceralium could be in trouble. No, it's actually Corlick who's falling behind. Ceralium and Corlick and Burn, all 3 members. I'm really just staring at their health bars at the moment. Who's going to fall first? A full fear. Nice follow-up by Burn. Ceralium activating that Blazing Barrier. Battle Master boosting up his health, buying time, but how much time can he buy here? His team's still crowd controlled. Looks like just enough. Vitality Conduit saving the day. Both teams stabilize.
Oh, Ceralium with some big plays there. Unfortunately, doesn't get the Singe magic on that 50-50. And now he's going to go ahead and get the Blinding Light here onto Corlick. This could be a big push here. Could potentially be the Divine Shield coming out from Corlick here. Do they have the damage? Doesn't look like it. Burn, though. He's taking a lot of damage still. No sacrifice. Corlick's going to have his Avenging Wrath in a couple of seconds. Ceralium has a counterspell, though. If he can sneak in a Blink Steel counterspell right here. Oh, he goes for it. But Corlick, with an insane fake, actually fakes it. And he's going to keep his Warlock nice and healthy. And now Ceralium is the one on the back foot here, getting blasted. And he's going to go ahead and actually recover with that Battle Master, with a couple of Vivifies there from Drake. Very, very back and forth. All of these players are playing an insane game so far.
This is a beautiful series so far. Charlotte Phoenix really looking to strike back. What a close call on the Ceralium. Not getting the Cauterize, going to be stinging just a little bit, but Gladiator's Emblem, that Battlemaster's Trinket, just so powerful. Let's see what happens right now. Full Hammer of Justice onto Corlick. Burn taking quite a bit of damage. Once again, a preemptive Vitality Conduit. Corlick really just playing out of his mind in this series. In this game in particular, double stun coming in. Burn forced to use his trinket on that one, trying to avoid a little bit of damage. Double Infernals drop down. This is a Dark Soul as well. Burn wants to get really aggressive. Corlick in the backline just bombing out Holy Lights, trying to keep Burn topped off. So we can try to make some sort of a push here with this Dark Soul. 1 Chaos Bolt lands. Ceralium using Shimmer, getting on top of Corlick. Divine Shield immediately trays. Great initiation there by M2KC, and they get the Divine Shield, which is a big win.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here and take away Ashamane's fall from the Mage Lock of Charlotte Phoenix. M2KC look to 4-0 the finals, coming off a victory over Cloud9. This is a team that came out of left field. Who would have thought the little kawaii turned M2KC would be North America's champions, but they have grinded it out month after month on the ladder to really become masters of this Windwalker Mage composition. Double Blinding Light looking for a push, ends up breaking due to that Singe magic, but polymorphed on the Singe. Burn could be in trouble. Drake's on target. Ceruleum's all over him. Netherwart Unending Resolve at 50% health. Can they keep the chain going? They can. Another polymorph. Burn in trouble. Lands a double Shadow Fury, but a double leg sweep. Burns lower and lower. They need to stop this heal for this Avenging Wrath. They might be able to close it. Divine Favor is their spell steal. No. Divine Favor comes in clutch from Corlick. Really close call. And I mean, it's been close call after close call for Charlotte Phoenix. It's looking dicey. Jamili manages to land a Ring of Frost. Now popping Combustion, trying to power through down Ceruleum, but not finding enough damage. Polyed on his Combustion. Good shutdown by Ceruleum. Bringing out of crowd control. Goes for the Holy Avenger. Big heal with the Divine Favor. Ceruleum back to full. Drake getting feared out into the open. Burn relaying that Demonic Gateway, getting ready for the attack. They don't have a sacrifice for 17. No Unending Resolve. Touch of Death is available. M2KC have an opportunity to close game number 2 out here and now. Corlick leads the charge. No, he actually reverses with hammers. There's the polymorph. Where's the Singe? Singe finds it. He's going to bop off the Touch of Death. Good reaction by Corlick. Not playing it greedy here, but that bop is going to be removed pretty quickly. Ceruleum on the run while his team is crowd controlled. Suddenly Charlotte Phoenix have turned this game on its head. They've isolated Ceruleum. They're powering through the Temporal. Oh, don't have enough damage to do it. Ceruleum's Temporal perfectly placed. He's avoiding them so well. Holds onto the Cauterized in the block. They swapped to Brain in the back line. He got feared literally into the farthest part of the map from Ceruleum, but it looks like M2KC are stable and continuing to establish a lead.
Ooh, Ceruleum is moving in aggressively, trying to get in range for that Blink Nova Sheep combo. See if he can get it right now. Burn is shutting him down. Burn actually trinketing out of that setup. Brain now, Hammer of Justice. Ceruleum is moving in, going for the Sheeps here onto Corlick. Let's see if he can find it. Infernal shuts him down in his tracks. And now Burn is looking to get some big Chaos Balls. 1, 2, Vitality Conduit. Not going to be enough. Cauterized proc. Ceruleum still in trouble. Gets counterspell. Needs to move back here. Corlick should be able to stabilize him with those wings in the back line. But Jamili still looking for more CC here. Might swap that Sheep over onto Corlick. Blinding Light comes out. Still a lot of damage here onto Ceruleum. Drake just kiting here as well in that exchange right now. Corlick still in a full Sheep. Ceruleum, what are you going to do? He's getting aggressive here onto Burn, actually. Looking for a potential CC chain here. Can he get anything out for Corlick? Maybe a leg sweep. Drake doesn't have it just yet. 10 more seconds. He's just going to get on target. Try to build up pressure here, but so far this anybody's game. I would say M2KC have the lead though.
Yeah, it's looking like it, and as dampening gets higher and higher, Burn becomes more of an exposed target to Drake on that Windwalker Monk. Mana relatively even between these two teams. Burn getting hit, big damage, lots of slappers proccing here for Drake. A lot of corruption overload doing massive damage, and Corlick as a response is going to have to use that Divine Shield just to try to get some heals out. He doesn't have too many throughput cooldowns, and he's still just dying. Finally, Avenging Wrath, big Divine Favor, and it looks like Burn will be A-okay. Jamili looking to create a bunch of pressure here on the Ceruleum as well. They get the Ice Block. There's no Cauterize. There's no Ice Block. Bubble. Sacrifice. Complete panic here by M2KC, and Charlotte Phoenix, all of a sudden, they are back in this game.
I mean, they're more than back in this game. They've got Sacrifice, Trinket, Unending Resolve, Netherward, still caught block. I mean, that was a big blunder by M2KC. Such a solid game so far, but now it's blown wide open, deeper into dampening. Mage Lock with the advantage, and now the cooldowns as well. How are M2KC going to manage to navigate this and pull it off? Drake feared so far into the distance, trying to stay on target. Jamili blinks in for what could be the game-winning polymorph. Will he find it? He's not finding it just yet. Totally shut down. Nice shutdown between Brain and Ceruleum. And Burn is still the target. Corlick in a paralyzed. Can they power through with these Fists of Fury? Huge pressure out of nowhere! Corlick has to Trinket Sacrifice. And with that power play by Drake, they put themselves back in the game. Brain stunned up though. Ceruleum by his side. Jamili gets Ring of Peace back to midfield. Nice Ring of Peace, preventing Jamili from getting on top of that Hammer of Justice. M2KC continue to protect Brain from crowd control. And now I kind of feel like Burn can die through Unending Resolve this deep into dampening. It's not a fully safe bulletproof cooldown against this type of damage, so M2KC at any moment could take this. Touch of Death coming up in 37 seconds, but at the same time Burn has Dark Soul and Jamili has Combustion. Both teams are very fragile and threatening at the same time.
Yeah, and Corlick has no defense for like 40 seconds at Unending Resolve. At this point, I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough here. They just need one clean setup here. They just need to deal with the imp singe magic. They need to get a little bit lucky or just outright just sheep into a DR sheep into a hodge. Here we go. Full setup coming out. Paralyzed into what? Jamili actually intercepts the setup here with a sheep of his own onto Brain. Ceralium has no cooldowns. He's in big trouble right now. Jamili's putting the team on his back, trying to take down Ceralium. Ceralium at 1%, and he is going to go down there, trying to get aggressive. But Jamili shuts the setup down in its tracks, takes control, and Charlotte Phoenix ties up 1-1.
All right, current tie 1-1 in this best of 7 series. Charlotte Phoenix winning game number 2 with that mage lock choice, which is kind of, did we want this? Did we expect this when they locked in mage lock here on Ashmane's Fall? I mean, I think Jamili was even the one tweeting like, we have to beat Cloud9 in order to never see that composition here, and now here they are playing it in the grand finals and tying up this series, Supatees.
I guess that is kind of ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna protect the people and then become.
This is for the
it's
people.
Like, you know what they say about heroes is like you either die the hero or you live long enough to become the villain. So, I guess in this case, just one series they became the villain again.
Wait, are mid-lock players villains? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, let's let chat decide.
His bio literally says like villain and hero or something like that. I'm pretty sure on Twitter, right? Jamili's.
I guess the
Anyways,
hero.
Here's the here is the replay.
Yeah, I mean, it was just these consistent setups. I mean, it's what's really nice about this build Jamili's playing. I mean, I mentioned it in game number 1. Game number 2 is the same story. It allows Jamili to play aggressive, and they're just not punishing him. He can push in, he can get the Dragon's Breath sheeps, he can set up his team, and just that dynamic alone, the fact that Jamili is no longer a great target for them to go after, and he can get these crowd control chains by himself, and there's really not too much that Brain can do to stop it, especially if Drake he's going after Burn on the other side of the map. Jamili can basically just freely go in, he gets a crowd control, and eventually if dampening's high enough and they have enough damage, Ceralium is just he's getting roasted, and Charlotte Phoenix are able to pick up game number 2. Now we actually have a really interesting tied series, and this might be the 2 compositions we see go back and forth. I mean, this looks a lot better than the Frost Mage, and it looks a lot better than the Greater Power Blast Haste Mage.
Yeah, I mean, coming up here, it's going to be M2KC's map choice. Do we think that they're going to try and pick a smaller map here, Zico, to maybe force them off of that composition?
I think we're definitely going to one of the smaller maps here. I don't know if that's going to force Charlotte Phoenix out of their composition, though. C9 tried that same strategy on a smaller map. They did lose, but there was moments, where they could have won with that similar strategy. So I'm not sold on it, but I think if we do go to one of these smaller maps, like Black Rook Hold, I think Charlotte Phoenix, they could also blind lock a mirror and then try to win on the big maps. Play, a mirror on the small maps, try to get the swing match advantage that way for later in the series. Or they could just lock in the mage lock one time on a small map, see how it does, and if it doesn't work out, well, maybe they can do it the next time they're on a small map. It's really up to Charlotte Phoenix. They have a couple of options here, and for M2KC, I think it's just going to look the same. For them, it's just all about that Windwalker mage, making sure that, they're just playing a clean game, and that last matchup, even on the big map, looked like it was going in their favor until that very end.
M2KC, pretty quick lockout into their composition here, locking in Fire Mage Windwalker once again. Brain staying on that Holy Paladin. Black Rook Hold is the map we're going to as well. I feel like it says a lot about a team's confidence as well when they do lock in those compositions so quickly, when they go through that draft process without really even thinking about what they're doing. It just, to me at least, it says that they know what their plan is. They know what they're going to do here on this next game. Charlotte Phoenix continuing to play Mage Lock here. Now that we have both compositions here, what are we going to be looking for in terms of positioning for both of these teams and how they're going to play out here on Black Rook Hold, Ben?
Well, the way it's worked out so far is Jamili, he's basically the bruiser. So as the Fire Mage, he's really durable. He can set himself up for crowd control with Dragon's Breath. So he's just pushing in. He's getting crowd control on Brain. And when that happens, Corlick and Burn can kind of swarm and push in and try to help him out on that offense. Outside of those goals, it just seems like Corlick and Burn, they're kind of playing a little bit more passive, especially in dampening. They pull back and just get crowd control on Drake. Use Hammer of Justice on his Fist of Fury, fear his Fist of Fury, et cetera, et cetera. And Ceralium kind of just distracted, trying to defend Brain from Jamili's crowd control. So I think there's a few things M2KC can do. Maybe go after Jamili a little bit more if he's going to be using his Shimmer so aggressive. Maybe he's the great target that you need to go after. But the problem is, once you do that, then all of a sudden there's a free casting Destruction Warlock, and I think that is the great conundrum here for M2KC. That's the problem of this composition, and it's why I like what Charlotte Phoenix is running. I like the fact that they are switching it up, because it really changes the dynamic of the Mage Lock into Windwalker Mage Paladin kind of strategies. Like, they have to play it a little bit different, and M2KC is going to have to figure it out.
Yeah, they certainly will. Tied up here now in 2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix here. Do we feel like this is going to go Seago into dampening here? And if they do, which team at that point becomes more vulnerable on this next match?
I think both of these teams have win conditions in dampening. Usually you see the Mage Lock having the edge there, but I think M2KC could also just take down Burn. And I do agree with what Ben was saying, by the way. The way that they kind of dominated this matchup was by just having their Paladin and Mage sit back and poke a lot. And I think right now, Jamili is just getting to go in and do whatever he wants. And that's because M2KC are just focused on landing these setups onto Burn, which worked for them in game number 1, but it's a risky game. I think if they sit back and just try to win on mana, it's, in true C9 fashion, I think that's the way to play it. And they're actually going to go after Jamili a lot more here, poking him down a little bit. And we're going to see a big setup here. Eventually onto Brain here. Let's see what he uses, Drake. Going to be trying to peel for his healer. Brain, though, taking a lot of damage here. Vivify's coming through. Divine Protection, Divine Favor. Brain is going to survive, not having to use his Divine Shield, not having to use his Human Trinket. And it looks like a decent opener so far for M2KC.
No, definitely no major cooldowns for us. Cork now to stun, Burn the target here. Touch of Death is rolling. Drake's really leading with aggression. Polymer for Corlick, singed off by Burn. Bop on the touch. Nice play there between Burn and Corlick. Totally shutting Drake down. Ceralium and Brain back to center pillar. Drake trying to cleave down Burn and Jamili, getting a nice double Fist of Fury out there for some pressure. Try and tax the mana of Corlick. Corlick charges in. Stun on Brain. Swap over. He pre-Vitality conduit, so I don't think he's going to be the target. And then it actually bounces to Ceralium because they healed him to full. They Polymer for Brain instead. Ceralium's line of sighting. Drake gets feared out in the open, though. Ceralium dodging the Meteor. Brain's still polyed up. Oh, we got polyed into the Meteor. That's going to break him out of Polymorph. Now we see M2KC just playing at center pillar, attacking anybody that comes close. Burn, the closest player here at the ramp. Drake going after him with the Fist of Fury. Ceralium still playing that Gushing Wounds build, I would imagine, so trying to get some damage out here, but he is taking quite a beating. Jamili and Burn's aggressive stance in this matchup definitely can be scary. Ceralium repositioning to the back of the ramp. Drake charges in. Jamili's mounted. He's getting on top of Brain, looking for a Polymorph. Gets stunned up and polyed, but Corlick moves in for the hammer. And Dragon's Breath intercepts for a moment. Full Fear secured by Burn. Jamili looking for Ring of Frost off the Fear. Lands the ring around the corner, but they stack up for a double leg sweep. Nice intercept by Drake. Just a Fury flying, double whirling Dragon Punch. Brain is still polyed, though. Drake has to trade. He's going to respect the crowd control. Activate that Fort Brew. Should likely recover. M2KC just trying to stabilize here. They've still got to deal with a big threat. Burn has Dark Soul available, and so Jamili has Combustion, so they can't really afford to play too risky out in the open until those cooldowns have been utilized.
Yeah, and we can see Cornick now pushing in to play very aggressively with those cooldowns available. So rather than getting denied on his Polymorph, he does actually sneak in a Polymorph onto Brain here. Jamili trying to lay down the law here onto Ceralium. Brain in a full fear. Chaos Bolt's going to connect. Jamili gets sheeped into a sheep. Ceralium with excellent defensive plays here. Counterspells the Chaos Bolt as well. And he is going to peel for himself in that situation. And now Corlick is in the middle of the map here. They could go for a maybe sheep blink Nova here. Jamili is on his mount trying to run in and drag it. What? Okay, he gets a free sheep from his Ashes of Alar, and that's going to set up his team for a big combustion. Ceralium deflecting there with the Temporal Shield. Burn going for a fear from the Infernal Stun, but nice denial there with the Dragon's Breath. And Ceralium is just running around this pillar, just poking whatever he can and just trying to shut down setups. And if you look at mana, it's going in their favor.
Yeah, the thing that's like the third time, fourth time, Jamili's just on his mount. Look at him. He's just literally turning into a phoenix and pushing in, trying to get crowd control for his team. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that time. Ceruleum's going to disrupt it with a Dragon's Breath. Jamili finding a Dragon's Breath of his own, looking for a big Ring of Frost. He gets knocked away. And who are they going after now? Brain taking a huge hit of damage. Meteor coming in from Jamili, but it looks like Brain will be able to stabilize. That was big damage coming in from Burn. Polymorph onto Corlick, interrupt onto Jamili, and Burn getting absolutely destroyed. Corlick gets a sacrifice once again. Corlick on fire in this series so far, really keeping Burn alive. And now Chaos Bolt's going to deflect Ceruleum back to one of these starting rooms. Jamili mounts up once again, going to be looking to push in. I think he's looking to just avoid the Dragon's Breath, a bit of a mind game there. Pushing forward, looking for a Polymorph, gets caught into a Hammer of Justice, and this is what I want to see. I feel like Ceruleum and Brain can maybe punish Jamili a little bit more. The double Dragon's Breath into a full Polymorph. It works, and there it is. Hammer of Justice on Ceruleum. These consistent setups coming in from the Charlotte Phoenix. Ceruleum might be forced to use his Cauterized. Sacrifice comes out from Brain. No follow-up crowd control, but a good push there by the Charlotte Phoenix.
Oh, Burn foot a bit here. Corlick going to paralyze. Jamili assisting here with polymorphs. Burn should stabilize. Divine Favor tops him off. Mana even between the teams. About 20 seconds away from dampening here on Blackrock Hold. M2KC really can't afford to lose these swing matches if they want to maintain map advantage for this series and avoid those big maps into the Mage Lock. Hammer into hammer onto two targets there. Corlick getting an excellently timed Ineffable Truth proc. Not able to capitalize on it though or force any cooldowns. Drake recovering. Jamili blinking right on top of Brain. Jamili is fully confident in getting crowd control in this matchup, really playing aggressive on the Mage Lock, and M2KC got caught off guard a bit by it in the last game. Let's see if they can manage to pull themselves together in game number 3. Infernal's called in for Burn. He's trying to ramp up, but he gets interrupted. Bit on the back foot. Corlick powers him up. No, he's paralyzed on his Divine Favor. Oh, Ceruleum spell steals it off. Is there follow-up? Hammer of Justice. But Vitality Conduit recovers Burn. There's no way he's dying through that. Drake feared away, trying to get back on target. Ceruleum posted up in the room, locking one door with a Ring of Frost maybe, trying to prevent Jamili from bullying Brain, because Jamili has just been in Brain's face this entire game. Looks for a poly, gets shut down by Ceruleum. Looks for a poly, gets Dragon's Breath. Ceruleum is literally bodyguarding Brain right now from Jamili, and Jamili doesn't care. Jamili just blinking in right on top of him, but he gets Ring of Peace into the room. Could be a good opportunity to punish Jamili's aggression here, but Corlick repositions in his line, stabilizing Jamili. M2KC forced Jamili back for now, although I feel like he's mounting up right now on the left side behind that wall or something to get on top of Brain. He is. He's on his Phoenix again. Jamili is just relentless on this. He's just going to be right on top of Corlick all game.
Yeah, and he gets hammered of Justice now, trying to enter the room into a CC chain here. Way too overextended to get any dispels here from his healer. He's going to be sitting through that crowd control chain, and actually that's going to set up a 3v1 situation. Ceruleum goes in for the Dragon's Breath. He tries to get it on the trinket of Corlick there, but that push right there is going to set them up for a nice win condition a little bit later on. They got 2 trinkets. They got the sacrifice. Next time they can land a sheep, they can get something like an ending resolve, maybe a bubble as well from Corlick. So they have some opportunities here on M2KC, but right now it is going to be Charlotte Phoenix pushing in here, looking to get aggressive. Brain and Hammer of Justice. Can they find the crowd control? They find the sheep. Ceruleum, what are you going to do? Claws are rolling onto Ceruleum. He walks into the Ring of Frost. Millie gets the resheep with the Ring of Frost damage. Can he get the Cauterized a little bit more damage? And they force it with the Dragon's Breath. And Brain, using the sacrifice, going to stabilize Ceruleum. But now they need to go. They need to get aggressive onto Burn here. They have an opportunity to try to pounce back. But Burn and Corlick already moving out of that room. They already got what they came for. And now it's time to bounce for them. It looks like Burn is going to recover without having to trade out anything so far. And that's going to be a great push here from Charlotte Phoenix, looking to take the swing match.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's not looking too bad. Ceruleum, without his Cauterize, is going to be really vulnerable to this next attempt. Brain, of course, does have his Divine Shield if he needs to do it, but the Blessing and Protections aren't going to be too valuable, so definitely missing out on some cooldowns. Full Hammer of Justice lands once again. Ceruleum taking a huge hit of damage. Divine Shield enough, but these setups from the Charlotte Phoenix, they're looking so strong. That wasn't even the Combustion, that wasn't Dark Soul, that wasn't anything. And now M2KC, they gotta be feeling scared. Brain has no crowd control breaks whatsoever. Ceruleum only has his Ice Block, so they at least have that one more immunity. They need to start buying some time. I don't know what they can do, though. They just can't force Jamili away. He's just going in. He's getting the crowd control. They get a hammer of justice, and it's just these rinse, repeat setups over and over and over that Charlotte Phoenix is finding that is really throwing M2KC for a loop.
All right, Corlick's moving in. Brain stuns Jamili, trying to escape from the room. Jamili blinks. Brain line of sights him right on that small little corner, but he gets caught in double dragons with double ring. Brain uses blinding light on Jamili, runs back into the room, trying to line of sight. They paralyze Jamili. They're allocating all their crowd control, and Jamili realizing, like, we need to get Jamili off of Brain right now. Burns got Dark Soul rolling, though. He could be a threat. They're actually just pushing him back. Corlick pre-sacrificing here, anticipating crowd control. Won't have it to trade, though, now. And that anticipation wasn't met with any crowd control, so it could be open in the immediate future if Cerulean can find him here. Corlick still out in midfield. Drake trying to stay on Jamili. They're really forced to go after Jamili, but I feel like Jamili wants to be the target. He's full versatility, so it's almost kind of playing into the Charlotte Phoenix's hands. I'm kind of wondering if Cerulean should switch and play Greater Pyroblast in this matchup. If they're going to run Singe and try and punish it, just play it to force Burn to have to switch his pet, or spam out Greater Pyros to get Jamili off of Brain something. Brain gets Mortal Cold and Hammer Justice. They're swapping to him. Can they drop him? No Divine Shield. Drake intercepts. Jamili blocks to go for the kill. Reckless decision there. Brain's definitely not going down. And now Jamili and Burn both are very fragile. No block, no unending resolve. That was a dangerous gamble. It didn't pay off.
So they went for the KO right there, and Drake with MVP plays. Paralyze on Burn when he put this Dark Soul to Chaos Bolt. He trinkets, he gets a nice double leg sweep. Jamili ice blocks out of that one, but too much time has gone by in the stun on Brain, and that they're not going to be able to connect enough damage. He's going to come out, be able to survive, and because of that play from Drake, now they are in a fantastic situation to win the game with these cooldowns here. Let's see what they can get done. They need something onto Corley. They get a full sheep, no preemptive sacrifice. He's got the Divine Favor here. Could get spell stolen off too. Burnos being called in by Burn defensively, but there it is. Triple blinding light, Drestigath connect, and Corley's going to trinket sacrifice right there. And if you look at the mana right now, I think that's the big story of the game. I think that's what M2KC are playing for. I think M2KC are actually the dampeners in this matchup. They just want to survive the setups and run Corlick out of mana. They're very close to doing it, but they could also take down Burn here as a result of these setups. Corlick and Burn in double leg sweep getting pumped right now, and now Corlick getting singed out on the 50-50, but he gets hodged on the singe. Do they have any more crowd control? It doesn't look like it. If that singe didn't win that 50-50, could have been the bubble easily there just to save Burn. So M2KC still showing signs of life, and Cerulean has his ice block back. 1 more minute for his cauterized. Touch of Death is rolling. Burn is trying to kite. Drake is all over him in hot pursuit here. Can he get there? The slappers are proccing. Drake getting Mortal Coil out of there. Nice Ring of Peace going to knock him back into his clutches. But now Drake has no more stops after that paralyze. He needs to be a little bit careful. Brain is in a polymorph. Camille is doing a go. Drake's just been playing this matchup so phenomenally so far.
Yeah, definitely setting up his team. Big Fist of Fury here. Does he have the Drestigath trinket? Burn is getting low. Corlick has no tools left. He's got no healing. Divine Shield. Burn is in so much trouble right now. Corlick looking for a heal. He gets one. 40% dampening, though. He's got no mana. He needs just a few more seconds for his Avenging Wrath. He's going to be using it immediately. Let's see what he can do. Divine Favor is available. Cerulean, is he going to be able to stop it? No. And Charlotte Phoenix stabilize a really tense moment in the match. They need to hold on a little bit longer. 20 seconds on sacrifice, but they're looking to get some counter pressure rolling. Interrupt on Cerulean, polymorph onto Brain, but at the same time, Burn is just under fire. Drake gets feared. Look at how far Drake is. He just gets feared on the other side of the map. Finally reconnecting to his target, but into a polymorph. Good denial there by Jamili, getting that crowd control on Drake, slowing down some of that damage. They need some time. Corlick, he almost has his trinket, he almost has sacrifice. Burn has the unending resolve rotating back up, and the Charlotte Phoenix are looking a lot more durable now that a few moments have passed.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going. Mana's getting taxed right to the very brink of hitting 0. Triple crowd control. Dispelled, though, by Brain. Nice clutch play. Cerulean tries to Dragon Switch Jamili in the poly. Jamili blinks through him to polymorph Brain. Cerulean temporals, heals back full. Drake's leading the charge. Storm, Earth, and Fire. Gets polyed on his Fist of Fury instantly by Jamili. Nice play. Really denying a ton of burst over here onto Burn. Corlick pre-sacrifice. Actually, Trinkets sacrifices between the chain. We could switch to Corlick a little bit here. Maybe just poke him a tiny bit. Drake getting swarmed. Trades the Fort Brew. Brain pre-Vitality conduits the polymorph. Nice play by Brain. Burns in trouble. He's interrupted. He's low. Corlick goes for the bop, but it's a bop before Touch of Death. Remember what happened to Chanimal And against M2KC, I mean, Drake is a big threat right now, as long as he can stabilize. Diffuse magic at very low health. Brain and a fear. Touch of death. Drake's going for it. How much damage can Drake get out here? They really need to get an important cooldown like the Unending Resolve. They get the Unending Resolve. I'm not sure if Burn 100% needed to trade it. Sacrifice was available. He was Vitality conduited, so getting that out of the way, very important. Korlik only has one more answer left. Divine Shield Sacrifice. He has no mana. This is getting tense for Charlotte Phoenix.
Oh, Jamili just got dispelled into a sheep right there on that Dragon's Breath. He has to ice block out of it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Burn taking so much damage. Korlik with the Divine Shield, trying to keep him alive. He uses the Nether Ward, trying to do anything he can, spamming out the Fears, but there it is. Paralyzed onto Korlik. Do they have the damage? Kick comes out onto Burn. Big damage coming out with Sir Adam's combustion. It gets spell stolen by Jamili, but it doesn't matter. Nazov sends his regards. The slappers are gonna proc and slap Burn out of this game. 55% dampening, and M2KC takes the lead in the series.
M2KC just getting closer and closer to being the North American champions here in this AWC BFA Finals here. They looking super on fire there. Charlotte Phoenix just completely out of resources in the end there, Ben.
That was a really, really close game once again. I mean, M2KC, at the later stages of that game, it felt like most of the pressure was going their way. And it seemed like M2KC started adapting to this playstyle Jamili has, where he's kind of pushing in and getting this crowd control and setting up his team. And as the game went on, M2KC was looking better and better, but still a really close matchup. I feel like the Charlotte Phoenix are likely to run the same composition again. Like, I think they're just going to keep playing this out and see what happens. Maybe go for a different map that would make it easier for Jamili to land crowd control, but that can backfire as well. The game just gets so late and dampening, and I really think that's going to be the story of this matchup, is really heavy dampening. If we continue to see these two compositions play against each other, it just feels like you kind of need it. And when that happens, the game becomes really unstable. And at 52% dampening, there's just no healing left. There's no cooldowns left for Korlik. He uses Divine Shield, he uses Divine Favor, but Burn's health is just not going up. Ceralium has his combustion available, and when Burn's low, he just goes for damage out of the Paralyze instead of a Polymorph, and it's just this big hit of damage that's just completely overwhelming. And this is kind of what happens. The Slappers proc, like Zico said, and that's going to be enough for M2KC to go up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, now Charlotte Phoenix really need to figure out something here if they want to tie up this best-of-7 series here. And I think, Ben, before this game started, you saw the same tweet that I did from Jamili. We were talking about how it's a little bit ironic that they are in the grand finals playing Mage Lock. Jamili, right before this series or this game started, actually tweeted change of plans. So I feel like maybe based off that tweet, we can predict that we're going to see Mage Lock from Charlotte Phoenix throughout the rest of the series. Supatees, given that, or if we want to guess that, do we think big map here, Tolvaron, maybe for the next their next move here, Charlotte Phoenix?
I think so. The problem comes in game 7 if they can't win a swing match, right? Like, they need to win their map picks for sure, and then they're also going to need to win a swing match. So what is their plan on a small map? That last game, I feel like they weren't really even as close as they were in any of the other games. Like, it was pretty apparently one-sided to M2KC overall, and they were like even blocking aggressively to try and get damage out. I feel like Brain just played phenomenally. He got so many Vitality conduits before crowd control. He was really anticipating every single setup, time and time again. So he was a very important part in that, in keeping his team going aggressively like that. Tolvaron Arena, I think, does make a lot of sense. They won on Ashamanes, and it looked good on Ashamanes. So don't throw away any maps, right? Like, you just go to Tolvaron, play that matchup out, take the win there. Then moving forward, maybe you try something. You experiment a little bit with something else. Maybe their Rogue Mage again, or even Windwalker Mage Mirror on one of the smaller maps.
Yeah, I mean, what type of position does that put M2KC in? You know, it's Charlotte Phoenix map choice. If they decide to go with something like Tolvaron, like you were just mentioning, Supatees. Looks like we're going to be going to Charlotte Dalaran Zeros though. Charlotte Phoenix locking that map in. M2KC. Now what do we want to say?
I don't think they're going to make Rogue Mage Pally.
Yeah. Okay. I'm a bit surprised that they're doing it on their map pick. But if they do Mage Lock, they're throwing. There's no way, right? There's no way. There's no way. There's no way they're doing Mage Lock. I will bet all my stickers they're not doing Mage Lock.
I don't know if you've earned any stickers today.
I was gonna say, I don't
Do you
think-
even have a single
we
sticker?
haven't really been handing
I haven't
out
been
the-
muted the entire season. That's a sticker.
That's,
Well, it wasn't even my
that's
fault.
at
I was
least a
muted last
sticker.
time.
I've got one sticker guaranteed because I'm not going to be muted the entire time.
You haven't earned that
Okay.
yet. There's still a few
That's
games
fair.
to go. All right. It could happen. But Charlotte Phoenix, right now, they have to make a very difficult decision. Do they continue to go with the Mage Lock Paladin that they've been running throughout this entire series? Or are they going to tag in Nick? Are they going to bring in Nick? Maybe they play Rogue Lock? You think there's any chance we see Nick and Burn play together? A Rogue Lock Paladin?
That's what Cloud9 was going to play, right? I feel like that's what Cloud9 were ramping up to try. So,
Yeah.
And Jamili really hyped up Nick and Burn. I remember him talking before the cup stage. Like he really hyped them up as a rogue lock, like mastermind rogue lock. So I could see that. It's either rogue mage or rogue lock. They really mirror before trying something else. I feel like they probably respect M2KC a lot, so they won't do that. Won't do a mirror. They're taking their time though. There's no way it's Mage Lock. It's more likely that I'll be muted than they pick Mage Lock on Dalaran. There's no way.
All right.
They did. I'm gonna be muted now. I'm gonna be muted now.
No
Does that
Minus
mean you
stickers.
revoke a
He
sticker?
bet all his stickers. He
I
can't
bet
earn
all my.
any more.
Are they listening to me?
I think so,
They
dude.
they
Charlotte,
just gamaz my trinkets.
Charlotte Phoenix locking in Mage Lock on Dalaran Sewers, guys. What do we think of this?
Maybe they're playing Spites again. I mean, that could be a reason why they would want to lock it in. Maybe they're changing their gearing and they want to just be super, super aggro. But I feel like
They weren't aggro last
won on
game?
Well, yeah, but like they lost last game. And I feel like
That's true.
they won the game on Ashermans where they were kind of aggro, but they were also, they had space for Burn to like kind of move around and actually get to their win condition. So I don't know. I think if I was in Charlotte Phoenix and I wanted to go lock mage, I would probably do what Sid says. Go Tolver, try to get the easier win there. And then when it gets to the small map, whatever they have planned here, I mean, they can still use it because most likely M2KC is going to pick a small map, right? So I feel like you can try to flip that small map on its head with whatever strategy they're planning here. If it's a spite or maybe they're going super offensive gearing, I don't know what they're going to do, but I think that would have been a little bit better for them.
I think I know what's going on here. I think Charlotte Phoenix has kind of realized if the game goes too late in dampening, they lose. And M2KC on that last map, they just ran. I mean, it's something we see Brain and Cerulean do a lot, is they just run away. They just constantly are dragging away from the fight. They're baiting people in. And then when someone like Burn overextends, that's when they can, pick their moment and really, really go aggressive. So on Dalaran Sewers, there's really not too many places to run and hide. So I think that might be what it is. Jamili just doesn't want to deal with pillars. So this smaller pillar is going to allow him to push in, allow Burn to push in a little bit more, and maybe they can close out the game with just pure crowd control on Brain and basically get Cerulean isolated. I think that's their idea. Is it going to work? I'm not sure, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we certainly will. If you guys can see this little handy-dandy fact that we have down below us, M2KC winning 3 of their 4 series versus Charlotte Phoenix. So this is certainly a tough matchup for both of these teams, but I guess especially so on the side of Charlotte Phoenix. But this is an incredibly strong team. Both of these teams have had an amazing season here in BFA, and this is now the grand finals here for North America. It's M2KC 2-1 versus Charlotte Phoenix on Dalaran Sewers.
I can't believe they picked Mage Lock. I can't believe it's not Butter. Like, I mean, I guess if they're going to play aggressive and they really want to prevent M2KC from retreating and dragging it into dampening, it could work, but you're also going to stack up really heavily. Drake's going to get a lot of double leg sweeps, get Ring of Peace around the corner. I mean, this is a dangerous game they're playing here on their map selection. They do start with a very great start with crowd control across the board, but Not enough damage. Surrounding's Temporal about to go off. Pretty high value Temporal. They follow it with Mortal Coil, but that Mortal Coil path, they pass out of Burn's line on the Chaos Bolt. Burn is still feared though. Cerulean blinks in. Polymorphs through Millie. Vitality Conduit stabilizes. Corelic in a stun. Now M2KC counter engaged. Burn intercepts with Infernal. Burn trying to scare away M2KC during their crowd control with this Infernal. I like that. But they get triple blinding light. Nice catch by Brain, although now he's in a full polymorph. Combustion gets popped. They're really tearing into Burn right now. 1 second away, left on that ring. But Corlick going to respect the combustion and touch of death. Trade the sacrifice. I think it's more than a high value trade there for Corlick. Brain stunned up, but overlapped with the fear. A little bit of a miscommunication there between Burn and Corlick.
And they do net themselves the first cooldown of the game here on the side of M2KC. So far, it's been going good for them. They land a counter spell onto Burn. Burn's taking a lot of damage here, but Burn's line of sighting. Drake doesn't want to risk it. And this is more like it. Ooh, he's sneaking a counter spell onto Brain, but no pressure to be found here. Jamili dropping the Ring of Frost, going for the cancel there. He's trying to get, a big zone here behind the pillar. And anytime Jaw pushes in, they're just going to attack him. They're going to play it the way they played those games on Nagram. Just attack the closest target, cheap Jaw, literally for just mana burn purposes, because the spelling is very expensive, and just keep doing that. Try to slow him down as much as possible, give Drake as much uptime as possible, and now is a good time to go for a CC chain here onto Corlick. Nice shutdown though by Jamili. He lands the first pounds, and now he's playing Maledict there as well. Throws in the Maledict in the CC chain. Cerulean can't even use his Temporal Shield right now for a couple more seconds. Vivifies are coming in, but they're not going to do anything. That Maledict really a game changer here. Brain still in crowd control. Nice Dragon's Breath. Vitality Conduit coming out, and now they know they're dealing with a Maledict on the enemy's team. I think it was Jamili playing it there, so Burn going to drop to 50% HP. No CC on Corlick though. Should be enough to stabilize him. Corlick's going to have that sacrifice back that he used in the opener. And so far, both teams are basically tied dead even.
Ooh, Cerulean in a Hammer of Justice. Brain caught into a Polymorph. No more crowd control, and it looks like Brain will be able to reconnect and top him off. But look at this positioning. Look at how far Cerulean is. He's completely isolated. Jamili's going to be pushing in. Burn as well. Do they have anything else for Brain? It doesn't look like it. Shadow Fury. Can they get the damage rolling? Cerulean on the run. He does get a big heal, Divine Favor, and he will be topped off. Now M2KC can look to get a little bit of damage, but this smaller map, I feel like it's not working out too badly here for Charlotte Phoenix. They're able to get a lot of crowd control onto Brain. These setups on Cerulean have been quite scary. Touch of Death rolling right now. Who are they going after? It looks like Drake. They're actually going to go after Jamili a little bit more in the match. Big damage. And it looks like Jamili will be able to survive. The sacrifice comes in from Corlick, the trinket. That was a huge Drestagath that Drake invested, as well as his Touch of Death. That's where that explosion of damage came from. But Jamili, luckily, able to hold on to the Cauterize as well as his Ice Block. So that's kind of a minor victory there for the Charlotte Phoenix.
Well, let's see if they can build off of that small victory moving forward. 3.5 minutes in. Cerulean laying down a Ring of Frost for the Infernal and defensively locking that box. Sneaks in a Polymorph on Corlick. No Singe. It looks like the Imp might have got hit by that Ring of Frost as well. Tactical play by Cerulean. Can they really capitalize on that crowd control, though? It doesn't look like it. Dark Soul's available for Burn. Combustion available for Jamili. They're big threats right now. Power play cooldowns in their back pockets. Burn relaying a Demonic Gateway. They're trying to chase down M2KC and prevent them from running a game of cat and mouse. And in this case, M2KC is the mouse that Charlotte Phoenix looked to catch. Brain in the Polymorph, Cerulean in the stun. Beautiful setup here by Charlotte Phoenix. How much damage can they unload here? They need a bit more. They can't push through. Vitality Conduit stabilizing Cerulean. And now Corlick and a Polymorph. Jamili in trouble. Corlick Divine Shields out. Goes for a Divine Favor on 10%. Gambling that Cauterize of Jamili. Winning the gamble. Combustion was, I think, stripped off by Cerulean there with a spell steal from Jamili. Potentially just both mages popping off. Drake Fort Brews here as he's stuck out in the open. Burn relaying the Demonic Gateway. And yeah, they're just chasing down M2KC. Can Charlotte Phoenix close this game out? Because surprisingly enough, it seems like M2KC were favored in dampening.
Yeah, it's just looking better and better for M2KC right now. Can they get the CC here? Surround's moving in for it. He gets the Sheep, he gets the Nova, the Singe, gets the Poly right there. But Corlick still forced to use his Every Man for Himself trinket right there, and that sacrifice on the Hammer of Justice. So don't let that trinket icon fool you. But wait a second, Brain taking a lot of damage. Nice dispel there on the Nether Ward to allow him to secure the counterspell. Cerulean really with some high level plays. Brain though in a Polymorph Polymorph. Ceralium is going to be the target of choice here. 1 Chaos Ball, 2 Chaos Balls. Another Sheep comes in. Corlick not going to have any crowd control to follow up with. Now his Hammer of Justice coming off cooldown. He's pushing in for it. He's looking for Brain. He actually gets it on Ceralium, but Brain is going to be out of crowd control, so he's just going to dispel that. And now Ceralium potentially looking to... Corlick, big swallow. Go bubble. He no trinket. He might just die here. Big leg sweep coming out. Bump in the nick of time. And I can't believe he survives that. That was such a clutch Shadow Fury by Burn. I can't believe it. That could have just been the game right there. What an insane swap there by M2KC. Trying to close out the match already here. Only 6 minutes in.
Only 6 minutes in, Corlick. I can't believe he lived. How did he live? How? Corlick manages to survive, but what a close call that was. Now Jamili under fire, taking a little bit of damage here by Drake. And we look at like just an overall picture of the game. Look at Brain. He's still sitting on all his cooldowns, looking nice and healthy on mana. Corlick has burned through quite a bit more in this match. Drake moving forward, going to be doing a little bit of damage on the burn. Ceralium just running in circles around this pillar, avoiding as much damage as he possibly can, while his healer is in crowd control. But now that Brain's free, they're looking to reverse the pressure. Corlick, he's moving in. He's got his Avenging Wrath. Are they going to go after Corlick? He's gotten to a full polymorph. And now who are they going after? It's going to be Jamili once again. He's playing super aggressive in this match, and they're looking to punish him. They don't want Jamili to feel so confident to get the cauterize. They get It doesn't get the ice block. Super unfortunate there for Jamili, and M2KC really punishing that aggression coming in from Jamili, and they will be going up 3-1 in the grand finals, looking solid.
My goodness, a really unfortunate way for that game to end on the side of Charlotte Phoenix. M2KC now putting themselves on match point in this best of 7 grand finals series here. 1 game away from becoming the North American champions. This team is just looking so clean in this series, Super Tees.
I mean, there was a little bit of a throw right at the end of the game. I mean, they had cooldowns to trade, so giving away their map selection there is definitely a tough position, because now what? Do you mirror all the way through? I guess the only thing they've got going is they know Windwalker Mage is all they've got, so the worst case scenario is to mirror if you want to. Other than that, I mean, you go to Tolvaron maybe, try and get a Mage Lock win on Tolvaron, and then mix things up. Look at Drake, man. Like, this is what I meant by Dalaran Sewers. Like, sure, Jamili's team gets to get on top of Brain more often, but Drake's going to do way more damage on a map like this, and he really stepped up for the team, and it shows on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it absolutely does. M2KC is certainly on a good roll here now, and it's going to be Charlotte Phoenix map choice again here. They chose to lock in Dalaran Sewers here. We kind of thought they were going to go to a bigger map, though, so maybe this is the map that they choose, you know, Tolvaron or something else that is pretty well favored towards that Mage Lock composition here, Ben. Do you think that's the next play here on the side of Charlotte Phoenix?
I'm really not sure, honestly. I feel like at this point, Charlotte Phoenix, they feel pretty committed to this Mage Lock Paladin setup, but I'm not sure if it's the move. I like the fact that they experimented with it. I like the fact that they tried, but based off what we've seen in the last couple of games, are they going to be willing? I mean, this is their last chance, right? They have one more game. If they lose, they are gone, and it's going to be M2KC who wins it all. So are they confident enough in this composition, in this matchup, that they want to risk their entire tournament lives, their entire season? I'm not sure. And
Mirrors!
I knew it. I knew when it was the last game, it was the last chance they were going to try.
Go ahead.
Too, huh?
This is what, okay, so I'm going to tell you, this is like one of, if this happens, I'm going to be really, really sad. So I have this is like one of the worst things that can happen, where Charlotte Phoenix, their backs are against the wall, they lock in the mirror, and then maybe they win, and it looks really good for them. And the next game, they end up losing the mirror, but like, they just think if they had been playing it all along, like maybe they actually would have won the series, you know, if they just had confidence in themselves. So Charlotte Phoenix, they had a warm-up mirror match against Mystery Org earlier today. And I would say they look pretty good in it. I'm really curious to see how this one plays out. Obviously, M2KC, they're nice and warm on the Windwalker Fire Mage. Charlotte Phoenix is going to have to really step up if they want to beat M2KC at their own game.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a super... Going to be a super intense series here, M2KC on match point. This is a mirror match, M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix on Tigers Peak in the grand finals.
I mean, this is match point. M2KC win this. They're North American champions of 2020. Who would have thought? Charlotte Phoenix, Corlick, and Nick. I feel like these two guys have been playing for years. You remember with them when they were the Sub-Rogue Boomy Shaman team? Like, they were just making top 8s. Now they're in the grand finals, battling for their tournament lives here. Brain, Ceralium, and Drake have been grinding the ladder day and night the entire season. Really grinding this Windwalker Mage and forcing the competition to adapt to them despite Mage Lock dominating the meta. You could not ask for a better finale between these teams. And Jamili, of course, starting things off spicy, popping that combustion, gets punished on it. Both mages stunned up, fists flying on both sides. Mage is stabilized, Corlick gets stunned. Ceralium blinks in around the corner. There's a call on the guidance device. Double blinding light. Jamili temporals, soaking those slappers. Big heal, but he gets counterspelled. It's match point. Corlick divine shields. He's scared. Huge pressure on Jamili. Corlick is still struggling. Is he going to pop Avenging Wrath here? He has to sacrifice now on top of that. At least trading for the touch of death and combustion. He does manage to get some cooldowns out of the way. Brain now in a polymorph. Charlotte Phoenix need to get something going.
Yeah, Corlick is not playing Trinket anymore, so he's playing Relentless and that Human Racial. If they can get something going here, he could be an exposed target a little bit later, but Ceralium right now is the one on the back foot. Nick trying to do what he can here on that Windwalker Brain. One more sheep here. He does sneak in the Vitality Conduit. Ceralium does have his Temporal Shield active, so he should be fine and dandy in that situation. Right now, it's looking like M2KC are on the front. Oh, big damage coming in here. Counterspell sneaks in onto Brain. Bike comes in. Ceralium, though, Temporal Shields the bike, and he's going to get topped off from that. And now, once again here, it looks like Ceralium could be the one going on the aggressive here. Drake might lead the charge with a Paralyze, or is it going to be Ceralium with a Polymorph? He gets a sheep onto Nick. He gets another one. Jamili gets bounced back. Corlick is just trying to line them, trying to pre-Vitality Conduit. He sneaks it in before the Hammer of Justice. Ceralium trying to get the sheep. Corlick actually trinkets right there into the sacrifice with his Human Racial. So now Corlick has no trinket and no bubble. If they want to, they can try to set up a swap onto him. I'm not sure though. He still has the Blessing of Protection. Maybe just going for the Major is the play here, as we see another setup here botched by Charlotte Phoenix. Nice stops here by Ceralium and Drake. Brain is going to come out of the Polymorph. His team is going to stabilize, and that's another cooldown there checked off on the shopping list for M2KC.
Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix, this is their last opportunity. If they lose this game, they are eliminated. M2KC, can they do it? Hammer of Justice on Corlick. Jamili taking a little bit of damage right now. Ceralium also getting bursted down. Nick trying to create some counter pressure, but the blinding light, the crowd control is just never ending onto Corlick. Jamili's getting lower. Cauterize. Temporal Shield potentially. Can they get the Cauterize? He's so close. Corlick gets out of crowd control and saves the precious Cauterize, and it looks like Jamili will be able to hold on. Definitely disappointing for M2KC. Double leg sweep coming in. It is not over yet. Drake pushing in. He wants to get the damage rolling, but it is not enough. Jamili holds on, and now Charlotte Phoenix, they need to try to strike back. They have just been on the back foot for such a long time.
Nick needs to stop this polymorph. They paralyze it. Corlick retreats. He bops off Jamili with that touch of death, but now Drake swaps to Corlick. Trying to catch him off guard here. Drake is really putting the pressure on Corlick, paralyzing him on low health, switching targets, trying to deny some pressure. Jamili pops combustion. Is he going to be able to get too much damage out with it? Doesn't look like it. I mean, Ceralium's still low. Temporal. Oh, big dress right after the Temporal. Nice timing by Nick. Really catching Ceralium off guard, but Corlick, is he going to be able to save him? Temporal, 10% ticking away. Temporal goes off. Jamili bounces back into the fight. Brain counterspelled. But a blinding light on the Corlick's Divine Favor. Is there a spell steal for Ceralium to take that Divine Favor? Doesn't look like it. Big heal incoming. No, a full polymorph. There's no sacrifice for 7 seconds. They've got 5 seconds to push for a Cauterize here. 4 seconds to push for a Cauterize. They're going for it. Combustion pop 1 second away from it. Corlick sacrifice now available. Are they going to have to trade it? I think so. Yeah, Divine Shield sacrifice. They do at least get Divine Shield from Corlick amidst that exchange. And man, M2KC, they're on fire on match point. This is not comfortable for Charlotte Phoenix.
Oh, triple CC initiated here by Charlotte Phoenix. This is their chance to get aggressive. Brain in a blinding light right now. Ceralium once again just dragging Nick away, getting the polymorphs. Brain gets a time to breathe here, gets the Vitality Conduit. The slappers are proccing on Jamili. Can they get something going with that? Drake is soloing into about 50%. Maybe a paralyzed setup into the Hammer of Justice. Brain has it ready. They just need to pick their moment. Corlick has the Divine Favor active. He's just waiting for Jamili to drop a little bit lower. Brain in the middle of the map, stuck in that Ring of Frost. He's going to actually walk into it and try to pre-Vitality Conduit. This is a good time for him to tank CC Chain, and now he can get aggressive. Big damage here. Jamili Jamili, what are you gonna do? Cauterize could proc. He's in a full blinding light here. Do they have any more CC? They're trying to get the leg sweep. And honestly, I think they could have maybe went for Corlick there to get the sheep, to get the paralyze, to get the counterspell, but they don't have the damage. And Jamili is going to survive. Yet another close call there. Corlick, I don't know how he does it, but he is pulling off miracle after miracle.
Yeah, Divine Favor. Jamili is going straight to full health. Dampening has now kicked in. It's already been 5 minutes in this match. Corlick has burned through so much of his mana. Things are still looking good for M2KC. Soralium does get interrupted. Can Nick find the counter pressure that he needs? Brain has unfortunately not been in any crowd control. Charlotte Phoenix really struggling on the offensive department. Corlick keeping his team in it, but Jamili and Nick, they need to try to set something up. Soralium moves forward, gets the full polymorph with the double shimmer. Jamili with the beautiful temporal shield just going to be going out of line of sight. Nick with the paralyze on Soralium. It looks like that buys Corlick enough time to reconnect to Jamili. Hammer of Justice, big damage though. Jamili getting absolutely destroyed. He gets interrupted. Corlick gets out of the crowd control. Full Hammer of Justice lands, but Jamili gets interrupted once again. The Spear Hand Strike coming in from Drake. The Vitality Conduit is rolling right now for Corlick. Is it enough to keep Jamili alive? It looks like it might be. And Charlotte Phoenix managed to hold on once again.
I mean, they're just holding on. That's all they're really doing. They're never getting ahead in this game. They're just trying to stay alive. How are they going to win in this position? They need to turn it around, but Corlick's locked down in crowd control. Doesn't look like he's got a way to escape. This is going to be the cauterize potentially the game if Jamili isn't careful. Corlick now into a Hammer of Justice. Jamili blinking back here, trying to counter pressure with the combustion. Buying time with the temporal. They don't have enough. They're just inches away from getting the cauterize, but they don't get it. Now Brain in crowd control. Charlotte Phoenix need to get something with this crowd control. Hammer of Justice is down. Jamili is just getting smacked by Drake, though. Soralium gets hit hard. The Brain tops him off, though, with Divine Favor. Divine Favor from both sides. They stabilize, but look at the mana. You can tell, like, the damage meter after this is going to be dramatically in favor of M2KC. Corlick has basically no mana, and he spam crowd controlled the entire game. How is that even possible for him to spend this much mana while still being crowd controlled? He trades out Sacrifice, recovering Jamili, and Charlotte Phoenix, they need to get their bearings.
Oh, we see maybe a swap here. No, I thought Drake might swap there on the Sacrifice. He was thinking about it, but he just slowed Corlick, then went back to his target. That Sacrifice is going to fade now. Drake is going to be on Polymorph, diminishing return. If Soralium can get something onto Nick, they can push in, set up a 3v1 situation. Jamili, Blessing of Protection, is going to immediately go in for the CC chain. He gets Dragon's Breath there on the Sheep attempt, and now Soralium counterspells the Sheep, moving in here, looking for the CC, but it's going to be Nick pulling the trigger first. No one really taking damage though on the side of M2KC, and now Nick is in a polymorph. The slappers are proccing for Drake. There's the Dressing Out, and now Ring of Frost is being channeled out. Nick is gonna come back into the fight a little bit late. Brain is there for follow-up crowd control. He gets the full blinding light. Jamili in massive trouble here. Another Sheep comes through. Soralium gets counterspelled. Vitality Conduit slips through the cracks there, and Jamili is going to stabilize despite the fact that that was an extremely long CC chain. And now swap onto Brain. Big damage coming out. Brain is gonna immediately bubble here. Doesn't want to take any risk when this team is so far ahead here on match point in the grand final.
I really like that swap by the Charlotte Phoenix, mixing it up, getting the Divine Shield from Brain. That is a massive victory. And now he's an exposed target. I mean, Touch of Death's rolling up for Nick. We have Combustion rolling up for Jamili. If he can get off a few fireballs, it's going to be looking good. I mean, Charlotte Phoenix, they definitely have a chance. A Hammer of Justice on Brain. Not going to be able to use the Blessing of Protection, and they might be able to actually take him down. Still 21% dampening, and this game is getting extremely intense. M2KC just one away from winning, being the champions of North America. Charlotte Phoenix, their tournament lives on the line. They really got to make something happen here. Their biggest opening right now in the match is going after Brain, but the problem is they might not be able to do it. A full leg sweep lands on Jamili, a Dragon's Breath on Nick. Corlick once again just trying to survive. Look at how far away he is. He's got a great positioning right now to just bomb out heals onto Jamili. At the same time, Brain is also positioned far away. Both these Paladins just playing so extremely well.
That counterspell, it's an opportunity. Combustion pop, Jamili trying to take advantage of it here. Hammer of Justice laid down. Soralium blinks around the corner. Drake trying to help him out here, but not able to really do anything about it. Blinding Light, Ring of Frost, Soralium isolated. Nick right on top of him. Fist of Fury flying, but it actually breaks the crowd control. So Brain should be able to heal up Soralium pretty easily here. Brain's not charging in. Corlick in a stun. They're pushing for Jamili's cauterize here. Can they connect? They've got a double Blinding Light. Drake's on target. Both mages in a bit of trouble here. Avenging Wrath up for Brain. Corlick Divine Shield sacrifices. Jamili will stabilize. Corlick fully respecting the push there. The Touch of Death of Drake. and he's got to value his mana more than his cooldowns. I mean, Brain still has a massive advantage in that department, but now Corlick could get swapped too as well. Leg sweep is up. He has no Divine Shield. I think they're still going to play it safe, just going after Jamili. They're doing so much more damage. Big guidance device on Jamili. Corlick in a Dragon's Breath. Ceralium gets kicked. Corlick's line of sighting Brain. Pops the Avenger Wrath. Brain's chasing him down. Hammer's laid down. Jamili could be in trouble. Everybody is just dying on the side of Charlotte Phoenix at this point. Jamili blinks in, gets a polymer, pops the combust. He's desperate to try and turn this around for his team. Can they power through the temporal of Ceralium? I don't think so. Brain now into a Hammer Justice. Maybe Jamili can power through here and get the Cauterize. He's also dangerously low, taking a risky gamble on match point. Brain trade sacrifice. Corlick doesn't have that luxury. Corlick's just going to have to spam all of his mana to heal Jamili back to full here in this position. Both Windwalkers just going at each other's mages at this point, but Drake is just getting the upper hand.
Drake gets Dragon's Breath right there with his images. That could be the damage that makes the difference here. Brain and another counterspell into the Blinding Light. Another pre-Vitality Conduit though. And now a sheep onto Nick. Here comes the damage. Jamili getting Ring of Frosted here on the setup. Corlick now in a Hammer of Justice. Dress comes through. Big damage with Corlick again with the blessing of N'Zoth as another sacrifice for the situation. Saving Jamili from pure chaos here. And Brain now in a Ring of Frost, Ceralium in a leg sweep. What are you going to do here? He pre-temporal shields. Is it going to be enough? Dressigath connects. The Slappers connect. Big damage here on Ceralium, but Brain breaks out. He gets counterspell. Ceralium still extremely low here. Drake spamming out the Vivifies here. Ceralium blinking away here to his healer. He's trying to hold on, trying to survive.
Nice Dragon's Breath.
Still extremely low. Gets the Dragon's Breath. Can he survive? One more second here on the crowd control. Brain trying to bomb out the Holy Lights, and it looks like he's going to be able to stabilize the Cauterize. No, he gets paralyzed, but he does get the Vitality Conduit, so it looks like Ceralium is going to survive despite that massive push there from Charlotte Phoenix. 40% dampening, mana lead in favor of M2KC. They just need a little bit more crowd control to be the North American AWC BFA champions.
Ooh, Jamili gets interrupted. They're trying to turn around. M2KC with a huge power play here. And it looks like Corlick will be in crowd control. Jamili getting lower. Can they keep him alive? Can they hold on to the Cauterize? They get the Cauterize. Jamili does have Ice Block. Needs to be very careful. Sacrifice comes in from Corlick once again. They might be able to actually go after Corlick. Can they? Can they get the Divine Shield as well? They might get the Divine Shield. He needs the Divine Shield. They get it. And now Corlick has absolutely nothing. He has no cooldowns left. 43% damage. He's out of mana. M2KC, they just need to hold on a little bit longer, and they're going to win this game.
They are in the best position possible. Look at Corlick's sacrifice. He literally just pressed that. Is it actually going to reset again? 3 seconds, 2 seconds? I think it actually is going to reset again. He has another sacrifice. If they win this game, it is 100% off the back of Ineffable Truth. Ceralium the target. They pop him low, but is that going to be enough? A dangerous gamble. Corlick caught in crowd control. Jamili with Ice Block remaining. Corlick tries to hold on to it. Vitality Conduit. They could swap to Corlick. He's still very low. They're trying to go for crowd control instead. A Ring of Frost. No, they're swapping over maybe. I feel like you should just knock him over. Blinding Light onto Corlick. Trying to control him a little bit longer. Brain might get swapped too. He pops the Avenging Wrath. Now both Paladins almost completely out of mana. Corlick, man, has stalled this out to 50% dampening despite being on the back foot the entire time. Charlotte Phoenix are playing for the tournament lives, playing their hearts out here in what could be the final moments. Brain gets crowd controlled. Ceralium the target. Double leg sweep by Drake here. Dangerous time, but Brain is still locked in a Blinding Light. Ceralium's below half. Drake can't help him. He's paralyzed. Ceralium pops Combustion, trying to power through with the Polymorph onto Corlick. They need to get an Ice Block with this. Can they get it is the question. They're so close to getting it. They do, and they panic. They overlap the sacrifice, and that blessing that N'Zoth granted Corlick goes wasted.
What are you gonna do now, Charlotte Phoenix? You are in checkmate situation, but Ceralium is low as well.
Touch of death, touch of death, touch of
death. Death is triggering here. Big damage coming out from Drake here. He's looking to try to close out the match here. Jamili uses the temporal shield, no Cauterize, no Ice Block, no nothing. He sheeps up Drake. Vitality Conduit comes through, and there's the Hammer of Justice. Just kill Corlick at this point. He trinkets out of the Hammer of Justice, gets paralyzed. Dressigath comes through onto Jamili. What is he going to do to survive? Corlick is healing on fumes. He gets Dragon's Breath on his Divine Favor, a little bit more damage, and so M2KC might do it. The Slappers are proccing, and they will secure the victory 4-1 for M2KC. They are the AWC BFA North American champions.
A huge congratulations to M2KC. That had to have been the most intense game we have seen all day, Zico. Just so many setups, so many close calls coming from both sides, but M2KC is our North American champion.
M2KC is North American champion, but Corlick is a North American legend, man. How did he do that? 50-something% dampening? He was before dampening even came in. How?
Yeah, I mean, incredibly well done from both sides, but you're right, Corlick really just holding on at the last minute there, just keeping his team alive for so long. Break down those final moments. How did they go down? I mean, there was just so long. I feel like where we thought Corlick was going to dive and they were just, we're dying, and then they finally did at the end there. M2KC coming out on top for the victor.
Well, I mean, in that game, M2KC, they were in the driver's seat for most of it. Although that game did go extremely long, 57% dampening, it just felt like most of the pressure, most of the crowd control, most of the momentum was in favor of M2KC, but you have to give it up for the Charlotte Phoenix as well. That was an extremely well-fought series. They came in with some interesting compositions, especially I like the build that Jamelia was playing when they did play Mage Lock Paladin. They tried to make something work, but unfortunately, the Windwalker Mage Paladin, this composition that M2KC has been running since the start, it definitely worked out for them in the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I feel like if you look at Charlotte Phoenix over the course of this season as well, as a team, I feel like they've done so well. They made it so far. Second place is an incredible place to be. Charlotte Phoenix, especially, I feel like towards the second half of the season, really ramped up as a team, Zico.
Absolutely. I mean, this is, heading into this was one of the teams that you kind of would expect to do well, but still, that's because of their track record against C9, and to see them show up like that, and to see them even here in the finals, actually taking some games with their Mage Lock, they're a team that, in the start, didn't really think that much of them, a lot of talented players, a lot of potential, but they needed to kind of come together. In the start, they were just basically playing Rogue Lock, and now they showed a variety of compositions. They play good Windwalker Mage, they play good Mage Lock, play Rogue Locks, everything really, and they definitely deserve that second place.
Mm-hmm. But of course, we have to talk about our North American champions, M2KC. I feel like they kind of came in here as the underdog. This isn't really where we kind of expected at least the finals to be here, and now they are our North American champions. Supatis, talk to me about this team. How did they end up in this position?
They just grinded it. They just put in the blood, sweat, and tears. They played the ladder. They played together as a team. They made this composition, their main comp, made it work, one trick wonder, all the way through to the point where everyone had to adapt to them. They changed the meta, really. I mean, I almost kind of wonder if we would have found the Windwalker Mage meta if it weren't for them, because, I mean, Mystery Org, Cedar's team started taking it from them. I feel like we didn't see a lot of Windwalker Mage until M2KC's. You said, well, I feel like even Wildcard.
I know you guys like to say this is a very NA comp, but Wildcard did play it like first.
I don't think they played it like this, though. I mean, how many games do M2KC have? I almost want to, like, armory them and look at how many games of threes they have, because I feel like they only play with each other. Like, this is just a case of they grinded this. Like, they did everything they possibly could. They did a billion visions. They did everything they needed to do to get their characters maxed out and grind this out. Like, they put in the work.
Yeah, you know what's really interesting about this tournament is the top three teams. So you have M2KC, you have Charlotte Phoenix, and you have Cloud9. Those are the 1, 2, 3 teams on the North American ladder as well. Like, I mean, they've just been. It's the truth. So I mean, it's really interesting to see how it played out, and I think it's really, really nice to see, some of these newcomers like Ceralium, like Drake. I mean, Brain, he's been around for a little while, but Ceralium and Drake, they're definitely new to the scene. I remember actually last year, sort of the debut of Drake, and I was talking him up a lot because he was an insane Windwalker monk, and I mean, he's really made a case for himself here. I feel like there was a point where he was basically doing a ton of double Windwalker 2s with Chun-Li, and they were kind of like training in high gravity together, just getting insane at Windwalker monk, and it's really cool to see, someone new to the scene really just have such an amazing performance, and started from the bottom, and now they're here.
Yeah, absolutely, Ven. A huge congratulations to M2KC. It really shows you just what hard work can do, where it can get you there now, the North American Championship. So honestly, just well done to all of the teams, especially playing today. I feel like these top 4 teams, the competition just couldn't have been any closer here, Zico.
No, definitely not. I mean, they could have gone so many different ways, right? Mystery Org was one game away from beating Charlotte Phoenix, that could have been something completely different in the entire bracket if that happened. So many different games here in the round robin as well. A lot of teams that you expected to be here didn't make it. Golden Guardians. Sure, we had a little guest appearance from Peekaboo, and that was nice, but still, you were kind of expecting them to be one of those guys in this team competing for the money. And same thing goes for like Space Station Gaming, So North America, definitely a lot of closely matched teams there, and M2KC looked like the strongest one of the bunch today.
Yep. M2KC, congrats to them. Congrats to Wildcard as well. Yesterday, winning that European Championships, 2 incredibly amazing teams. And I just want to give a shout out to everyone watching from home as they've been here for every single cup, being positive in the chat, hyping up these teams. They so deserve it. And thanks to everyone from production. There's so many people behind the scenes here making this possible. I know there weren't any lands this season, but I just feel like given that, we really adapted, and it's just been an incredible season. So thanks to everyone working behind the scenes as well. Thanks to my co-casters. It's been such an incredible, circuit, and the finals have been such a joy as well. And that's going to be the last arena tournament that we see of BFA. Do you guys have any closing thoughts here?
You have any final words?
Any final words?
Any final words for BFA? I don't know. I think it's bittersweet. It's nice that we're going to be able to move on to maybe some new classes rising to power, just an entirely new meta. I, for one, am really excited about that in Shadowlands. But honestly, it's been a joy to watch all of these teams, all these players kind of figure out Battle for Azeroth, especially how it has evolved with corruption and stuff like that. And it's been a lot of fun. It's definitely bittersweet. Be sad to see it go, but looking forward to the future as well.
Yeah, I certainly am as well. Looking forward to Shadowlands and just what these players have in store. I hope they stick. I hope that the players that we saw compete in the circuit stick together as teams. I feel like they were all just incredible teams, and we saw some incredible matches over the course of the circuit and the season. But that is not all for WoW Esports. We are not quite done yet. We do have a classic event coming up soon here, starting really soon. And European qualifiers October 3rd and 4th, North American October 10th and 11th, and you can see the EU finals October 17th and the North American finals October 18th. Super excited for this one. Make sure you check that out, and if you want to be updated on when that goes live, you can follow us on Twitter at WoW Esports on Twitter. I'm sure they will give you guys some more details soon of that coming up. I don't know, you excited for this one, Seiko?
I am very excited. The Warzone Gulch event, I had the opportunity to cast it, and it was a lot of fun. The Arathi Basin event, I don't know. There was a lot of domination going on in the Warzone event. I'm looking forward to see if that same domination from those same guilds are going to be there and, doing what they do. It's going to be exciting to see, especially now with the AQ patch gear. It's going to speed things up even more there. So definitely excited. What about you, Ben? Are you excited?
I think it's going to be the first time there's ever been a 15 versus 15 done. So it's definitely going to be interesting, very chaotic for a competitive format. But Arathi Basin, it's a classic with Warsong Gulch. Really looking forward to watching this one.
All right, I'm looking forward to it as well. Once again, just a reminder, follow us on Twitter at WoW Esports. You can get more details of that coming up soon for that classic event. And that's going to be the end of the BFA AWC season for us. Once again, congratulations to our victors, M2KC, as well as Wildcard Gaming. And congrats and well done to all of the players competing, of course. So that's going to be us signing off, and we will see you guys in Shadowlands.